Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Page 351. The soft touch on his shoulder relieved Xiaoyu's fatigue and exhaustion, and he fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. Beep. Half an hour later, the phone rang suddenly, waking Xiaoyu from her deep sleep. He suddenly opened his eyes, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and realized that he had unknowingly found himself resting his head on Sylvia's lap, his drool soaking her stockings. Sylvia's emerald green eyes were fixed on him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Sorry. Xiaoyu said apologetically as she answered the phone. Hello, what's up? Do you really have to come? Things are a bit busy here at the lab. Sylvia watched Xiaoyu quietly, a smile playing on her lips as she saw his serious expression. Okay, I understand. I'll come to school right away. After Xiaoyu hung up the phone, Sylvia got up, picked up Xiaoyu's coat from behind the door, walked behind him, and helped him put it on. Thank you, Xiaoyu said, straightening his collar. It's so late, are you still going to school? Sylvia asked softly. Xiaoyu nodded. It's about the Pokémon University International Exchange Tournament. It seems the Pokémon International Association changed the rules this year. Sylvia nodded. I'm leaving the lab to you. Although I can't give you the deputy director position for now, I've upgraded your access to level 1. Xiaoyu said as he walked towards the door. Okay. Sylvia smiled, nodded, and followed Xiaoyu out of the office. I'll see you off. What's there to give? I have legs, I can walk, no need to say anything, and I don't need you to push my wheelchair. Xiaoyu joked, waved his hand, and walked out of the laboratory. Chapter 530 International Pokémon Exchange Tournament. School. Meeting room. The president of Imperial Capital University is named Ling Hu, the former Ice-type Elite Four member of the Northeast region. After his main Pokémon was killed in a battle, he had to step down from his position as Elite Four member. After that, he abandoned his military career and took up a civil service position as the president of Imperial University. When Xiaoyu rushed over, the conference room was already quite full of people. 5 men and 3 women sat in 4 rows. Sumusa sat in the last row, with an empty seat next to her. Xiaoyu looked at the nameplate on the empty seat, which read his own seat. He walked quickly to Sumusa's side. After not seeing her for a week, Sumusa seemed to have become even thinner. Hearing the noise, Sumusa turned her head to look at him, her face still showing the same indifferent expression, without her usual bright smile and crescent-shaped eyes, and she didn't say anything, then continued to look at the podium. The two acted like strangers. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Everyone's here, let's get down to business. Principal Ling Hu, a man from northeast China, had a booming voice, a tall stature, a square face, and piercing eyes. According to the previous rules, the International Pokémon Exchange Tournament was not divided by grade, only by strength. However, we received news today that the International Pokémon Association has applied to change the rules, and you first and second year students may also have to participate in the competition. Although it hasn't been officially confirmed, we still asked everyone to come here for a short meeting. While listening to Ling Hu speak, Xiaoyu glanced at the others. There were 8 people present. He and Sumusa were the top 2 in their freshman year, so the remaining 6 should be the top 2 in their respective year. Among them was Xiaoyu's acquaintance, Tao Su. As for the others, Xiaoyu didn't recognize any of them. The Pokémon Association International has only made a preliminary announcement. We will not know the exact changes for some time. The current news is that they plan to add an exhibition match in addition to the main competition. Let's talk about the main competition first. The main competition is the same as before, with the 2 strongest college students participating. The exhibition matches are additional competitions specially set up for freshmen and sophomores. There are medals but no prizes or awards. The competitions are divided into 2 levels, freshman group and sophomore group. Xiaoyu frowned upon hearing Ling Hu's words. Medals only? No prize money or rewards, who the hell is going to buy them? While it's true that one should strive for national glory and make selfless contributions, he's genuinely busy and doesn't have time to participate in such exhibition matches. At this point, Linghu's gaze fell on Xiaoyu. Whether this news is true or false, we need to prepare for the competition in advance and plan ahead. There will only be 2 participants in the main competition. As before, the 2 strongest will be determined through competition, and anyone can register. Linghu's gaze fell on the champion and runner-up of the 3rd and 4th year students. If nothing unexpected happens, the final participants in the main competition will be chosen from among these 4. The exhibition match for sophomores consists of the top 2 students from the sophomore year. As for the first-year students, Linghu paused slightly, looking at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, although you are the top student in the first year, I don't recommend that you participate in this competition. Linghu's words drew everyone's attention to Xiaoyu. Linghu looked at Xiaoyu and said seriously, your identity is special. In addition to being a trainer, you are also one of the most outstanding scientific researchers in our country, and this competition is being held overseas. The environment overseas is complicated, and it is also someone else's territory. We cannot guarantee your safety 100%. Therefore, I suggest you voluntarily give up this opportunity to participate. After all, this is just an exhibition match. Xiaoyu was overjoyed to hear Linghu's words. He was still worried about how to refuse tactfully, but he didn't expect Linghu to take the initiative to tell him not to participate in the competition. Principal, I was actually just thinking of asking if I could skip the competition. Xiaoyu smiled and said, the lab was just completed recently, and I've been busy preparing for the project launch ceremony. I don't have time to participate in the exhibition match for the time being. Well, it's good that you have no objections. The Pokémon Association's sudden rule change was already a bit odd, and maybe they're deliberately targeting you. Hearing Xiaoyu agree, Linghu nodded as well. He was afraid that Xiaoyu was stubborn and would insist on participating in this exhibition match. Your spot in the exhibition match will be filled by the 3rd-place finisher. Linghu paused slightly before continuing, Xiaoyu, although you're not participating in this exhibition match, your skills can't be neglected. I see you haven't played in the Master Level League yet. You could try it out if you have time. Okay, Principal Ling. Xiaoyu nodded modestly. After that, Linghu talked for a while about the precautions for the competition, while Xiaoyu looked around at everyone present out of boredom. Apart from Sumuze and Tao Su, whom he knew, Xiaoyu didn't recognize any of the other people. The top student in the senior year was a boy with slightly curly hair and a sleepy look. Xiaoyu glanced at the nameplate. He? The name seemed vaguely familiar. The top student in the 3rd year was a slender, handsome man with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, slightly long hair, a refined and gentle demeanor, and a handsome and delicate appearance. Wei Xianzi? Xiaoyu had heard of this person before. He seemed to be a rare normal-type trainer. Xiaoyu was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a meeting adjourned and saw everyone get up and prepare to leave the meeting room. Wearing a long black down jacket, Sumuze tidied up the paper and pen on the table, stood up and looked at Xiaoyu, her voice soft. Xiaoyu, you are blocking my way, please, move aside. Oh. Xiaoyu then realized that she was standing in the aisle of their row, blocking Sumuze's way out. Sorry, please. Hearing Sumuze's unfamiliar tone, Xiaoyu felt uneasy, but looking at Sumuze's indifferent expression, he didn't know what to say and could only step aside to make way for her. As Xiaoyu watched Sumuze's departing figure, he couldn't help but recall the quack strategist Wu Yaezu's terrible idea. Xiaoyu was stunned for a full moment until Sumuze's figure disappeared around the corner before he came back to his senses. What's wrong? Did you two have a fight? The voice from beside him interrupted Xiaoyu's thoughts. He turned his head and saw that the speaker was Wei Xianzi, whom he had been paying attention to at the beginning. Wei Xianzi took out a cigarette, handed it to Xiaoyu, and then took out another one and lit it for himself. Such a beautiful girl, go for it. As he spoke, Wei Xianzi took a deep drag on his cigarette. Girls are easy to coax. As Wei Xianzi spoke, he released a Jengar, which then took out a shine gift box. This is for you, you might need it someday. Xiaoyu took the gift box from Wei Xianzi and paused slightly. Inside the transparent box was a bouquet of flowers. No girl can resist a bouquet of flowers. Of course, if you do refuse, then disregard what I said. I suggest you give up now and find another way. Wei Xian smiled ambiguously, revealing 2 dimples on his face, with a mischievous expression, just like a scumbag in a TV drama. He patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder and walked out. Let's go, Xiaoyu. When are you free to have a match? I really want to fight your Durambolito. Ding. A text message notification sounded. Wu Yaezu, brother you, come out quickly. Xiaoyu put away the gift box containing the flowers and then walked out. Chapter 531 Flowers blooming in the winter night. When Xiaoyu walked out of the teaching building, he found Sumuse standing gracefully downstairs, like a flower blooming in the dead of winter, standing proudly in the winter sun and bringing a touch of warmth to the cold winter. Sumuse has always been this beautiful, but in the past she was as radiant as a summer flower, while now she is more like a proud plum blossom, swaying alone in the cold wind. Regardless of anything else, whenever she appears in sight, she is the most eye-catching one. Two more people joined her, Xiaojia and Wu Yaezu. Page 352. When Xiaojia saw Xiaoyu, her brows furrowed and her eyes were filled with undisguised anger. Even now, she still remembers how Sumuse cried that day, her face streaked with tears, her sobs heart-wrenching. It's all thanks to that scumbag Xiaoyu. If Sumuse hadn't stopped her, she would have wanted to find a chance to put a plastic bag over Xiaoyu's head and beat Xiaoyu hard to relieve Sumuse's anger. Brother Yu, you're finally out. Wu Yaezu greeted Xiaoyu with a bright smile as he saw him emerge. Sumuse and Xiaojia stood to the side, remaining silent. I was just talking to Xiaojia about how the principal called a meeting with the top 2 students from each grade. You'll definitely be there too. Wu Yaezu said, while winking at Xiaoyu. Since you're here, Xiaojia and I have something to do and are planning to go to the school for a date. You can drop Sumuse off. Okay? Xiaoyu and Sumuse were both dumbfounded, but Xiaojia seemed to know something, and with a gloomy face, she let Wu Yaezu pull her to the side. She knew exactly what Wu Yaezu was planning. A few days ago, Wu Yaezu had tried to sound her out, and she naturally refused to help without hesitation. However, in the past few days, she often saw Sumuse secretly opening her chat interface with Xiaoyu when she was alone, looking at his moments and whether his short video account had been updated. These scenes made Xiaojia realize that Sumuse had not forgotten this relationship, but had chosen to hide it, which was why she decided to cooperate with Wu Yaezu today. She actually hoped that Sumuse and Xiaoyu could be together, because she knew how much Sumuse liked Xiaoyu and mentioned him almost every day. Her phone screensaver is a photo of her and Xiaoyu on the podium at the University Cup, and she hasn't changed it yet. As Wu Yaezu walked, he kept winking at Xiaoyu and giving him a thumbs up, as if to say, "Brother, leave everything to me. You just need to keep it in mind." Xiaojia and Wu Yaezu's figures gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving only the two of them standing under the streetlights, the atmosphere peaceful and serene. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Sumuse's face. Her shoulder-length blonde hair shimmered faintly under the streetlights. Her delicate features and fair skin made her look like a beauty who had stepped out of a painting. Sumuse also felt Xiaoyu's gaze. She gently smoothed her loose hair, turned her head to look to the side, her eyes sparkling and her eyelashes trembling. Clearly, upon seeing each other again, Sumuse's heart was not as calm as she appeared. "Let me take you," Xiaoyu said softly, her voice trembling slightly. "No need to trouble yourself." Proudly, Sumuse politely declined, then looked up at Xiaoyu. Their eyes met, and she gently shook her head. Seeing Sumuse's unfamiliar attitude, Xiaoyu felt complicated and slowly said, "I'll also take this route out of the school. I'll give you a ride. I'll leave when we reach the side gate of the school." "Well, okay then." Sumuse nodded. The two walked through the school once again, their shadows lengthened by the dim streetlights. They walked a long way in silence. The atmosphere was subtle, much like the night Xiaoyu confessed to Sumuse. Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back down. What did he say? That he has 2 girlfriends, one is Teacher Long, and the other is Xiao Wanyu. Neither of them spoke until they were a few minutes away from the school's side gate. When Sumuse finally spoke softly, "Xiaoyu, how have you been lately?" "I'm alright," Xiaoyu replied softly, listening to Sumuse's voice. "I've just been pretty busy lately. How about you?" "I'm still the same as always, attending classes and training," Sumuse said softly, a smile on her face. The conversation between the two sounded like that of old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. It seems familiar, yet there's an added sense of strangeness. Sumuse smoothed her hair, turned to look at Xiaoyu, slowed her pace slightly, and asked the question she cared about most with a seemingly indifferent expression. "By the way, how are things between you and your girlfriend?" After asking the question, Sumuse felt a little regretful. Logically, she shouldn't have asked it, but looking at Xiaoyu, she couldn't help but ask it. Because she still doesn't know who Xiaoyu's girlfriend is. For the past few days, she had been wondering who Xiaoyu's girlfriend was. You know, Xiaoyu doesn't usually have much contact with women, and he's only familiar with a few. She must know this person, and her identity is quite sensitive, otherwise Xiaoyu wouldn't have been so hesitant to say who she is. After eliminating these possibilities, Sumuse thought of one person, Long Yaning. Once this thought takes root in your mind, it's impossible to shake it off. The more Sumuse thought about it, the more she felt that Xiaoyu's girlfriend was Long Yaning. First of all, the two of them had spent the most time together, and they had been in frequent contact during the secret training in the past. Most importantly, when Xiaoyu celebrated his birthday last time, she originally planned to go on a date with him in the afternoon, but Xiaoyu said he had something to do with Long Yaning. At the time, she didn't think much of it, but now, looking back, it all seems eerie. When she thought of Long Yaning, she thought of Long Yaning's tall and slender figure. Teacher Long's figure was indeed very good, with long legs and a slender waist that she herself envied. But Teacher Long has a flat chest. Although she's a little shorter than Mr. Long, she's far superior to him in every other way. And not all men like that. Just as Sumuza was lost in thought, Xiaoyu, who had heard her words, looked slightly embarrassed and remembered Wu Yaezu's words. He now faces a difficult choice. One is to stay away from Sumuza and stop bothering her. Secondly, as Wu Yaezu said, since he's already a scumbag, why pretend? This is a tough choice. Lost in their own thoughts and harboring ulterior motives, the two strolled slowly through the winter night. Sumuza's face flushed slightly, while Xiaoyu took a deep breath and replied softly, "It's all right, I guess. Who's your girlfriend? Can you tell me?" Sumuza paused, then continued softly, "It's Teacher Long, right?" Xiaoyu was slightly surprised, but inwardly he was cursing Wu Yaezu. "I haven't even decided to be honest with Sumuza yet, how come you told her first?" "Wu Yaezu, you really are a big mouth." Xiaoyu naturally assumed that Sumuza learned that her girlfriend was Long Yaning from Wu Yaezu. Now that Sumuza asked this question, Xiaoyu could only nod and say, "Yes, it's her. Can you tell me how you two got together?" Chapter 532 Wei Xianzi. "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded gently. He had barely finished speaking when he realized that the two of them had already reached the side gate of the school, and it was time to part ways. "Let's keep walking. Weren't you going to take me back to my dorm?" Sumuza said softly. "It is good. Tell me, how did you and Teacher Long get together?" The two continued their stroll through the school, not taking the brightly lit main roads, but instead walking along the dimly lit tree-lined paths, a popular spot for couples to meet. As Xiaoyu walked, he recounted to Sumuza the process of how he met, got to know, and fell in love with Long Yaning. When they first met, Long Yaning was unhappy with her as a transfer student, not wanting to ruin the training camp's reputation because of her recent status as a trainer. Then, they gradually accepted me as a transfer student, and every night they would practice with me extra, just to help me quickly improve my skills and close the gap with others. When they were attacked by the shiny shield sword monster, Long Yaning did not hesitate to step forward and protect him firmly behind her. And Long Yanning secretly helped him Hachiya quickly, at the cost of damaging his own body, and then we naturally got together. Xiaoyu slowly recounted the details of his relationship with Long Yanning, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Of course, Xiaoyu also kept some of his own secrets, such as the Iron Warrior incident, and the subsequent events involving Giovanni and Dynamax. More than an hour had passed by then. Sumuza was also engrossed in listening, and only after Xiaoyu finished speaking did she come back to her senses and look at Xiaoyu with a complicated expression. Now she finally understands where she went wrong. From beginning to end, she never truly entered Xiaoyu's life. What she saw and participated in was only Xiaoyu's appearance in the training camp and at school. Xiaoyu has been through so much, and I know absolutely nothing about it. Sumuza suddenly felt a little regretful. If she had been more proactive and gotten closer to Xiaoyu, things might have turned out differently, because she could sense that Xiaoyu liked her. Actually, I still have a chance, after all. Xiaoyu and Teacher Long are just dating, not married. What Teacher Long did for Xiaoyu, she was willing to do as well. Moreover, even if they get married, it's allowed on Baoxiang Island. Xiaoyu, Sumuza looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes bright and vast like stars. "It's getting late, take me home." Page 353. Xiaoyu nodded. Xiaoyu escorted Sumuza to the vicinity of the girls' dormitory. "That's enough for now." Sumuza looked at the girls' dormitory in the distance, then turned to Xiaoyu with a long-lost smile on her face. Her gaze fell on Xiaoyu's face, and she spoke softly, as gentle as ever, "Xiaoyu, thank you for telling me all this. I feel much better now." "I'm sorry, Muzi." Looking at Sumuzi's smiling face, Xiaoyu felt even more guilty and couldn't help but whisper, "Xiaoyu, you really don't need to apologize to me." Sumuza looked at Xiaoyu with a serious expression. "I should be the one apologizing to you. I didn't know about you and I couldn't stay by your side. I missed you." Hearing Sumuza's considerate words, Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback, then he nodded gently and replied, "Muza. Xiaoyu, you should go back now." Sumuza's face lit up with a bright smile, like the most beautiful flower blooming in winter. "I've figured it out, thank you." Looking at Sumuza's beautiful face, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the gift box Wei Xians had given him. He immediately took out the gift box containing flowers and presented it to Sumuza in surprise. "Muza, I'm sorry. I hope you are happy every day. This bouquet is for you." Sumuse's face was filled with surprise, her eyes sparkling, and she teased, "Thank you, go back now, it's too late, Teacher Long will be worried about you." "Bye, I'm going back to my dorm." Sumuse walked towards her dorm without looking back, while Xiaoyu also turned and walked out of the school. As Sumuse reached the dormitory entrance, she finally couldn't help but look back, only to find that Xiaoyu's figure was getting farther and farther away, gradually disappearing into the night. Sumuse couldn't resist picking up the gift box Xiaoyu had given her and unwrapping the exquisite packaging. Looking at the vibrant flowers, Sumuse smiled brightly. This was the first time she had received flowers from Xiaoyu. She picked up the flowers and gently smelled them. Suddenly, she noticed something at the center of the flowers. "Is this a gift from Xiaoyu?" Full of anticipation, Sumuse reached out and removed the thing from the flower's stamen, carefully reading the small print on the packaging. XXX brand by Intao. When Sumuse saw the small print on the packaging, her face instantly turned bright red and felt hot. Her ears also turned red and purple. She felt like a steam engine, and her mind went completely blank. "Xiaoyu, what does this mean? What does it mean that he gave me this?" Sumuse staggered back to her dormitory in a daze, her mind filled with the little gift in her bag. "Muzi? Muzi? Muzi?" Xiaojia called Sumuse several times before Sumuse finally snapped out of her daze and turned to look at Xiaojia. "Xiaojia, what is it? Where did you go? Why are you so late?" Xiaojia frowned as she looked at Sumuse, whose condition was clearly off. "That bouquet of flowers you're holding? Nothing much." Sumuse quickly explained, "We just chatted for a while and then came back." "Then what's the deal with that bouquet of flowers in your hand?" Xiaojia asked, looking at Sumuse. "It was given to me by Xiaoyu. Why is your face so red?" Xiaojia frowned as she looked at Sumuse's nervous appearance. She was sure that Sumuse was hiding something from her. What kind of spell did Xiaoyu cast on Sumuse this time? "No, it's nothing." Sumuse was startled when she heard Xiaojia's words, afraid that Xiaojia would see through her disguise. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Xiaojia, I'm a little tired. I'm going to wash up and go to bed." As Xiaoyu walked back, she let out a long breath and secretly rejoiced. Sending flowers at such a crucial moment was truly a stroke of genius. She was incredibly clever. "However, I have to thank Wei Xianzi. If it weren't for the flowers he sent me, I really wouldn't have thought of such a move. Wei Xianzi is not bad, he's a pretty good person. It seems I should learn from Wei Xianzi and always keep some fresh flowers and small gifts on hand, just in case." While thinking about this, Xiaoyu also started searching for information about the person Wei Xianzi. Upon searching, he discovered that Wei Xianzi seemed to be quite famous at Imperial University. However, his reputation doesn't seem to be very good, with many girls calling him a scumbag, a playboy, and the like. Chapter 533 Laboratory Launch Ceremony. Walking back to her apartment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but think to herself that Wu Yaezu, that cunning strategist, was still quite capable despite his terrible ideas. Sincerity is indeed the only surefire way to win. It seems that Sumuse has been appeased for the time being, but what about Teacher Long and Xiaowanyu? Sigh, it seems I'm going further and further down the path of being a scumbag. Squeak. Xiaoyu took out his key and opened the door, startling Long Yaning, who was combing the wind fairy's cotton-like fur on the sofa. "You're back." Hearing the sound, Long Yaning turned around and looked at Xiaoyu, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "It's so late, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" "Now that you mention it, I am a little hungry. Let's eat something." Xiaoyu nodded, then continued, "I just went to school to talk about the International Pokémon Exchange Tournament. After I finished, I took Sumuse back to her dormitory, which took a little longer." Although Xiaoyu's tone was calm, his eyes were always on Long Yaning as he spoke, observing the changes in her expression. "Sumuse?" Long Yaning's expression remained unchanged as she continued preparing a late-night snack for Xiaoyu, sighing softly. "Sigh. She is quite pitiful. She seems like a completely different person after all this time. Xiaoyu, you don't really need to tell her. It's fine as long as we keep it from her." "Yanning, can you really keep this a secret forever?" Xiaoyu looked at Long Yanning with a smile. Long Yanning had always been so kind. "But you are too direct. You need to give her time to adjust." "I couldn't do anything about it either," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "By the way, Yanning, when I dropped Muzi off today, she asked me who my girlfriend was." "Huh, did you tell her?" Long Yanning asked nervously. "She's already figured out you're my girlfriend," Xiaoyu replied. "Ah." Long Yanning's face paled in surprise, her expression tense, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Did she say anything? What if she told others? What if we? What are you afraid of?" Xiaoyu smiled at Long Yanning. "This is a normal relationship. Besides, if anyone gossips, you can just have master kill them. If anyone should be silenced, it should be Sakeke." Hearing Xiaoyu's teasing words, Long Yanning couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiaoyu, reached out and patted him, and also joked, "Besides, if my dad finds out, I don't know if he will kill others, but he will definitely kill you first. You definitely won't want to part with her." Xiaoyu smiled and walked behind Long Yanning, gently embracing her. "Stop messing around, I'm making a midnight snack." Long Yanning couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiaoyu. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Perhaps because he had temporarily resolved Su Muse's matter, Xiaoyu was in high spirits lately, and he devoted most of his time to training Pokémon. Among them, the Ankylosaurus and the Axoteuth dragon both evolved into the Bloodwing Wyvern and the Double Axe Dragon. Xiaoyu's team has finally grown stronger, almost reaching the level of all members being at the level of a gymnast. This also means that Xiaoyu can participate in the upcoming gym leader ranking competition. With his Pokémon setup and strength, he can be considered one of the best in the gym leader level. Besides training Pokémon, Xiaoyu was busy handling matters in the laboratory while also diligently searching for an expert who was well versed in the history of ancient Shu. In the past few days, Su Muse's contact with him has become more and more frequent, as if they have returned to the past. However, the content of their conversations changed from greetings and expressions of concern to asking Xiaoyu what she was doing and if she needed any help. Xiaoyu didn't refuse and took her on a tour of the giant laboratory, which dispelled Su Muse's gloom and made her smile brightly all the time. As the end of the year draws ever closer, so too does the launch ceremony for the giant laboratory project. At the launch ceremony of this laboratory, we need to present some of the experimental results to reassure the Pokémon Association. In Xiaoyu's office, Chi Hanking, Sylvia, and two others sat opposite him, having a short meeting. The three of them also represent the core power structure of the entire laboratory. "My plan is to temporarily introduce the concepts of Dynamax and Gigantamax this time," Xiaoyu said seriously. "Right now, the whole world is in the exploratory stage regarding Dynamax. There is no clear definition of Dynamax, and they don't know the difference between Dynamax and Gigantamax. Instead, they all refer to them as giant Pokémon. We must be the first to propose the concepts of Dynamax and Gigantamax. Then, by taking advantage of this opportunity, we can seize the initiative, enhance the reputation of our laboratory, further improve its status, and attract more investors and resources. Then, if I have time, I will host the launch ceremony. If I am not available, Chi Hanking, the deputy director of the laboratory, will host it." Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Chi Hanking. To be honest, he trusted Sylvia more than Chi Hanking. However, Sylvia is a foreigner after all, and her identity is sensitive. Even if Xiaoyu wants to promote her to deputy director of the laboratory, it can only be done after she has outstanding experimental results and gains the trust of the Chinese Pokémon Association. Chi Hanking nodded as she listened to Xiaoyu's words. Her dark circles were very heavy, and she looked exhausted. She was clearly in a very bad state. She's been really busy lately. Compared to Xiaoyu, the elusive lab director, she's more like the lab director, taking full responsibility for all the lab's affairs. Xiaoyu also noticed that ever since he arranged work for Chi Hanking, she has been so busy that she has no time to mention Gigantamax Pokémon. Therefore, Xiaoyu simply assigned her new tasks, making her and Sylvia jointly manage the artificial Pokémon, squeezing every last drop of value out of Chi Hanking. Page 354. After joining the artificial Pokémon experiment project, Chi Hanking quickly played an important role by relying on his extremely high professional skills, which greatly accelerated the progress of the artificial Pokémon experiment project. Based on their feedback on the progress of the experiment last time, it is expected that a new polygon should be able to be artificially synthesized within 6 months. Right now, your focus should still be on the artificial Pokémon project. Sylvia, how is the artificial Pokémon project progressing lately? Have you encountered any difficulties? Xiaoyu asked, looking at Sylvia. Progress is going smoothly. Sylvia looked at Xiaoyu and answered earnestly, based on the current experimental progress, if things go quickly, we should be able to artificially synthesize a new polygon in 3 months. Xiaoyu nodded, satisfied with Sylvia's abilities. "Thank you for your hard work. Artificially synthesizing Porygon is just the first step. Next, we need to develop new artificial Pokémon based on the existing ones. I already have an idea for this, but we are still missing some key items." Alright, that concludes today's meeting. Is there anything else you wish to report? "There's something I need to report to you," Chi Hanking said, his voice sounding weary. Chapter 534 Huiyang Kingdom. Hearing Chi Hanking's voice, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Chi Hanking. He hadn't had much contact with Chi Hanking over the years, but he could clearly sense that Chi Hanking's face was full of fatigue and weariness. and he had even lost some weight. Even with light makeup on, her poor condition was still undeniable. What is it? Xiaoyu asked. The lab has recently hired a lot of new people, and some of them have questionable identities, Qi Hanqing said succinctly. We have already identified 2 such individuals. Here are their details. I strongly suggest you take the lab's security very seriously. Hearing Qi Hanqing's words, Xiaoyu nodded. The security of the laboratory was undoubtedly of paramount importance. Normally, laboratories with official backing are protected by personnel from the Pokémon Association, but Xiaoyu's giant laboratory operates independently, and he doesn't want to get too involved with the Pokémon Association, so he has to take responsibility for its security himself. Leave this to me. Xiaoyu frowned and thought for a moment before saying, don't worry about these 2 for now. Monitor them and make sure they don't get access to core secrets, especially the artificial Pokémon project. Qi Hanqing's tone revealed a hint of fatigue. Xiaoyu, I suggest you resolve this as soon as possible. This kind of thing can't be dragged on for too long. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. He had his own ideas about the security of the laboratory, I know. Xiaoyu plans to outsource the laboratory's security to his detective agency, expanding both the number of high-end personnel and the security business. It also provides some public identities for the rocket's official members. Is there anything else? Xiaoyu asked. If not, meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Qi Hanqing walked out of the office, her high heels clicking softly. After Qi Hanqing left, Sylvia got up and walked to Xiaoyu's side, saying, Xiaoyu, the matter you told me about the history of ancient Shu has been taken care of. With her Western heritage, Sylvia has a stunning figure, a high nose, big eyes, blonde hair, and blue eyes. Her hot body makes her the most talked about person among the researchers in the laboratory. The lab staff often discussed in private that if Sylvia were in a cultivation novel, she would definitely be a witch with the Taiyan sacred body, her figure so alluring that it was impossible to look away. If Sylvia hadn't been Xiaoyu's personal assistant, she would definitely have been pursued by countless men. Did you find anything useful? A few days ago, Xiaoyu had asked Sylvia to secretly find an expert who was well versed in the history of ancient Shu to decipher that passage. He didn't expect to get results so quickly. I privately had several professors consulted. They all gave the same answer. Currently, there are only 2 known ancient Shu sites in Zishu province. One is the Jinhe site in the west of Tianda City. The other site is the ancient ruins of Huayang Kingdom in Luakang. There's a greater than 90% chance that the locations you're looking for are these 2 places. And there's a very high probability that they are the ancient ruins of the Huayang Kingdom in Luakang. Okay, so simple? Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. This outcome caught him somewhat off guard. If the result is so simple, why has the Qi family never found the secret realm of the Dragon Spiral Tower? Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the beginning of that passage. Only those who possess either the Light Stone or the Dark Stone, or those chosen by the legendary dragon, can unlock the secrets of the Dragon Spiral Tower. From this perspective, finding the location of the secret realm might not be difficult. The real challenge lies in finding the Dark Stone or the Light Stone, and also in gaining the approval of the legendary dragon. The Qi family may have searched every corner of the western Shu province long ago, but because they have not found the Dark Stone and the Light Stone, they have not been able to enter the narrow rift of the Dragon Spiral Tower. Jinhe site, Huayang State site. Xiaoyu thought about it more and more and felt it was possible. At this moment, he could not contain his excitement and was eager to go to Zishu province to verify his conjecture. I will go to Zishu province right now. Sylvia, you can handle the laboratory matters first. Are you alone? Do you want me to come with you? Sylvia looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with eagerness. No need, I can go alone. Xiaoyu shook his head. The Pokémon he would likely face in the Dragon Spiral Tower's secret realm was Zekrom. With Sylvia's abilities, she couldn't be of much help. All right. Hearing Xiaoyu refuse her request, a hint of disappointment flashed in Sylvia's eyes, but she quickly concealed her emotions, then remembered to be careful. After leaving the laboratory, Xiaoyu made a phone call to Long Yaning and Su Muze, gave them a brief explanation, and then immediately set off for Zishu province. His first stop was the Jinhe ruins in the western part of Tianda City, Sichuan province. Jinhe site is a well-known tourist attraction in Tianda City. A large number of ancient Shu artifacts have been unearthed at the site and are displayed in the local museum. Xiaoyu toured the entire museum, and then walked around the entire Jinhe ruins twice. However, the dark stone on his body remained unmoved, and the secret realm did not appear. This confirmed to Xiaoyu that the Dragon Spiral Tower secret realm was not located within the Jinhe ruins. Therefore, Xiaoyu could only set his sights on the ancient ruins of Huayang Kingdom in Luakang. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiaoyu got up early and headed to Luakang. The Luokang Huayang Kingdom ancient site is the largest, longest-lasting, and most culturally rich ancient city, kingdom, and Shu culture site discovered in southwest China to date. It is one of the most historically, scientifically, culturally, and artistically valuable and aesthetically pleasing cultural relic groups, and also the most likely location for the Dragon Spiral Tower. After paying for the ticket, Xiaoyu had just entered the ruins of Huayang Kingdom when he suddenly felt a faint electric current running through his waist. The tingling sensation surprised Xiaoyu slightly. It was clear that the dark stone in his bag was reacting. Xiaoyu's heart raced, he breathed heavily, and his eyes shone with excitement. The Dragon Spiral Tower is really here. Boom. However, at that moment, a golden bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the open ground beside them with a loud bang. What? Screams erupted as the sudden clap of thunder startled all the visitors. Everyone, don't panic, calm down, calm down. Thunder is a normal natural phenomenon. Our buildings are all equipped with lightning rods, so everyone is safe as long as they don't go outside and run around in open areas. Rest assured. Boom. Ah, help. Another bolt of lightning ripped through the sky and struck the ground, instantly accompanied by thunder and lightning, and sparks flew everywhere. This lightning bolt seemed to herald the start of a thunderous conflagration. It roared like thunder, shaking the earth. Thunder roared and swept across the entire ruins of the Huayang Kingdom. Boom. The dark stone in Xiaoyu's arms suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. A flash of light, and in an instant the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone at dawn. Xiaoyu and the dark stone disappeared from the spot, leaving behind only a silver vortex-like gate to the secret realm. Secret realm, secret realm. Everyone went into a frenzy. A secret realm had appeared in the ruins of Huayang Kingdom. The wind is surging. Chapter 535 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 1. The vast lake surface and azure waters reflected Xiaoyu's image like a mirror. Xiaoyu stood quietly on the lake, as if walking on flat ground. His heels were about a centimeter below the surface of the water, but strangely, they did not sink. The clean, clear lake surface seemed to support Xiaoyu's body like a mirror, but beneath the surface was nothingness, lifeless and desolate. Apart from the azure lake water, there was no living creature. Page 355. Xiaoyu tried to move his feet gently. As soon as he lifted his foot, ripples appeared on the lake surface. Water droplets fell from his shoes, creating faint ripples. Everything seemed so real yet eerie. The entire secret realm exuded an air of strangeness. Xiaoyu gazed into the distance, where the ancient dragon spiral tower stood tall, reaching into the clouds and stretching as far as the eye could see. Only the magnificent tower body can be seen, but the top is not. The tower glowed with a fluorescent green light, reflecting off the azure lake. Xiaoyu reached out and touched the pokeball at his waist, and released Metagross at the same time. After seeing that the pokeball could be used normally, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. He flipped over and mounted Metagross, directing it towards the dragon spiral tower. The rapidly moving Megalodon created a shockwave that rippled across the lake. As they drew closer to the dragon spiral tower, its appearance gradually became clearer, and an ancient and profound aura emanated from it. It wasn't until Xiaoyu got closer that he realized the fluorescent green light on the tower was actually green branches and leaves. The vines entwined around the tower, tightly binding it, like parasitic green plants, and merged with the dragon spiral tower. Countless round pillars stand on the lake surrounding the tower, with ancient stone pillars engraved with symbols of thunder and sparks. Ideals and reality intertwine, thunder and fire collide. These columns bear the marks of time and decay. Some are rotten and dilapidated, while others have broken into several pieces and float on the lake. Continuing forward, Xiaoyu finally saw clearly that at the bottom of the dragon spiral tower, a towering tree was wrapped around the tower's body, its roots deep and its branches and leaves entwined around the tower, reaching straight into the clouds. At the entrance to the dragon spiral tower, there is a stone path paved on the water, with lightning pillars standing on both sides of the path, but at this moment they are dim and dilapidated. Xiaoyu rode on the back of the Megalomon and slowly approached the stone path. As he approached the beginning of the stone path, a tremendous weight struck him, as if he were carrying a heavy burden, making it hard for him to breathe, and a feeling of suffocation surged over him like a tidal wave. Metagross also felt this immense pressure, and its body uncontrollably plummeted towards the lake surface until it was almost at the ground, at which point the invisible pressure dissipated. Xiaoyu frowned, looking at the dilapidated dragon spiral tower in the distance, his expression filled with astonishment. What was that huge force just now? Metamorphoses, try again, see if you can fly. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Metagross's body burst forth with astonishing power, attempting to take off into the air. However, after only a few meters of air, its body seemed to freeze, as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Its speed suddenly decreased, and then it plummeted downwards. It's obvious that some force near the dragon spiral tower is preventing it from taking off. The realm of the gods, a forbidden zone across the sky. Even Metagross, with its near champion level strength, couldn't resist this strange power and had to obediently land on the ground and walk along this stone-paved waterway. This bizarre scene made Xiaoyu feel uneasy, as this was his first time dealing with a level 1 god. You should know that the strongest person he had ever encountered before was the dream goddess, who possessed divine authority. Xiaoyu still vividly remembers how powerful she was. As for Zekrom, as the ideal dragon, his strength must be greater than that of the dream god. This also reminded Xiaoyu of 4 words: supreme power. The descriptions and records of those unique first-level gods in this world are extremely simple, summarizing them as possessing supreme power. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the stone slab beneath his feet. He slowly stepped forward, landing on the heavy stone slab. Boom! As thunder roared, astonishing lightning suddenly erupted from the lightning pillars on either side of Xiaoyu, instantly transforming the previously dilapidated pillars into dazzling lights. Thunder roars and roars, its power is awe-inspiring. The sudden burst of thunder also startled Xiaoyu. At the same time, a noisy commotion suddenly came from the distant lake. Xiaoyu turned his head and saw that there were figures at the edge of the lake. Clearly, quite a few people have already entered the Dragon Spiral Tower secret realm through the secret realm gate opened by Xiaoyu. The group of people had obviously noticed the strange thing about this place as well. Someone's there. Let's get there quickly. Xiaoyu's face darkened as he looked at the stone-paved waterway and the thunderous pillars on either side, and took a deep breath. At this point, he could no longer care about the strange appearance of the thunder pillar. If he delayed any longer, all the effort he had put into opening the Dragon Spiral Tower secret realm would end up benefiting someone else. Xiaoyu followed the stone path on the water's surface, taking a step towards the gate of the Dragon Spiral Tower. Boom! Thunder roared once more. Every time Xiaoyu stepped onto a stone slab, the lightning pillars on both sides would ignite with lightning, bursting out with dazzling light, as if welcoming Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt as if he were a god, with the lightning on both sides cheering for him with every step he took. The way forward. Xiaoyu traversed the long stone-paved waterway, and when he stepped onto the last stone slab, dark clouds suddenly appeared, followed by a thunderous roar. At this moment, the entire Dragon Spiral Tower burst into golden lightning, which, together with the towering ancient trees wrapped around it, emitted a dazzling light. It seemed as if they were celebrating the return of God. At the end of the stone-paved waterway is the entrance to the Dragon Spiral Tower. The dark and gloomy vortex portal made Xiaoyu feel a little strange. Suddenly, an overwhelming suction force came, and Xiaoyu and Metagross could not resist the huge suction force at all. They were sucked into the portal. Boom! The thunderous sound startled Xiaoyu awake. He looked up and realized that he had somehow entered the interior of the Dragon Spiral Tower. An open space, with a light rain falling from the sky. The circular area was paved with stone slabs engraved with purple patterns. Various bronze artifacts were scattered on the stone slab, and everything seemed to exude an eeriness. Beyond the stone slabs, the ground was overgrown with weeds, swaying in the wind and rain. The scene before us is less like the interior of the Dragon Spiral Tower and more like a brand new secret realm. A secret realm within a secret realm? Just as Xiaoyu was still thinking, the ground suddenly began to shake slightly. A dimensional rift appeared in the very center of the circular arena, and the rift tore open. 2 strangely shaped Pokémon figures flew out of the crack. Looking at the 2 Pokémon in front of him, Xiaoyu recalled the sentence recorded in the Qi family's records. The ancient bronze bell and giant clay figurines are the most devout guardians of the Dragon of Ideals and Reality. Chapter 536 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 2. The 2 Pokémon that emerged from the spacetime rift were both much larger than ordinary Pokémon. One of them resembles a large bell, its bronze body covered in rust, bearing the marks of time, ancient, heavy, and mysterious. There is a horizontal beam on the surface of the bell, with a hole under the beam, and the beam hangs down from both sides. The bell faces downwards, its surface is engraved with intricate patterns, and it glows with an eerie purple light. Bronze Bell, one of the ancient steel and psychic-type Pokémon, once regarded as the god of harvest, it has always been a mysterious and enigmatic Pokémon, normally only appearing in ancient ruins. Beside the Bronze Bell was a Pokémon with a terrifying and bizarre appearance. Its jet-black body resembled a giant baby, with a ring of red eyes covering its head. It coldly stared at Xiaoyu and the Metagross, its expression indifferent and devoid of any emotion. Its body is engraved with mysterious patterns, and there seems to be a purple glow flashing on the patterns. Mind Power Earth Puppet. A mysterious ground/psychic type Pokémon that floats in the air using psychic powers. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. It is said to have come to life from ancient clay figurines exposed to strange light. Although the two Pokémon looked terrifying, Xiaoyu almost burst out laughing when he saw their strength. Page 356. Nearly master level? Haha, almost a museum master level. What are you pretending to be with the strength of a quasi-Jaya master? Given its enormous size and bizarre appearance, it turns out it's just a pretty face. Two Pokémon floated in the air, their psychic-type energy surging, and a deep, ancient voice emanated from them. Challengers, only by defeating us can we advance to the next level. Hearing the voices of the two Pokémon, Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Two Pokémon with near gym leader level strength are nothing special. Metamorphoses, Comet Punch, take them down. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Metagross, with its near champion level strength, would be insulted to use even one more move against two Pokémon with near gym leader level strength. Metagross's body burst forth with astonishing speed, its blue metallic forelimbs gleaming with silver light, flashing past in the rainy night as it flew towards the Claydot. The power of the earth. Faced with Metagross's overwhelming attack, Claydot unleashed ground-type energy, colliding with Metagross's metallic body. To Xiaoyu's surprise, the earth power released by the near gym leader level Claydot actually caused some damage to Metagross and slightly hindered Metagross's attack. What's going on? Something's not right. Before Xiaoyu could think about it, Metagross broke through the earth's power barrier and unleashed a powerful punch that landed on the Claydot. Boom! With a soft sound, the scene Xiaoyu had envisioned, the Metagross monster annihilating the psychic clay golem and the bronze bell, did not occur. Instead, Claydol unleashed psychic-type energy, colliding with Metagross and stopping it. The Claydol, a near gym leader level psychic, actually blocked Metagross's attack, and only took a slight step back, putting it at a slight disadvantage. What happened? Xiaoyu was shocked and stared in disbelief at the scene before him. However, before Xiaoyu could even think, the bronze bell beside him launched an attack. Shadow Ball. Ghost-type energy surged, forming a shadow ball in front of bronze bell, which entered Metagross's body, causing significant damage and resulting in a painful expression on Metagross's face. Something is wrong. Xiaoyu frowned, his eyes filled with surprise and doubt. How could Metagross, with its near-champion level strength, be injured by Claydol and bronze bell? Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Metagross, and he noticed that Metagross's strength had somehow increased from near champion level to near gym leader level. At the same time, the bronze bell rang out again. Human, you can send another Pokémon for another battle. Both, together. Xiaoyu's face darkened as he looked at the two Pokémon present, vaguely sensing that things were getting a bit tricky. What's going on? Does this secret realm have the ability to limit one's strength? Xiaoyu took a deep breath and began to verify his conjecture. He took out Jengar's Pokeball from his waist and threw it out. The Steel/Psychic type Bronze Bell and the Ground/Psychic type Claydol share common weaknesses to Dark and Ghost types. Therefore, Xiaoyu's best choices are Ghost-type Jengar and Dragapult, and Darkrai-type Darkrai. However, Metagross's sudden drop in strength made Xiaoyu hesitant to send out any more powerful Pokémon, so he ultimately chose to send out Jengar. Ghost-type energy surged, and Jengar appeared on the field. With pale purple skin, a plump figure, and red eyes, it stared intently at the bronze bell and the psychic clay figure. After releasing Jengar, Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on Jengar. He noticed that Jengar's strength was at the gym leader level when it first appeared, but its strength instantly dropped to the gym leader level after it flew into the ring field. Oh, I see. It was a problem with the circular playing surface. This circular arena actually has the effect of limiting strength. The strength of all Pokémon that appear will be limited to below the level of a gym leader. No wonder the bronze bell and the psychic Claydot look so imposing, but their actual strength is only at the level of a gym leader. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. It seemed that the effect of this venue was to eliminate the influence of strength. It comes down to pure talent, attribute advantages, combat awareness, skill coordination, and dual tactics. The challenger battle has begun. Are you ready? As two Pokémon appeared in the circular arena, the deep, resonant sound of the bronze bell, now that the conditions were met, rang out once more. Their enormous bodies floated in the air, watching Metagross and Jengar. A battle was about to break out. Wait, I need to switch. Come out, Metagross. Upon hearing the sound of the bronze bell, Xiaoyu quickly ordered Metagross to leave the circular arena. Metagross had just been injured and was not at a stat advantage. At the same time, Xiaoyu wanted to continue verifying his guesses. As Metagross left the arena, and sensing that there was only one Pokémon left, Claydol and Bronze Bell both stopped in place. motionless. Seeing this, Xiaoyu nodded slightly. At this moment, he had a basic understanding of the rules of this secret realm. The circular arena in front of them is like a fighting ring, possessing the ability to suppress strength, capable of reducing the strength of all Pokémon to below the level of a gym leader. The bronze bell and the psychic clay figurine are the defending champions. You can send out 2 Pokémon to battle them. Only by defeating bronze bell and Claydol can you advance to the next level. But, could I send out more Pokémon to gang up on them? Thinking this, Xiaoyu then took out Darkray's Pokeball and released it. This means Xiaoyu now has 3 Pokémon: Metagross, Gengar, Darkrai. Darkrai, Metagross, you two, enter the ring. Xiaoyu wanted to try to exploit a bug to make it 3 versus 2. If there was a shortcut, they would never honestly try to pass the level. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Darkrai and Metagross entered the ring arena together. As soon as they entered the circular arena, their strength was immediately restricted to below the level of a gym leader. At the same time, the power of both the psychic clay puppet and the bronze bell suddenly surged to the quasi-heavenly king level. They jumped a whole level. Stop, challenger, you are making a mistake. Seeing the power surge of Claydot and bronze bell, and hearing their warning cries, Xiaoyu immediately ordered, "Come out, Metagross, Darkrai. It seems, I have no choice but to fight honestly." Chapter 537 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 3. Cheating is not allowed. Then it becomes a pure contest of strength. Xiaoyu began to think about which 2 Pokémon he should send out. Darkrai, with its superior type advantage, will definitely be needed to defeat Bronzebel and Claydol, 2 Psychic-type Pokémon. Its group hypnosis move, Dark Hole, can play a huge role in double battles, thus securing the first Pokémon. As for the second Pokémon, Xiaoyu thought about it and finally decided to send Gigantamax Lapras to fight. Although Gigantamax Lapras' strength will be suppressed to the level of a gym leader, Gigantamax Pokémon still have an absolute advantage in double battles of the same level. Various Dynamax and Gigantamax moves can produce unexpected effects. Especially after Gigantamax Aurora Melody unleashes its Aurora Veil, it becomes ridiculously powerful in doubles battles. However, after Xiaoyu took out the Gigantamax Pokeball, he discovered that the Gigantamax Pokeball was malfunctioning, and he was unable to release the Gigantamax Pokémon at all. This made Xiaoyu's expression even more gloomy. Ever since entering the Dragon Spiral Tower, everything had seemed a little strange. Since he couldn't use Gigantamax Pokémon, Xiaoyu had very few options left. Gengar, Cinderace, Dragapult. First is Gengar. Although Gengar has learned hypnosis, it can form a dual hypnosis system with Darkrai, and it also has the advantage of being able to Mega Evolve. However, it also has significant weaknesses in this doubles battle. Firstly, although Gengar's strength will increase after Mega Evolution, it is very likely that it will be suppressed back to the level of a gym leader by the terrain. In this way, the power boost from Mega Evolution is almost useless. The only thing that can be effective is its Shadow Tag ability. The Shadow Tag ability is meant to prevent enemies from escaping or switching Pokémon, but in this battle, it's clear that you can't switch Pokémon, so the Shadow Tag ability is completely useless. Secondly, there is another reason. Gengar and Darkrai have highly overlapping roles, both being high-speed special attackers. Page 357. If Bronze Bell or Claydol raises special defense, this battle will become very difficult. Therefore, the second Pokémon that Xiaoyu sends out should ideally be a physical attacker. Therefore, after careful consideration, Xiaoyu finally focused his attention on Blaze Ace. With the Free Spirit ability, Cinderace possesses one of the best abilities in battles of equal strength, and its signature move, Switcheroo, is one of the most powerful support skills. Furthermore, the physical attack-oriented Cinderace can complement the special attack-oriented Darkrai. Therefore, after much deliberation, Xiaoyu ultimately chose to recall Gengar and release Cinderace again. Come back, Gengar. Go, Ace Flame. As soon as Flame Ace appeared, he immediately started to warm up, stretching his legs, and looked at the opposing Claydot and Bronze Bell with a fierce gaze. The flames on its body danced excitedly along with the Flame Ace. Fire-type Pokémon are just that warlike, unrestrained, and passionate, except for Charizard. The challenger battle has begun. Are you ready? The psychic clay figure and the bronze bell floated in the air, emitting an eerie glow. Bring it on. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a lightning net rose up at the edge of the circular arena, like an octagonal cage, confining the 4 Pokémon within and prohibiting them from switching Pokémon midway. Darkrai, Dark Hole. Flash Ace, Fireball. Xiaoyu's voice rang out first, giving commands to the 2 Pokémon. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Darkrai floated into the air, its black mist dancing in the rainy night like dark flames. In an instant, the evil energy condensed into black energy balls in front of it, which flew through the rain towards the psychic clay doll and the bronze bell. At the same time, the flame ace beside it also launched an attack, bursting out fire energy that quickly ignited its right foot. Then, it kicked out with a vengeance, turning into a huge fireball in midair. A massive fireball illuminated the rainy night, evaporating the rainwater, and waves of heat rolled towards the bronze bell. Facing the attacks from Darkrai and Cinderace, Bronze Bell and Claydot remained extremely calm and handled the situation with ease. Iron Wall. The bronze bell's body shone with a silvery light, and steel-based energy adhered to its surface, as if covered with a thin metal film, greatly enhancing its defense. Although the bronze bell is twice as weak to fire, its iron wall and excellent defense make it perfectly capable of withstanding the flame ace's fireball. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball slammed into the bronze bell, and the heat wave rolled in, engulfing the bronze bell and exploding like fireworks. The light rain in the sky extinguished the flames, and the bronze bell slowly emerged. We held on. At the same time, normal-type energy surged from the Claydot on the other side, instantly covering its own field. Mysterious Guardian. Normal-type transformation skill. For a period of time, the player's field will be protected by a magical power, preventing it from falling into abnormal statuses. This also means that Darkray's Dark Hole ability will be completely ineffective. Although the pitch-black Dark Hole accurately controlled the psychic clay figure and bronze bell, the Mysterious Guardian negated the hypnotic effect. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. Although the Mysterious Guardian was extremely effective against Darkray's Dark Hole skill, it was not without a way to break it. The switch ability of the Flame Ace, which I just mentioned, is the perfect way to counter it. Switching fields allows players to swap parts of the field status. As long as Cinderace uses the switching field skill, he can immediately swap the enemy's Mystic Guardian status to his own. In this way, the Dark Hole can take effect. However, Xiaoyu is not in a hurry to let Flame Ace use the switch skill, because Bronze Bell and Psychic Clay Golem still have plenty of stamina. Xiaoyu must do his best to reduce the physical strength of the Bronze Bell and the Psychic Clay Doll to ensure that the hypnotic effect of the Dark Hole can be 100% effective. Darkrai, use Dark Pulse on the Bronze Bell. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. After using the Iron Wall skill, the Bronze Bell's defense is greatly enhanced, and the physical attack-oriented Flame Ace deals very limited damage to it. Therefore, Xiaoyu immediately adjusted the tactics, sending Darkrai, a special attack type, to attack the Bronze Bell. The evil energy surged forth, like a long black bridge, flying towards the Bronze Bell. Faced with Darkray's attack, Bronze Bell neither dodged nor evaded, or rather, given its slow speed and clumsy body, it would have been difficult for it to dodge. Therefore, the Bronze Bell chose to directly withstand a wave of evil energy. The evil energy entered the Bronze Bell's body, causing some damage to it. At the same time, the Bronze Bell suddenly glowed with a bewitching purple light, and super energy spread outwards instantly, filling the entire circular arena in an instant. Magic Space. Trick Space creates a bizarre space where, for a period of time, the faster a Pokémon moves slower, and the slower a Pokémon moves faster. Originally, Cinderace and Darkrai were both high-speed Pokémon, while Bronzebel and Claydol were both low-speed Pokémon. Now, within the Trick Room, Bronze Bell and Claydot are moving more nimbly, while Cinderace and Darkrai are moving slowly, as if stuck in a quagmire. Trick Room has always been a very unique skill, and many trainers have built Trick Room teams specifically for this skill. Team Trick Room is one of Xiaoyu's favorite teams, and it is also one of the top teams in Pokémon battles. Chapter 538 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 4. Xiaoyu's expression darkened slightly as his gaze fell upon the psychic clay puppet. After opening the magic space, the telekinetic clay puppet's movements became noticeably more agile and swift. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from its body, and ground-type energy surged as it unleashed the power of the earth once more to attack the fire-type Flame Ace. Faced with the attack from the psychic clay golem, Xiaoyu remained calm and commanded Cinderace, "Jump, Cinderace." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Cinderace unleashed astonishing flying-type energy, stomped its feet, and instantly soared into the air. A pale blue flying-type energy enveloped Cinderace, and its free spirit ability activated, changing its type to flying. The flying-type energy lifted Cinderace, allowing it to glide through the air temporarily and evade the attack from Claydot. After gliding through the air for a while, Cinderace leaped down from the sky and kicked out at the psychic Claydot. Faced with the blazing ace falling from the sky, the psychic clay puppet in Trick Space skillfully dodged and easily avoided its bouncing attack. Meanwhile, Bronze Bell also seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Its body glowed with a bewitching red light, and its fighting-type energy surged as it lunged at Darkrai. Lap. Iron Wall combined with the pounce is undoubtedly a classic tactical combination. At this moment, Bronze Bell's massive body, within the trick space, displayed astonishing agility, giving Darkrai absolutely no chance to react. The hard bronze body slammed into Darkrai, and fighting-type energy burst forth instantly. Hold on. Looking at the imposing Bronze Bell, Xiaoyu knew that he had to make Darkrai use his guard skill, otherwise he would definitely be seriously injured in one hit. Boom! A shield of light appeared, acting as the most solid barrier to protect Darkrai and block the powerful blow from the Bronze Bell. Xiaoyu's face was grim. Under the magic space, the Bronze Bell and the psychic clay puppet had an absolute advantage, and the situation seemed to be getting increasingly unfavorable for him. There's still some time before the trick room ends, and it's questionable whether Cinderace and Darkrai can survive that time. Xiaoyu had a vague sense of unease. This 2v2 battle between a near-master level player might not be as simple as he had imagined. It was impossible to win by steadily building an advantage. Now we have no choice but to take a gamble. Xiaoyu looked at the opponent's Bronze Bell and Clay Doll, intending to unleash his final killing move, Darkray's Dark Hole combined with Cinderace Switch. But you only get one chance. If you fail to hypnotize your opponent, and their Bronze Bell or Psychic Clay Golem activates Mystic Guardian after the switch, the outcome of the battle becomes uncertain. Xiaoyu did not rush to give the order, but patiently waited for the Bronze Bell and the Psychic Clay figure to launch their attack. Bronze Bell unleashed fighting-type energy once more, its hard bronze body charging towards Darkrai with unstoppable momentum and a powerful gust of wind. Lap. On the other side, psychic energy also surged from Claydot's body, and powerful psychic energy rushed towards Cinderace, like an invisible giant hand. Page 358. Mental Strength. Seeing that both Pokémon had launched their attacks, a glint of light flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. It's now. Darkrai, Dark Hole. Flame Ace, change fields. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Darkrai and Cinderace acted almost simultaneously. Generally, energy surges, and the energy exchange between the two sides occurs almost instantly. The mysterious protective abilities that originally guarded the Clay Doll and the Bronze Bell have been transferred to Cinderace and Darkrai. Meanwhile, Darkrai, watching the Bronze Bell rushing towards him, unleashed an astonishing burst of Dark-type energy. A black energy ball formed in the air and flew towards the Bronze Bell and the Psychic Clay figure. Boom! Bronze Bell, who was pouncing, had no time to dodge. Its body slammed into Darkrai, instantly inflicting severe damage on Darkrai. At the same time, Dark Hole entered Bronze Bell's body. An endless darkness surged in, as if dragging it into a world of darkness. Boom! With a loud crash, the massive Bronze Bell plummeted to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, the Psychic Claydot, who was using Psychic, immediately stopped its skill when it saw Darkrai use Dark Void. It floated to the side and dodged Darkray's Dark Void skill. 2-in-1. Although it wasn't the most perfect result, Xiaoyu could completely accept it. Darkrai, Nightmare. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, ghost-type energy surged from Darkray's body, invading Bronze Bell's body like a vengeful ghost and beginning to continuously drain Bronze Bell's stamina. As long as the Bronze Bell remains dormant, it will continue to lose its strength. At the same time, Darkray's Nightmare ability activates, causing Bronze Bell, who is in a sleep state, to continuously lose HP. The Nightmare, combined with the Nightmare trait, caused Bronze Bell's already limited stamina to rapidly deplete. At the current rate, Bronze Bell will lose all its stamina in just a few breaths, and it definitely won't last until it wakes up. Now all we need to do is focus on taking down the Psychic Clay Golems. However, at that moment, the Psychic Clay Doll suddenly burst forth with amazing light and normal-type energy. This is a massive explosion. Xiaoyu never expected that the Psychic Clay Golems also knew that the game was lost and their only chance was to use the Big Bang skill to draw the game. Therefore, they chose to use the Big Bang skill at this moment, going all out. Flash Ace, defend. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. While Cinderace, who had never used the Protect skill, could naturally use it, Darkrai had no means to protect itself. Using the Big Bang move on a small, circular field is just too cheap. Boom! With a deafening roar, a visible shockwave, accompanied by a massive plume of smoke, spread outwards. However, when the shockwave reached the lightning net at the edge of the circular arena, it seemed to be instantly swallowed up. The aftershocks of the battle were confined within the circular arena. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the lightning net at the boundary of the circular field had vanished without a trace. Bronze Bell, Claymore, and Darkrai all lay motionless on the ground, having lost all their fighting abilities, leaving only Cinderace still standing in place. We finally won. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first time fighting like this. Challenger, congratulations, you can enter the next level. The bronze bell and the psychic clay puppet, which had previously lost all their strength, instantly regained all their strength, and their power steadily increased, climbing to the terrifying master level in Xiaoyu's astonished gaze. Psychic clay doll, master level strength, cannot be subdued, and cannot leave the first level of the Dragon Spiral Tower's secret realm. Bronze bell, master level strength, cannot be subdued, and cannot leave the first level of the Dragon Spiral Tower secret realm. This is a reward for you. You can choose one from it. 3 bronze treasure chests appeared before Xiaoyu's eyes. Chapter 539 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 5. Light Clay, S rank. When the Pokémon holding it uses light screen or reflect, the effect lasts longer than usual. Looking at the 3 bronze treasure chests in front of him, Xiaoyu directly used the system's ability to cheat and found that there were 2 A-level items and 1 S-level item in the 3 treasure chests. Xiaoyu naturally chose the only S-rank item, Light Clay, without hesitation. Immediately following, a suction force came, and Xiaoyu felt a dizzying sensation. When he came to his senses, he found himself on the 2nd level of the secret realm of the Dragon Spiral Tower. Azure sea, blue sky and white clouds, blazing sun. A gentle breeze blows, and the tide rises and falls. Once she regained consciousness, Xiaoyu stared blankly at the beautiful scenery before her. Beneath the lake's surface, countless ancient coelacanths swam in the sea, waving their thick tails. This reminded Xiaoyu of the second passage in the Qi family's record about the Dragon Spiral Tower. Ancient coelacanth roam Moon Bay. So it seems that this secret place should be called Moon Bay. The first level of the secret realm tests pure tactics, strength, attribute counters, and skill combinations. So what does the second level of the secret realm test? Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the ancient resilient fish. This second level of the test was definitely related to the ancient resilient fish and the vast ocean. He stood up and looked around, realizing that he seemed to be on a deserted island, surrounded by the sea, with only a distant island in the distance. Xiaoyu released the sonic dragon, rode on its back, and began searching for useful clues along the coastline. After searching for some time, he finally found a useful clue in the shallows outside the beach. Beyond the secret realm, the ruins of the Huayang Kingdom. The sudden appearance of this secret realm immediately caused a sensation, and some of the bolder onlookers even followed Xiaoyu's footsteps and rushed into the secret realm. This newly discovered secret realm, though fraught with danger, also offers great rewards. And the world has no shortage of desperados. Those with courage choose to risk their lives for a chance at wealth, while those with less courage and less confidence in their abilities stay put, taking videos and photos and uploading them online. It instantly went viral online, causing a frenzy across the entire internet. Upon receiving this information, the Pokémon Association immediately dispatched personnel to seal off the scene and sent people to investigate the suddenly appearing mysterious secret realm. Among them, Li Yunye, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the southwest region and the flying heavenly king, was the first to arrive at the scene. Upon arrival, he immediately took over the work here, sealed off the entire secret realm gate, and cleared out tourists, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. A dozen minutes later, Lu Ting also arrived at the scene. That's Lu Guanzhen. Why did he come in person? This secret realm, it actually requires the champion to personally take action. What kind of secret realm is this? When Xiaoyu explored the second level of the secret realm, Lu Ting's figure had already appeared near the secret realm. Lu Ting's appearance immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone began to speculate about the origins of this suddenly appearing secret realm, which required the intervention of a regional champion. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of a secret realm only requires the intervention of the 4 heavenly kings. Old Lu, Li Yunye shouted as he saw Lu Ting appear, and then quickly walked towards Lu Ting. Lu Ting nodded, his face full of authority, his steps steady. After responding, he and Li Yunye walked into the makeshift conference room, sat in the main seat, and turned his gaze to the secret realm gate beside him. How many people are in the secret realm now? There are still quite a few, Li Yunye said with a serious expression. When the secret realm appeared, there were tourists everywhere. Anyone with a bit of strength and ambition chose to enter the secret realm to try their luck. Although most people have been stopped by the first level of the secret realm and have retreated, there are still some people trying to enter the first level of the secret realm. Lu Ting nodded, then asked, "What exactly is the situation in the first level of the secret realm?" "Let me tell you the specifics of this secret realm first. This secret realm is the same as what I told you on the phone. This secret realm should be the legendary Dragon Spiral Tower. Li Yingyao looked at Lu Ting with a serious expression. We learn from those who left the secret realm that everyone is currently trapped on the first floor. The first level of the secret realm is guarded by 2 Pokémon, Claydol and Bronze Bell, whose strength is at the level of a gym leader. You can send 2 Pokémon to battle them, but the strength of all Pokémon will be suppressed to the level of a gym leader, and their trick room tactics are very difficult to deal with. Currently, no one has been able to pass through. Lu Ting nodded, then looked at Li Yingyao. Didn't you give it a try? I need to take charge of the overall situation. This time, it's a level 1 mysterious realm. Li Yingyao said with a wry smile. Of course, he also wanted to explore the secret realm, but this secret realm was different. It was a level 1 god's secret realm, and someone had to be present to oversee it. The temptation is too great. I believe many people are already on their way. Even I might not be able to hold it off. That's why I reported to you immediately. Page 359. Moreover, Li Yingyao hesitated. You should know, according to the information revealed by the Qi family, Sakeke took the dark stone. So this secret realm is very likely opened by Sakeke. Li Yingyao looked at Lu Ting with a serious expression. Sakeke, it's him again? Lu Ting nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. I understand. You stay here and wait for reinforcements. I'll go in and take a look first. It is good. The second level of the secret realm. Xiaoyu landed on the beach and discovered a lightning mark similar to the circular arena. It is obvious that the secret of the second layer of the secret realm is definitely related to this thunder ring mark. Xiaoyu's face showed a cautious expression. He then turned to look at the Sonic Dragon and whispered, Sonic Dragon, go and try to find out what this ring mark is. He dared not try it rashly, so he could only let his Pokémon try it. It's important to know that the second level of the secret realm is clearly related to Moon Bay and the sea. However, Xiaoyu's only water-type Pokémon, Gigantamax Lapras, cannot be used. Therefore, Xiaoyu can only choose to use a flying-type Pokémon. After some consideration, Xiaoyu finally decided to send the Sonic Dragon to investigate. The Sonic Dragon nodded, then flapped its wings and slowly landed on the Thunder Ring. At that moment, the once calm sea began to churn with waves. Immediately afterwards, a huge, dragon-like ancient coelacanth appeared in the deep sea. Its silhouette appeared and disappeared beneath the surface of the sea, its muddy yellow body swaying in the water like a deep-sea beast. At the same time, a purple light flashed, and a seaway leading to a distant island appeared in the sea. Okay. Is this a competition? A contest of swimming speed in the sea? Or something else? But I don't have any water-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu's face darkened, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Chapter 540 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 6. The second secret realm is Moon Bay. Xiaoyu stood on the beach, his face ashen. He had just tried to make the Sonic Dragon fly directly across the sea to a distant island, but it turned out that this second level of the secret realm also prohibited air travel, making it impossible to approach the distant island by flying. This confirms that the second level of the secret realm is definitely a battle in the sea, possibly a race to reach a distant island first, and his opponent should be the ancient king of the spiny seafish in the deep sea. Strength at the level of a quasi-master. However, having learned his lesson once, Xiaoyu absolutely did not believe that this ancient coelacanth was only at the level of a quasi-gym leader. It should at least be at the master level, like Claydol and Bronze Bell, only its strength was suppressed. Xiaoyu's face was gloomy. The problem he was facing now was not how to defeat Relicanth, but that he simply did not have any Pokémon that could fight in the sea. With Gigantamax Pokémon unavailable, Xiaoyu currently doesn't even have a single water-type Pokémon. How to do? Xiaoyu's face was terribly gloomy as he racked his brains for a solution. His gaze fell upon the deep sea, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. I need to catch a water-type Pokémon on short notice. This may be the only solution at present, although this solution also faces many difficulties. For example, due to Xiaoyu's passive talent, Master's Demeanor, the Pokémon Xiaoyu catches must have the potential of an Elite 4 member or higher. Secondly, this Pokémon must have enough strength to fight against the King of Ancient Relicanth. Finally, the newly caught Pokémon may not have enough synergy, and may even fail to obey commands. But Xiaoyu really has no other choice now. We can't just give up after getting this far. Xiaoyu was absolutely unwilling to give up. Having come this far, Xiaoyu would never give up as long as there was even the slightest chance. He has put in so much effort since he obtained this dark stone, how could he possibly give up now? Xiaoyu gazed intently into the deep sea, and through the azure surface of the lake, he could occasionally see the figures of Pokémon leaping out of the water. Ancient Coelacanth, Magikarp. If you want to catch a Pokémon, Relicanth is the first one to be ruled out. Trying to catch an ancient coelacanth to fight the king of ancient coelacanth is practically suicide. As for Magikarp, it's definitely not good if it's too weak. But if it can encounter Gyarados, it's worth a try. As for other water-type Pokémon, unfortunately, Xiaoyu hasn't seen any yet. You can only fish with a fishing rod now. What Pokémon you catch is entirely up to fate. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, then temporarily cleared his mind of all distractions. He took out a fishing rod from his system space, found a rock, baited it, and cast it out with a swift motion. He cleared his mind, focused intently on the float, and began fishing. The buoy suddenly sank to the bottom of the sea. Xiaoyu asked the iron warrior next to him for help. With a sudden burst of strength, he pulled hard on the fishing rod and brought the Pokémon from the sea to the surface. Ancient spiny fish. Another ancient coelacanth. Xiaoyu's face grew increasingly gloomy. He had been fishing for more than 10 minutes, and apart from Magikarp, most of the Pokémon he had caught were relicanth, and only a few were tentacruel. What's the use of these three brothers? Can they please just stop coming? Xiaoyu was annoyed. Putting aside whether these Pokémon could reach the Elite Four level, even if they could, what good would it do to catch them? These three weaklings had almost no chance of defeating the king of ancient relic fish. As time went by, Xiaoyu grew increasingly anxious. He knew there were definitely pursuers behind him. Although the first level of the secret realm would trap many people, with the arrival of some powerful individuals, and by preparing in advance and sending out Pokémon that could counter Claydol and Bronze Bell, they would definitely be able to overcome the first level of the secret realm and reach the second level. So Xiaoyu really doesn't have much time left. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. In desperation, he had no choice but to resort to illegal means. Since he couldn't catch a satisfactory Pokémon, he had to use other prohibited methods. Come out, Noivern. Xiaoyu released Noivern, then his gaze fell on the sea. His eyes flickered, he took a deep breath, and then slowly spoke to Noivern. Noivern, use Sonic Blast underwater. Xiaoyu hardened his heart. Since he couldn't catch a satisfactory Pokémon, he would just bomb fish to eliminate the weak Pokémon and force out the powerful ones in the sea. Roar. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Noisy Dragon went straight to the beach without hesitation, took a deep breath, and suddenly submerged its body in the sea. The enormous ears emitted sound waves that spread into the deep sea. Sonic Blast. As the sonic boom spread, some weaker Pokémon were unable to withstand its attack, losing their ability to fight, their eyes rolled back, and they floated on the surface of the sea. Noivern's actions successfully angered the powerful Pokémon lurking in the deep sea. With a roar, a crimson Gyarados emerged from beneath the sea, its ferocious face glaring at Noivern and Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, a melodious and graceful cry rang out, and a soft, azure body, slender like a long snake, appeared on the sea surface. Its entire body is covered in sapphire blue scales, with a bright white belly. It has shiny black eyes, a small white horn on its forehead, and two small wings on either side of its head. Blue jewels adorn its neck and the tip of its tail. Hecarim. Upon seeing the appearing Dragonair, Xiaoyu's gaze immediately shifted from the shiny Gyarados to the Dragonair, and he couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Make big money. Xiaoyu carefully examined the two Pokémon. Gyarados was at the level of a gym leader, but its potential was as high as champion level. It is obvious that its strength at the level of a quasi-gym leader is not its true strength, but rather its strength is limited to the quasi-gym leader level due to the secret realm. Similarly, Hakuria's strength is at the level of a gym leader, but his aptitude is as high as that of a master. This was also the first time Xiaoyu had ever seen a wild Pokémon with near master level potential. Without a doubt, this Dragonair is the Pokémon Xiaoyu is looking for. As for the shiny Gyarados on the side, meeting it was fate. Xiaoyu felt that he and the shiny Gyarados were also destined to be partners. While thinking, Xiaoyu also released Durambarado. Noivern. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, you go deal with Dragonair. Dragapult, you go deal with Gyarados. Be careful, don't go near that island in the distance, or you'll fall into the sea, Xiaoyu warned cautiously. As Xiaoyu gave the command, the two Pokémon flew off toward their respective targets. Page 360. Chapter 541 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 7. Because all the Pokémon's strength was suppressed to the level of a gym leader, Xiaoyu couldn't tell the extent of this shiny Gyarados' strength, but judging from its size, it must be very strong. As for the Dragonair on the other side, Xiaoyu was certain that the Dragonair in front of him was not particularly strong. Normally, a Dragonair with the strength of a gym leader should be able to evolve into a Dragonite. The fact that this Dragonair did not evolve into a Dragonite proves that its true strength is definitely not particularly high. Dragon Pulse, Soundwave Dragon. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Noivern erupted with Dragon-type energy, streaking across the sky and forming an energy dragon that flew towards Dragonair. 100,000 volts, Draco Balto. On the other side, Xiaoyu directly had Dragapult unleash Thunderbolt, electric energy surged, lightning flashed, and it pierced through the sea surface, blasting towards shiny Gyarados. Both Dragon Pulse and Thunderbolt accurately hit their targets. Both Gyarados and Dragonair were enraged, letting out angry roars, swimming and leaping out of the sea into the sky to launch a counterattack. Imperial Capital, Taito University. As Sumuza walked out of the classroom after class, Xiaojia immediately took her arm and whispered, "Wanyu, have you seen the news?" "No, what happened?" Sumuza asked in a low voice, her eyes looking at Long Yaning walking in the corridor. Long Yaning is so beautiful and charming, no wonder Xiaoyu likes Teacher Long. A secret realm has appeared in Luakang, Zishu Province, which is the site of the Huayang Kingdom ruins. It is said to be called the Dragon Spiral Tower Secret Realm. The news of the discovery of a secret realm at the Huayang Kingdom ruins quickly rose to the top of the trending searches within just half an hour, sparking widespread discussion. Xiaojia, a surfing enthusiast, naturally saw the news immediately. Secret realm? Sumuza paused slightly. She hadn't been listening carefully to Xiaojia's words, only catching the last two words, secret realm. It's said that this is the secret realm of the first-level god Zekrom. It's all over the internet now, and everyone's incredibly envious. Xiaojia's eyes also showed a hint of envy as she whispered to Sumuza, "It's a pity that the secret realm isn't in the capital, otherwise we might have a chance to explore it. Luakang is too far from here, it's in Zisha province." "Wait a minute." Sumuza was slightly taken aback when she heard Xiaojia's words. "Where did you say that secret realm is?" "Luakang in western Sichuan province," Xiaojia asked. "Do you know that place?" "No." Sumuza shook her head, then her face fell into deep thought. She remembered that when Xiaoyu called her yesterday, he told her that he was going to Luakang in Zisha province and told her to keep it a secret and not to tell anyone. As a result, Xiaoyu went to Luakang yesterday, and today a secret realm appeared in Luakang. The more Sumuza thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She secretly comforted herself, thinking that it should just be a coincidence, right? "Xiaojia, let's go back to the dorm," Sumuza said as she walked, taking out her phone to call Xiaoyu. "The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable, please call again later." Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Dragon Spiral Tower, Lu Ting's gaze fell on the bronze bell and the psychic clay golem in front of him, and he sent out two Pokémon at the same time. "Go, Breathshroom, Imbor." Xiaoyu was naturally unable to see the fierce battle on the first floor, but the battle on the second floor was nearing its end. Both Dracobaloo and Noivern have gained an overwhelming advantage. Dragapult's consecutive thunderbolts perfectly countered the water/flying type Gyarados, while on the other side, Noivern secured victory with a single stab Draco Meteor. Dragon Ball, Final Blow, Thunderbolt, Sonic Dragon, Sonic Blast. Boom! As the explosion rang out, Gyarados and Dragonair simultaneously lost their battle ability and plummeted towards the sea. Xiaoyu reacted quickly and threw out a Pokeball, successfully capturing both Pokémon. After catching the two Pokémon, Xiaoyu immediately went to the beach and released them from their Pokeballs. At the same time, he released Ndidi and took out various medicines to treat them as quickly as possible. Love and Guardian, New Moon Prayer. Time is extremely precious to Xiaoyu. Every minute and every second is extremely important. 10 minutes later, both Dragonair and Gyarados recovered their strength. After they regained consciousness, they looked at Xiaoyu and the Pokémon beside him, their faces showing wariness. However, feeling the warm energy emanating from Ndidi, healing their injuries, their hostility subsided slightly. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Time was running out for him, and someone could break through to the next level of the secret realm at any moment. His gaze lingered between Gyarados and Dragonair, finally settling on the gentler Dragonair. After all, it's almost impossible to get the ferocious Gyarados to obey immediately, but there's a slight chance with the gentle Dragonair. Dragonair, from today onwards, you are my partner. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Hakron twisted its slender and graceful body, looking at Xiaoyu warily with eyes full of rejection. Seeing this, Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Most newly captured wild Pokémon are wary of their trainers, which is unavoidable. Trust can only be built slowly over time, but that's exactly what Xiaoyu lacks most right now. If Hakron refuses to obey his orders, Xiaoyu will have no choice but to return home. Once he leaves, it will be difficult to enter the Dragon Spiral Tower secret realm again. It is foreseeable that the Pokémon Association will deploy a large number of troops to guard the entrance to the secret realm. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we will have another chance. Seeing the rejection on Hakron's face, Xiaoyu put on a serious and earnest expression, looked directly at Hakron, and made one last attempt. "Hakron, although this is our first meeting, I hope you can believe me that I have no ill intentions towards you. We will become the best partners. I want to take you out to see the wider world, instead of just living in this little secret place. Hakuran. Xiaoyu spoke for a long time, which slightly lessened Hakuran's hostility, but it was still not enough to convince Hakuran to believe him. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Xiaoyu's face, and he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. This Hakurosaurus definitely downloaded an anti-fraud app that's incredibly vigilant. Forget it, Hakuran, there's no use in saying more. Don't worry, I'll prove you right with my actions in the future. Since things have come to this point, this is the only way to end it. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, a smile returning to his face. He faced the failure with composure. He had done his best, and there was no need for regret or remorse now. Chapter 542 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 8. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the azure sea. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, took a deep breath, and smiled, accepting the failure of this trip to the secret realm. Although he didn't manage to capture the legendary ideal dragon Zekrom on this trip, he still gained a considerable amount of experience. S-rank item Light Clay, a champion-level red Gyarados, and Hakuran, who has near master-level qualifications. Such a harvest is already quite substantial, far exceeding the gains from any previous secret realm. Why should I be greedy for Zekrom? Furthermore, even if you reach the top of the tower and revive Zekrom, you may not necessarily gain Zekrom's approval. Do I truly possess the ideals and beliefs worthy of Czechoslovakia? Xiaoyu couldn't guarantee it. Although he was very unwilling, retreating was his only option now. Hakuran, we'll be good partners from now on. Please give me your guidance. Soundwave Dragon, Dragon Ballet, let's go home. Xiaoyu smiled and faced the situation calmly. Before leaving, he took out the dark stone from his pocket, wanting to take one last look at it. At this moment, the dark stone shone with a dazzling luster, bathed in a faint light of lightning, a stark contrast to its initial dull and lifeless appearance. However, at that moment, both Dragonair and Gyarados, upon seeing the dark stone and sensing its powerful yet familiar aura, froze in place. Dark stone. Immediately afterwards, Dragonair and Gyarados looked at Xiaoyu and let out a cry at the same time, wagging their tails and pointing to the distant island. Okay. This sudden change caught Xiaoyu off guard. He looked at Gyarados and Dragonair and slowly said, "You mean you're willing to take me to that island over there?" Page 361. Dragonair and Gyarados both nodded. Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment. If he had known that this was how you would react to the dark stone, he would have simply carried the dark stone on his head and walked around. Okay. Xiaoyu smiled. Just when you thought there was no way out, a new path opened up before you. He nodded slightly, then his gaze swept over Dragonair and Gyarados before he finally said slowly, "Dragonair, you get some rest. Gyarados, you take me to the other side." The reason Xiaoyu ultimately chose Gyarados is that, as a water-type Pokémon, Gyarados has a stab, same type, advantage in environments like the ocean, making it far more suitable for battles in the sea than Dragonair. Roar. The Crimson Gyarados nodded. Hakuran looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression. Hakulong, we're not only heading to a distant island, but we'll also likely be fighting the ancient coelacanth in the ocean. Gyarados is better suited for that than you, so you should rest first. Come back, Hakuran, Noivern, Dracobaloo. Xiaoyu recalled the three Pokémon, then said to Gyarados, "Gyarados, fly to that ring of thunder." Roar. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Gyarados slowly flew towards the circular thunder mark and reactivated the mark. Meanwhile, in the secret realm on the first floor of the Dragon Spiral Tower, Flame King, Final Flame Charge. Hylo Sirius Undatus, Seed Machine Gun. Enveloped in flames, with his muscles bulging, King Yanmu accelerated, bathed in the surging flames, and charged towards the bronze bell. On another occasion, the Velvet Mushroom shone with a fluorescent green light, and hard green seeds shot out from its body like a machine gun, launching a continuous attack on the Psychic Clay Golem. The outcome hinges on this one move. The second level of the secret realm. The underwater passage reappeared, and the massive body of the ancient coelacanth king was faintly visible beneath the surface, poised to strike. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and clung to Gyarados, then said to it, "Gyarados, when you hear my command, go all out and head towards the distant island." Roar. Gyarados nodded, then carried Xiaoyu and leaped into the sea, leaving only its head and Xiaoyu above the surface. Seeing Gyarados enter the sea lane, the king of ancient Relictaria swam to Gyarados' side, poised to strike. Xiaoyu held his breath and carefully observed the racetrack in the sea. The entire track was split in two by golden lightning, completely isolating the ancient Coelenterate and Gyarados. And in front of Gyarados and the ancient Coelenterate king, a massive golden lightning mark blocked the ocean passage. Xiaoyu also tried to have Gyarados attack the lightning, but unsurprisingly all the attacks were blocked by the lightning in the middle. It's clear that the golden lightning is there to ensure that the two cannot attack each other. It seems this is a pure speed contest, Xiaoyu couldn't help but think. At the same time, the golden lightning mark blocking their path continued to flash, its light growing ever brighter, until finally, when the light reached its peak, with a crisp sound, the golden lightning mark exploded instantly, signaling the official start of this trial. Let's go, Gyarados. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Gyarados and Relicanth both dashed forward. Although both are at the level of a near gym leader, there is a difference in their speed. Physical strength, mastery of water energy, and swimming posture all affect speed. The ancient Relicanth darted out like an arrow, quickly creating a gap between itself and Gyarados, and then cut through the waves. Xiaoyu's Gyarados was a bit slower and fell into a disadvantage from the start. Xiaoyu had anticipated this outcome. Although Relicanth's speed stat is only 55, while Gyarados' speed stat is 81, Relicanth possesses the top-tier ability, Swift Swim. Speed is doubled in rain and water. In the game, speed is only increased in the rain, but for the sake of plausibility, speed is increased in water in reality. In this way, the ancient Coelacanth's speed completely surpassed that of Gyarados. Coupled with the terrifying aptitude of this ancient Coelacanth king, it naturally seized the initiative and widened the gap in an instant. However, Xiaoyu had his own way of dealing with it. Gyarados, Dragon Dance. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Gyarados' body erupted with surging dragon-type energy, enveloping its body as it spun around in the sea, its movements like a dragon dancing, increasing its speed and attack power. However, after accelerating once, Gyarados' speed was only barely on par with Relicanth, which shows just how amazing Relicanth's speed really was. Gyarados, Dragon Dance. Since one Dragon Dance cannot exceed the speed limit, then let's do consecutive Dragon Dances. After the second Dragon Dance, Gyarados finally surpassed Relicanth in speed and quickly chased after it. Just then, the ancient Coelacanth, which had been in the lead, suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, a surge of rock-type energy erupted from its body. Countless tiny rocks swept across its body, polishing it until it shone and covering it with a thin film of rock-type energy, reducing resistance and greatly increasing its speed. Rock polishing. Dragon Dance only increases speed by 1 level, while rock polishing increases speed by 2 levels. Xiaoyu's face was gloomy. Although Gyarados took advantage of Relicanth's pause to overtake it, Relicanth, after using rock polish, once again overtook Gyarados and chased after it at top speed. Gyarados, keep using Dragon Dance to push your speed to the limit. Chapter 543 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 9. Dragon Spiral Tower, 2nd Floor Secret Realm. Lu Ting appeared on the island. He first observed the surrounding environment, and then began to collect useful information along the coastline. On the sea, the Crimson Gyarados swam rapidly on the surface of the sea, only its ferocious head visible above the water. After using Dragon Dance 6 times, Gyarados' speed has reached its maximum, launching a final assault towards the ever-approaching finish line. Xiaoyu held onto the long horn on Gyarados' head, his gaze fixed intently. Although Gyarados is currently in the lead and has pulled ahead, Relicanth behind it is using Rock Smash for the 3rd time. After 3 rock polishing skills, the king of the ancient Cobra will also reach its maximum speed, at which point it will be chasing after it like crazy. Xiaoyu turned his head and saw that the king of the ancient Relicfish had finished using the rock polishing skill, and was swinging its muddy yellow body, bursting with amazing speed. What a great speed! The distance between it and Gyarados is shrinking at a speed that is almost visible to the naked eye. At this rate, Gyarados will definitely be overtaken by Relicanth before reaching the finish line. Seeing this, Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and kept thinking of ways to deal with it. Both creatures have now reached their maximum speed, and the competition is now about raw power. Relicanthus, with its swift swim ability, is faster than Gyarados. How to do? Xiaoyu took a deep breath and thought about how to deal with it, but at this moment he really couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Gyarados' speed has reached its limit and cannot be increased further unless the speed of Relicanth is reduced. However, due to the lightning barrier, the two cannot interfere with each other. Otherwise, Xiaoyu could have had Gyarados use the terrifying face move to significantly reduce the speed of Relicanth. In this situation, Xiaoyu really couldn't think of any useful methods. He took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself to stay calm. Especially at times like these, it's crucial not to lose your composure. Let's think of another way. Mega Evolution? Xiaoyu shook his head. First of all, the bond between him and Gyarados was not strong enough to perform Mega Evolution. Secondly, in the game, Gyarados' Mega Evolution does not increase speed, and he had never tested it in reality. Gigantamax? Dynamaxing won't work either. If Gyarados Dynamaxes and then becomes unable to be released from its Pokeball like Gigantamax Lapras, that would be disastrous. Moreover, in the vast ocean, it would take a considerable amount of time for Gyarados to Dynamax, and it might have already been surpassed by the king of ancient Relicanth. Are there any other ways to increase Gyarados' speed, such as changing its size, reducing its weight, or improving its control over water-type energy, and many more? There is a way. Page 362. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, and then a smile appeared on his lips. Seeing the ancient relic king getting closer and closer behind him, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate at all. He directly took out an almost unused item from his system space and hurled it at Gyarados' head. Too crystalline. As the sound of glass crystallizing rang out, countless crystal energies gathered on Gyarados' body, coating it with a layer of transparent crystals. At the same time, a crystal water symbol appeared on Gyarados' head. Gyarados of Taijing Water. After crystallizing, Gyarados' mastery of water-type energy instantly increased significantly. It seemed to sense the breathing of the water, and the water flowing over its body seemed to be embracing it as it moved forward. In just a moment, Gyarados increased its swimming speed in the sea again. Although it still can't match the Relicanth king behind it, Gyarados has a good chance to maintain its lead until the finish line, thanks to the advantage it established earlier. The ancient Relican king behind him also sensed the sudden increase in Gyarados' speed, which greatly stimulated the ancient Relican king. It swung its body more and more forcefully, exerting all its strength to chase after it. Gyarados, speed up. We're so close to winning, speed up. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice and seeing the destination getting closer and closer, Gyarados unleashed its amazing potential, twisting its body vigorously, swimming and dancing like a dragon, its crimson body shining brightly in the sunlight. What a magnificent occultique dragon! Roar! With a roar, Gyarados leaped forward, gaining a half-body advantage and reaching the finish line first. Seeing this, Xiaoyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he remembered Crystallize at the best time, and fortunately, Crystallize is usually the primary type for Pokémon. Gyarados is a water/flying type, and its primary type is water, as is its Crystallize type. Otherwise, this speed contest would be lost. If Xiaoyu had known earlier that the second competition would be about speed, he would have definitely brought a Hudigian shuttle. With a speed of 136 points and the ability to move freely, what could you possibly use to fight me? If I use high-speed movement 3 more times at the start, what are you going to use to fight me? However, just as Xiaoyu was about to enter the next level of the Dragon Spiral Tower, he suddenly discovered that the King of Ancient Reach had swum to the opposite side of Gyarados, assuming a fighting stance, and its aura was rising steadily. Okay. In the blink of an eye, the strength of the ancient Sky Relic King has risen to the quasi-heavenly king level. Similarly, the Gyarados beside Xiaoyu also saw its strength rise steadily, reaching the level of a near champion. Xiaoyu frowned as he watched this scene, vaguely understanding what was happening. The first level is a battle at the level of a quasi-gym leader, and this level is a battle at the level of a quasi-elite king. Battle? Can I change my Pokémon? Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, the king of the ancient sky-spiny fish nodded slightly in agreement. For a king like it, what is there to fear about the enemy changing? Xiaoyu looked at the ancient Relican king in front of him and carefully considered which Pokémon he should send out to battle. Relicanthrope, a water/rock-type Pokémon, has only 4 weaknesses, twice weak to fighting, ground, and electric, and 4 times weak to grass. Meanwhile, its physical strength, defense, and attack are the best, especially its physical defense, which is extremely outstanding. However, its special attack and special defense are poor. Therefore, it seems that the most suitable Pokémon for Xiaoyu to send out is Sceptile. Grass-type Sceptile is known for its special attack. Although it has a limited number of special attack moves, it can still pose a deadly threat to Relicanth by using its Stab Solar Beam. Therefore, Xiaoyu ultimately decided to send out Iron Warriors to fight. Although the Lizard King was very strong, Xiaoyu decided to finish the battle quickly. After all, capturing Gyarados and Dragonair had taken too much time, so he had to hurry. Of course, the most important reason is that the Lizard King has only just entered the quasi-heavenly king level after more than half a year of growth. Xiaoyu wasn't entirely confident that he could send the Lizard King to fight the ancient reticulated Fish King, whose strength had been suppressed to the quasi-heavenly king level. Come forth, Iron Warrior. Chapter 544 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 10. The Iron Warrior appeared on the beach, his long robe fluttering in the sea breeze, his gaze piercing. It sensed something was amiss as soon as it appeared. There seemed to be some force surrounding its body, like an abyss, suppressing its strength and reducing it to the quasi-heavenly king level. The Iron Warrior looked down at the double-edged blade in its hand, then gently moved its wrist and fingers. The feeling of being plunged into a quagmire made it very uncomfortable. With a furrowed brow, the Iron Warrior then shifted his gaze to the area near the shallows. Although it wasn't very clear, you could still occasionally catch a glimpse of the huge, muddy yellow body flashing by beneath the water's surface. This is precisely its opponent in this battle, the ancient coelacanth. The ancient coelacanth swam in the shallows, and when it occasionally approached the surface, its muddy yellow body shimmered in the sunlight. After the Iron Warriors appeared, golden lightning flashed all around, creating a circular battle area on the beach and in the shallows. At the same time, the electric light surged, clearing the buffs from both Pokémon. After all, the ancient relicfish had used rock polishing 3 times during the race, pushing its speed to its limit. Fighting under such circumstances would be unfair to the Iron Warrior. The removal of buffs from both sides is intended to ensure fairness in the competition, or to prevent some trainers from activating all their buffs before the battle. Iron Warrior, your opponent is that ancient coelacanth. It's hiding in the shallows, so be careful not to get dragged into the sea to fight, Xiaoyu carefully reminded him. Fight it out on the beach. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Iron Warrior nodded slightly, gripped the double-edged blade tightly in his right hand, stared intently at the sea, crouched slightly, his gaze calm and resolute as he patiently searched for the ancient skyspinnyfish's weakness. At this moment, the Iron Warrior was like an ancient swordsman, his calm and sharp aura rushing towards you like a blade. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The Iron Warrior remained motionless, yet his aura was perfectly natural, like a sharp sword about to be drawn from its sheath. It can react instantly as soon as the coelacanth launches an attack. The ancient spiny fish, lurking in the shallows, did not rush to attack, but patiently observed the Iron Warrior. Although everyone is now at the Near King level, the ancient sky relic fish can sense the Iron Warrior's uniqueness. As one of the oldest Pokémon in the Spiral Tower, it has battled countless challengers in this second level of the dungeon. It lost quite a few times, but those opponents almost always defeated it by virtue of their attributed advantages and tactical counters. Very few can truly defeat it through sheer strength and pure combat power, but the Iron Warrior in front of it gave it that feeling. Even though the two hadn't clashed yet, it could keenly sense the powerful aura emanating from the Iron Warrior, sharp as a knife, carrying a chilling killing intent, without a single flaw. It hasn't encountered such a powerful opponent in a long time. The ancient spiny fish silently watched the Iron Warrior, poised to strike, its body gradually approaching the surface of the sea. Almost the instant its brownish-yellow body was discovered, it suddenly erupted with astonishing water-based energy, enveloping its body and launching an attack while being carried by ocean currents. Its brownish-yellow body tore through the sea, its hard, stone-like skin gleaming in the sunlight. Enveloped in water, it leaped directly out of the water, the jets of water beneath it propelling the ancient sky relic towards the Iron Warrior, launching the first attack. Climbing waterfalls. At this moment, the ancient sky spiny fish was like an erupting iron pillar, crashing fiercely into the Iron Warrior. However, the Iron Warrior standing on the beach reacted extremely quickly. It noticed the attack from the ancient coelacanth immediately and reacted swiftly. Iron Warrior raised his purple double-headed blade, dodged to the side, and slashed fiercely at the ancient sky spikefish. Tear. The double-edged blade sliced into the ancient spiny fish, leaving a long gash beneath its tough skin, and blood gushed out. Although it looks terrifying, it doesn't cause much damage. This is because the ancient coelacanth's greatest strength lies in its physical defense. Its rock-like body gives it amazing defensive capabilities, making it difficult for even a melee fighter to inflict significant damage. The ancient spiny fish missed its attack, but its body did not stop for a moment. Instead, it rode the seawater, turning around like a dragon swinging its tail, and suddenly lashed out with its tail, carrying monstrous waves, surging towards the Iron Warrior as if to devour it. Water tail. Iron Warrior, get out of the way, or a missile. Faced with the relentless attacks of the ancient sky spiny fish, Xiaoyu immediately ordered the Iron Warriors to temporarily create distance. Hearing Xiaoyu's command, Iron Warrior did not hesitate at all. He lightly tapped his feet and moved to the side, increasing the distance between himself and the ancient Relictosaurus. At the same time, he pointed his double-edged blade at the ancient Relictosaurus and unleashed a surge of fighting-type energy. A wave missile instantly materialized and flew towards the ancient space stickleback. For Pokémon like Relicanth, which excels in both physical attack and defense, it's best not to engage in direct combat with it, but rather to use special attacks to defeat it. Special attack and special defense are both weaknesses of Relicanthus. Seeing its attack miss again, the ancient Relictosaurus remained calm. It slammed its tail into the shallows, sending water soaring into the sky and forming a curtain of water that blocked the Iron Warrior's vision. It then swam back into the sea, dodging the wave missile attack. Page 363. The waves receded, and the sea returned to calm. The Iron Warrior stood on the beach, wielding a double-edged blade, as if the battle that had just taken place had never happened. The ancient coelacanth had already swum back to the shallows, concealing itself and preparing for its next attack. Only the faint traces of blood on the beach proved that the two Pokémon had just fought. Xiaoyu couldn't help but hold his breath, finding it hard to believe that a seemingly dull Pokémon like Relicanth could be so powerful. Iron Warrior, meditate. Seeing the ancient coelacanth dive into the shallows and use the seawater to conceal itself, Xiaoyu loudly ordered Iron Warrior to use the meditation skill to enhance its special attack and special defense. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, super energy surged from the Iron Warrior's body, enveloping it. Calm your mind and still your spirit. In an instant, the Iron Warrior's special attack and special defense were boosted. Meanwhile, seeing the Iron Warrior begin to strengthen, the king of the ancient sky-spiny fish could no longer hold back and launched an attack. Rippling water, rolling blue waves. The ancient spiny fish stirred up huge waves and launched an attack on the Iron Warrior. Surf. Seeing this, Xiaoyu frowned. Xiaoyu never expected that Relicanth would choose to use the special attack-oriented surf move. It's important to know that Relicanth has an attack stat of 90 and a special attack stat of only 45. Under normal circumstances, Relicanth would not be able to use special attack moves. Xiaoyu frowned as he stared at the towering waves, and suddenly he realized something. The ancient spiny fish was merely trying to use the giant wave to conceal its presence before launching an attack on the Iron Warrior. Chapter 545 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 11. The towering waves blocked the Iron Warrior's vision like a curtain of water. The Iron Warrior gripped his double-edged blade, his gaze fixed on the overwhelming curtain of water, searching for the ancient spiny fish. But the giant blue waves completely obscured the ancient coelacanth's figure, leaving no trace. Even though the Iron Warrior knew that the ancient sky-spiny fish was behind the giant wave, he just couldn't find it. As the waves reached their peak, they crashed down on the Iron Warrior like a roaring sea monster. Iron Warrior's eyes were like knives, and a fierce aura erupted from his body. He gripped the double-edged blade tightly in his right hand and swung it out, while grass-type energy burst forth at the same time. Leaf Blade. The fluorescent green grass-type energy carried a sharp edge, as razor-sharp as a knife, transforming into a crescent-shaped slash that, like a curved moon blade, stirred up a wave of air and flew towards the giant wave. The towering wave was split in two, cut in half. Just then, the ancient spiny fish swam out of the giant wave, its whole body enveloped in water energy, and blasted towards the Iron Warrior like a torpedo. Faced with the attack of the ancient resilient fish, the Iron Warrior reacted extremely quickly. With a slight twist of its right hand, the original double-headed blade was transformed into two broken blades, which were placed in front of it on the left and right to block the attack of the ancient resilient fish. Boom! The immense impact sent the coelacanth flying backward, leaving a long scratch on the beach. Although he looked a bit disheveled, he had successfully blocked the attack of the ancient spiny fish. Wave Missile. Iron Warrior. Almost at the same time Xiaoyu gave the order, the Iron Warriors launched a counterattack. The crimson fighting energy on the dual blades pulsed and shone with a dazzling light. Boom! The aura sphere, formed from fighting-type energy, flew towards the ancient coelenterate and pierced its body, instantly causing significant damage. At the same time, the ancient coelacanth also launched a counterattack, its body glowing with blue light, water energy surging, and waves splashing. The ancient spiny fish thrashed its body and lashed out with its tail, sending a tidal wave crashing down on the Iron Warrior. Water Tail. Leaf Blade, Iron Warrior. As Xiaoyu worked with the coelacanth's tail in the water, his voice rang out. The Iron Warrior's twin blades glowed with a fluorescent green light, and patterns resembling green leaves appeared on them. Wielding his twin blades, the Iron Warrior resembled an assassin, the broken blades in his hands fluttering like butterflies. Boom! With a single strike, he blocked the ancient coelacanth's tail, unleashing a deafening roar and splashing water everywhere. The Iron Warrior's hand collided with the ancient resilient fish's tail, trembling slightly as they engaged in a contest of strength. At the same time, the Iron Warrior brandished the short blade in his other hand, which burst forth with a dazzling light, and stabbed it fiercely into the hard shell of the ancient Relictosaurus. The sharp blade pierced through the ancient spiny fish's rock-like skin, and fluorescent green grass-type energy erupted, entering its body and instantly causing severe damage. Although Ironhide doesn't get a stab bonus when using Leaf Blade, and Relicanth is known for its physical defense, it is 4 times weak to grass. After wounding the ancient sky reef with a single strike, the Iron Warrior did not stop at all. His twin blades changed shape, drawing a green rainbow in the air as he slashed at the ancient sky reef one after another, making full use of the advantages of short blades. Like a dazzling stream of light, it left fine wounds on the ancient spiny fish in the blink of an eye, each wound oozing scarlet blood with a fluorescent green glow. The ancient spiny fish had not expected the Iron Warrior's attack to be so swift. In pain, it launched a fierce counterattack. Taking advantage of a gap in the Iron Warrior's attack, its body suddenly burst forth with a muddy yellow light, and its hard head was covered with rock-type energy, which transformed into a sharp stone blade and slammed into the Iron Warrior. Double-edged head hammer. Boom! The ancient spiny fish's double-edged hammer unleashed astonishing power, directly deflecting the short blade swung by the Iron Warrior, and then, with its remaining force, slammed into the Iron Warrior's abdomen. The immense force made the Iron Warrior feel as if he had been struck by an iron hammer, and his body flew backward uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. It crashed onto the beach and rolled several times before coming to a stop. The battle had now reached a fever pitch. The battered and bruised ancient coelacanth once again dived into the sea, and the Iron Warrior supported himself as he stood up. The outcome will be decided in the next match. The ancient coelacanth swam in the shallow water, preparing its final strike. Iron Warrior also held its breath and focused, inserting its twin swords into the grooves on its wrists, its eyes fixed on the sea. Boom! Another giant wave crashed down, clearly indicating that the ancient Relictosaurus intended to use the same move a second time. At the same time, rock-type energy surged on the head of the ancient coelacanth, covering it with a layer of hard stone blades, a sign that it used a double-edged mace. Under the cover of the giant waves, the ancient relictfish swam towards the Iron Warrior from behind the waves. Looking at the towering waves, the Iron Warrior's body shifted slightly, like a cheetah tense up, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Calm your mind and hold your breath. At this moment, the world seemed to stand still, with only the sound of heartbeats and the flow of energy to be heard. It clearly sensed the energy it emitted, the water energy emanating from the towering waves, and the ground energy on the beach. At this moment, Iron Warrior suddenly realized something. It sensed the surging rock-type energy and normal-type energy beneath the giant wave. The ancient coelacanth is right there. Just as the Iron Warrior found the ancient sky-spiny fish, a giant wave crashed down, as if a giant hand wanted to crush the Iron Warrior to pieces. Leaf blade. The Iron Warrior's body spun and swirled as he unleashed a slash. The short blade, glowing with a fluorescent green light, sliced through the water curtain and slashed fiercely at the ancient spiny fish hidden beneath it. At that moment, the ancient coelacanth also launched a fierce attack. Normal energy suddenly bursts forth. A skill combination of double-edged headbutt and rocket headbutt. The ancient spiny fish shot out like a rocket, its speed astonishing, like a muddy yellow lightning bolt, hurtling towards the Iron Warrior. At the same time, its head was also covered by a rock blade, which was the rock blade left after it first used the twin-edged hammer. This combination of skills caught Xiaoyu off guard. Page 364. Relicanth is probably one of the few Pokémon that can learn both double headbutt and headbutt simultaneously. The rocket hammer has a power of up to 130, and the double-edged hammer has a power of up to 150. The combination of these two skills is an absolutely overpowered weapon. Hold on, Iron Warrior. At this moment, Xiaoyu naturally did not hesitate to have the Iron Warrior use the guard skill. Without the slightest hesitation, the Iron Warrior abandoned his attack and unleashed a burst of normal-type energy, condensing a shield of light in front of him. A shield of light appeared, acting as the most solid barrier, blocking the ancient sky relic's fatal blow. Chapter 546 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, Part 12. A light shield appeared, perfectly blocking the ancient relican's combination attack of rocket headbutt and double-edged headbutt. This also blocked its hopes of victory. The light shield shattered, breaking apart like glass, reflecting the figure of the Iron Warrior. With twin blades wielded on his elbows, the Iron Warrior moved swiftly around the ancient resilient fish. The sharp blades glowed with a fluorescent green light, slicing through the fish's skin, drawing blood that drained its last bit of strength. Sheathing his sword, the Iron Warrior removed the short blade from his elbow and reassembled it into a double-edged blade, standing still with a cold gaze fixed on the ancient sky-spiny fish. The ancient spiny fish lying on the ground suddenly unleashed an astonishing aura, its strength instantly surging to the master level. Seeing this, Xiaoyu remained calm. The fact that the ancient relic fish's strength had returned to normal also meant that the Iron Warrior had won the battle. Xiaoyu was secretly relieved that he had sent out the Iron Warrior as a precaution, otherwise the Lizard King might not have been able to defeat the ancient coelacanth. But it's good that we won. As the surrounding rings of lightning dissipated, Xiaoyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. After all the hardships, he had finally won the match. In this battle, the Iron Warrior's only advantage is his ability to defend. If he fails to defend, he will lose. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh at this moment. No wonder everyone says that wild Pokémon are generally inferior to Pokémon trained by professional trainers. The battle before us has undoubtedly provided the best answer. The ancient coelacanth's final double-edged headbutt combined with the rocket headbutt was a stroke of genius. It can absolutely crush most Pokémon of the same level. However, it was neutralized by the Iron Warrior's single-handed defense. If this ancient coelacanth were trained by a professional trainer at any cost, it could learn more powerful skills, and with proper combinations and application, it would definitely be able to defeat the Iron Warrior. After all, Pokémon trained by professional trainers can learn more skills, have a higher margin for error, and can use more tactics, making them stronger than wild Pokémon. Especially in battles where the strength is evenly matched, the competition comes down to tactics, attribute advantages and disadvantages, and the depth of skill pools. Often, a single skill can determine the outcome of the match. Looking at the ancient coelacanth, Xiaoyu also had other ideas. The tactical combination of the ancient coelacanth's double-edged headbutt and rocket headbutt gave Xiaoyu a bold idea. Because in Xiaoyu's memory there was another Pokémon that could learn both headbutt and double headbutt at the same time. That's the violent devourer turtle. Furthermore, it's important to know that Dreadnought is one of the Pokémon that can Gigantamax. If you can encounter a permanent Gigantamax turtle in the Rift of the Secret Realm, capture it, and then develop the combo move of headbutt and double headbutt. Xiaoyu couldn't imagine just how powerful the rocket headbutt wielded by the Gigantamax devourer was. An island in the distance. Lu Ting, who had circled the island, also heard the sounds of battle in the distance and discovered the fighting taking place. He looked up, trying his best to see the two sides fighting, but because the two islands were so far apart, he couldn't see anything. Helpless, Lu Ting shook his head, then lowered his head and focused his gaze on the circular lightning mark he had just discovered. Without a doubt, the key to the secret realm is this circular lightning mark. Similarly, after passing through the second level of the secret realm, the ancient Skythorn also delivered the trial rewards. It's still a choice of 3. Xiaoyu once again used the system's cheating ability to make the selection directly. 3 items, 2 S-rank items and 1 A-rank item. The A-grade items were naturally ignored, and Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the remaining 2 S-grade items. S-rank water stone, S-grade deep sea scales. Between the 2 items, Xiaoyu naturally chose the water stone without hesitation. Just kidding, the deep sea scale is such a useless item. It can only be used on pearl oysters, which is too limiting. It's not nearly as good as the water stone. Obtaining the S-rank water stone means that Xiaoyu is about to enter the 3rd level of the secret realm. This also reminded Xiaoyu of the description of the 3rd layer of the secret realm. A ferocious 3-headed dragon hovered in the air. Without a doubt, the 3rd level is definitely related to the 3-headed dragon and the sky. Dragon Spiral Tower Secret Realm, 3rd floor. A wide platform, where the cold wind howls. Coming to his senses, Xiaoyu looked into the distance and realized that he was on a wide-open mountaintop. Apart from this open platform, there was nothing else around. Only the mountains are shrouded in mist and the cold wind rages. Roar! Just then, accompanied by an angry roar, the wind and waves rolled, and the surrounding clouds swept past Xiaoyu's ears, bringing with them a whooshing sound and a fishy stench. A huge and ferocious dragon head broke through the clouds and appeared in front of Xiaoyu, startling him. What a huge head! The dragon head in front of us is only slightly shorter than Xiaoyu, and this is just the dragon head. If you include its body, how enormous would this 3-headed dragon be? Just as Xiaoyu was wondering, a strong wind swept in, and the huge body of the 3-headed dragon landed on the open platform, with its other 2 heads serving as arms on the left and right, clinging to the platform. The 3-headed dragon brought its middle head closer to Xiaoyu. At such close range, Xiaoyu could clearly see its dragon scales, sharp fangs, and saliva that constantly dripped with a foul odor. The 3-headed dragon's purple vertical pupils stared at Xiaoyu. The overwhelming aura made Xiaoyu's body tremble instinctively. Its enormous body almost completely blocked Xiaoyu's view. In front of it, Xiaoyu felt as insignificant as an ant. This reminded Xiaoyu of the first time he met the goddess of dreams. Even if the 3-headed dragon in front of me is not as strong as the god of dreams, it is definitely not much weaker. Although this 3-headed dragon's strength was suppressed to the near champion level, its aptitude column clearly stated the words near god level. This is the second Pokémon with near legendary potential that Xiaoyu has seen. The previous one was none other than Cresselia, the goddess of dreams. The only thing this three-headed dragon lacks compared to the god of dreams is its divine authority. After staring at Xiaoyu for a while, the three-headed dragon slowly distanced itself, its gaze lingering on Xiaoyu as it sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. This must be the person who broke the seal on the dragon spiral tower. Human, you are the one who came to accept my trial. The fierce voice of the three-headed dragon echoed through the mountains. Hearing the three-headed dragon's words, Xiaoyu's breath caught in his throat, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. A typical three-headed dragon is about 2 meters tall and about 4 meters long. However, the three-headed dragon in front of them was at least 8 meters tall and more than 15 meters long. Its tail was especially thick and long, hanging down the cliff with no end in sight. Is that a three-headed dragon? This is exactly like the final boss, the evil dragon, from Western legends. I'm a dragon-type trainer, but I'm not a dragon slayer. You're really going to drive me crazy. Page 365. Chapter 547 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, 13. Xiaoyu raised his head and looked up at the three-headed dragon, cursing the builder of the dragon spiral tower in his heart. The first and second levels of the secret realm are relatively normal. Although the Pokémon guarding the gates are very powerful, they at least give challengers a chance and hope of victory. But upon reaching this level, the situation completely changed. A three-headed dragon with quasi-godlike potential appeared directly, and to be honest, Xiaoyu didn't think anyone could defeat it. Although this Hydreigon's strength has been suppressed to near champion level, its terrifying potential is undeniable, making it virtually impossible for any Pokémon of equal strength to defeat it. The difficulty level is too high. This is like taking a math class at school where the teacher usually teaches 1 plus 12, but the exam question is about how to build an aircraft carrier. Is this reasonable? Hearing the roars of the three-headed dragon, Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He said he wasn't there to undergo a trial, that he was just passing by. Well, the three-headed dragon definitely wouldn't believe him. They're supposed to be here for a trial, so there's a high chance they'll have to fight Hydreigon. It's more like they're just sending their Pokémon up to get beaten up. Fighting Hydreigon is practically a free kill. Human, send your strongest Pokémon to face my trial. The three-headed dragon's roaring voice rang out once more. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, and he hesitated. Although it knew the chances of defeating the three-headed dragon were 0, it still tried its best. Hydreigon, being a dark/dragon-type Pokémon, is 4 times weaker to Fairy. Therefore, Xiaoyu's best choice is only the Iron Warrior. The fighting and Fairy-type Iron Warrior has 4 times the resistance to Dark and is immune to Dragon types, making it practically the father of Hydreigon. However, Xiaoyu had no confidence in facing the Hydreigon in front of him. Moreover, Iron Warrior had just gone through a major battle and hadn't had time to heal. Now, facing the three-headed dragon in front of him, his chances of winning were slim. Ugh, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh, but at this point he had no other choice but to take out the Iron Warrior's poke ball again and send the Iron Warrior into battle. Go, Iron Warriors! A flash of red light appeared, and the Iron Warrior's figure appeared on the open platform. It had sensed Hydreigon's powerful aura even while it was still inside the poke ball. This made it feel a little excited. Its blood was burning and boiling. Its greatest interest lies in battling the strong. The stronger the enemy, the more excited it becomes. The Iron Warrior gripped his double-edged blade tightly, his eyes blazing, as he looked up at the three-headed dragon that blotted out the sky. The clouds and mist shrouded the three-headed dragon's massive body, revealing only its terrifying head and long neck. Its appearance was both frightening and majestic, like a god looking down at the Iron Warrior. Compared to the three-headed dragon, the Iron Warrior is as insignificant as an ant. It's you. You want to challenge me? The three-headed dragon roared, its dark and dragon energies merging and boiling together, burning like raging flames. The overwhelming pressure formed a giant wave that surged towards the Iron Warrior. It tore at and swallowed it like an endless abyss of sin, leaving it in despair and suffocation. Faced with this terrifying aura, the Iron Warrior showed no fear whatsoever. Faith, like a beacon of light, sustained him as he bravely faced the three-headed dragon. Its body stood tall and straight, like a sharp sword, with a resolute gaze, as Xiaoyu looked on in astonishment. Iron Warrior slowly raised the double-headed blade in his hand, pointing it directly at the three-headed dragon in front of him. To challenge the gods in the heavens with the body of an ant, the Iron Warrior demonstrated its attitude and its beliefs through its actions. No matter how strong the enemy is, the word retreat is never in the dictionary of the Iron Warrior. Moreover, everyone's strength has been suppressed to the near-champion level. You should know that Iron Warriors dared to directly challenge even the God of Dreams, let alone the three-headed dragon in front of them. Seeing the Iron Warrior's fighting spirit, the three-headed dragon showed a hint of interest. The trial begins. As the voice of the three-headed dragon rang out, astonishing power erupted from its body, with dark energy surging out like black flames from its massive form. The extremely dense evil energy transformed into a long black rainbow almost instantly, erupting from the head of the three-headed dragon. It surged like a tsunami, a flash flood, or a bloodbath, instantly engulfing the entire mountaintop and covering the open platform at the summit. The simple and unadorned wave of evil directly targeted the entire platform on the mountaintop, completing its fire coverage. The overwhelming attack left the Iron Warriors with absolutely no room to dodge. The overwhelming evil energy descended like a black waterfall, crashing down on the entire platform and turning the mountaintop black. Boom! The evil energy poured out, permeating the entire mountain peak, turning it black like a dark mist. The Iron Warriors, bearing the brunt of the attack, became the focal point of the fire, taking full responsibility for all the impacts of the evil wave. Even though fairies and fighters have 4 times the resistance to evil, they can only grit their teeth and resist in the face of absolute power. The endless stream of evil energy, like a black torrent falling from the sky, engulfed the Iron Warrior's body, pressing it forcefully into the ground, and staining its entire body black. Iron Warrior resisted desperately, but the increasingly powerful dark energy caused its knees to bend, forcing it to kneel uncontrollably to the ground. Is this really the level of a near championship? Xiaoyu, standing to the side, was utterly shocked by what he saw. Although everyone is at the near champion level, the power that Hydreigon is showing at this moment is too terrifying. Not to mention near champion level, even champion level might not be able to defeat him. Iron Warrior, Moon Power. Faced with the terrifying attack of the three-headed dragon, the Iron Warrior, in dire straits, finally erupted at this moment. An astonishing fairy-type energy erupted from its body, and a pink mist enveloped its surroundings. At this moment, the Iron Warrior chose to use his insignificant power to fight against the three-headed dragon. Amidst the endless black evil energy, a wisp of pink fairy energy emerged, struggling like a drifting catkin in the wind. The Iron Warrior's eyes hardened, and it suddenly raised its double-edged blade, releasing pink fairy-type energy that enveloped the sharp purple blade. Cut it out with one knife. A pink glow flashed, like dreamy moonlight, before being cleaved in two by the waterfall of evil energy. The originally surging waterfall of evil energy instantly dissipated, spreading outwards like black mist and eventually vanishing into nothingness. The pressure vanished instantly, and the Iron Warrior's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. Its body swayed slightly, and its hands, which were gripping the double-edged blade, trembled slightly, clearly indicating that the strike it had just delivered had exhausted most of its strength. The Iron Warrior lowered its head, looking at its right hand that held the double-edged blade. A hint of surprise and disbelief flashed in its eyes. In that instant, it felt as if it were different. It seems to have reached the near master level. Chapter 548 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, 14. The three-headed dragon looked at the Iron Warrior before it with even greater interest. It had thought that this ant would be as easily defeated as the challengers before it. Unexpectedly, it actually took the hit and even made a breakthrough at the critical moment. Interesting. Even if they break through, they've only transformed from ants into moths. The three-headed dragon's gaze swept back and forth over the Iron Warrior. Although the Iron Warrior's aptitude was somewhat lacking, its unwavering belief did give it a slight chance of becoming a god. Gods. There seemed to be a hint of nostalgia in the three-headed dragon's eyes, as if it were thinking of its former self. I grew up step by step in the same way, going through hardships before breaking through the shackles and reaching the strength of a god. Even if a non-legendary Pokémon like this has the highest innate talent, it can only reach the master level at most. For ordinary Pokémon to leapfrog the master level and enter the pseudo-legendary level, faith, effort, and luck are all indispensable. Although the Iron Warrior before us is only at the quasi-master level and has not yet reached the master level, its tenacious character makes it entirely possible for it to break through the shackles, break through to the master level, and then step into the quasi-god level. As for god-level strength, apart from the most supreme gods, no Pokémon can reach that level. Interesting. The voice of the three-headed dragon rang out. Its massive body landed on the platform, bringing its huge dragon head close to the Iron Warrior. You have passed my trial. As it spoke, the three-headed dragon shifted its gaze to Xiaoyu. Its massive head slowly approached Xiaoyu, and the breath it exhaled from its nostrils whipped Xiaoyu's clothes wildly like a whirlwind. Page 366. At such close range, Xiaoyu could clearly see its gaping maw dripping foul-smelling saliva, and its red vertical pupils reflecting his own image. What kind of reward should I give you? The three-headed dragon suddenly raised its head, as if asking Xiaoyu, or perhaps deep in thought, talking to itself. Then it suddenly lowered its head, its red dragon eyes radiating a dazzling light. The three-headed dragon's gaze seemed to have the power to see into people's hearts, making Xiaoyu feel that he had no secrets under the three-headed dragon's gaze. Oh! The three-headed dragon seemed to have discovered something interesting, and a surge of immense power rushed towards Xiaoyu. I know what reward I can give you now. You actually have so many dragon-type Pokémon. Hydreigon's gaze fell on Xiaoyu's Pokeball, and its teasing voice slowly rang out. It just so happens that I've been alone in the secret realm for too long, and I've forgotten the passage of time. You can leave one of them with me to train, and you can come back to take it away in half a year. Hearing the voices of the three evil dragons, Xiaoyu's face showed surprise. Leave behind a dragon-type Pokémon, to train under the guidance of the three Hydreigon before you. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. This reward was completely beyond his expectations, but he had to admit that it was the best reward among the three levels. Given the terrifying strength of these three Hydreigon, any dragon-type Pokémon that trains with them for half a year will definitely experience a surge in power. To receive personal guidance from a three-headed dragon with near-god level strength is an incredibly rare and fortunate opportunity. This also means that Xiaoyu will have to be separated from his Pokémon for half a year. Who should we send? Xiaoyu fell into thought. Among the dragon-type Pokémon in his hand, aside from Charizard and Sceptile, which have dragon-type attributes after Mega Evolution, the remaining 6 are Dragapult, Haxorus, Salamence, Noivern, Dragonair, and the yet-to-hatch Duraludon. Duraludon is definitely out of the question, as it's still an egg. Dragapult and Dragonair are also definitely out of the question. This is because Xiaoyu's Dragapult is a shiny Pokémon, and also Xiaoyu's signature Pokémon. If Xiaoyu stayed in the secret realm, and someone were to break into the third level of the secret realm and see the shiny Dragapult, they would immediately think that Xiaoyu had been here. At that time, Xiaoyu's shiny Dragapult would not be by his side, and it would be difficult to explain. The reason why Hakron cannot stay here is also very simple. Since Dragonair was a Pokémon that Xiaoyu had just caught, there wasn't much of an emotional connection between them. If he left it here, Xiaoyu might lose Dragonair. This leaves Xiaoyu with only 3 choices: Haxorus, Salamence, and Noivern. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, and finally focused his gaze on the noisy dragon. Noivern is Xiaoyu's highest potential Pokémon and also his starter Pokémon. It started with King level potential, improved to near champion level, and then improved to master level through 5 silver crowns. Speaking of which, let me also explain why Xiaoyu used the silver crown on Sonic Dragon instead of Iron Warrior or Draco Balto. The silver crown's ability is to maximize a certain ability. For example, if the maximum individual value, for each ability in the game is 31, the silver crown's effect is to maximize that 4 to 31. For creatures like Draco and Iron Warrior, whose inherent aptitude is already at the near master level, it is likely that their individual values for various abilities are 30 or even 31. Using the silver crown on them would not have a significant or even any effect. The silver crown is more effective on Pokémon with lower potential. It raises a Pokémon within 4 of 0 to 31, and it also raises a Pokémon within 4 of 30 to 31. That's why Xiaoyu used it on Noivern and Cinderace, which have the lowest potential. Because only in this way can the improvement in qualifications be maximized. Noivern is undoubtedly the Pokémon with the highest potential in Xiaoyu's possession, and the most suitable Pokémon to train with Hydreigon is naturally the one with the highest potential. In particular, advancing from the master level to the quasi-god level is an insurmountable chasm, much like the difference between mortals and gods. Following it might provide some experience for breakthroughs, preparing one for future breakthroughs to the quasi-god level. Therefore, considering all these factors, Noivern is the best choice to stay. However, this was only Xiaoyu's own idea. Ultimately, who should follow the three-headed dragons to cultivate would still have to be consulted with them. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu took out a Pokeball and released Noivern, Hydreigon, and Salamence. As soon as the 3 Pokémon appeared, they immediately saw the terrifying Hydreigon, which looked like a giant dragon. Its immense pressure brought them a great sense of oppression. Xiaoyu looked at the 3 Pokémon and slowly spoke, explaining the situation to them. Noivern, Haxorus, Salamence, is any of you willing to stay here and train with Hydreigon for half a year? I will come to pick you up after half a year. You have all seen how powerful the 3-headed dragon is. If you train with it for half a year, your strength will definitely improve significantly. However, we cannot meet during these 6 months. Only by becoming stronger in solitude. You need to be mentally prepared. If anyone wants to stay, you can let me know. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, his gaze fell on the 3 Pokémon. The Haxorus shook its head directly, clearly indicating its refusal. Although it has now evolved from a toothy creature into a Haxorus, it is still as clingy as it was when it was a puppy. Next was the Bloodwing Wyvern, which also shook its head, clearly unwilling to stay here. Therefore, Xiaoyu could only focus his attention on the noisy dragon, Sonic Dragon. The decision is yours. Whether you like it or not, I respect your choice. If you're willing, I'll let you stay and come back for you in 6 months. If you're not willing, I'll give up this reward. It all depends on you. Chapter 549 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, 15. Meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, Noisy Dragon's eyes gradually hardened, and then it turned to look at the three-headed dragon in the sky, which was as powerful as a god. Its enormous size and surging energy inspire awe and make people dare not confront it. Training alongside such a powerful three-headed dragon. In the past, the three-headed dragon would have refused without hesitation. It only wanted to stay by Xiaoyu's side. But now, after experiencing so much, Soundwave Dragon has grown a lot. Its thoughts have changed, it considers more things, and it is no longer as carefree as before. Noisier now understands the importance of strength better than anyone else. Previously, it was the weakest of all Xiaoyu's Pokémon. It didn't like training, was playful and carefree. The end result was that it became increasingly marginalized within Xiaoyu's team. This was the first time it had truly grasped the importance of strength, especially when it saw Charmander, who joined the team later than it, evolve into Charizard, and Trico evolve into Sceptile. While it was still just Nombat, it felt a sense of urgency and crisis. That period was the most agonizing time for it. Unable to help Xiaoyu much, it grew increasingly eager for power. Although Xiaoyu's attitude towards it remained unchanged, its mindset subtly shifted when it saw that Charizard and Sceptile could stand on their own. Although it evolved into Noivern after that, it still couldn't change anything. By then, it had fallen behind Charizard and Sceptile, becoming the weakest member of the trio. The situation only improved slightly after Xiaoyu used the silver crown on it, bringing its aptitude to the master level. Only by experiencing the world of the weak can one develop a desire for strength. He has now realized the importance of power and knows that if he wants to stay by Xiaoyu's side forever, he must have great strength. The noisy dragon looked at Xiaoyu with an increasingly determined gaze. It had already made its decision, nodded sharply at Xiaoyu, and then turned to roar at the three-headed dragon. Seeing Noivern nod, Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief. The little Noibat had finally grown up and had the courage to stand on its own. But at the same time, he also felt a sense of loss, like watching a child he had raised since childhood venture out on their own, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. From the time Nombat was still an elf egg, he has never been separated from Noivern. Noivern was Xiaoyu's starter Pokémon and the key to his becoming a Dragon-type master. Even though he knew that letting the Soundwave Dragon train with the Hydreigon was the best option at the moment, Xiaoyu was still extremely reluctant to part with it for half a year. Sonic Dragon, have you thought it through? Xiaoyu asked, looking at Sonic Dragon. Noisy Dragon nodded slowly, looking at Xiaoyu with a resolute gaze. Okay. Xiaoyu walked towards the Sonic Dragon and gently hugged it. I will definitely come to pick you up in 6 months. Take good care of yourself. Noisy Burrow stretched out its huge wings and hugged Xiaoyu. After a brief embrace, Noisy Burrow resolutely turned around, flapped its wings, and flew towards Hydreigon, disappearing into the clouds. They both knew that this separation was for a better reunion next time. Now, you can go to the final level of the secret realm. With the voice of Hydreigon rang out, a silver rift appeared in the sky. Xiaoyu recalled all his Pokémon and headed to the 4th level of the Dragon Spiral Tower. The 4th floor of the Dragon Spiral Tower. The dazzling sun will eventually dispel the darkness, burn away sin, and all blasphemers will turn to ashes. Heat. Page 367. A surge of heat enveloped Xiaoyu, as if he were under the blazing sun, with waves of flames scorching his skin. After Xiaoyu arrived at the 4th floor, he had only one feeling: heat. The billowing heat distorted and blurred the view in Xiaoyu's eyes. The sun was scorching. The sun in the sky was so dazzling that nothing could be seen except for a vast expanse of white. Waves of heat surged in, pressing down on Xiaoyu like a tidal wave, making it hard for him to breathe. In just a dozen seconds, he was drenched in sweat, his skin burning and red. Gyarados, use Rain Dance. Faced with such a harsh environment, Xiaoyu had no choice but to release Gyarados and have it use the Rain Dance move. However, the water-type energy that Gyarados had just gathered evaporated instantly, and the Rain Dance move had no effect whatsoever. What the hell is this place? People are going to die if this continues. Just as Xiaoyu's head was getting heavier, the sunlight suddenly dimmed and the previously overwhelming heat began to subside. Gyarados, quick, give me some water. Xiaoyu's hoarse voice rang out. A small splash of water landed on Xiaoyu, greatly relieving the scorching heat. Xiaoyu sat on the ground and after a few breaths, he finally had time to observe his surroundings. What comes into view is a small, scorching sun floating in the air. Flames flowed across the 3 pairs of orange-red wings, and flames danced in the air. The scattered sparks landed on the ground, making a hissing sound. His deep blue eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu, the embodiment of the sun, the god of fire, the fire moth. It was obvious that the dazzling light and scorching heat just now came from it. If it hadn't actively restrained its fire energy, it would have been a disaster. Xiaoyu may have already been evaporated into a mummified corpse. Apart from the fire moth, the surroundings were completely enclosed, like entering a cave. A stone wall formed from yellow rock. It is mottled and weathered. The rock face is carved with ancient murals and various Pokémon rock sculptures. The figures of bronze bells, psychic clay figures, ancient coelacanth, 3-headed dragons, fire moths, Zekrom, and Lexaram are all included. The murals depict scenes of ancient people performing sacrifices and prayers. Unfortunately, many murals are severely damaged and their contents are no longer visible, leaving only a few intact murals. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the fire moth, which resembled the sun. It still possesses the same aptitude as the 3-headed dragon, a quasi-god level aptitude. Xiaoyu was numb to the sight. He also summarized the pattern. From the first level of master level qualifications, bronze bells and psychic clay figurines. The ancient resilient fish has reached the second-tier master level aptitude. Then there's the 3-headed dragon, which has the quasi-god level aptitude of the 3rd level, and the current 4th-tier quasi-god level Vulcan moth. With each level you ascend, the Pokémon you encounter will only become stronger. The fact that Volcarona was able to guard the 4th level clearly indicates that it is stronger than Hydreigon. Xiaoyu recalled the scene just now. If the volcano hadn't voluntarily reduced the heat emanating from its body, he might have really kicked the bucket. Looking at the fire moth, which was as bright as the blazing sun, Xiaoyu took a deep breath and couldn't help but think to himself, what will be the trial in this stage? Chapter 550 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, 16. The flames on the wings of the fire moth are raging, and its whole body is bathed in flames. At this moment, it is as dazzling and majestic as a burning sun. Flames flowed across its surface like rolling lava, with occasional sparks scattering onto the floor, making a hissing sound and emitting wisps of white smoke. Even though the volcano had slightly restrained its godlike power, when its deep blue eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu, it still brought him endless pressure, just like a fire king. Xiaoyu raised his head, wanting to look directly at the fire god moth, but the dazzling flames on its body were as bright and blinding as the sun. My eyes start to hurt after just a few seconds of looking at it. In a fleeting glance, Xiaoyu discovered that from this level onwards, there were no longer any limitations on strength. Quasi-god level strength. The Vulcan moth displayed its near-god level strength without any hesitation, and an overwhelming pressure accompanied by a heat wave surged forth. It is as magnificent as a sun fallen to earth, a god of fire, inspiring awe. Although there is only one level difference between the quasi-god level and the master level, their strength is vastly different, like the difference between immortals and mortals. Humans. The voice of the Vulcan moth rang out, a deep and imposing voice, like that of a monarch, making people instinctively want to lower their heads and submit. As the fire moth's voice rang out, the flames on its body leaped, and scorching sparks danced, making it impossible for Xiaoyu to look directly at it. I sense it, you carry the soul of my king within you, I will not stop you from reaching this final level. Our king has slumbered for far too long, and today he will awaken once more, the voice of the fire moth rang out. This is the path to the final level. As it made its sound, a spatial rift appeared behind it. But if you want my approval, there's a reward. You must accept my trial. As the sound of the Vulcan moth rang out, a burst of flames suddenly erupted from the spatial rift behind it, and a fiery red figure flew out from the rift. Its orange-red wings were bathed in flames, its full body was covered in sparks on its white down, and its deep blue eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. Vulcan moth. It's another Vulcan moth, but this one isn't very strong, only at the quasi-elite 4 level. At the same time, the flames on its body were unstable, more turbulent and surging than the quasi-god level fire moth beside it, constantly rolling and burning on its body surface. It looks like it has just evolved, and it is not yet proficient in controlling fire-type energy. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the newly appeared fire moth, and then his pupils suddenly contracted. Master-level talent. Xiaoyu was shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Pokémon with master-level potential before, he even had a Pokémon with master-level potential in his own possession. For example, the Noivern dragon and the abbot in Xiaoyu's possession are both master-level talents, but they were improved through various opportunities and items. The Volcarona in front of him was clearly a natural-born master-level Pokémon. He had never seen a Pokémon with such outstanding talent before. Xiaoyu secretly guessed that the master-level fire moth in front of him must be the offspring of the quasi-god level fire moth beside him, otherwise its aptitude would not be so high. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a first-level Divine Dragon Spiral Tower Secret Realm, the Pokémon inside had ridiculously high aptitude. First there was the champion-level Shiny Gyarados and the near-master-level Dragonair, and now there's the master-level Volcarona. The secret realm of a first-level god is truly a treasure trove. What are the contents of the trial? Xiaoyu asked, looking at the fire god moth. Defeat it when you're on equal footing. The pseudo-legendary Volcarona's voice rang out. That shouldn't be difficult for you trainers. You can use any Pokémon. I'll suppress their strength to the same level. Listening to the details of the volcano's trial, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. This level of trial wasn't particularly difficult. At least it was easier than the previous level. The volcano with master-level aptitude in front of us is powerful, but still within an acceptable range. So, which Pokémon should I send out in battle? Xiaoyu frowned, lost in thought. After only a moment, his gaze hardened, and he made his decision. Ultimately, to be on the safe side, Xiaoyu decided to send Diancie into battle. Go, Diancie. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Princess Diancie appeared in the arena. The pink diamond gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, and Diancie, who hadn't appeared for a long time, had already reached the level of a near Elite One. As a legendary Pokémon, Diancie grows much faster than other Pokémon. Page 368. Although it's only been born for less than a year, its strength has already caught up with the Pokémon in Xiaoyu's team, reaching near Elite Four level. And its growth rate will only accelerate from here on out. Xiaoyu sent Diancie out because Volcarona, as a bug/fire-type Pokémon, is 4 times weak to rock, so sending Diancie out for this battle was the most appropriate choice. Furthermore, Volcarona has excellent special defense, but its physical defense is not very good. Diancie's signature move, Diamond Storm, is a powerful rock-type physical attack move. It has a 4x super effective against Volcarona, a stab boost, and is a physical attack move, making it a complete counter to Volcarona. Diancie only needs one Diamond Storm to severely injure or even knock down Volcano. Even if Volcano blocks the first one, it will definitely not be able to block the second one. Furthermore, Diancie also possesses master-level talent, making her no less gifted than Volcarona. They have the same talent and strength, but Diancie is superior in all aspects in terms of attributes and skills. Plus, Diancie can Mega Evolve. Xiaoyu wondered what Diancie could possibly lose this battle with. As Diancie appeared, Volcarona gave Xiaoyu a meaningful look. Meanwhile, the near Heavenly King level Vulcan on the other side showed an excited expression, looking at Diancie with a fighting spirit, as if he was fearless. It can't wait to fight Diancie, it just wants to prove its strength to its father. Let's begin. TNC, Diamond Storm. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. He had already observed this Valkyrie, which possessed near Elite 4 level strength, but it hadn't learned how to defend against such a move. Therefore, Xiaoyu only needs to have Diancie continuously use Diamond Storm to directly confront Volcano. There are no fancy moves, the main strategy is to subdue people with force. I may not be able to beat your elders, but beating up a junior like you is a piece of cake. Chapter 551 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, 17. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Diancie nodded, then raised her hands, and instantly rock-type energy surged forth like a tidal wave. A pink glow shimmered. In the blink of an eye, countless tiny pink diamonds had formed in the air. Endless diamonds danced in the air, creating a diamond storm that swept across the entire area with dazzling light, bombarding the volcano moth relentlessly. In the confined space, coupled with the overwhelming firepower of the diamond storm, Volcano had absolutely no room to dodge. Faced with Diancie's fierce attack, Volcarona reacted quickly, with flames erupting from its body and endless flames shooting outwards. At the same time, it also danced its body, leaping like a god of fire, with raging flames rolling in and engulfing Diancie. Dance of Fire, the Volcarona's signature move, currently only Volcarona and its future Paradox Pokémon, Torsamug, can learn. A powerful fire-type move that also has a high chance of boosting your special attack when attacking an opponent. This move, which combines offensive enhancements, is quite powerful, but it is being used against Diancie, who is known as the Diamond Princess. Diancie has the second highest special defense among all rock-type Pokémon. With double fire resistance and its terrifying special defense, Volcarona's Fire Dance move deals negligible damage to Diancie. The flames scorched Diancie's body, but Diancie was not greatly affected and walked through the flames as if nothing had happened. In contrast, Volcarona fared much worse. A storm of flying diamonds bombarded its body, and the rock-type energy surged. Every pink diamond hit Volcarona like a bullet, severely damaging it with just one strike. Meanwhile, both Diancie and Volcarona were quite lucky, triggering the additional effects of their skills. The additional effect of Diamond Storm is to greatly increase its own defense, but it is not very effective against Volcarona, which mainly uses special attacks. The additional effect of Fire Dance is to increase its own special attack, which is a significant boost for Volcarona. TNC, keep using Diamond Storm. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, giving Volcano no chance to catch its breath. This battle was all about simplicity and brutality. There was absolutely no strategy involved. Diancie only needs to use Diamond Storm from start to finish, just go all out. Of course, this is also because Diancie is such a good counter to Volcarona. Diancie, a rock/fairy type, isn't particularly outstanding defensively, with 3 types that are 2x weak to water, grass, and ground, and 1 type that is 4x weak to steel. However, it's a completely different story when you encounter Volcarona, because under normal circumstances, Volcarona cannot learn any water, ground, or steel-type attack moves. This means that Diancie only has 1 weakness, grass-type. Furthermore, Volcarona can only learn a handful of grass-type moves, Drain, Giga Drain, and Solar Beam. The Volcarona in front of us has only learned 2 grass-type moves, Drain and Giga Drain, and has not yet learned a powerful grass-type move like Solar Beam. Therefore, Xiaoyu wasn't afraid at all and just let Diancie run rampant. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Diancie did not hesitate. Rock-type energy surged from her body once more, and pink diamonds appeared around her, creating a massive diamond storm that rushed towards Volcarona. Same moves, same story. Volcano was equally helpless, and this time it was forced to use its ultimate drain attack. The energy surged and surged, the fluorescent green grass-type energy flowing towards Diancie. Diancie showed no fear in the face of Volcano's attack and chose to take it head-on. Boom! Ultimate Drain hit Diancie, dealing some damage, while Diamond Storm also landed on Volcarona. 2 skills can hit the same opponent at the same time, but the effects produced are vastly different. Even though Ultimate Absorption restored some of Volcano's strength, the power of Diamond Storm was still too great, directly taking away all of Volcano's strength and rendering it unable to fight, causing it to collapse to the ground. Simple and direct, end the game. Diancie taught the Volcarona a lesson about elemental advantage and the power of brute force. Xiaoyu smiled as he watched Diancie annihilate Volcano, but then he immediately realized what was happening. Oops, they were so busy having fun that they forgot their elders were still here. Damn, I should have let Diancie go easy on them, throw the game, and put on a show. Even if she won, she shouldn't have won so easily, defeating him in just 2 moves. It should have been a fight to the very end, when both sides were at their limits, and Diancie had to rely on Diamond Storm to win with great difficulty. Xiaoyu was somewhat annoyed, then secretly glanced at the volcano moth beside him and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it did not show any anger. You won. The quasi-god level volcano glanced at Xiaoyu, then its body surged with normal type energy, transforming into gentle wisps of light that landed on the fallen volcano, instantly healing all its injuries. Morning light. The recovered volcano looked at Diancie with a dim gaze, and the flames on its body diminished considerably, reflecting its mood. It believed that even if its strength did not reach the level of its father, it should still be hard to beat in battles of the same level. To its utter surprise, it was defeated in just 2 moves, completely unable to retaliate. Human, this is my reward to you. The insect-type energy surged from the volcano, which possessed quasi-god level strength. Immediately afterwards, a treasure flew into Xiaoyu's hands. S-rank item, Silver Dust. Pokémon holding this item have their bug-type moves power increased by 62%. Xiaoyu stared at the prop, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. This silver powder is very likely the silver powder shed by this quasi-god level fire moth, otherwise the effect could not be so powerful. The boost to bug-type moves reached 62%, which is simply outrageous. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu doesn't have any bug-type Pokémon right now, otherwise, human, I have one more thing to ask of you. The fire moth's voice rang out again, my child lacks experience, and I hope you can take it out to see the outside world. 6 months later, when you return to the Dragon Spiral Tower to pick up your companion, just bring it back. Hearing Volcano's request, Xiaoyu looked at Volcano, who had the strength of a quasi-celestial king. He was naturally willing to take Volcano out to see the strength outside, and it would be even better if they never came back. Okay, I promise you. Xiaoyu nodded and replied, I will reward you when you bring it back. The volcano said, pushing its offspring towards Xiaoyu with a burst of fire energy. Now, you can go to the top floor. Chapter 552 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, 18. The top floor of the Dragon Spiral Tower. The rooftop was empty except for a circular altar in the very center. The ancient and worn altar was covered with a layer of dust and surrounded by moss, clearly indicating that it had long been abandoned. The outer ring of the circular altar is engraved with intricate lightning symbols, while in the very center of the altar stands a magnificent dragon head statue, exuding an imposing aura. Desolate and lonely. Page 369. This was Xiaoyu's only impression upon reaching the top floor. The stone floor was dilapidated and covered in dust, with cobwebs growing in the corners and a rotten smell permeating the air. It's clear that no one has entered the top floor of the Dragon Spiral Tower for a long time. Perhaps it is said that ever since Zekrom's physical body was destroyed and turned into dark stone, no one has ever climbed to the top of the Dragon Spiral Tower. The room was empty, with only tender green branches growing tenaciously. It was rooted in the hard stone wall, propped up the floor, and emitted a fluorescent green light. The entire Dragon Spiral Tower seems to blend seamlessly with the greenery. Xiaoyu was somewhat curious. What kind of plant was this greenery that could coexist with the Dragon Spiral Tower? At the same time, as soon as Xiaoyu stepped into the top floor, the dark stone in his arms immediately began to emit a dazzling light. The electric arc pulsed, as if it were alive, and slowly floated up. Dong dong. Xiaoyu seemed to hear the sound of a heartbeat emanating from the dark stone, a sound as loud as a drumbeat, resounding through the heart. The dark stone floating in the air seemed to have a life of its own, gently pulsating and drifting uncontrollably toward the altar in front of it. Dragon altar. Xiaoyu held her breath, stood still, her gaze fixed on the dark stone, and couldn't help but feel her heart racing. The dark stone gently landed in the center of the dragon altar, in the slot where the dragon head statues would be. In an instant, the finishing touch was applied, and the enormous dragon head seemed to come alive, letting out a tremendous roar. The once clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and thunderclouds covered an area of 10 miles in radius. Boom! In an instant, thunder roared, like spring thunder, and golden lightning danced. Amidst the raging thunder, the entire Dragon Spiral Tower seemed to tremble. Everyone in the secret realm felt the slight tremor. At the same time, endless lightning bolts struck down from the sky, slamming into the top of the Dragon Spiral Tower. Bathed in golden lightning, the dragon altar erupted with astonishing electric energy. A golden beam shot into the sky, and the dark stone disappeared into the thunderclouds. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure descended. Thunder and lightning surged within the thunderclouds. A massive figure appeared and disappeared. A massive body emerged from the thunderclouds, its gray-black form bathed in golden lightning. Its appearance resembles that of a dinosaur, but it is also similar to a bipedal western dragon. It has a gray horn crown shaped like lightning bolts on its head, with golden currents flashing across it, just like a crown. The black wings that spread out behind him resembled fans, his thick arms were strong and powerful, and his red pupils were fixed on Xiaoyu in front of him. What is most striking is his tail, which is like a giant generator that can rotate like a motor and generate a powerful current. Czech Republic, ROM. Legend has it that this Pokémon, capable of burning the world to ashes with lightning, will assist those who create an ideal world. In mythology, if humanity loses its sense of justice, it will destroy their kingdom with raging lightning. Xiaoyu looked up and met Zekrom's gaze. This was the first time he had ever seen a legendary first-level god in this world. Even though Zekrom has only recently been resurrected, his strength is still at the quasi-god level, and his aptitude is clearly marked as god level. This should be the first time Xiaoyu has seen a Pokémon with god-level potential. This is a truly terrifying deity. Just by looking into his eyes, Xiaoyu could feel a faint electric current flowing through his body, and his whole body trembled slightly. The entire Dragon Spiral Tower seemed to come alive because of Zekrom's return, as if cheering for the king's return, with lightning flashing everywhere. Zekrom looked at Xiaoyu with a majestic gaze and crackling electric arcs around him, like a god who controlled thunder. Thunder roars and roars, its power is awe-inspiring. Just by feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Zekrom, Xiaoyu knew that he had no chance of subduing him. The reason why gods are gods is because their majesty is inviolable, and no one can make a true god submit. How could mortals possibly subdue true gods? Xiaoyu smiled wryly. Sure enough, this world was very different from the Pokémon world in games and anime. A first-level god like Zekrom, who holds divine authority, could never be subdued. It's incredibly naive of me to think I could capture such a terrifying Pokémon and gain its approval. Just as Xiaoyu was sighing, Zekrom's deep voice rang out, like thunder cutting through the sky. Human, you deserve your reward. As Zekrom's voice rang out, a golden light flew towards Xiaoyu. Zikhoi's outrage, when used on any Pokémon, it greatly increases its affinity for dragon and electric types and its resistance to dragon and electric types. When used on dragon-type Pokémon, it can significantly improve their stats. When used on an electric-type Pokémon, it can greatly improve its stats and will definitely learn the move Cross Lightning, with a low probability of learning the move Thunderbolt. After accepting the reward from Zekrom, Xiaoyu was about to speak when he felt a tremendous gravitational pull. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate, wild place. Xiaoyu slowly woke up, rubbing his throbbing head. The numerous teleportations he had undergone in one day had taken a toll on his body. I felt like I had a hangover, my head was spinning, my stomach was churning, and my whole body ached and I had no energy. The system notification in his mind brought him back to his senses. Hidden quest, the ideal dragon, has been completed. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards have been issued. Xiaoyu opened the system space and was surprised to find a golden item inside. Golden Crown can be used on any Pokémon. After use, it will boost each of its abilities to the limit and will definitely raise its potential to master level. Looking at the system's rewards, Xiaoyu's eyes shone with disbelief. A golden crown. The reward this time is a golden crown. The gold crown and the silver crown have similar effects, except that the gold crown enhances all abilities, while the silver crown enhances only one ability. Simply put, one gold crown is equal to 6 silver crowns. With this item, Xiaoyu can raise the potential of any Pokémon to master level. So who should it be used by? Of all the Pokémon I currently have, Rotom has the worst potential, but Rotom is only a utility Pokémon, so it would be a waste to use it. Chapter 553 Thunderous Glory, Awe-Inspiring Power, The End. Xiaoyu thought for a while and decided to put the matter of the golden crown aside for the time being. There's no need to rush into deciding who gets the golden crown, because he has more important things to do. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. He glanced at the system space, looked at the items inside, and finally couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter. Pokémon Copier, Zekrom used on Zekrom, incubation countdown 23 hours 53 minutes 48 seconds. ROM, Czech Republic. Gender, no gender. Type, Dragon, Electric. Taging attribute, Dragon. Aptitude, pseudo-legendary level. This Pokémon is unique and cannot be perfectly replicated. Combat strength, Heavenly King level. Features, Megavolt level voltage. Skills, Dragon's Fury, Thunderfang, Seal, Ancient Power, Thunderbolt, Dragon Breath, Cleave, Mind Blast, Interlaced Lightning, Dragon Claw, Battle Cry, Crunch, Thunderstrike, Outrage, Mega Sound, Lightning Strike. Although Zekrom, the ideal dragon, cannot be captured, Xiaoyu used another method, the Pokémon Copier, to capture it. Page 370. Since winning the High School Cup and receiving the Pokémon Copier as a reward, Xiaoyu has never used this item. Even when facing a powerful Pokémon like Mewtwo, he never used it. Because he had been waiting for a Pokémon that was qualified for him to use this item to appear. In Xiaoyu's mind, this Pokémon should at least be a legendary Pokémon. When Xiaoyu obtained the Dark Stone, he made two preparations. One was to try to gain Zekrom's approval and subdue it. Another method is to use a Pokémon duplicator to directly duplicate a Zekrom. When he saw Zekrom, he understood one thing: God Pokémon are absolutely impossible to capture. The dream god of the dream realm is like this, and so is the dream god of Zekrom. So he didn't hesitate to use the Pokémon Copier on Zekrom and created a copy of Zekrom. Although the clone Zekrom's aptitude dropped one level from God level to Quasi-God level, Quasi-God level aptitude is already arguably invincible. Next time we meet, I'll definitely give you a surprise, and the same goes for the Divine Coffin. Xiaoyu stretched his neck slightly and took out his phone to check the missed calls. Xiao Wanyu, Long Yaning, and Su Muze all gave him their phone numbers, but he didn't receive them because there was no cell phone signal in the secret realm. After returning all the phone calls, Xiaoyu got up and prepared to travel to Siam. Just 2 days ago, he received a call from Jiangyu, who said that the merger of Paradise Group into Team Rocket had encountered some difficulties. Xiaoyu originally planned to deal with the Paradise Group's affairs after the new year, but now that he was in the southwest region, he might as well take a trip to Siam. Let's see what difficulties Jiangyu has encountered, and while we're at it, let's head to the northwest region with Jiangyu to search for the secret rift. Just as Xiaoyu was setting off for Siam, news of the Dragon Spiral Tower had already gone viral online. A mysterious Dragon Spiral Tower has been discovered in southwest China. Legendary Pokémon Zekrom descends. The most dangerous criminal, Sakeke and the Dragon Spiral Tower. News about the Dragon Spiral Tower spread widely online, accompanied by blurry photos of the Dragon Spiral Tower in the secret realm. Meanwhile, some eyewitnesses revealed online that the Dragon Spiral Tower is actually more like a trial tower. Each time you clear a level of the secret realm, you can get generous rewards, such as top-tier S-level items, spirit eggs, and so on. These people also posted photos of the first level of the secret realm, revealing that the trials in this first level of the secret realm consisted of challenging psychic clay figures and bronze bells. They claimed that as long as they could conquer the entire Dragon Spiral Tower, they would gain Zekrom's approval and become the legendary Black Hero. The news caused a stir and immediately attracted attention in China and around the world. Powerful individuals from all regions flocked to the Dragon Spiral Tower to participate in its trials. While everyone's attention was focused on the Dragon Spiral Tower, Xiaoyu had already arrived alone in the Golden City of Siam, a city that claims to be paved with gold, but in reality, it is a dangerous city. Tinmu Hospital, top floor private room. Xiaoyu pushed open the door and entered, his brows furrowing slightly as he looked at the scene inside. In broad daylight, with the curtains drawn and the dim, ambiguous lighting, Jiangyu sat on the sofa, surrounded by 7 or 8 scantily clad women. The table was laden with foreign liquor and beer. Boss. Seeing Xiaoyu push the door open and enter, Jiangyu quickly stood up, his face slightly flushed, and said to the woman beside him, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go keep the boss company." Upon hearing Jiangyu's order, the women beside him strode towards Xiaoyu with their long legs. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, refusing Jiangyu's offer. "Let them all leave." "Okay." Jiangyu nodded, and waved his hand to send the women beside him away. "Get out, all of you, get out." He was secretly wondering whether the quality of these girls was poor, or whether Boss Sakeke didn't like women. As several women walked out of the room, Jiangyu stood up and drew back the curtains. "Boss. Tell me, what difficulties have you encountered?" Xiaoyu sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and looked at Jiangyu. "There are 2 main difficulties." Jiangyu took a deep breath and slowly said, "The first difficulty comes from within the group. My uncle wants to meet you. He is the second largest shareholder of the group and also the general manager of Paradise Group. Normally, I am only responsible for improving the group's strength and acting as the face of Paradise Group, while the business operations of Paradise Group are handled by my uncle. He has a high reputation within the group, and this matter would be very difficult to handle without his approval. But I've already convinced him, and he's agreed. However, if possible, my uncle would like to meet with you." "You told him about me?" Xiaoyu frowned as she looked at Jiangyu. "No, I only told him that I had found a very powerful backer, but I didn't reveal your identity. My uncle is a cautious man by nature. His principle is never to do business with people he has never met. If I hadn't insisted on making the decision, he would never have agreed." After speaking, Jiangyu stood aside without saying a word, patiently waiting for Xiaoyu to speak. "What's the second difficulty? Let's talk about it together." Xiaoyu didn't rush to answer, but continued to ask. "The second difficulty requires your intervention, boss," Jiangyu said with a serious expression. "You know that our Paradise Group has never had a good reputation, and we do shady business. The reason why our Paradise Group can establish itself in Golden City, Siam, is not only because of the deterrent effect of our own strength, but also because we have to pay protection money to the local forces in Golden City. 70% of the Paradise Group's revenue will be given to them, 35% to the Xie family in Siam, and 35% to the champion of the southern region, Sam." Chapter 554 Siam. After listening to Jiangyu's words, Xiaoyu's face showed a thoughtful expression. After thinking for a moment, she slowly said, "The first thing is that I can meet with your uncle. The time is set for tonight. You can make the arrangements. And I don't want anyone else to know my identity." "Okay." Jiangyu nodded, his heart finally at ease, and nodded seriously. "The second thing, the Xie family and that Som champion, please arrange a meeting for me, tonight with your uncle. We'll handle both matters together, and I'll talk to them personally." "Okay," Jiangyu replied. "The third thing." Is there a third thing?" Just as Jiangyu was looking puzzled, Xiaoyu's voice rang out, "After we finish dealing with things here, you and I will go to the northwest together." Upon hearing the words northwest, Jiangyu knew what Xiaoyu was referring to, and unable to contain his excitement, he nodded. "Okay. Is there anything else?" Xiaoyu asked. "Boss, one last question," Jiangyu said in a low voice. "There's a lot of talk about the Dragon Spiral Tower both domestically and internationally right now, saying that you opened it. Is that true? Is the interior of the Dragon Spiral Tower really like what's said online, made up of many small dungeons, with rewards for clearing each level? Did you see Zekrom?" Hearing Jiangyu's question, Xiaoyu looked at Jiangyu, knowing that he was definitely curious about this legendary secret realm. He slowly nodded and said, "What's said online is true, and Zekrom is real too, but don't even think about entering the secret realm. Zekrom is a legendary Pokémon and cannot be caught by anyone. Moreover, the China Pokémon Association has already taken control of the secret realm. No one other than an insider has the right to enter it. Okay. Jiangyu nodded, a regretful expression on his face. Boss, I'll go talk to my uncle about meeting tonight. Should we find a few girls to keep you company? No need. Into the night. Under the cover of night, the Golden City is ablaze with neon lights and bustling with activity. The night markets and bars were packed with young people and foreign tourists, even more so than during the day. Golden Champelasis Hotel, penthouse suite, squeak. The door was pushed open, and Xiaoyu and Jiangyu walked into the private room together. The private room was huge, with a table full of dishes and expensive drinks. 3 middle-aged people were sitting at the large round table. One of them was a middle-aged man with a wrinkled face, who looked to be about 50 or 60 years old. He was about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a pink suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Another middle-aged man, around 50 years old, sat in the main seat. He had a neatly combed hairstyle and was dressed in a suit and tie. The last middle-aged man looked slightly younger, around 40 years old, tall and handsome. When Jiangyu and Xiaoyu, who was wearing a mask, entered the private room, all 3 of them simultaneously looked at Xiaoyu, searching their minds for information about her. Squeak. The door closed, and Xiaoyu and Jiangyu sat down together, their gazes falling on the 3 of them. Jiangyu. The first to speak was the 40-year-old middle-aged man, Xie Xuan, the head of the Xie family, whose tone was slightly teasing. You've kept us waiting for quite a while now, we've been waiting for 10 minutes already. You'll have to drink more later. Then the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat slowly spoke, a smile appearing on his lips. Little Jiang, you're late. Page 371. This man is none other than Sam, the champion of the southern region of Siam. As for the last unassuming middle-aged man, he was Jiangyu's second uncle, Jiang Qinzhen. He slowly spoke up to excuse Jiangyu, saying, he told me that a distinguished guest was attending the banquet today, and he went to pick up the guest, so he was a few minutes late. Brother Xie, Brother Sam, I'd like to offer you a toast to apologize on Jiangyu's behalf. Qing'an, you're too kind. We're all brothers, why are you saying these things? It's clear that the 3 families have a good relationship, or rather, thanks to Jiang Qinzhen's careful management, the Paradise Group has a very good relationship with the Xie family and Sam. To maintain this relationship, Paradise Group has the hard power of champion-level trainer Jiangyu, and in terms of soft power, it provides whatever the 2 families want, including money and women, so the relationship is naturally stable. Listening to the 3 talking and seeing his second uncle raise his glass, Jiangyu's eyes flickered, and he slowly said, Second uncle, we'll talk about drinking later. Let me introduce everyone first. Hearing Jiangyu's words, the 3 of them turned their gazes to Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side. Jiangyu first turned to Xiaoyu and said, Boss, let me introduce you. This is my second uncle, Jiang Qinzhen. This is Sam, the champion of the southern region of Siam. This is Xie Xuan, the head of the Xie family. After introducing the 3, Jiangyu said to them, this is the new boss of our Paradise Group. At this point, Jiangyu paused slightly, turned to look at Xiaoyu, and his meaning was self-evident. He was asking Xiaoyu's opinion on whether he could reveal his name. Xiaoyu nodded. Since he had already decided to meet the 3 of them, he had no intention of hiding his identity. With Xiaoyu's permission, Jiangyu continued, this is our new boss, Sakeke. Upon hearing Jiangyu's words, the 3 men reacted with varying expressions, their eyes sharp as they stared intently at Xiaoyu, who was wearing a mask. Xiaoyu then removed his mask, revealing Sakeke's true face. Seeing the face that looked exactly like the one on the wanted poster, the 3 of them were shocked. In the past 6 months, Giovanni's name has become known to everyone. They had also heard that Jiangyu and Shueyato had collaborated with Sakeke some time ago because of the red crown feather, but they didn't expect that Jiangyu would now directly agree to give the Paradise Group to Sakeke. The person who came here is not kind. Let me introduce myself. Xiaoyu sat on the soft chair, his hands resting on the back, his legs crossed, and looked coldly at the 3 people in front of him. His voice was indifferent. I am Sakeke, the leader of Team Rocket. I have invited you 3 here today for 3 main matters. First, I want to inform everyone that starting today, Paradise Group will be merged into Team Rocket, and from now on it will be my private property. Secondly, it's to let everyone get acquainted with the area, pay respects to the powerful figures, and know who's behind the Paradise Group in the future. Third, all previous profit distributions are void, and we will renegotiate them today. Upon hearing Sakeke's words, Xieshuan and Sam had only one impression of him, arrogant. But he certainly had the ability and the right to be arrogant. If they had the same strength as Giovanni, they would be even more arrogant than him. Especially in a small country like Siam, apart from the strongest champions, no one can do anything to Sakeke. And even if they do, they might not be able to stop him. After I finish speaking, who agrees? Who disagrees? Meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, Xieshun and Sam looked embarrassed. Even though they were both champion-level trainers, they dared not utter a single word of dissent. Some time ago, a champion-level trainer from Siam named Pasha was invited by the chief family to participate in the operation to eliminate Giovanni, but he never returned. Seeing Xieshun and Sam's timid and submissive appearance, Jiangyu's gaze flashed over Xiaoyu, and he couldn't help but feel a desire for power rising in his heart. He couldn't wait to go to the Northwest region to find his own permanent Gigantamax Pokémon. Chapter 555 The Champion of Sam. Xiaoyu discovered that his mindset seemed to have changed after leaving the Dragon Spiral Tower. Especially after he caught 3 powerful Pokémon, Shiny Gyarados, Dragonair, and Zekrom, and his strength broke through to the near master level. He also obtained top-tier items like Zekrom's Outrage and Golden Crown. His sudden surge in strength made him quite arrogant. He used to be timid and he secretly developed his physical attributes. Now he is arrogant and domineering, and he strikes with heavy blows. Sakeke's gaze fell on Xieshun and Sam, a slight smile on his face, and he slowly said, "From now on, I will take 80% of all the profits of Paradise Group, and you will each take 10%. Xiaoyu made an outrageous demand, asking for 8% of Paradise Group's profits right off the bat. Although he knew Xieshun and Sam would never agree, this was merely a test to give him an advantage in future negotiations. Faced with the aggressive Sakeke, Xieshun and Sam looked embarrassed, their chests heaving. If it weren't for the fact that Sakeke was incredibly powerful, the two would have already made their move. "Sakeke, don't you think you've gone too far?" Xieshun's voice rang out as he looked at Xiaoyu and said in a deep voice. Sam, who was standing nearby, then spoke up, "Ichize, that's absolutely impossible. You may not know that the Pokémon Association receives hundreds of reports and complaints about the Paradise Group every day. Sometimes, even the Pokémon Association in China wants to cooperate with us to destroy the Paradise Group. It's only because I stepped in to keep things quiet that things have been peaceful. We provided the factory buildings and the land for the industrial park that you built, and now you're asking for 80% of the profits. That's too much." Hearing what the two were saying, Xiaoyu smiled. "You need to understand one thing, the distribution of profits is based on strength. It's already very good that we can give you 10%. Metroid, Darkrai." As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Darkray's figure emerged from his shadow and stared at the group. At the same time, the Metagross's enormous body also appeared inside the private room. "What you do?" Seeing Xiaoyu suddenly release 2 Pokémon, Xieshun and Sam became extremely nervous. At the same time, they gripped their Pokeballs and released their own Pokémon. Reishu with champion-level strength, Nidoking with champion-level strength. The large private room suddenly felt crowded, filled with a tense atmosphere. "Don't be so nervous." Xiaoyu looked at the two of them and smiled. Although Darkrai and Metagross are only at the near champion level, weaker than Reishu and Nidoking in front of him, Xiaoyu's face was still full of smiles, still looking confident of victory. He still has Gigantamax Pokémon he hasn't used. "I'm just reminding you, the stronger you are, the more profits you'll naturally reap." Xiaoyu's face revealed a cold smile. "Of course, if you really want to fight, feel free to give it a shot." Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Xieshun and Sam's faces darkened. They both knew that Goblin's ace Pokémon was his Gigantamax Lapras. If Super Giant Laplace were to appear, they would definitely be no match for Xiaoyu. 1% is too little, Sam's voice rang out, his gaze falling on Giovanni, his expression serious. "Giovanni, you are very strong, but taking 80% by yourself is too greedy. Let's compromise. You take 40%, and Xieshun and I will each take 30%, Sam's voice rang out. 40%? Xiaoyu smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on Sam and Xieshun. "You think, with my strength, I only deserve 40%? Xiaoyu slowly stood up. His tall figure and resolute face gave him a sinister air. "I'll propose a new plan. Starting today, Paradise Group will take over all the gray industries in the southern region of Siam. I will take 60%, of which 20% will go to Jiangyu, and the remaining 40% will be 20% each for you. This is my final condition." Xiaoyu's tone carried an undeniable authority. After speaking, his gaze remained fixed on Sam and Xieshun. "You can refuse, but in that case, I will have to find someone else to cooperate with. For example, Pasin, the leader of the Southern Four Heavenly Kings, and discuss with him about our cooperation if he becomes the champion of the southern region. Now you can think carefully, cooperate or refuse." Xiaoyu's surge in strength now allows him to easily threaten champions like Sam. After all, Sam only has 2 or 3 Pokémon with champion-level strength. In terms of pure strength, as long as he doesn't have any Pokémon at the near master level, he is definitely no match for Xiaoyu. Faced with Xiaoyu's blatant threat, Sam's face darkened, and he glared at Xiaoyu. Are you threatening me? No, Xiaoyu smiled. I'm just explaining to you the consequences of going against me. The choice between friend or foe is in your hands. You're offering too little. Sam took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and looked at Xiaoyu seriously. Bargaining, we each want 24.5% of the shares, and you take 51%. Hearing Sam's words, Xiaoyu smiled, then shook his head. He was really short of money right now. The money required to build Gigantamax Lapras and Gigantamax Corviknight into aerial and sea fortresses would be astronomical. Therefore, he had to find ways to raise money, and he couldn't afford to waste a single penny. Champion Sam, Chief Xia, I have a suggestion for you. You need to broaden your horizons. The biggest benefit of working with me this time is my friendship, the friendship of the Rockets. If you encounter any difficulties, as a friend, I am very willing to lend a helping hand. Xiaoyu looked at the two men. He didn't want to push them too hard. In Siam Golden City, without the protection of these two local bigwigs, Paradise Group's business would be greatly hindered. Moreover, if this cooperation goes smoothly, I will definitely give priority to cooperating with you if I have new business and projects in the future. And I'll take 60%, of which 30% goes to Jiangyu. You guys taking 20% is already quite a lot. Thank you, Chieftain, and Champion of Sam. Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the two of them. You are all intelligent people. I have made the conditions very clear. Now it is your turn to make a decision. Friends, or enemies? You can give me an answer now. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Sam and Xieshun exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of apprehension in their eyes. In this situation, did they have the right to refuse? Okay, I promise you. I promise you too. Page 372. Pleasant to work with. Chapter 556 Fire Element Secret Realm Rift. Jiangyu hadn't expected that Xiaoyu could solve the two problems troubling the Paradise Group with just a simple appearance, and even secure more benefits for them. After briefly finalizing the cooperation agreement, Sam and Xieshun had no appetite for food or drinks and left early. With such a big incident, they had to rush back to discuss it with their elders. After the two left, only Xiaoyu, Jiangyu, and Jiang Qingzhen remained in the private room. You all heard the cooperation just now. Jiang Qingzhen, I'll leave the takeover of other grey market businesses to you. Jiangyu and I will be leaving for a while, maybe 3 or 4 days, maybe 1 or 2 weeks. Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Qingzhen and spoke slowly. During this time, try to slow down and do your preliminary preparations. If you encounter any obstacles, try not to get into conflicts with others. You can be patient for now and we'll deal with everything when we get back. Taking over other grey industries is tantamount to taking away someone else's livelihood. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. It is foreseeable that conflicts with others will inevitably break out during the subsequent acquisition of other grey industries. At that point, it won't be as simple as just negotiating, it will be a contest of who has the bigger fist. This is why Xiaoyu is so eager to help Jiangyu catch Gigantamax Pokémon. Only when Jiangyu's strength increases will he have enough power to intimidate others and successfully take over the grey industries of other forces. Okay. Jiang Qingzhen naturally understood the implications and nodded in agreement. I will handle these matters well. Boss. Don't call me boss, just call me boss, Xiaoyu said, then turned to Jiangyu beside him. Jiangyu, pack your things and get some sleep. We're heading to the northwest region first thing tomorrow morning. Okay. Jiangyu nodded, his eyes shining with excitement. Northwest region. Sandstorms raged across the sky, azure sky. Xiaoyu and Jiangyu sat on the soft sofa, looking out at the white clouds through the glass. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Gigantamax Corviknight spread its dark red wings and floated in the air like an airship. A small house has been built on its back, with simple furniture and various facilities inside, which can meet its basic living needs. Now, Gigantamax Corviknight is like a private jet, making travel extremely convenient. On the table in front of Xiaoyu is a map with a red dot marked on it, which was the approximate location of the secret realm rift that Xiaoyu had deduced. We should be at our destination in a little while. They are getting closer and closer to the marked location. At the speed of Gigantamax Corviknight, it will only take them 5 minutes at most to reach their destination. Jiangyu nodded. The closer they got to their target location, the more nervous he became. Boss Sakeke, what kind of Gigantamax Pokémon do you think is in the secret rift? I'm not sure. Xiaoyu shook his head, then said, but the natural environment near the secret realm rift should be somewhat related to the types of Gigantamax Pokémon. In the northwest region, I think the most likely Pokémon to appear are ground type and rock type. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and looked at Jiangyu, asking, do you have any favorite ground type or rock type Pokémon? Ah, Garkomp or Tyranitar, Jiangyu said without hesitation. Xiaoyu was speechless. Goodness, he's greedy enough. Why didn't he go even further and say he liked Groudon and Diancie? However, Xiaoyu quite liked this kind of personality. He preferred a genuine villain to a hypocrite. It's unlikely that these two Pokémon are. Xiaoyu had only spoken halfway when a feeling of suffocation suddenly surged up, but it disappeared in an instant, as if the feeling of suffocation was just an illusion. The familiar feeling told Xiaoyu that his deduction was correct. There really was a secret realm rift here. Although the distance was slightly off, they were lucky and directly entered the narrow crevice of the secret realm. Looks like we're in luck. Xiaoyu smiled and stood up to walk outside. Jiangyu, we've entered the secret realm rift. Let's go see your Gigantamax Pokémon. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Jiangyu was slightly taken aback, but quickly smiled and followed Xiaoyu out of the room. The two stepped out of the room and stood on the back of Gigantamax Corviknight. Instantly, a scorching heat rushed towards them, with waves of flame rolling in. Fiery magma churned in the crater, and billowing hot air rose into the air. Volcanoes, lava. Given the intense heat, it's clear that the Gigantamax Pokémon in this secret realm is definitely a fire-type Pokémon. Currently, there are 3 known Gigantamax fire-type Pokémon: Gigantamax Charizard, Gigantamax Cinderace, and Gigantamax Centiskorps. It's obvious that the Gigantamax Pokémon in this narrow gap is a fire-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, reminding Jiangyu beside him. However, this battle environment is really harsh. There's a volcano below. If you don't have a fire-type Pokémon, you'll only be able to fight in the air. Be very careful. If you accidentally fall, no one can save you. Jiangyu nodded. His strongest flying-type Pokémon was a Noivern with champion-level strength, so in aerial battles, he could be considered almost useless. While the two were talking, lava churned within the volcano, and an orange-red figure lurked beneath it, its flat body swaying in the lava, with only its head visible, gazing at the Gigantamax Corviknight that appeared in the air. Its crimson body blends perfectly with the lava, making it difficult to detect. Boom! Just then, a crimson flame erupted from the magma, carrying a scorching heat wave, and flew towards the Gigantamax Corviknight in the air. Watch out, Corviknight! Max Guard! Seeing the blazing fireball, Xiaoyu immediately had Gigantamax Corviknight use Max Guard to block the fierce attack. Xiaoyu looked down and finally saw a slender, flat body churning in the lava, just like a dragon, with its head and tail burning with raging flames. Gigantamax Centipede, Firefly-type Pokémon. Xiaoyu looked at the Gigantamax Centiskorps lurking beneath the lava with a solemn expression. In such an extremely harsh environment as lava, it would be incredibly difficult to defeat and capture the Gigantamax Centiskorps, especially since Xiaoyu didn't have any Pokémon that could enter the lava. Jiangyu, do you have any Pokémon that can enter a volcano? Xiaoyu asked Jiangyu. There is a duckbill flame beast, but its strength is only at the quasi-champion level, Jiangyu replied. Hearing Jiangyu's answer, Xiaoyu frowned. A near-champion level of strength was completely insufficient against this Gigantamax flame centipede. Therefore, the only option was to find a way to lure it out of the volcano. Chapter 557 Gigantamax Centipede. Jiangyu, let's land near the volcano together. You help me attack Centiskorps, Xiaoyu said to Jiangyu beside him, while taking out 3 Pokeballs and throwing them out. Go, Metagross, Darkrai, Gyarados. 3 figures appeared in the air: Metagross, Darkrai, and Gyarados, all of whom were near champion level and capable of fighting in the air. Metamorphose, take me to the outside of the volcano. Xiaoyu jumped onto Metagross's back, signaling it to land near the volcano. With only 3 Pokémon of near champion level strength, it's clearly not enough to deal with the champion level Centiskorp. To truly defeat and capture Gigantamax Centiskorp, we still need to look to Gigantamax Lapras and its older brother, Ironhide. However, before that, we must find a way to lure Gigantamax Centiskorp out of the lava and create a good battle environment for them. Darkrai, the Wave of Evil. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Xiaoyu commanded Darkrai and Gyarados to launch an attack, drawing Centiskorp's attention. At the same time, Jiangyu landed on the ground and released his 2 ace Pokémon, Styrodinia and Ursaring, without hesitation, and sent them to attack. Circle Bear, Belly Bulge. Athracidosaurus, Ice Spike. 4 Pokémon simultaneously attacked Centiskorptes inside the volcano, but unfortunately, Centiskorptes proved to be exceptionally cunning. It submerged its entire crimson body in the magma, using the scalding hot magma to block all attacks. It's been hiding in the lava, and we can't get through to it, Jiangyu said, looking at the scene. We have to force it out. Xiaoyu nodded, his eyes flashing. In the unique terrain of volcanoes, Gigantamax Centiskorps is practically invincible. As long as it stays in the volcanic lava, no one can do anything to it. Just as Xiaoyu was pondering a way to break the deadlock, a violent tremor suddenly erupted on the other side of the volcano. The ground trembled, and endless rock energy surged forth. A huge rock slab emerged from the ground, reaching a height that blotted out the sky in almost an instant, resembling a giant wall. Boom! Giant rock. With a deafening roar, the massive rock slab crashed down, hurtling towards the colossal flame centipede within the volcano. But Gigantamax Senti's corpse reacted extremely quickly. It burrowed directly into the lava to hide itself. The giant rock transformed into a stone and slammed into the Gigantamax centipede. Faced with this terrifying attack, Gigantamax centipede suddenly burrowed into the bottom of the magma, using the magma to shield itself from the surrounding space. The stone slabs shattered, boulders flew, and rock-based energy surged forth, changing the weather into a sandstorm. Page 373. This sudden turn of events caught Xiaoyu and Jiangyu off guard, and they exchanged a glance. In the distance, flames danced, and a crimson figure flew in, carrying towering flames. With a fierce face, blazing flames burning on its neck, and its entire body enveloped in dense fire energy, it resembled a world-destroying fire dragon. The most eye-catching feature is its pair of fiery wings behind it, with blazing flames flowing through them. Gigantamax Charizard? The second Gigantamax Pokémon? Xiaoyu was startled. He hadn't expected there to be a second Gigantamax Pokémon in the secret realm. This is the second time he has encountered a secret realm with two Gigantamax Pokémon. This is Gigantamax Charizard? Jiangyu was clearly surprised that two Gigantamax Pokémon would appear in a narrow gap in a secret realm. He looked at the Gigantamax Charizard and said, two Gigantamax Pokémon, that's a bit tricky. But fortunately, these two Pokémon don't seem to get along very well, Xiaoyu said, looking at the two Pokémon. Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Sentisk are clearly mortal enemies. That attack from Gigantamax Charizard was truly aimed at killing Gigantamax Sentisk. The fire/bug-type centipede, like Volcarona, is 4 times weak to rock. Gigantamax Charizard immediately unleashed Gigantamax Rock, clearly intending to kill. If Gigantamax Senti's corpse were to take that hit squarely, it would probably be seriously injured. Fortunately, the lava cushioned some of the giant rock's power, protecting the flame centipede from damage. At the same time, Gigantamax Charizard ignored Xiaoyu and Jiangyu, the two small fry, and directly bypassed them, unleashing a huge roar at the Gigantamax Sentisk in the lava. Roar! The flame centipede also stood upright, raising its head like a dragon, with flames leaping on its head and flames surging from its entire body, letting out a huge roar in response to the Gigantamax Charizard. Gigantamax Charizard vs Gigantamax Senti's corpse. The scene before me looked exactly like a battle between a Western dragon and an Eastern dragon. The battle between two Gigantamax Pokémon made Xiaoyu's lips curl into a slight smile, and he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Fight! Fight! The harder the better!" At the same time, Xiaoyu lowered his voice and whispered to Jiangyu beside him, "Tell your Pokémon not to rush into battle. Let's watch first." The fact that Gigantamax Senti's corpse and Gigantamax Charizard are fighting is fantastic news for them, because no matter who wins or loses between the two Pokémon, he and Jiangyu can always pick up the scraps. Even if you don't catch two Pokémon, you can at least catch the one that was defeated. God help me too. Jiangyu nodded upon hearing Xiaoyu's words. In fact, he had already stopped his Pokémon without Xiaoyu's reminder. Just sit back and watch the tigers fight. His gaze darted back and forth between Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Senti's corpse, and he was already contemplating whether to choose Gigantamax Senti's corpse or Gigantamax Charizard. Now that two Gigantamax Pokémon have appeared, Xiaoyu definitely can't give them both. If he had to choose between the two, Jiangyu would definitely prefer Gigantamax Charizard over Gigantamax Senti's corpse. Putting aside appearance, the Gigantamax Charizard's flying type is crucial for him, as he doesn't even have a near champion level flying type Pokémon right now. Air combat has always been his weakness. If we can capture this Gigantamax Charizard, we can immediately make up for his weakness. Boss, Jiangyu looked at Xiaoyu and took the initiative to speak, two Gigantamax Pokémon. If possible, I would like this Gigantamax Charizard. Hearing Jiangyu's request, Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, not refusing. Sure, you happen to be lacking a flying type Pokémon. Gigantamax Charizard's aerial combat ability can make up for your weakness. But, Xiaoyu paused deliberately, smiling as he looked at Jiangyu, it's too early to talk about these things now. Let's take them down first. Chapter 558 Gigantamax Charizard. Just as Xiaoyu was earnestly talking to Jiangyu, preparing to reap the benefits, suddenly, a strong wind arose, and the whooshing sound of the wind came from the side. A huge tornado, like a long dragon, came from afar and crashed straight into the supergiant flame centipede in the magma. Max air rush. The raging wind rushed directly into the magma, blasting a wind tunnel into the scalding magma. Then, the magma poured back into the wind tunnel, and the original hurricane turned into a red magma tornado that danced in the air. In an instant, steam billowed and lava burst forth like fireworks, turning the sky crimson. Watch out! Take cover! Watching the lava scatter and fly everywhere was like witnessing the end of the world. Xiaoyu and Jiangyu could only distance themselves again, moving away from the volcano and avoiding the flying lava. At the same time, the two looked in the direction from which Max airstream came and saw a huge fireball appear in the distance, with a white humanoid rabbit standing on the fireball. This is Cinderace. Its white ears hang down like long hair, and the huge fireball beneath its feet seems to be alive, propelling Gigantamax Ace toward the volcano. Gigantamax Cinderace. 3 Gigantamax Pokémon. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen a secret realm with 3 Gigantamax Pokémon at the same time. What was going on? Could it be because these 3 Pokémon are all Fire-type Gigantamax Pokémon? This, a 3rd Gigantamax Pokémon? Jiangyu turned to look at Xiaoyu. Yes, this is also the first time I've ever seen a rift with 3 Gigantamax Pokémon. Xiaoyu nodded. He was also facing this situation for the first time. He lowered his voice and said to Jiangyu beside him, "These 3 Pokémon don't seem to get along very well. Let's not make a move for now and let them fight first. Let's observe for a while." Jiangyu nodded. At this moment, the 3 Gigantamax Pokémon looked at each other, their eyes revealing deep hostility. Among them, Gigantamax Centicorpse has a geographical advantage, its body submerged in magma, its crimson body rolling in the magma, which occasionally gurgles and bubbles. Meanwhile, Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Cinderace could only stand outside the lava, watching Gigantamax Centicorpse roar. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, Charizard broke the silence with an angry roar and launched its first attack. A surge of rock-type energy erupted from its body once more, its brownish-yellow light exceptionally dazzling. The earth shook violently, and the hard rock slab rose from the ground, instantly forming a huge rock slab in front of it. Giant rock. Boom! The rock slab collapsed, crashing down on the Gigantamax flame centipede that was submerged in magma. At the same time, Gigantamax Cinderace also unleashed astonishing fire-type energy. It turned its body, the fire-type energy wrapped around its right foot, and raised its right foot high, kicking out a fireball like a shot. Gigantamax Fireball. Fire-type moves? Jiangyu, who was watching this scene from the side, frowned and turned to Xiaoyu beside him, asking, "This Centicorpse has the Flash Fire ability. Will fire-type moves be effective?" Judging from the brief battle just now and Gigantamax Centicorpse's ease of use in the lava, it's easy to see that this Gigantamax Centicorpse's ability is Flash Fire. Pokémon with the Flash Fire ability are unaffected by fire-type moves, and their attack and special attacks increase when hit by a fire-type move, making them a natural enemy of fire-type Pokémon. In Jiangyu's view, when Gigantamax Cinderace used a fire-type attack on Gigantamax Centicorpse, it was essentially charging Gigantamax Centicorpse, which is why Jiangyu raised his question. It's different. Xiaoyu shook his head and said to Jiangyu beside him, although Centicorpse's ability is Flash Fire, Cinderace uses its exclusive Gigantamax move, Gigantamax Fireball. Gigantamax Fireball is a fire-type move, but its additional effects are very powerful. It can attack regardless of the opponent's ability, similar to Pokémon with the Mold Breaker ability. They completely ignored the Flame Centipede's fire-igniting properties. Hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Jiangyu looked surprised. Although he had seen Gigantamax moves like Gigantamax Aurora Melody and Gigantamax Thunderstrike, he didn't know much about Gigantamax moves. He had never heard of something like the Gigantamax Fireball before. Whether it's a max move or a Gigantamax move, they all have powerful additional effects. Especially Gigantamax moves, each Gigantamax Pokémon has its own unique Gigantamax move with a unique effect. Xiaoyu took this opportunity to explain to Jiangyu. For example, Gigantamax Centicorpse has a Gigantamax move called Gigantamax Flame. Gigantamax Flame Blaze can trap enemies in a sea of fire for a period of time while attacking them. Unless the difference in strength is too great, the enemy will not be able to escape. And most importantly, even Gigantamax Pokémon will be trapped. And Gigantamax Charizard's signature move is called Gigantamax Abyssal Blaze. Xiaoyu pointed to the Gigantamax Charizard next to him and continued, when Gigantamax Abyssal Blaze attacks, it leaves behind a blazing abyssal flame on the field, which continuously damages all Pokémon except for fire-type Pokémon for a period of time. These 3 Pokémon each possess a different Gigantamax move. When choosing a Gigantamax Pokémon, in addition to considering their strength and type, you also need to look at their unique Gigantamax moves. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he looked at Jiangyu and asked, "Which of these 3 do you want?" Don't rush to make a decision. You can think about it carefully and watch the battle between the 3 Pokémon before you decide. Jiangyu nodded. Just as the two were talking, Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Cinderace launched their attacks simultaneously at Gigantamax Centicorpse. It's more accurate to describe it as a 3-way battle than a simultaneous attack by Mega Charizard and Gigantamax Cinderace on Gigantamax Centicorpse. Page 374. Faced with the overwhelming attack of the 2 Pokémon, Gigantamax Centicorpse danced like a dragon under the lava, curling up its body, tensing its body, concentrating its mind, and unleashing a surge of poison-type energy. Coiled up. Coil is one of the top transformation skills, which can increase the user's attack, defense and hit rate. Boom! As Gigantamax Centicorpse used the coil move, both Max Rock and Gigantamax Fireball slammed into the lava, hitting Gigantamax Centicorpse and sending large amounts of lava flying out of the crater and onto the ground. Even though Gmax Centicorpse could withstand some damage with its magma and had used coil to boost its defense once, the combination of its 4 times super effective Max Rock and the powerful Gmax Fireball still caused some damage to Gmax Centicorpse. Chapter 559 Gigantamax Flare Ace. Faced with the combined attack of 2 equally powerful Gigantamax Pokémon, Gigantamax Centicorpse was at a disadvantage in just one move. But this only fueled its ferocity. It let out a roar, then coiled up again, burying its head inside its body to make itself look like a ball. This is the circle skill. It's going to use a combination of circle and roll. Jiangyu immediately realized Gigantamax Centicorpse's intention. It should be this move. Xiaoyu nodded. Only this possibility would make Gigantamax Centicorpse abandon the coil move, which can simultaneously increase attack, defense, and accuracy, and choose to use the coil move instead. This circle transformation skill is one of the worst transformation skills, as it only increases one's own defense by 1 level and is completely outclassed by skills such as Iron Wall, Seclusion, and Coil. However, the move Round Up has a very special ability. After using Round Up, the Pokémon's body becomes like a sphere, and the power of moves such as Ice Puck and Rollout will be greatly increased immediately afterward. The rolling skill has extremely low initial power, but it can be used continuously, maintaining the rolling posture indefinitely. Moreover, the power increases as the rolling speed increases. When the speed reaches its limit, the power caused by the rolling is extremely terrifying. The initial power in the game is 20, and the power will double with each use, 40, 80, 160, and the power can reach up to 320. Of course, while the rolling skill seems very powerful, it has 2 fatal flaws. First, after being blocked by a defensive skill, you need to accelerate again, and the power of the rolling skill also needs to be stacked up again. The second drawback is that the hit rate is not high when rolling, but this problem is not a problem at all for Gigantamax Centicorpse. It has already used the coiling skill once. The coiling skill can make it more focused, which naturally increases the hit rate of its skills and makes the rolling skill more accurate. As expected, Centicorpse, having used its spherical ability, did not disappoint Xiaoyu and Jiangyu. Its body began to roll in the lava, getting covered in the scalding hot lava, before it rolled out of the lava and crashed into Gigantamax Cinderace. Enchanting with lava before attacking, that's a pretty ruthless move. At this moment, the Gigantamax Centicorpse was like a charging fireball, rampaging wildly. Its first target was Gigantamax Cherry Blast, and it accelerated towards Gigantamax Cherry Blast. Faced with the onslaught of the Gigantamax Centicorpse, even Gigantamax Cinderace dared not confront it head-on and could only choose to use the Dynamax Guard move immediately. Boom! Light Shield instantly formed in front of Gigantamax Cinderace, a huge barrier appearing in front of Cinderace to block Gigantamax Centicorpse's attack. At the same time, the Gigantamax Charizard on the other side raised its head, and an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from its body, with flying-type energy surging out from its body. A tornado took shape in the blink of an eye and hurtled toward the gigantic flame centipede. Max Air Rush. Boom! At this point, Gigantamax Centicorpse had no choice but to take the hit head-on while continuing to roll and attack Gigantamax Cinderace. Faced with the combined attack of 2 Pokémon, Gigantamax Centicorpse has no choice but to concentrate its firepower and do its best to defeat one of them first, otherwise it will eventually be worn down by the 2 Pokémon. The gigantic flame centipede, resembling a fireball, continued rolling on the ground. Just as it was about to crash into Gigantamax Cinderace suddenly crouched slightly, pushed off with its feet, and its massive body soared into the air. Bounce! Gigantamax Cinderace once again dodged Gigantamax Centiscorp's attack using the bounce move. As Gigantamax Cinderace leaped high into the air, Gigantamax Centiscorp did not stop rolling. Instead, it continued to accelerate its charge. This ensures that the rolling speed does not decrease, and thus the rolling power does not decrease. In games, if the rolling skill misses, you have to start stacking power all over again. But in reality, it's different. As long as Gigantamax Centis keeps rolling, it can continue to accelerate without having to start accelerating from zero. The Gigantamax Cinderace leaped high into the air, its eyes sharp as it looked down at the Gigantamax Centiscorp rolling around below. Enveloped in flying-type energy, it descended from the sky and launched a kick at the Gigantamax Centiscorp. Boom! The two collided, creating a huge shockwave and sending sparks flying. Looking from afar, Xiaoyu and Jiangyu saw that Gigantamax Centiscorp was firmly in the lead, and even after the collision, Gigantamax Centiscorp's remaining power was not diminished, and it continued to accelerate. It used rollout repeatedly, giving Gigantamax Cinderace no chance to breathe, and rammed into Gigantamax Cinderace again. The continuous rolling made it difficult for Gigantamax Cinderace to defend itself, but now it had no choice but to go head-to-head with Gigantamax Centiscorp. Gigantamax Fireball. Boom! Gigantamax Cinderace kicked out a huge fireball from its feet, which surged toward Gigantamax Centiscorp, engulfing it in flames. On the other side, Gigantamax Centiscorp's rolling speed is also increasing, and the power of its rolling move is also increasing. Roar! Meanwhile, Gigantamax Charizard was not idle either. Rock-type energy surged from its entire body, but this time it did not use Max Rock, but instead used Ancient Power. Rock power erupted, bombarding Gigantamax Centiscorp, but the rapidly rolling Centiscorp ignored the Ancient Force attack and chose to withstand the Ancient Force's attack on Gigantamax Cinderace. At this moment, it was like a crimson fireball, turning into a red glow, directly withstanding the damage from the Gigantamax Fireball, blasting through the fireball, and crashing into Gigantamax Cinderace. Its speed was so fast that it gave Gigantamax Cinderace no chance to dodge. Boom! With a loud bang, Gigantamax Centiscorp severely injured Gigantamax Cinderace, sending it flying backward and crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Gigantamax Cinderace struggled to its feet, and looking at Gigantamax Centiscorp, it already had the urge to retreat. Seeing this, Xiaoyu turned to Jiangyu beside him and said, "Ace Flame might escape. I'll go catch Ace Flame first. You stay here." "Okay." Jiangyu nodded. As the two were talking, the heavily injured Gigantamax Cinderace glanced at the rapidly rolling Gigantamax Centiscorp, then turned and left. Seeing this, Gigantamax Centiscorp did not pursue, and was content to force back Gigantamax Cinderace, as there was another Gigantamax Charizard waiting for it nearby. Gigantamax Centiscorp continued rolling, drawing a graceful arc on the ground, then changed direction, as if it were in a frenzy, and continued to use its rolling skill to crash into Gigantamax Charizard. Chapter 560 The Fisherman Gets a Profit. A Volcanic Wonderland. Mega Flame Ace, dragging its heavily injured body, fled into the distance. The battle between Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Centiscorp continues in the distance. Xiaoyu rode on Metagross and quietly followed behind Mega Giga Dracul Chroma. However, he did not act rashly. Only after he had moved far enough away from the crater and could no longer see the other two Mega Pokémon did Xiaoyu finally decide to make his move. Metamorphoses, get past it, and block its path. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, Metagross was enveloped in Psychic-type energy, its eyes glowed purple, and it unleashed its agility skill, its body suddenly accelerating. Metagross, like a blue flash, drew an arc in the air, passing by Mega Gigafactory Ace of Flames from the side and blocking its path. The heavily injured Gigantamax Cinderace looked at Metagross next to the little guy and let out a warning roar. Even though it was severely injured, it wouldn't tolerate a mere Metagross daring to provoke it. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the Mega Cinderace, and then he took out two Pokeballs from his bag. "Go, Laplace, Iron Warrior." With a flash of red light, the supergiant Laplace and the Iron Warrior appeared together. He couldn't afford to waste too much time, so he released Gigantamax Lapras to fight alongside Iron Warrior. "Let's finish this battle quickly, Laplace, Iron Warrior." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Gigantamax Lapras unleashed an astonishing burst of water-type energy, transforming into a massive torrent that slammed into Gigantamax Cinderace. Mega Current. At the same time, the near master-level Iron Warrior also gripped his double-edged blade, looked at the Gigantamax Cinderace, and with a burst of speed, his figure vanished in a flash. Fighting-type energy erupted, and the purple double-edged blades were enveloped in crimson fighting-type energy. Boom! Cut it out with one knife. Page 375. The battle between Gigantamax Centiscorpse and Gigantamax Charizard has reached a fever pitch. Gigantamax Charizard flapped its wings, hovered in the air, and once again unleashed its primal power to attack Gigantamax Centiscorpse. A surge of rock-type energy descended from the sky, emitting a dazzling light as it blasted towards the giant flame centipede. Boom! The Gigantamax flame centipede, covered in wounds, let out a roar, and its entire body erupted with astonishing dark-type energy. Giant Bully. When the two moves collided, the power of Dynamax Dark Tyrant was clearly superior to that of Ancient Power. The dark-type energy shattered the rock-type energy, soaring into the sky and striking Gigantamax Charizard, causing some damage. Although the giant flame centipede had a slight advantage in this move, it now looks to be in very poor condition. Its body was covered in wounds, and it was already seriously injured. At the same time, its physical strength was also greatly depleted, and it was clearly at its limit. It is now impossible for it to defeat a Gigantamax Charizard that has only suffered minor injuries. Gigantamax Centiscorpse was panting heavily, its long body heaving violently, its fierce eyes fixed on Gigantamax Charizard, and it let out an angry roar. Even when it had reached its limit, it showed no sign of weakness. It is the king of lava, and even if Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Cinderace attack it together, it will never admit defeat. At the same time, a blue light flashed across the sky, and a strong wind swept by. Xiaoyu had already captured the Gigantamax Cinderace and was riding Metagross back quickly, landing beside Jiangyu. So fast? Jiangyu glanced at Xiaoyu. Even though Gigantamax Cinderace was seriously injured, it couldn't have been this fast. Xiaoyu nodded. He glanced at the situation and realized that the Gigantamax Flame Centipede was almost at its limit. It's time to make a move. Have you decided which Pokémon you want? Xiaoyu asked Jiangyu. After thinking for a moment, Jiangyu made a difficult choice: Charizard. Undoubtedly, he greatly admires Gigantamax Centiscorpse's terrifying strength and tenacious character, but what he needs most right now is Gigantamax Charizard's unique ability to fly. Alright. Xiaoyu nodded. In that case, you go deal with Charizard. After all, if you wanted to obey your commands quickly, you need to show some strength and gain its respect. I'll go and subdue Centipede first. Jiangyu nodded, then turned to look at the Gigantamax Charizard, his eyes flashing. Is this my own Gigantamax Pokémon? Looking at the Charizard that resembled a world-destroying fire dragon, Jiangyu felt a surge of anticipation and commanded his two Pokémon, Ursa, Rock Slide, Thornit, Ice Pillar Slam. Jiangyu's two Pokémon launched an attack simultaneously, with Ursaring naturally using a Rock-type move that was 4 times stronger than Charizard. Rock energy surged forth, forming countless fragments of rock that hurtled towards the Gigantamax Charizard. At the same time, the Styracosaurus unleashed Ice-type energy, forming a huge ice pillar in front of it, which blasted towards the Gigantamax Charizard. Faced with the sudden attack of the two Pokémon, Gigantamax Charizard turned its head, flames gathering in its mouth, and then unleashed its fire. Spray flames. At the same time, Xiaoyu also made his move, releasing Gigantamax Lapras. A chilling aura swept in, creating a stark contrast with the scorching heat of the volcanic landscape. The supergiant Laplace appears, and the scorching, dry environment makes it somewhat uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Centiscorpse also looked on in surprise at the sudden appearance of Gigantamax Lapras. They clearly hadn't expected a Gigantamax Pokémon to appear here. Laplace, Absolute Zero. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and a chilling aura erupted. White mist filled the air, and ice and fire intertwined. Even without any advantage in terms of terrain, Gigantamax Laplace still demonstrated his immense power, with chilling energy spreading outwards like locusts in a swarm. Everything along its path was frozen solid, and the surging cold air rushed toward the gigantic flame centipede, as if an invisible hand was swallowing it up, extinguishing the scorching flames. The Gigantamax Centiscorpse, whose stamina was already at its limit, was powerless to resist the corrosive cold from Gigantamax Lapras. It was slowly devoured and frozen from its tail into a sculpture. The cold air continued to rage, freezing the entire crater. The snow was falling heavily, just like the dead of winter. Seeing the Gigantamax Centiscorpse frozen into an ice sculpture, Xiaoyu immediately threw out a Gigantamax Pokeball and captured it. With this, only Gigantamax Charizard remains of the 3 fire-type Gigantamax Pokémon. Xiaoyu stood at a distance, his gaze fixed on the Gigantamax Charizard in the distance. No need to help me. Jiang Yu noticed that Xia Yu had already dealt with the Gigantamax centipede, so he quickly turned to Xia Yu and shouted, "Boss, I can handle this myself. If there's any real danger, then you can help." Xia Yu nodded. He knew what Jiang Yu meant, of course. Laplace, no rush. Who? Supergiant Laplace responded softly. Circle Bear, Continuous Rockfalls. Thornet, Great Sword Assault. Chapter 561 Returning to the Gold Market. Siam, Gold City. Jiang Qingzhen's face was gloomy, and as he listened to his subordinate's report, his expression grew even more unpleasant. "Mr. Jiang, we don't know where they got their information from. Since yesterday, all our stores in the city have been attacked, and our people are attacked whenever they leave the city. Their whereabouts are unknown." Jiang Qingzhen's eyebrows furrowed into a deep frown as he looked out the window, remaining silent. Starting the day before yesterday, the owners of several other gray market businesses in Gold City, besides Paradise Group, heard from somewhere that the Jiang family's Paradise Group was preparing to swallow up all the gray market businesses in Gold City. Regardless of the veracity of the news, several other factions have engaged in fierce conflicts with the Paradise Group. After all, as the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents, especially when it's such a big business. This led to attacks on all of Paradise Group's shops and properties starting yesterday, including Tinyu Hospital, whose doors and windows were all smashed. Jiang Qingzhen stood up, took a deep breath, and said coldly, "Who else could it be? Only 3 parties know this news, us, the Xie family, and Sam. We naturally wouldn't want to cause trouble for ourselves, so the mastermind behind this is either the Xie family or Sam. They're trying to intimidate us. They've sent some low-level scouts to test the waters and see what our limits are." Jiang Qingzhen saw through the mastermind at a glance. It was obvious that Xiechuan or Sam were dissatisfied with Sakeke's tough stance, but at the time, they were intimidated by Sakeke's powerful influence and dared not openly oppose him. They could only resort to such underhanded means to leak the information and have their subordinates cause trouble for the Paradise Group. "When will you be back?" Jiang Qingzhen asked. "The most urgent task right now is to have a powerful person in charge to keep things in order so that a counterattack can be launched. Tomorrow." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Qingzhen nodded. Boom. Just then, with a crisp sound, the window in front of Jiang Qingzhen was smashed by the fireball. Flying glass shards flew everywhere, and some of them even pierced Jiang Qingzhen's face, cutting a gash and causing blood to flow freely. "Boss Jiang." "It's nothing." The wound on his face stung painfully, but Jiang Qingzhen endured the pain without showing any expression. He silently walked to the window and looked into the distance. In the darkness, a figure and a fiery red silhouette stood out. The person looked at Jiang Qingzhen, who appeared by the window, made a throat-slitting gesture, and then turned to leave. Before leaving, the person also had the fire-type Pokémon next to him throw another fireball at Jiang Qingzhen. "Watch out." The middle-aged man next to Jiang Qingzhen released a blastwaz to block the attack for Jiang Qingzhen. "They've gone too far," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, looking at the figures outside the window. "Money can be a powerful motivator. If you threaten someone's livelihood, you should be prepared for a fight to the death." Jiang Qingzhen squatted down, picked through the glass on the ground, and selected a satisfactory shard. "Please keep this piece of glass safe for me and carry it with me, Mr. Jiang. Also, inform everyone not to go out unless absolutely necessary," Jiang Qingzhen said coldly, "and call the police while you're at it." After Jiang Qingzhen finished speaking, he picked up the phone and called Xiechuan and Suamu respectively. He wanted to see their reactions so as to determine who the real mastermind was. Xiechuan, Sam, or both of them? Gold Market. Xiechuan sat in his study, staring blankly at the bright red wine on the table. The entire Gold City is home to 5 major gray industries: gambling fraud, money laundering, organ trafficking, human trafficking, and Pokémon smuggling. In addition, there are database resale, hacking, doxing, professional killers, and so on. Sam controls the 2 gray industries of gambling and fraud, the Xie family controls human trafficking and Pokémon smuggling, and the Jiang family's Paradise Group only controls the gray industry of organ trafficking. When Giovanni proposed to take over all the gray industries, Sam and Xiechuan were naturally unwilling, but intimidated by Giovanni's terrifying strength, they had no choice but to agree. Now that Sakeke has left, they naturally have other ideas in mind. Although they couldn't openly oppose Sakeke, they could incite their subordinates to take action. They only needed to leak a little information, and their underlings who made a living through shady dealings would naturally fight Paradise Group to the death, without them having to show their faces. Whether Paradise Group has the capability to take over all the gray industries remains to be seen. Page 376. Master, news has just arrived. The old butler beside him said in a low voice, Jiang Chenzhen suffered a minor injury, but it's not serious. That guy, Tian, is acting recklessly. Som needs to get his men to discipline him, at least they need to show some respect. Xiaoxuan smiled, then picked up his phone and dialed Som's number. Whether or not Som can capture Sompa, he has to put on a show and do his part. Xiaoyu sat on the soft sofa, staring blankly at the starry sky thousands of meters above the window. Outside, Jiangyu was on the phone with a serious expression, listening to his subordinates report on the various events, big and small, that had occurred at Paradise Group in the past few days. I'll be back tomorrow. Tell my second uncle not to act rashly and to wait until I get back before discussing anything else. Jiangyu's face was grim, filled with undisguised murderous intent, and his eyes were sinister. Xiaoyu looked at Jiangyu and asked, "What went wrong with your second uncle?" Someone leaked the news that Paradise Group was about to integrate all the gray industries in Golden City, and then several other gray industry forces clashed with Paradise Group, and our forces were attacked. My second uncle was just attacked at home and suffered some minor injuries. Jiangyu said coldly, "It's obvious that the Xie family and Som are behind this. Money can be a powerful motivator, that's perfectly normal." Xiaoyu remained calm. He had anticipated that integrating the gray market would face significant obstacles. "Have you figured out how to solve this? Make an example of them." Jiangyu sneered. "It's a good opportunity to test the strength of Gigantamax Charizard and give Xiaoxuan and Som a surprise." Listening to Jiangyu's words, Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. He found that Jiangyu's personality was somewhat unique. Just like when the two first met, everyone else was wearing masks and black robes, and didn't even use their main Pokémon, for fear that others would recognize them. Jiangyu, on the other hand, openly revealed himself, immediately sending out his strongest ace Pokémon, the Spinosaurus, without any hidden cards. Having just captured a Gigantamax Charizard, he wasn't planning to keep it hidden as a trump card, but rather to make a high-profile move. With such an unconventional and flamboyant personality, perhaps I should assign him more show-off tasks. Let him make a name for himself and for the Rockets. I was originally planning to go straight back to China, but since this has happened, I'll go to Gold City with you again. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, "We can get to Gold City tomorrow night, and then I'll watch your performance. You will definitely not be disappointed." Chapter 562 Ation, Gold Market. Night falls. The barbecue restaurants on the street are doing booming business, with small tables even set up outside the shops. The aroma of barbecue wafted through the air, and a hot and sexy female owner was grilling seafood in front of the barbecue stall, her face heavily made up and exuding a seductive charm. "Boss lady, another order of oysters, please." Xiaoyu and Jiangyu were both wearing plain-colored coats and baseball caps, with their heads down, covering their faces. Sitting at an open-air stall, eating seafood barbecue and drinking beer, while looking across at Tinyu Hospital. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Jiangyu said to Xiaoyu in a low voice, "The barbecue here is pretty good, and the key is that the owner is spicy enough." Xiaoyu glanced at the proprietress. She had a great figure, but compared to Xiao Wanyu, she was far inferior. Thinking of Xiao Wanyu, I wonder how she's been doing lately. Now that I've finished my work here, I can go back and visit her. Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, a large crowd suddenly surged into the street. These people all looked fierce and menacing, their faces covered, and they were holding knives and clubs used in fighting. They were either tattooed or wore nose rings and earrings, had fierce looks, and some were even carrying guns. They were also accompanied by some quite strong Pokémon. They possessed strength ranging from elite to master level. Having seen many grand occasions, Xiaoyu looked at these weak Pokémon, chuckled, and shook his head, feeling a sense of melancholy. This is the strength that ordinary people should have. He often encounters opponents at the king level, champion level, or even quasi-master level, which makes him almost forget the strength that ordinary people should have. Bang! One of the thugs raised his pistol and fired a shot into the air, shouting as he walked away, "Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way. Get the hell out of my way if you don't want to die. Get lost, put your phone down, or I'll kill anyone who's recording this." The group shouted at the diners on the street, kicking aside tables and chairs as they walked towards Tinyu Hospital across the street. The tourists from out of town who were enjoying their barbecue were quite frightened by the scene and quickly ran inside the restaurant to hide. Seeing this, Jiangyu's face revealed a faint killing intent, and his right hand had already reached for the poke ball at his waist, but Xiaoyu shook his head and stopped him. "Let's see what's going on first, don't rush to make a move." After speaking, Xiaoyu followed the crowd toward the barbecue restaurant, with Jiangyu following closely behind, watching the group from afar and observing the commotion outside the street. They quickly crossed the street and rushed aggressively towards Tinyu Hospital across the street. The tourists from out of town inside the store were already stunned by the scene, staring blankly out the window. As for local tourists, they seem to have long been used to it. "Hey handsome, stop looking. You might get into trouble later. This is terrible, let's go back right away. I will never dare to travel here again." Under the cover of night, this group of people directed their Pokémon to violently blast open the gates of Tinyu Hospital and then began to wreak havoc. In just a few minutes, the lavishly decorated Tinyu Hospital was reduced to a scene of utter devastation, with shards of glass scattered everywhere and flames shooting into the sky. A heartless hospital. Scam. Seeing this, Jiangyu's face revealed a faint killing intent. He turned to look at Xiaoyu and asked, "Shall we make a move?" Xiaoyu shook his head and raised his hand to stop him. "Let's see what's going on first, don't rush to take action. It's a waste of time and energy to deal with such small fry." Xiaoyu preferred to find the mastermind behind it all, to solve the problem once and for all. "Okay." Jiangyu took a deep breath. If it were up to his personality, he would have already taken action. He suppressed his anger and watched quietly with Xiaoyu as everything unfolded before them. "By the way, your hospital should do less of those harmful things in the future. Boss, you've misunderstood." Seeing that Xiaoyu had misunderstood, Jiangyu quickly explained, "Tinyu Hospital is one of the top private hospitals in Golden City. The people who come here for treatment are all powerful and influential. I would never ruin my own reputation. Apart from the higher fees, I really haven't done anything else wrong." "Is it? Really, those kinds of things are all done on the high seas," Jiangyu assured him. Just then, police sirens sounded. "The cops are here, get out of here." Someone shouted, and upon hearing the siren, everyone rushed out of Tinyu Hospital and scattered in all directions. Xiaoyu, who was watching this scene from inside the barbecue restaurant, turned his head and nodded to Jiangyu. He planned to leave with this group to see who was behind it all. Seeing Xiaoyu and Jiangyu preparing to leave, a customer in the store kindly reminded them, "You'd better not go out now. I've already called the police. Wait until the police arrive before you go out." Xiaoyu and Jiangyu turned to look. The young face appeared to be that of a Chinese university student. He pulled his hat brim low, hiding his face in shadow, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness." After speaking, the two walked out of the shop and disappeared into the dark street. Under the cover of darkness, the two followed the group through the bustling streets of the city and arrived at an electronics manufacturing park in the suburbs. The enclosed factory area is surrounded by electrified barbed wire. The factory area is surrounded by surveillance cameras, and there are guard towers at the four corners of the factory. 3 patrol officers are stationed in the guard towers, armed with firearms and dog-type Pokémon. This is Atian's territory. As Jiangyu walked down this familiar road, he already knew who was behind it all. Atian is the boss of the Black So Group. On the surface, the Black So Group's main business is high-tech industry, but they are the largest human trafficking and Pokémon smuggling gang in all of Siam. "How strong is Atian?" Xiaoyu asked. "He has 2 or 3 Pokémon with near champion potential. I wonder if he's hiding his strength." "He probably doesn't have any Pokémon with champion-level potential," Jiangyu said. Hearing Jiangyu's words, Xiaoyu frowned slightly and looked at Jiangyu, asking, "With such strength, you haven't annexed him?" Atian is actually just a high-level employee, holding only a tiny share in the Black So Group. His real boss is Xiexuan, Jiangyu said to Xiaoyu with a serious expression. "So, Xiexuan is actually the mastermind behind this?" "Probably." Jiangyu nodded. "Although I called Xiexuan yesterday, he made an excuse that his subordinates had a lot of complaints and he could only try to restrain them. He probably wanted Atian to test our limits." "Test the limits?" Xiaoyu smiled. "What do you plan to do?" Page 377. Chapter 563. Old Hand Xiexuan. Hearing Xiaoyu's question, Jiangyu remained indifferent. In a place like Golden City, he had long since learned to be ruthless. Unlike Xiaoyu, he was not calculating. He didn't dare to touch Atian before because he was wary of Xiexuan and Sam's strength. Now that Xiaoyu is backing him up, and he has a newly captured Gigantamax Charizard, he naturally has no more worries. Moreover, you should know that his second uncle was injured because of this guy just last night. Moreover, his own ships on the high seas were attacked, and Paradise Group's businesses have been hit hard in just a few days. It's obvious that someone wants to cut off his source of income, make an example of someone by killing the chicken. But isn't this a monkey delivered to our doorstep? Jiangyu revealed a sinister smile, about to make his move. "Actually, I have a suggestion." Xiaoyu smiled faintly and lowered his voice, saying, "The greatest use of force is deterrence, threat, and warning. Since you've decided to take action, you need to leave a deep impression on them, making everyone think twice about the consequences of opposing you. Actually, you could do this. At dawn, the full moon hung high in the sky. Xiaoxuan and Sam had grim expressions. Even though it was getting late, the two of them still rode their flying-type Pokémon and sped towards the outskirts of Goldenrod City. They didn't expect Jiangyu to return, and upon his return, he took swift and decisive action, seizing control of the entire park. Arrive. As the two approached the park, they found it eerily quiet, just like the silent night. Their gaze fell on the sentry post in the corner, where they found the man on patrol lying on the ground, fast asleep, his expression pained, clearly suffering from a nightmare. The two of them jumped over the iron fence and landed on the open ground in the middle. The surroundings were quiet, with an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. "This is Darkrai," Sakake is doing. Xiaoxuan frowned, a hint of unease in his eyes. "Let's go upstairs first." "Old Xia, I warned you not to mess with Sakake. Now look what happened." Sam complained. "It's too late to say anything now. Didn't you tacitly agree to let Atian take action back then? Are you really willing to hand over the profits you have?" Xiaoxuan said coldly, "Although Atian is my man, don't forget that we're in the same boat." Ugh. The two silently entered the building in the park, went straight to the top floor, and pushed open the door to the luxuriously decorated private room. Upon entering, one could see that the private room was already quite full of people. Sakage, Jiangyu, Jiang Chenzhen, and Atian, whose entire body was tied to a chair with ropes and whose mouth was gagged. Seeing this, Xiaoxuan's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly composed himself, put on a smile, and walked in, saying, "Sakake, Jiangyu, when did you get back? You didn't even tell me beforehand so I could have entertained you. Did Atian offend you in any way?" Sam followed Xiaoxuan into the private room, but remained silent. Xiaoyu also sat to the side, silently watching the show. "Tonight is Jiangyu's show, he's just a spectator." "Thank you, clan chief." Jiangyu's face revealed a sinister smile. He placed one hand on Atian's head and used the other to pull off the sock covering Atian's mouth. He said, "I just returned to Golden City today and saw a large group of people rushing into Tinyu Hospital, smashing, looting, and burning. Then I followed the clues and came here, only to find that it was Atian who was behind it. Chief Xia, what do you think I should do?" Hearing Jiangyu's words, Xiaoxuan's face darkened. He first cursed Jiangyu as an idiot in his heart, then glanced at Sakake sitting to the side. Seeing that Sakake did not speak, he felt a little more confident. Xiaoxuan glared at Atian and shouted, "Atian, what are you doing? You can't even manage your subordinates. I know you're unhappy about handing over your shady businesses, but you can't just let your men cause trouble. I've emphasized to you that Paradise Group is now our closest partner, and you still can't control your men. You're disregarding the big picture and affecting unity. You've really disappointed me. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Jiang." "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's my fault. I didn't manage my subordinates well." Xiaoxuan's angry rebuke, coupled with Atian's apology, made Xiaoyu's lips curl into a slight smile. It must be said that Xiaoxuan's ability to become the clan leader is not only due to his own strong strength, but also to his excellent adaptability. His words just now were also quite eloquent. Not only did they completely absolve themselves of any responsibility, but they also extricated Atian from the situation, characterizing the whole incident as Atian's subordinates causing trouble. Jiangyu sneered. He was using this incident to establish his authority, so he wasn't going to let Atian off easily. He turned to Xiaoxuan and said, "Can't manage your subordinates? Clan Chief Xia, this isn't that simple. Starting a few days ago, almost all of Paradise Group's businesses have been attacked. Our ships at sea, shops and hospitals in the city, even our transport fleets have been attacked. Do you think this is just a simple matter of not being able to manage your subordinates?" What? Xiaoxuan truly had the potential to be an award-winning actor. His face showed shock as he glared at Atian, looking both pitying and angry at his incompetence. "Sigh, you really are outrageous. What have you been doing these past few days? You've made such a serious mistake." "Little Jiang, since that's the case, do whatever you want. I will absolutely not protect him." "I was wrong, Mr. Jiang, please, I was wrong." The slippery Xiaoxuan also used a strategy of retreat to advance, handing over the difficult question of how to deal with Atian to Jiangyu. It must be said that the young Jiangyu is still a bit too inexperienced compared to the shrewd Xiaoxuan, but Jiangyu is not without his merits, such as being ruthless. Since that's the case, then just kill him. Jiangyu's face revealed a sinister expression. At the same time, he took out a pistol from his waist and aimed it at Atian, instantly scaring him into a panic. "No, please, don't kill me." Atian didn't expect Jiangyu to actually attack him, so he quickly begged for mercy, while also looking at Xiaoxuan beside him. "Boss, save me, save me." Hearing Tian's pleas for mercy, Xiexuan looked down at Jiang Yu with a gloomy expression. Young Master Jiang, Tian is guilty, but he failed to manage his subordinates properly, so he doesn't deserve to die. Besides, we'll be close partners in the future, and Tian is practically one of our own. Give me some face and let him off the hook, okay? Let's give Tian a chance to redeem himself. He is, after all, a powerful trainer, and we are short-handed right now. Xiaoyu, standing to the side, stroked his chin and looked at Xiexuan. This guy had a thick skin and a silver tongue. He was truly a talent. Listening to Xiexuan's words, Jiang Yu was perhaps annoyed by what he said, or perhaps sophistry was not his forte. A smile appeared on his lips, and he swiftly cut through the mess, pointing his pistol at Tian and pulling the trigger repeatedly, just to empty the magazine. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 560. For the debut of Gigantamax Charizard. The deafening gunfire filled the air, along with the smell of gunpowder. The sound of dripping water rang out, followed by a blank stare and Tian's heavy breathing. The fear of death still lingered in his mind. The yellowish liquid soaked his crotch, followed by a surge of humiliation. Jiang Yu revealed a mocking and disdainful smile, followed by a sneer. Ha ha ha, you actually peed your pants in fear. It's just a blank, it'll just make a noise. Xiexuan stared at Jiang Yu with a gloomy expression, took a deep breath, and slowly said, Enough, Jiang Yu. Enough? Jiang Yu's face revealed a contemptuous smile. Then he took out a silver pistol from his waist, aimed it at Tian, stared intently at Xiexuan, and said, Guess if this gun is real. Jiang Yu. Xiexuan's face grew increasingly gloomy. His gaze fell on Sakeke beside him. Seeing that Sakeke remained silent, he felt more confident. In terms of pure strength, he is stronger than Jiang Yu. His only worry was that Sakeke would get involved. Seeing that Giovanni looked indifferent and like he was just watching the show, Xiexuan took Reishu's poke ball out of his bag and threw it out. Reishu, high-five him and stop him. Circle Bear, hold on. Jiang Yu was equally determined and released his own teddy bear. Reishu transformed into a flash of light, his body enveloped in normal-type energy, moving with lightning speed as he slapped at Ursaring. A light shield appeared, blocking Reishu's surprise high-five attack. Jiang Yu, don't go too far. You've had your fun, it's time to release Tian. Although Xiexuan was speaking to Jiang Yu, he kept looking at Sakeke, since the real decision was in Sakeke's hands. Release him? How is that possible? Jiang Yu's face revealed a sinister expression. Playing tricks on Tian today was just a pretext. His real purpose was to establish his authority and let them know that he was no longer the same as before. Who will compensate me for my losses? Who is responsible for the injuries on my second uncle's face? I'll have Tian kowtow and apologize to you. I'll compensate for his losses, how about that? Xiexuan looked at Jiang Yu and made a promise, give me some face. You. Jiang Yu glanced at him coldly, his face revealing an arrogant expression. Clan Chief Xie, face is never something given by others, it's something you earn yourself. Circle Bear, kill him. Use Crush. Jiang Yu pointed at Tian and said to Circle Bear. Hearing Jiang Yu's arrogant words, Xiexuan took a deep breath, took out a poke ball from his waist, and threw it. Go, Babubo. Use Mach Punch. Reishu, Thunderbolt. Faced with the combined attack of two Pokémon, Jiang Yu showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he revealed an excited expression and a bright smile. He finally made his move. He had been waiting for this for so long. Boom. Ursaring was defeated by Babu and Reishu working together, sustaining minor injuries and displaying a ferocious expression on its face. Jiang Yu took out a Gigantamax Pokeball from his waist, his gaze falling on Xiexuan, and then he suddenly threw the Pokeball out the window. Go, Charizard. As Jiang Yu's voice rang out, Gigantamax Charizard made its appearance. Its enormous feet touched the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Its hellish body was engulfed in scorching flames, igniting the dark night. Its dazzling fiery wings shone brightly in the darkness. The patterns on its abdomen gleamed with a dazzling light, and the two horns on its head were enveloped in flames, spewing out scorching fire. Roar! When Gigantamax Charizard appeared, it displayed its terrifying strength and kingly demeanor, as terrifying as a demonic dragon. Page 378. Xiexuan and Sam looked at Jiang Yu with disbelief, then turned their gaze to Sakeke, who was sitting silently in a chair to the side. No wonder Sakeke didn't say a word. It turns out he had prepared such a powerful weapon for Jiang Yu. Giant Pokémon have always been Giovanni's standard equipment. No one else has ever owned one. Now, Jiang Yu actually has one of these giant Pokémon. He must have gotten it from Giovanni. Just as rumored, Giovanni has indeed mastered the secret of giant Pokémon. Jiang Yu has truly latched onto an incredibly powerful patron. Xiexuan felt a pang of envy and greed. Jiang Yu was truly a lucky guy. If following Giovanni could grant him such a giant Pokémon, he would not hesitate to follow Giovanni. Despite Giovanni's current notoriety and status as one of the most dangerous criminals, Team Rocket would become incredibly valuable if he were willing to reveal the secret of the giant Pokémon. Countless people are eager to cooperate with him, and some even join his Rockets team without hesitation. A champion-level giant Pokémon is terrifying. It could completely guarantee the long-term prosperity of an entire family. You think you're so tough? Jiangyu's face revealed a sinister look, then he commanded Charizard, Charizard, Gigantamax Abyssal Blaze. As Jiangyu's voice rang out, flames shot into the sky from Charizard's body, and the flaming collar around its neck and the fiery wings on its back unleashed astonishing fire energy, converging towards its front. Roar! Charizard roared angrily, and endless fire energy transformed into a giant firebird that swooped down on Bobubo and Raichu. Hold on! Bobubo and Raichu simultaneously used Protect, and a light shield appeared in front of them, desperately trying to block the Gigantamax Charizard's attack. Boom! With a deafening roar, the firebird crashed to the ground, shattering the light shield and transforming into raging flames that spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, the sea of fire surged and engulfed everything in sight. While Babu and Raichu managed to withstand most of the attacks by defending themselves, the scattered abyssal flames still clung to them, continuing to burn. Seeing this, Xieshun and Sam's expressions grew increasingly grim. The giant fire-breathing dragon in front of them had demonstrated its immense power with just one strike. With this fire-breathing dragon, plus the circular bear and Jiangyu's ace, the Triceratops, he would be no match for Jiangyu. Seeing this, Xiaoyu knew it was his turn to step in. His and Jiangyu's plan was simply to teach Xieshun a lesson and give him a warning, and that was enough. Jiangyu, that's enough. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, there are hundreds, even thousands of people in this factory. Do you want to kill them all? After speaking, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Xieshun and slowly said, Clan Chief Xie, you were wrong in this matter. If you don't want to cooperate with me, you can just tell me directly. There's no need to resort to these underhanded tactics. I hope this is the last time. Xiaoyu's voice was calm, but Xieshun still sensed the warning in his cold gaze. Her heart tightened, and she quickly said, Sakeke, you don't need to explain or say anything more. If there's a next time. Although Xiaoyu didn't finish his sentence, everyone understood what he meant. Chapter 565 The Golden Secret Realm. I promise, there won't be a next time. Xieshun took a deep breath, a hint of nervousness in his expression, and assured Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded, then said, as the saying goes, a death sentence may be waived, but a living punishment is inevitable. Within 6 months, you will give half of your 2% income to the Jiang family. Any objections? No. As for Jiang Qingzhen's injuries, Xiaoyu said, then turned to Jiang Qingzhen and asked, how do you want to resolve this? How about beating him up to vent your anger? Just don't kill or maim him. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the unassuming Jiang Qingzhen nodded and respectfully said, Boss, we'll do as you say. Yeah, go ahead. Jiang Qingzhen slowly walked towards Atian, who was already terrified, with a cold expression on his face. He took out a piece of broken glass from his bag, held it tightly in his hand, and slashed it across Atian's face. What? Atian let out a shrill scream as a scarlet wound appeared on his face, blood gushing out and staining his entire face crimson, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Jiang Qingzhen's face was gloomy. He threw the blood-stained glass on the ground and said in a cold voice, this glass was left last night. I'm returning it to you now. We'll call it even. Stop yelling. Wipe the blood off. Xieshun's expression was cold as he frowned at Atian, his face showing impatience. He said in a cold voice, wipe it off. He's not dead. Get him to the hospital right now. Hurry up. Xiaoyu shook his head inwardly as he watched this scene. In a place like Golden City, none of those who survived and became those in power were kind-hearted. Jiangyu, Jiang Qingzhen, Xieshun, aren't they all ruthless and cruel? Boss Sakeke. After seeing Atian off, Xieshun smiled as if nothing had happened and said to Xiaoyu, you've come all this way to Golden City, and you haven't had a proper chance to explore. Tomorrow I'd like to invite you to visit our Golden City secret realm and underground black market, and then we can have dinner together tonight as an apology. Xiaoyu listened to Xieshun's words, pondered for a moment, and then slowly nodded. He had originally planned to leave Golden City tomorrow, but upon hearing Xieshun's mention of the secret realm and the black market, he suddenly became interested. Okay. Golden Castle, Siam's most famous tourist city, boasts stunning sea views and breathtaking scenery. It once received over 10 million international tourists annually, but in the past 2 years, due to safety incidents and other reasons, the number of visitors has decreased by more than half. In the early morning, the salty sea breeze made the curtains flutter. Xiaoyu slept in late, a rare occurrence for him. After changing his clothes, he stepped out of his room and saw a woman with delicate features and a tall figure standing outside. "Boss, I'm the person sent by Boss Xia to pick you up. Breakfast is ready. This way, watch your step." The young and beautiful woman spoke fluent Chinese, a slight smile on her face. She was dressed in a business suit and spoke respectfully to Xiaoyu. "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded and followed the young and beautiful woman into the restaurant. To accommodate Sakeke, the restaurant had been sealed off, with only young and beautiful waitresses and chefs present. The breakfast selection was incredibly diverse, ranging from basic steamed buns and dumplings to noodles, rice noodles, and Western-style breakfasts like fresh milk and bread slices. Xiaoyu only needed to say what she wanted to eat, and someone would immediately bring the freshly made breakfast to the table. As Xiaoyu ate, he also sighed, "This is the extravagant life of the powerful and wealthy." Xiaoyu had just finished breakfast when Xie Jiangyu, and Jiang Qinzhen appeared in the restaurant. It was clear they had been there for a while, but they waited until Xiaoyu was almost finished before coming in. As for some, his identity is sensitive, and it is inconvenient for him to appear in public with the others. "Boss, the car is ready. Shall we go to the secret realm first or the black market?" Xie, dressed in a suit and tie, greeted Xiaoyu warmly, as if he had already forgotten about what happened last night. "Let's go to the secret realm first." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Yes, the car is ready," Xie said. The three of them rode in a luxury car, with a private car leading the way to the secret realm of Golden City. The kingdom of Siam is not large, and there are only 3 secret realms in the whole country. One of them is located in Golden City, and it is personally overseen by the champion of Siam. At this moment, in the forbidden golden secret realm that is difficult for ordinary people to enter, inside the Tide Cave. Accompanied by Jiangyu, Jiang Qinzhen, Xie, and Sam, Xiaoyu toured the Tide Cave. The person in charge of the introduction was a mature and beautiful woman, about 27 or 28 years old, with a plump figure and gorgeous attire. This woman was also one of the managers of the secret realm. She received a notification last night that a very important person would be coming to the secret realm today, and she was told to be prepared. She arrived at the forbidden area of the secret realm just as dawn was breaking this morning, and recognized Sakeke's true identity the moment she saw him. Seeing the dangerous figures appearing in the news, she couldn't help but feel nervous, but when she looked at the crowd surrounding Sakeke, including champion Sam and Xie, she calmed down. Opportunity always comes with danger. The Golden Secret Realm is the only secret realm in the southern region of Siam. Its main attribute is water. It was originally named the Tide Secret Realm, but was renamed the Golden Secret Realm 10 years ago. The Secret Realm is home to a large number of rare water-type Pokémon, including the Kingdra family, Blastoise family, Lapras family, Gyarados family, Shrike, Toxapex, and many other water-type Pokémon families. Among them, the most famous are the Kingthorn Dragon Clan and the Blastoise Clan, as well as Toxapex, which has produced several high-quality Pokémon eggs in recent years. Kingdra and Blastoise? Xiaoyu's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. "Take me to see these Pokémon." Sam nodded, gesturing for the woman who had introduced them to lead the way. "All the Pokémon living here are adults, and those that can stay here are of extremely high quality. They are specifically used for breeding Pokémon and are the foundation of the entire secret realm. They are prohibited from being sold or selected," the young woman explained one by one. Xiaoyu nodded. He had spent a long time in the secret realm and knew the rules there. His gaze swept over the group of Pokémon in front of him. Although there were occasionally some Pokémon with champion-level strength and potential, they were no longer of any interest to Xiaoyu at the moment. Currently, there are only 2 types of Pokémon that can arouse Xiaoyu's interest. One is Pokémon with extremely high potential. These Pokémon must have at least champion-level potential, and they are extremely rare. Another type is mutated Pokémon, such as Crystal Metagross, Snorlax Yeti, or Charizard that can learn Nasty Plot. Even if their aptitude is a little worse, it doesn't matter, since they still have the Golden Crown, such an outrageous item. There's no need to look at the adult Pokémon. "Let's go check out the baby Pokémon and Pokémon eggs," Xiaoyu said. "It is good." Chapter 566 Black Seahorse. The tide surged and the waves rolled, as if the sea was singing. Inside the humid tide cave, there is a giant incubation chamber built specifically for incubating water-type Pokémon. This is the hatching room. All the rare Pokémon eggs in the Golden Secret Realm are incubated here, including eggs of rare Pokémon such as Horsa and Squirtle. These eggs are not for sale, each one is officially registered, the beautiful manager explained softly to the group. "Okay, you don't need to explain. Let's take a look at these Pokémon eggs ourselves." Xiaoyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over each incubator. Using the system's abilities, he scanned each Pokémon egg, quickly checking their potential like a humanoid machine. Page 379. Master level, Overlord level, Lord level, Near King level. Xiaoyu came to the Golden Secret Realm to select Pokémon for two main reasons. First, Xiaoyu would choose two Pokémon for Gao Yangzhen. He had promised Gao Yangzhen that he would give him and his sister each a Pokémon with good potential. Since he had made a promise, he would naturally keep it. To get subordinates to willingly work for you, you have to offer them enough benefits. Although Gao Yangzhen did not complete the task he was given, rewarding him at this time would be more effective in winning people's hearts. Secondly, we can also check if there are any top-tier Pokémon. What if there really is a Pokémon with champion-level potential or higher? Xiaoyu walked along the corridor, stopping and starting, taking more than 10 minutes to walk through the entire incubation room and check the qualifications of all the Pokémon eggs. After looking around, Xiaoyu only found two Pokémon with good potential, a Squirtle with near-champion potential and a Magikarp with Elite 4 potential. Although they don't have a champion-level Pokémon, the Elite 4 level Magikarp and the near-champion level Squirtle are more than enough for Gao Yangzhen and his sister. After Xiaoyu had chosen his Pokémon, he turned to Sam and asked directly, "How many Pokémon can I take with me?" Faced with Xiaoyu's question, Sam was under immense pressure. He took a deep breath and gave an official answer. Normally, to take away the Pokémon eggs here, you need a selection quota issued by the association. Xiaoyu waved his hand, interrupting Sam's long-winded speech, and said, "Stop with the useless talk and get to the point." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Sam also took a deep breath, too. "That's all the slots I have this year. If you add the annual loss reporting slots, I can report the accidental death of a Pokémon inside an egg to the Pokémon Association, and you can choose another one." "You only have 2 spots a year?" Xiaoyu asked curiously. Even trainers guarding these secret realms have a selection quota, so why does Sam, as the champion, only have 2 spots a year? Sam nodded. "There's only 1 spot for the Elite Four each year. There are 2 spots for the champion." "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded. "Help me wrap up those 2 Pokémon eggs first." Xiaoyu pointed to the Squirtle and Magikarp eggs, then asked, "Are these all the Pokémon eggs? Are there any others?" Sam thought for a moment and said, "There are still dozens of Pokémon eggs that haven't been displayed. Those eggs were all hatched this week and haven't been graded yet. You can take a look. If you see any you like, I can just ask them to grade them to a lower level so you can buy them directly." "Let's go take a look." Xiaoyu nodded. He was very familiar with the intricacies of the situation. Although the Pokémon Association has strict regulatory measures, there are always ways to circumvent them, especially for a champion like Sam. As long as the eggs are not from powerful Pokémon or pseudo-legendary Pokémon, he has many ways to legally possess a small number of Pokémon eggs. Even the Pokémon Association knows about these things, but as long as things don't get too out of hand, they'll turn a blind eye and pretend they didn't see it. It's perfectly normal for a champion to enjoy some privileges. This world is inherently full of injustice. This reminded Xiaoyu of when he first became a trainer, in a small place like Starlight City, where there were no secret realms and he couldn't even find a Pokémon with the potential to be an Elite Four member or higher. Although his father, Xiaoyong, was the bug-type gym leader at the time, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Area or the VIP area. Otherwise, he would have already started as a trainer. Now that he has become Giantsa, the High School Cup champion, and a genius Pokémon professor, he only needs to take a trip to the Forbidden Area to find Pokémon with Elite Four potential or higher. The Pokémon with champion-level potential that ordinary people dream of are completely beneath his notice. Xiaoyu followed Sam to a small incubation room next door, where all the Pokémon eggs that had just been laid this week were stored and had not yet been graded. There aren't many Pokémon eggs, only about 30 or 40. Xiaoyu quickly scanned the aptitude of these Pokémon eggs. A champion-level black seahorse. This is truly a pleasant surprise. When he saw the last few Pokémon eggs, Xiaoyu paused slightly. His gaze fell on the eggs in front of him, and after looking at them for a while, he turned to Sam and asked, "These are horses Pokémon eggs?" "Yes." Sam nodded. "Kingdra is also one of our signature Pokémon here. Let's wrap this elf egg up too." "Okay." Sam nodded. His gaze also fell on the Pokémon egg. Although he couldn't see anything special about it, since Giovanni had chosen it, it must have something special about it. After that, Xiaoyu, accompanied by Sam and his group, went to the baby Pokémon area. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu only found one good bad star with the potential of a heavenly king, and it was under the close surveillance of the secret realm. Xiaoyu didn't make things difficult for Sam. His gains were already substantial enough, and there was no need to trouble Sam for the sake of a good or bad star with the potential of a heavenly king. After that, the group left the secret realm and went to the Gold Hotel in Gold City for a luncheon. Having caught 3 Pokémon with Elite 4 aptitude or higher in just one morning, Xiaoyu was in a pretty good mood. Xiaoyu had already decided on the allocation of the 3 Pokémon. First, the Magikarp, with its champion-level potential, and the Squirtle, with its near-champion potential, would naturally be given to Gao Yangzhen and his sister. As for this champion-level Horsa, Xiaoyu has 2 plans. First, if he can't find another Pokémon with higher potential within a month, he plans to give this Horsa to Suicune. Xiaoyu had promised Suicune that he would compensate her with a champion-level Pokémon. Although a champion-level Kingdra couldn't compare to a champion-level Garchomp, it was still quite good. If possible, Xiaoyu still wants to try his best to find a pseudo-legendary Pokémon with champion-level potential to compensate Suicune. Chapter 567 Mysterious Gift. After lunch, Xiaoyu, accompanied by Xieshun and Sam, visited the Grey Industry and Underground Black Market in Golden City. First, there's the Underground Black Market, where most of the auction items originate from Xieshun and Sam. Although there were some good items among them, there was nothing or no Pokémon that caught Xiaoyu's eye. After that, accompanied by the two, Xiaoyu continued to tour the Grey Industry chain. Bloodshed and cruelty were Xiaoyu's only feelings. The numb crowd, the empty eyes, the wounded bodies, they are both pitiful and hateful. Even though he wanted to change the situation, he knew he couldn't rush things and could only take it one step at a time. The Grey Industry is not a long-term solution. The Pokémon smuggling and item smuggling industries can be retained, but we should get out of human trafficking as soon as possible. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xieshun and Sam hurriedly nodded in agreement, but no one knew what they were really thinking. Into the night, Xiaoyu and his group arrived at the Golden Hotel again. The atmosphere inside the lavishly decorated private room was much more peaceful and harmonious compared to the tense atmosphere of the last time. Boss, let me toast you. I hope our cooperation goes smoothly from now on. Xieshun and Sam adopted a very humble attitude, treating themselves as subordinates. Xiaoyu could guess the two men's plans from their attitude and actions. They were interested in nothing more than Gigantamax Pokémon. After seeing Jiangyu's Gigantamax Charizard, they must also be interested in Gigantamax Pokémon, or rather, no one can resist the temptation of Gigantamax Pokémon. A powerful Gigantamax Pokémon can completely guarantee the long-term prosperity of a family. However, since the two hadn't explicitly stated it, Xiaoyu naturally wouldn't bring it up himself. Several drinks had already been consumed amidst the clinking of glasses, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was exceptionally harmonious. Seeing that the time was almost right, Xieshun and Sam could no longer hold back. After exchanging a glance, Xieshun stood up and walked to Xiaoyu's side, saying in a low voice, "Boss Sakeke, to celebrate our official cooperation, Sam and I have prepared 2 gifts for you." Oh. Xiaoyu hadn't drunk much, he'd only taken a small sip, and no one dared to force him to drink. Therefore, he remained perfectly sober, showing no signs of drunkenness whatsoever. Hearing Xieshun's words, Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the two of them. Finally couldn't hold back anymore? Gift? There aren't many gifts that can impress him these days, and Xieshun's confident demeanor made Xiaoyu quite curious. Bring the gifts in. As Xieshun's voice rang out, 2 large boxes covered with curtains were pushed in from the outside. Xiaoyu frowned as she looked at the box in front of her, then turned to Xieshun without saying a word. He wanted to see what Xieshun was really up to. Xieshun walked to the first large box, then pulled back the red curtain, revealing a huge iron cage. Inside the iron cage were 2 young and beautiful women, both dressed in thin short skirts and tank tops of the same style, but one in black and the other in white, revealing their fair skin and creating a visually striking effect. Both of them wore lace gloves, one black and one white, and their hands were handcuffed behind their backs. They also had black and white lace blindfolds over their eyes, a silver crystal chain around their necks, and pink gags in their mouths. Okay? To be honest, Xiaoyu was indeed stunned when he first saw the 2 women, but he remained calm. After all, his current identity is Sakeke. As a ruthless leader of an underground force, how could he not even have this much self-control? Page 380. It's just a honey trap. Xiaoyu, can handle it. Although the scene was quite erotic and the atmosphere quite ambiguous, Xiaoyu remained seated as still as a bell, unmoved. Let's look at the other thing. Let's forget about the 2 of them. Alright, Mr. Sakeke. Xieshun smiled, waved to the person beside him, and gestured to his subordinates to take the 2 back to Xiaoyu's room. This kind of thing was already commonplace for him. People's lifelong pursuits are nothing more than power, wealth, fame, strength, and women. For someone like Giovanni, all he can offer is women. Therefore, he had been observing what kind of woman Sakeke liked since this morning. From young and pretty girls to mature and sexy women, he placed them all in front of Sakeke. He noticed that Sakeke had glanced at all of these women, but he restrained himself. This proves that Sakeke did have this desire, but he simply restrained it. It's fine for people to have desires, because it's impossible for people to maintain absolute self-control forever after all. People are not heartless machines. As long as we take multiple approaches, we can always find a breakthrough. For example, a pleasant mood, the stimulation of alcohol, an ambiguous atmosphere, aphrodisiac aromatherapy, plus a stunningly beautiful woman half hidden. Xieshun believes that no one can resist such temptation. One of these two women was bought by him at a high price, and the other was kidnapped just yesterday. The former is a popular online influencer in China, and the other is a Chinese tourist visiting Golden City. After having the two women taken away, Xieshun got up and walked to another large box. He then pulled down the curtain, revealing a pokeball. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the pokeball, quietly waiting for Xieshun to continue. What was this next? You all go out first. Xieshun dismissed the other irrelevant people, leaving only Xiaoyu, Jiangyu, Jiang Qinzhen, Xieshun, and Sam in the private room. Then Xieshun turned his gaze to Jiang Qinzhen and Jiangyu, and slowly said, Boss Sakeke, this pokeball contains a priceless treasure, and it is of great importance. I also hope that you can let Jiang Qinzhen and Jiangyu leave the private room temporarily to avoid suspicion. Seeing Xieshun's serious expression and earnest words, Jiangyu's face darkened. As for Jiang Qinzhen, he remained calm and stood up directly. Boss Sakeke, since this matter is of great importance, Xiaoyu and I will go out first. Xiaoyu smiled. The old hand was indeed an old hand. His suggestion to leave was just what he needed to avoid putting Xiaoyu in a difficult position. However, Xiaoyu didn't care at all. He waved his hand lightly and slowly said, Jiangyu is my man, and I trust him. Xieshun felt a little regretful, but since Xiaoyu had already spoken, he could only continue. This is also the biggest secret between me and Sam, and the key to our unbreakable alliance. Today, after discussing with Sam, we have decided to present it to you. After saying that, Xieshun took out a pokeball and released the Pokémon inside. Chapter 568 Redwood Kingdom. Boom! A red light flashed, and a pink Pokémon appeared in the private room. Its body was very small, about the size of a handkerchief. Its tiny eyes are just like tadpoles, and its soft pink body makes it look rather cute. Ditto? A fleeting look of surprise crossed Xiaoyu's face. Although Ditto is a relatively rare Pokémon, it is definitely not as priceless as Xieshun described. This Ditto must have something special about it. Xiaoyu shifted his gaze to Xieshun beside him, quietly waiting for what was to come. Sensing Xiaoyu's gaze, Xieshun immediately ordered the Ditto in front of him. Ditto, use transform. Its soft, pink body emitted a gentle white light, and the Ditto's body twisted, stretched, and changed like clay. Finally, Ditto's body was frozen into a pink cat-shaped Pokémon with its long tail floating in the air. Dream, this Ditto can actually transform into Mew? Only then did Xiaoyu finally understand why Xieshun dared to say that this Ditto was priceless. It's important to know that for Ditto to transform into other people, objects, or Pokémon, there's a prerequisite: it must have seen them in person firsthand. The fact that this Ditto can transform into Mew can only prove one thing: it has seen Mew before. This also means that we could potentially find clues about Mew through this Ditto. And Mew's genes are key to the development of Mewtwo. Xiaoyu's heart couldn't help but race. No Pokémon fan could resist the allure of Mewtwo. After the initial excitement subsided, Xiaoyu quickly calmed down and shifted his gaze from the Ditto to Xieshun. If it were really that easy to find Mew, Xieshun and Sam would have already gotten their hands on Mew. Why would they need to offer this Ditto as a gift to themselves? Xiaoyu raised his head, his gaze intense, and slowly said, I'm very curious, haven't you investigated the secrets of this Ditto? Boss Sakeke. Xieshun and Sam exchanged a glance, a wry smile on their faces. They had certainly investigated the secrets of this Ditto, but ultimately found nothing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered it to Xiaoyu. We've been investigating for years, but we haven't found Mew. I think we might never find Mew with our abilities alone. Only a strong person like you has a chance to find Mew through this Ditto. Xieshun flattered him silently. Xieshun paused slightly at this point, then stood up and told Xiaoyu about the origin of this Ditto. We got this Ditto from a trainer from Redwood Country a few years ago after we fought a group of pirates in the sea. Because we killed the Ditto's trainer in that battle, we don't know the specific origin of this Ditto. We only know that this Ditto came from Redwood Country. Didn't you take this Ditto to Redwood Country to investigate? Xiaoyu asked the two of them. We've been there. Xieshun and Sam nodded. We also had a psychic-type Pokémon communicate with this Ditto, but the Ditto only remembers seeing Mew in a lush forest under a towering ancient tree when it was born, in a glowing green light. As for the exact location, it can't remember. Hearing Xiaoxuan's words, Xiaoyu couldn't help but stroke his chin. This was indeed a tricky situation. We have crossed the ocean 3 times to investigate Redwood Country, but we have come up empty-handed each time, Xiaoxuan said seriously. Moreover, during our 3rd trip, we clashed with local experts in Redwood Country, which has already attracted the attention of the Redwood Country's Pokémon Association. It will be difficult to conduct an investigation again next time. Xiaoyu listened to Xiaoxuan's words and nodded gently. So much had happened. No wonder they were willing to offer up this ditto. However, we didn't really come away empty-handed. Although we didn't find the dream, we did get some useful information, Xiaoxuan added. The approximate location of that towering ancient tree has been basically determined. Either in the Planet Lung Wilderness Reserve, either in the World Forest Secret Realm. But both of these places are guarded by several champions, especially the Planet Lung Wilderness Reserve, which spans 8 countries, and each country has sent at least 1 local champion to oversee it. We simply can't find an opportunity to infiltrate the wilderness. The other World Forest Secret Realm is the largest known grass attribute secret realm in the world. The grass attribute and water attribute energies within it are extremely concentrated, and there are many experts within the secret realm. Not only are there experts from the Redwood Kingdom, but also experts from the Beautiful Kingdom. Last time we sneaked in, we were discovered in just a few minutes. Hearing Xiaoxuan's words, Xiaoyu frowned, his gaze falling on the 2 of them, and slowly said, "Hearing you say that, I suddenly wondered if it's possible that Dream has already been subdued. It's probably unlikely." Xiaoxuan thought for a moment and said, "At least I haven't heard of anyone catching Mew. Moreover, Mew is said to be a Pokémon with extremely high intelligence. It will only appear if you have a pure heart and a strong desire to see it. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to see Mew." Xiaoxuan paused slightly at this point. "Salmon, I guess that if we find Mew's habitat, we could use this ditto to attract Mew and maybe make it show itself. After all, this ditto has seen a real Mew before. Trigger the quest. Mew/Mewtwo. Legend has it that Mew possesses the genes of all Pokémon, can learn all moves, and is the ancestor of all Pokémon. Please travel to Redwood Country to find the World Tree and traces of Mew, and obtain its genetic material to unlock the next quest." The sudden task made Xiaoyu pause slightly, but he quickly concealed his emotional fluctuations, his gaze falling on Xiaoxuan, and he slowly said, "This gift is not bad, but unfortunately it's of no use to me right now. You know, there are so many powerful people in the Planet Lung Reserve and the World Forest Secret Realm. Even I might not be able to get in. Even if I did, I might not be able to find Dream. And even if I did find Dream, I might not be able to subdue it. So this thing is like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoxuan and Sam looked slightly embarrassed, but they had to admit that everything Xiaoyu said was true. "But this is also your thoughtful gift. It's clear you prepared it carefully, which is very nice. What kind of reward do you want?" Xiaoyu paused slightly, his voice serious. "Don't think about Gigantamax Pokémon for now. Your contributions haven't been enough." Chapter 569 Xiaoxuan's Scheme. The atmosphere inside the private room was harmonious. Drinking wine and drinking wine alternately, pushing cups and changing cups. Sam and Xiaoxuan wore hearty smiles. It was hard to imagine that one was the head of the Xie family in Golden City and the other was the champion of the southern region of Siam. Although they didn't get a Gigantamax Pokémon, the 2 of them didn't mind. Because from the beginning, they never thought they could get a Gigantamax Pokémon with just this ditto. For them, the most important thing is to improve their relationship with Sakeki and build trust. With Sakeki's immense strength, as long as you hitch a ride on his coattails, you won't have to worry about anything for the next few decades. Unless Sakeki himself is foolish enough to do something reckless and deliberately provokes those truly top-tier experts. "Boss Sakeki, from today onwards, we are your most steadfast allies. Please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything you need us for," Xiaoxuan said loudly, his face flushed. "With you leading the way, our gold markets industries will surely grow bigger and stronger and create new glories. Young Master Jiang, although we have some misunderstandings, as the saying goes, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. I'll drink this glass, and from now on we're brothers. Boss Sakeki, I can guarantee that in Golden City, in the southern region of Siam, absolutely no one will be able to cause trouble for Team Heaven. Team Rocket." Page 381. The banquet ended at midnight. Xiaoyu's face was slightly flushed. He had drunk a little wine at the end, but he was only slightly tipsy. This trip to Siam was quite fruitful. Not only did it open up new opportunities in Siam, but it also yielded news about the Dreamland, which was a pleasant surprise. Of course, the most important thing was that they obtained 3 Gigantamax Pokémon, which greatly improved Team Rocket's strength. Although one of them was given to Jiangyu, Xiaoyu could freely distribute the remaining two. Xiaoyu's initial plan was to give one to Shui Yeto as compensation and the other to Long Yaning. The Rockets need to continue strengthening their roster. Currently, their roster is still lacking on paper, as they have few truly top-tier players besides their mainstay. At the same time, Xiaoyu can begin preparations for entering the Odomare secret realm. Compared to other matters, Odomare's matter is of paramount importance. At that time, he will face enemies including the Pokémon Association of China, the Pokémon Association of Japan, and the Coffin. Ever since his defeat at Mei's hands, Xiaoyu has become extremely cautious. He needs to further improve his strength. Relying solely on near master level Iron Warriors is not enough. It would be great if Zekrom could break through to the near master level. In addition, revenge also needs to be put on the agenda. As Xiaoyu pondered his future, he walked toward his room, accompanied by a young and beautiful staff member. The woman's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiaoyu with a gaze that was both fiery and bold. Although she didn't recognize Sakeke, she knew Sam and Xieshun. Judging from the way Sam and Xieshun treated Sakeke, it is not hard to see that the person beside them is of noble status. If only I could connect with the man next to me. The woman warmly supported Xiaoyu, and the faint fragrance made Xiaoyu feel refreshed and relaxed. He couldn't help but think to himself that this was a truly extravagant and decadent lifestyle. To the woman's disappointment, Xiaoyu showed no interest in her even as he walked to the door of the private room, and in the end, she could only leave with resentment in her eyes. As soon as Xiaoyu pushed open the door, Darkrai, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately spoke up, "There's someone in the bedroom." As Darkrai's voice rang out, Xiaoyu instantly snapped out of his daze, frowning as he looked into the room. "Is someone inside?" Xiaoyu had already guessed who was in the bedroom when Darkrai's voice rang out again. "It's those two women from the iron cage." Xiaoyu rubbed his throbbing head, a bitter smile playing on his lips, and went into the bedroom. The subtle aroma of incense and the soft lighting created an ambiguous atmosphere, stirring Xiaoyu's heartstrings. Xiaoyu sighed, first turning off the ambient light, then turning on the main light, before finally focusing her gaze on the large red bed. Beneath the red bedding, two human figures were outlined, their bodies shifting restlessly, accompanied by rapid breathing. You could tell the two women on the bed were very nervous. Xiaoyu walked to the bedside table, turned off the aromatherapy that emitted an ambiguous fragrance, and tried his best to make his expression serious. Then he pulled back the covers, revealing two beautiful faces. Exquisite makeup, hair scattered on the sheets, and black and white lace eye masks created a striking visual impact on Xiaoyu. Their hands were handcuffed behind their backs to the bedside. Their expressions were delicate, their faces flushed, ready to be taken advantage of. At the same time, Xiaoyu could clearly see the Adam's apples moving, the two swallowing nervously, their chests heaving, clearly extremely tense. "All right, you can leave now." Xiaoyu's voice rang out with difficulty. For a passionate young man, resisting the temptation before him was simply too difficult. He walked to the bedside and unlocked the handcuffs on the two men. "We don't need you here." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice and feeling the restraints on their wrists being released, the two women trembled slightly. They reached out and slowly pulled down their blindfolds. The glaring light made them uncomfortable, and it took them several breaths to adjust to the bright light before they finally focused their gaze on Sakeke. "No, no." The woman wearing a white blindfold looked tense and spoke in a cold voice, gritting her teeth as she looked at Xiaoyu and said, "We can't leave. We have to stay with you. He told us that we either stay with you alone or with all of them." The other woman wearing a black eye patch nodded, her voice soft and sweet. They won't let us leave, Boss Sakeke, please let us stay here." The two looked at Sakeke. Before they came here, they had witnessed the miserable state of other people who had been kidnapped here. They were undoubtedly lucky. Since they were kidnapped here a couple of days ago, Xieshun had been treating them to good food and drink and was very polite to them. And all they need to do is one thing: they must be obedient and keep Sakeke company, otherwise their fate will be worse than others. Hearing the two women pleading and seeing their tense and frightened expressions, Xiaoyu's distracting thoughts dissipated, and he sighed inwardly. He certainly knew the methods of Xieshun's men. No matter who you are, once you come here, they have plenty of ways to make them obedient and compliant. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the two women, his expression solemn. Then he picked up his phone and called Xieshun. Chapter 570 Daily Life in Starlight City. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Xieshun gazed at the bustling golden city. Looking at the phone call from Sakeke, her eyes flickered, and she let out a knowing laugh. "Boss Sakeke, how is it? Are you satisfied with the gift I sent?" "Xieshun, I've said I don't like this kind of gift." Xiaoyu's voice was serious, carrying the authority of a superior. "Let them leave, and don't make things difficult for them." "Boss Sakeke." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xieshun's voice became fearful and apprehensive. He thought to himself that Sakeke really had a soft spot for women. I spent a lot of money to get them, and you're just going to let them go like this? At this point, Xieshun suddenly changed his tone and continued, of course, if you say you'll release them, then you'll release them. At worst, we'll just lose some money. But, Mr. Sakeke, they know your identity, and they also know mine. If we let them return to China, it might cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Xieshun on the other end of the phone feigned a troubled expression, with a faint smile on his face. One of them is an internet celebrity. If they post something online, it might cause a lot of trouble. Just to be on the safe side, if you really aren't interested in them, then I'll have to get rid of them. But don't worry, just say the word and I'll make sure they're well taken care of. They'll be there for you whenever you're interested. Xieshun's lips curled up slightly. He had now handed the choice over to Sakeke. He was very curious about what choice Sakeke would make in this situation. Should we kill them or spare their lives? The conditions have been set for Sakeke, now it's up to him to decide what to do. Mr. Sakeke, to be honest, it's just 2 women. Everyone needs to relax a bit. Xiaoyu knew what Xieshun meant, and he knew that Xieshun was trying to put him in a difficult position, trying to create conditions for him and send people to his door. He took a deep breath and looked at the 2 women. They trembled in the corner like lambs to the slaughter, looking helplessly at Xiaoyu, not daring to say a word. Xiaoyu held the phone in his hand and slowly spoke. Xieshun, you are a smart person. You deliberately created favorable conditions and didn't even give me any reason to refuse. But I don't like being led by the nose, and I prefer obedient people to smart people. Don't waste your time and energy on me in the future. Okay. Xieshun replied respectfully on the other end of the phone. I promise there won't be a next time, but, Mr. Sakeke, what should we do with the 2 of them? You need to give me a definite answer. Hearing Xieshun's words, Xiaoyu also felt a headache coming on. If he let these 2 go back and reported them to the China Pokémon Association and the Siamese Pokémon Association, it might cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Mr. Sakeke, if you really don't like them, I'll take care of them. Of course, if you do like them, I'll definitely serve you well. You say something, and I'll do as you say. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. Xieshun had really given him a difficult problem. Power and strength are truly fascinating and frightening things. 2 young women, 2 vibrant lives, were, in Xieshun's eyes, merely gifts to please him. Xiaoyu only needs to say one sentence to decide the fate of these 2 people. Power is always so fascinating. Let them stay, Xiaoyu said. Xieshun smiled and said, enjoy your meal slowly. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to the 2 of them. You 2 stay here tonight and sleep outside. The 2 stared at Sakeke in astonishment, never expecting that a criminal known as the 8th most dangerous criminal would make such a decision. By the way, what are your names? Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the 2 women. My name is Pei Wanlian. My name is Chiu Shui. Alright, you can leave now. Xiaoyu waved his hand impatiently, feeling somewhat irritated. If it weren't for the concerns about Long Yaning, Xiao Wanyu, and Su Muze, he would have already ceased to be human and wouldn't need to worry about so much. To Xiaoyu's surprise, the 2 of them stayed in place, staring at him without moving, and their faces were slightly flushed. Sakeke, boss, Mr. Xie said we have to stay with you. Otherwise, do you think it's up to me or him to decide? Xiaoyu asked. Please, save us. Page 382. The next day, with the matter in Siam temporarily settled, Xiaoyu immediately set off to return to China. After such a long period of time, it is almost the end of the year, and there is only 1 week left until the Chinese New Year. Xiaoyu first went to Shanghai to visit Xiao Wanyu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Xiaoyu's sudden arrival, Xiao Wanyu's face was filled with surprise. Perhaps because of her pregnancy, Xiao Wanyu was becoming more and more like a young girl, gentle and clingy. Of course, Xiao Wanyu also took this opportunity to remind Xiaoyu not to be too radical and not to do anything risky. When Lu Yongxuan recounted Xiaoyu's last deal with Meyer, she felt terrified. After spending 2 days with Lu Yongxuan, Xiaoyu immediately set off back to Starlight City. He didn't go home for the Lunar New Year last year because of training, so he naturally had to come back this year. Xiaoyu originally wanted teacher Long to go home with her for the Chinese New Year, but Long Fan had already called Long Yaning and asked her to go to Shanghai for the New Year. As for Su Muze, Xiao Wanyu had already arranged her itinerary, sending her directly back to Baoxiang Island to avoid being exposed upon meeting her. Sylvia and Xiao stayed at the villa in the capital to spend the New Year together. Starlight City. Returning to Starlight City, where he had lived for over a decade, Xiaoyu felt exceptionally comfortable, especially in his small bedroom, where he slept soundly. At this moment, he was like a freshman on winter break, not Dr. Xia, not Sakeke, Little Feather. Xiao's father's voice rang out as he knocked on Xiaoyu's door. Coming, Dad. Xiaoyu, wearing pajamas, stretched and walked out of the house, her hair a mess, like a bird's nest. The day after tomorrow, you'll come with me to the dojo and the secret realm. Xiao's father frowned as he looked at Xiaoyu's unkempt appearance. Get a haircut and tidy yourself up a bit in the next couple of days. Is there something important here? Xiaoyu asked, yawning. It's rare for you to come back to Xinguang City. A lot of people have been calling me, asking you to participate in all sorts of events. Xiaoyong said irritably, I've turned them down as many as I could, but they all want you to participate in things like shopping mall ribbon-cutting ceremonies and hot pot restaurant openings. The rest are official events that can't be postponed. The day after tomorrow morning, you'll go to the dojo for an event, where you'll have to give a speech, mainly to encourage all the students. Write down your speech when you have some free time. In the afternoon, I will go to the secret realm to communicate with the students in the training camp and share my experience. There will be an exhibition match at the dojo on the last night. Hearing about the packed schedule, Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on and rubbed his head. Can I not go? No, you have to go. Your old man is the owner of the Starlight City Pavilion. You won't even give your old man face? Okay, I'll go. Xiaoyu could refuse anyone, but he would never refuse his own father. But, Dad, how about you help me write the manuscript? Me write it for you? You little brat, are you trying to rebel against the heavenly order? Do you want me to be your driver and serve you? Chapter 571 Starlight City Bug-Type Gym. Starlight City. Xiaoyu ultimately decided against writing the manuscript himself. He left such a troublesome task to someone else who was well educated. Therefore, this matter ultimately fell to Zharuohan. After the winter vacation, Zharuohan returned to Starlight City and worked part-time at the Starlight City Bug-Type Gym. Zharuohan also gained the approval of Xiaoyang's family through her hard work and down-to-earth personality. Xiaoyang really liked Zharuohan. During holidays, Zharuohan would come back to Xinguang City to visit them, and she would always bring them small gifts each time she returned. Although it's not very expensive, the thought behind it is quite nice. Unlike Xiaoyu, that little brat, I haven't seen him for more than half a year. Apart from calling to know that he is still alive, I have basically no contact with him. I don't know what he is busy with all day long. Xiaoyong finally understood that the small city of Xinguang could not possibly accommodate his youngest son. His stage was in a much wider world. Therefore, Xiaoyong also carefully nurtured Zharuohan as the successor of the Xinguang City Dojo. Zharuohan also lived up to expectations, making rapid progress in her strength. Her ace Pokémon, Orpheus and Edelweiss, both reached gym leader level strength. As for the Tyranitar she caught in the Tiandu Wild area, it even reached the level of a near Elite 4 member, making her strength not to be underestimated. When Xiaoyu found Zharuohan, she was at the gym, taking care of the Pokémon while also acting as a senior student, instructing the gym's junior apprentices on how to train their Pokémon. She spoke very seriously, explaining to the children word by word how to take good care of bug-type Pokémon, what kind of food they like, and how many energy cubes to add. When Xiaoyu appeared at the dojo, it caused an instant sensation. Xiaoyu may not have many fans in other places, but in Starlight City, Xiaoyu is definitely a household name, and almost every household has Xiaoyu's dojo uniform. After all, this was the first University Cup championship in the history of Xiaoyu Xinguang City, something that would have been recorded in the local chronicles even in ancient times. Xiaoyu. It's Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Zharuohan knew that the class couldn't continue, so she announced the end of get out of class and let everyone train their Pokémon on their own. A group of students around 10 years old surrounded Xiaoyu, some asking for her autograph, others taking photos with her. Looking at the group of enthusiastic students, Xiaoyu smiled and fulfilled everyone's requests one by one. After all, his father was the dojo master, and he certainly couldn't refuse his father's request. Brother Xiaoyu, I like your buzzing bat. Xiaoyu's Nova Bat has evolved into Noivern. You're obviously a fake fan. I know, but I still prefer the buzzing bat. I prefer Noivern. Hearing them mention Sonic Dragon, Xiaoyu thought of the Sonic Dragon that had stayed in the Dragon Spiral Tower. Although they had only been separated for less than half a month, it felt like a very long time had passed. He wondered how the Sonic Dragon was doing now. Brother Xiaoyu, can I see your Charizard? I love your Charizard the most. The speaker was a little boy, about 8 or 9 years old, dressed in Xiaoyu's black Charizard costume. He was holding a small Charizard in his arms and looking at Xiaoyu with admiration. I want to see your Sceptile. I love Sceptile the most, but my Trico is too small. But it will definitely evolve to be as big as your Sceptile in the future. I want to see Durambaloo. Durambaloo is the coolest. Surrounded by children, Xiaoyu smiled and took out 3 Pokeballs, saying to the children in front of him, Noivern isn't with me today, only Sceptile, Charizard, and Dragapult are here. After saying that, Xiaoyu threw out the Pokeball. Children's innocence needs to be protected, so Xiaoyu tries his best to fulfill the wishes of these children. Wow! Amidst cheers, a black Charizard, a gigantic Sceptile, and a golden Dragapult appeared on the training field, instantly drawing the attention of all the children, who gathered around them. Charizard, Lizard King, Doran Barado. The appearance of the 3 Pokémon finally gave Xiaoyu a chance to breathe. Xiaoruohan then took out a paper cup and poured Xiaoyu a glass of warm water, her expression cool. Have some water. What brings you to the gym today? Thank you. Xiaoyu took the water glass, sat on the bench behind him, looked at Xiaoruohan, and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, Xiao, there's something I need your help with. You go ahead. Xiaoruohan also sat down on the bench. Whether she did it on purpose or not, she was very close to Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu could even smell the faint fragrance. Xiaoyu glanced at the child beside him and quietly lowered his voice. You should know that I'm going to give a speech at the dojo the day after tomorrow. Could you please help me with that speech? For some reason, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered copying homework from his school days. He remembered that Xiaoruohan was the school beauty, and seeing her in her school uniform must have been the most beautiful memory for most boys in high school. Hearing Xiaoyu's request, Xiaoruohan smiled brightly. Okay, I'll help you. By the way, are you going to a class reunion tomorrow? Go ahead. Why wouldn't you go? Xiaoyu said with a smile. Fatty Wu had told him countless times that he should attend the class reunion, even saying that returning home in glory is like wearing fine clothes at night. Okay, I'll give you the first draft at the class reunion tomorrow. You should take a look at it and revise it yourself, Xiaoruohan reminded her. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Whenever Fatty Wu is free, let's go out for a meal together. Let's do it today. Xiaoruohan looked down at the lawn. If she missed today, she didn't know when Xiaoyu would be available. She said softly, Wu, Yaeza came back yesterday, and he brought his girlfriend back with him. Okay, tonight then. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and agreed, I'll book a restaurant later. Okay, Xiaoruohan said softly, I'll call you then. What's your phone number? Do you have my phone number? Xiaoyu turned to look at Xiaoruohan. He remembered that he had never called Xiaoruohan since he changed his phone number. Yes, your dad gave it to me, Xiaoruohan said with a smile. Okay, Xiaoyu replied, then turned his gaze to the 3 Pokémon in the distance. It's clear that the 3 Pokémon are very popular with children, especially the Lizard King. Speaking of the Lizard King, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that he should probably take the Lizard King back to the secret realm when he had some free time. Page 383. Chapter 572 Doubles. Burn, Charizard, Mega Evolve. The little boy in the black Charizard training suit imitated the scene when Xiaoyu first Mega Evolved Charizard, striking the exact same pose and even delivering the same lines. On the other side, the other children were also vying to imitate Xiaoyu's actions and lines when he Mega Evolved the Lizard King. Lizard King, answer my heart, Mega Evolve. Seeing this, Xiaoruohan's eyes curved into crescents and her lips turned up, her bright smile seemingly dispelling the chill of winter. Xiaoyu, look, everyone likes you very much. If you ask them how their studies are going, they might stammer and be unable to answer. But if you ask them how many times your Charizard has appeared in the National High School Cup, how many different moves it has used, and who it has fought against and which moves it has used, they will remember it all perfectly. Because they genuinely idolize you. The scene before him pulled Xiaoyu's thoughts back to the college cup, that passionate summer. It's only been less than a year, but it feels like a long time has passed. It seems like he hasn't played a formal match in a long time. With this in mind, Xiaoyu decided that he must make time to participate in the Hall Master Professional League after he returned. Otherwise, everyone will forget last year's High School Cup champion, the genius trainer Xiaoyu. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu turned his gaze to Xiaoruohan. Xiaoruohan, how about we have a match as a warm-up for the day after tomorrow? Xiaoruohan smiled as she listened to Xiaoyu's words and replied, okay, but I must make it clear beforehand that I'm no match for you. I'm afraid you won't get enough of a fight. How about we play doubles? I'll team up with you and our master and your brother, how about that? That works. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at Xiaoruohan's suggestion. There aren't many opportunities like this to legitimately beat up my father and brother. Let's go. Dojo versus battlefield. Xiaoyu and Xiaoruohan stood to one side, while Xiao Luo and Xiaoyong stood on the other side of the arena. The stands were already packed with people, and more people were pouring in, eager to catch a glimpse of Xiaoyu's prowess. The rules are 2v2 doubles, each player can only use one Pokémon, and you cannot switch Pokémon. After explaining the rules, the referee looked at both sides. Are you ready? Ready. The match begins. With the referee's command, all 4 players simultaneously took out their Pokeballs and threw them out. Go, Lizard King. After much deliberation, Xiaoyu finally decided to use the Lizard King. Of course, releasing the Lizard King was not a tactical decision at all, it was purely because the Lizard King was born in the grass and insect realm, and showcasing its strength would give the realm a boost in publicity. Here we go, Orpheus. On the other side, Zharuohan naturally released her ace Pokémon, Orpheus. Having mastered the light wall and reflective wall skills, Yulipo is undoubtedly the most qualified support. Let's go, eat the Roaring King. Go, Fossil Pterosaur. Xiaoyu and Zharuohan looked on with confusion as their father and brother threw out the Pokémon. If Xiaoyu remembers correctly, this Groudon was a giant Groudon captured in the secret rift of Gigantamax Lapras. At that time, it was at the level of a near Elite 4 member, but now it has advanced to the level of an Elite 4 member. This fossil pterosaur is the same one Xiaoyu encountered in the underground world, and it is also at the Elite 4 level. No wonder when they approached my older brother and father, they only hesitated slightly before readily agreeing. So that's what happened. He was harboring a lot of bad intentions. Okay, is this how you play it? I'll go to the kitchen and get you some US dollars. A gym leader level Pokemon, along with a near Elite 4 level Sceptile, can defeat 2 Elite 4 level Pokemon. Even if the Sceptile King Mega evolves, its chances of victory are still extremely slim. If you play like this, don't blame me for bringing out the Iron Warrior ancestor. Xiao, why aren't you smiling? Xiao Luo looked at Xiaoyu and said loudly, are you just naturally averse to smiling? Where is your passion, your youth? Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched as he looked at his older brother Xiao Luo's irritating expression. He wished he could just order the Lizard King to give his brother a leaf blade. Xiao, I'll go first then. Charlotte grinned mischievously, then commanded the Aerodactyl to launch the first attack. Aerodactyl, swallow return. Bug and Psychic-type Orpheus and Grass-type Sceptile are both twice weak to flying, so Charlotte directly chose to have Aerodactyl use the flying-type aerial ace. At the same time, Xiaoyang's voice rang out, eat roar, curse. The water-type Roaring Beast, when using Ghost-type spells, will have its speed reduced while its attack and defense increased. The Roaring Beast is already slow, so further reducing its speed won't have much of an impact on it. With the surge of Ghost-type energy, Roaring Beast's physical attack and defense increase. At the same time, the other Aerodactyl also flew into the air, then turned around directly from the sky, its whole body wrapped in flying-type energy, its wings like blades, and swooped down towards Orup. Use Yulipo, Reflective Wall. Zharuohan's positioning of Yulipo was very clear. Ioluop, who is at the gym leader level, is the weakest in this battle. Therefore, she only needs to let Ioluop play a pure support role, while the attack can be left to Xiaoyu Sceptile King. ORP emits psychic-type energy, forming a reflective barrier in front of it. For a period of time, the physical damage received by the user will be reduced. At the same time, facing the attack of the Aerodactyl, Xiaoyu revealed a jade pendant inlaid with the keystone of evolution, and smiled, Sceptile, Mega Evolution. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. Witnessing Mega Evolution up close was truly a worthwhile trip. Mega Evolution. Xiaoyu's signature Sceptile King Mega Evolution. Why not Charizard? I want to see Xiaoyu's Mega Charizard. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, the Lizard King was enveloped in a dazzling light, its already enormous body stretched even further, and its massive tail was covered with sharp thorns. Its cold gaze was fixed on the fossilized pterosaur that was falling from the sky. Lizard King. What a handsome Lizard King. Xiaoyu looked at the Mega Lizard King, waved his hand, and immediately ordered, Lizard King, double slash. The Lizard King's hands were covered in dragon-type energy, blooming like indigo flames, forming 2 sides on its wrists. Immediately afterward, the Lizard King exerted force with its feet, leaped into the air, and launched an attack on the fossil pterosaur. Boom! The collision of flying and dragon-type energies produced a tremendous sound. Chapter 573 Fossil Pterosaur and Roaring Boss. Boom! Even after Mega Evolution, the Quasowary, a near Elite 4 level creature, is still far weaker than the Elite 4 level Aerodactyl. In just one exchange, Mega Lizard King was suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's expression turned slightly serious, and he continued to give the order, Lizard King, Sword Dance. The gap in strength can only be bridged by enhancing skills. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Sceptile King swirled its body, its massive spiked tail spinning, its body enveloped in normal-type energy, its aura rising steadily, and its physical attack greatly increased. Seeing this, Xiao Luo and Xia Yong gave the order at the same time. Eat the roar, unleash the wave. Fossil Pteranodon, keep using aerial return. The roaring beast, lurking beneath the surface, stirred up a monstrous wave simply by leaping out from beneath the water. Its entire body was enveloped in water-based energy, and it rose into the air, crashing towards the Lizard King. On the other side, the fossil pterosaur flew into the sky again, made a turn, and suddenly accelerated towards the Lizard King. Even with the reflect screen set up by Orpheus, Megaseptile might not be able to withstand the combined attack of two elite 4-level Pokémon. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhaoruohan's voice rang out, "Illuminate, hold on." Orb floated into the air, using its small body to shield Megaseptile. Normal type energy surged, creating a light shield in front of it, buying Septile time to strengthen. Boom! The fossil pterosaur's sharp wings struck the light shield, destroying it with a single blow, and then flew towards Yulip. Boom! The wings tore through Yulip's insect shell, causing some damage, but fortunately it was not serious. The reflector and guard allowed Yulip to easily withstand the attack. But right after the attack from the fossil pterosaur, the roaring blast arrived as expected. Page 384. The Roaring King was like a warship sailing on the high seas, carrying towering waves as it crashed into Yulipo. Boom! Orup's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground, severely injured and on the verge of death. He had clearly reached his limit and could faint at any moment. With Euro, Zhaoruohan had clearly anticipated this situation. For a gym leader to withstand one attack from an Elite 4 member, especially with the reflect barrier, is already quite impressive. With Euro, regenerate yourself. As Zhaoruohan's voice rang out, Orup's body erupted with normal type energy, healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, most of Europe's injuries had been healed. Xiaoyu, continue strengthening it. With Yulipa, it can hold on for a while longer, Zhaoruohan said, turning to Xiaoyu. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly ordered the Mega Lizard King, continue with sword dance. Fossil Pterosaur, swallow return, attack Lizard King. Eat the roaring beast, use the water stream crack to finish off Yulip. As the three voices rang out, the massive roaring thug spewed out a large amount of water-based energy and slammed into Orup. Boom! This time, Europe was completely unable to fight and lay motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, Aerodactyl used its aerial ace for the third time, its body enveloped in flying-type energy as it slammed into Megaseptile. Megaseptile rapidly spun its body, resembling a giant green spinning top, enveloped in normal-type energy, greatly increasing its attack power. Boom! The rapidly spinning Lizard King successfully avoided most of the damage using its sword dance skill. Xiaoyu looked at the roaring tyrant and the Aerodactyl, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Although Megaseptile is unlikely to win this match, it still needs to fight with all its might. After two sword dances, it was the Lizard King's turn to retaliate. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, the Lizard King unleashed astonishing grass-type energy. The fluorescent green light swept across the entire area like a green ocean, and the aura of natural life surged forth, spreading in all directions. What terrifying grass-type energy! Xiaoyu hasn't participated in any formal competitions for several months, but his skills haven't diminished at all. With this Septile's strength, it's fully capable of competing for the grass-type gym leader position. Compared to 6 months ago, the Lizard King's strength has increased significantly. Or rather, every single one of Xiaoyu's Pokémon is constantly getting stronger. Chamo! Mega Lizard King roared, two green leaf blades appearing on its wrists. It stomped its thick thighs, leaving a large crater in the ground. Megaseptile King's body instantly launched forward, seemingly flying close to the ground, and pounced on the fossil pterosaur. The sharp blades burst forth with a dazzling luster, swift as lightning, slashing towards the fossil pterosaur. Fossil Pteranodon, stone attack. Faced with the Mega Lizard King's fierce attack, Charlotte reacted extremely quickly, immediately ordering the Aerodactyl to engage. Rock-type energy enveloped Aerodactyl's body, forming sharp rock blades almost instantly. Then, Aerodactyl flapped its wings and lunged forward, crashing fiercely into Megaseptile. Boom! The brownish-yellow rock-type energy collided with the fluorescent green grass-type energy, bursting forth with a dazzling light. A draw. A quasi-celestial king-level Lizard King was actually able to fight a celestial king-level fossil pterosaur to a draw. Xiaoyu's strength has increased again. At this rate, he will definitely have a chance to become the youngest gym leader in the capital. Megaseptile and Aerodactyl were both giving it their all, their power bursting forth, muscles bulging, veins popping, and faces contorted in a ferocious expression. Fossil Pteranodon, crumble. Lizard King, Dragon Pulse. Xiaoyu and Xiaoluo's voices rang out almost simultaneously. Dark-type energy enveloped Aerodactyl's body, and it opened its blood-red maw, biting down hard on Megaseptile, leaving a row of bloody holes in Megaseptile's body, from which blood continuously seeped out. Similarly, Megaseptile also unleashed dragon-type energy from its entire body, gathering it in its mouth and spewing out a shockwave that blasted towards Aerodactyl. The dragon pulse completely engulfed the Aerodactyl, causing it some damage. After this battle, both Megaseptile and Aerodactyl sustained some injuries. "Dad, go ahead and do it, don't hold back." Xiaoluo turned to his father, Xiaoyong, and complained. From the very beginning, Xiaoyong never commanded Xiaoba to participate in the battle, acting entirely as a spectator and handing the stage over to Xiaoluo and Xiaoyu. "This match is just a friendly spar. As long as we do our best, that's enough." Hearing Charlotte's voice, Xiaoyong nodded, knowing it was time to end the match. "Okay, eat roar, use wave charge." As Xiaoyong's voice rang out, Xiaoba once again unleashed water-based energy, roaring and charging towards Mega Lizard King with a surging wave. At the same time, Charlotte also commanded the Fossil Pterosaur, use Divine Bird Strike. Chapter 574. A Girl's Beauty Changes at 18. Facing Aerodactyl and Groudon, two elite 4-level Pokémon, Megaseptile was ultimately defeated. If there is only one Pokémon with champion-level strength, Septile might still have a fighting chance if it can Mega Evolve. However, when faced with two Pokémon of champion-level strength at the same time, Septile is truly helpless. Besides, this is just a simple exchange. There's no need to really go all out. Just show your style and confidence. Xiaoyu accepted the outcome calmly, as he had anticipated it from the beginning. After all, if he really won against his father and brother in such a public setting, they would definitely lose face. Especially since his father is the dojo owner, he has to give his father some face. If you lose, you lose. It is only natural for a younger brother to lose to his older brother, and for a son to lose to his father. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the window, creating golden ripples, and the sheer curtains fluttered in the breeze like dancing maidens. In the warm winter sun, Xiaoyu had a rare moment of free time. He temporarily forgot his troubles, put aside his work, and rested at home for an afternoon. He took a good nap, stretched, and got up to go to the restaurant for his appointment. He promised Xiaoruohan he would treat her to dinner today, and now is almost the perfect time to go. To avoid being recognized, Xiaoyu even wore a hat and mask to disguise himself. Sometimes being too famous isn't a good thing. The fans are just too enthusiastic. Upon arriving at the restaurant and entering the reserved private room, Xiaoyu discovered that Wu Yaezu and Xia Jia were already there. "You're here so early?" Xiaoyu took off his hat and mask, placed his thick down jacket next to the chair, and looked at the two of them before speaking. Judging from their sweet appearance, Wu Yaezu has completely won over Xia Jia, and has already brought her home for the new year. The two sat together, both wearing happy smiles, seemingly in the honeymoon phase of their passionate romance. "Brother Yu, you're finally back." Wu Yaezu wasn't as busy as Xiaoyu. He went back to Xinguang City with Xia Jia as soon as winter vacation started. Xiao Jia called Su Musa today. Su Musa said she was bored on Baoxiang Island by herself, and her mother had been busy with work for months and they hadn't seen each other. They both wanted to come and see us. "Brother Yu, if you ask me, why don't you just let Muzi come to your house for the new year?" Wu Yaezu said with an ambiguous smile, but then he felt a pain in his waist. He turned around and saw Xia Jia frowning at him. "Why did you pinch me? You only come up with terrible ideas." What's the relationship between Su Musa and Xiaoyu? What's her status for celebrating the new year? A classmate? Hearing Xia Jia speak up for Su Musa, Xiaoyu looked embarrassed. The key was that he couldn't refute her, so he could only change the subject. "Let's order first. This restaurant's fish is pretty good. Give me a Hutujian shui, freshly killed." There are very few shops in Xinguang City that can make Hutujian shui so authentically. This shop's craftsmanship is excellent. "Let me make this clear first, I don't eat sashimi." Xiaoyu waved his hand. "By the way, why hasn't La Zhao arrived yet?" Wu Yaezu then remembered Xiaoruohan and asked Xiaoyu, "Didn't you invite her to dinner?" "I'll call and ask." Xiaoyu was also puzzled. It was already past the appointed time, so why hadn't Xiaoruohan appeared yet? Xiaoyu picked up his phone and called Xiaoruohan. "Hey, have you arrived yet?" Page 385. "Almost there." Xiaoruohan's voice rang out, trembling slightly, and she shivered from the cold. I'm almost at the door. "Xiaoyu, could you come and meet me?" "Okay, I'll be right down, wait a moment." After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu looked at Wu Yaezu and Xia Jia and said, "She's arrived, I'll go pick her up." "Okay, hurry up." Wu Yaezu urged, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll order for you." "Normal meat is fine with me, don't order Pokemon meat." Wild boars can't eat fine bran. Xiaoyu put on her mask and hat, got up and left the private room, and went downstairs. In winter, the cold wind howls, carrying a chill. It was approaching lunchtime, and there were more pedestrians on the street. Xiaoyu stood on the street, looking at the crowded people, searching for Zhaoruohan. Summer. The sound from behind caught Xiaoyu's attention. He turned around and saw Zhaoruohan standing gracefully behind him. I searched for him everywhere, and when I turned around, he was there, standing in the dim light. Zhaoruohan today is completely different from her usual self, with exquisite makeup on her face, including blush, eyeshadow, and lipstick. She had long, wavy hair cascading down her back, and wore a black bodycon dress with fleece-lined black stockings that accentuated her slender waist, long legs, and curvaceous figure. Xiaoyu looked at Zhaoruohan, who had completely changed, his face full of surprise. She seemed like a pure and innocent girl next door this morning, but now she's like a completely different person. Zhaoruohan was already beautiful without makeup, but now, after being carefully dressed up, her mature makeup and pure temperament create a striking contrast. Just walking down the street attracts everyone's attention. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go in. Zhaoruohan looked at Xiaoyu with a flushed face, her whole person seemed to be radiating light, so dazzling that Xiaoyu was a little stunned. Oh, let's go in. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then walked towards the restaurant with Zhaoruohan. It was the first time he had noticed that Zhaoruohan was not only beautiful, but also had such a great figure. You look quite different today. Really? Zhaoruohan smiled and looked at Xiaoyu, asking softly, do you think she looks better or worse? It will definitely look even better. You didn't see it. Just now, a couple walked by. The man stared at you so much that you almost bumped into a lamppost and his wife slapped you twice. Xiaoyu's words made Zhaoruohan's lips curl into a smile. This is also my first time wearing makeup like this today, so it took a little longer than usual. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's alright. We just arrived and have already ordered. By the way, what would you like to eat? You can order it later. The two walked into the private room together. When Wuyeze saw Xiaoyu and Zhaoruohan enter, his eyes lit up, and then he showed a surprised expression. Zhaoruohan, you're giving us a surprise today. You look so beautiful today. Xiaojia, who was standing to the side, also looked at Zhaoruohan in surprise. Usually in college, Zhaoruohan always looked completely natural and without makeup. She is as aloof and pure as a simple girl who has just come from the mountains, yet she still has many suitors. Faced with a host of suitors, Zhaoruohan rejected them all, saying that she didn't want to be in a relationship and that she wanted to focus on her studies. Looking at her today, it's clear she wasn't just prioritizing her studies, she had very clear goals. As a woman, Xiaojia naturally understood the purpose behind Zhaoruohan's elaborate attire. Women dress up for those they want to please. If a woman doesn't like you, she won't even bother with makeup, it's a complete waste of cosmetics. There are only 4 people here, so it's obvious who has their makeup done. Moreover, Xiaojia observed carefully and found that the more she looked at Zhaoruohan, the more strange her gaze became. Ever since Zhaoruohan entered the private room, her eyes had been fixed on Xiaoyu. She and Wuyeze only glanced at each other once. Muzi, please leave Baoxiang Island and come to Xinguang City. Someone broke into our house. Chapter 575 Friends Gathering. Since it was a gathering of friends, Xiaoyu was very relaxed, or rather, he had been very relaxed ever since he returned to Starlight City. Compared to major cities like Beijing and Shanghai, smaller cities like Xinguang City, which are 4th or 5th tier cities, have a slower pace of life and much less competitive pressure. Here, Xiaoyu temporarily forgot about Team Rocket and the lab, becoming a hands-off manager who let his subordinates carry the burden for him, while he lived a leisurely and happy life. Xiaoyu lay back in the soft chair, her hands resting on the armrests, chatting with Wuyeze in a relaxed manner. Xiaojia, Zhaoruohan. I'm not bragging, but I was actually the first to discover Brother Yu's extraordinary talent as a trainer. Wuyeze, who had drunk quite a bit, said to the 2 women with a slightly flushed face, you may not know, but after Brother Yu caught his first Pokémon, the first opponent he encountered was me. It was I who discovered Brother Yu's talent as a trainer, which led to him becoming the first champion of Starlight City. To put it bluntly, Brother Yu is a thoroughbred horse, and I am his mentor. That battle was fierce, the sky and earth were darkened, the sun and moon were reversed, and the mountains and rivers were destroyed. We had used all our skills, but we were still evenly matched and it was difficult to determine the winner. Brother Yu's Nova Bat, with its sharp speed and powerful ultrasonic skill, once pushed my Charmander to the brink of defeat. Fortunately, at the critical moment, my little fire dragon comprehended the secrets of fire, learned the breathing of fire, and used the legendary flame jet, which ultimately allowed it to narrowly defeat Brother Yu's Buzzbat by a small margin. Xiaoyu listened to Wu Yeazu's boasting with a question mark on his face. If he remembers correctly, shouldn't it have been Nobu that easily defeated Charmander using its ultrasonic waves? How did it come to be Wu Yeazu's version of his little fire dragon narrowly defeating his own buzzing bat? Xiaoyu glanced at Xiao Jia and Zhao Ruohan beside him and decisively chose to remain silent. For Wu Yeazu's love, Xiaoyu chose to bear the burden for him. True brothers must support him when he's bragging, especially since Wu Yeazu is his chief emotional strategist. Through that battle, I could tell that Brother Yu's future was limitless. As a rookie trainer, he can fight to a standstill with a veteran trainer like me. His future achievements will definitely be no less than mine. You'll know what happened next. UGE surpassed me in just 6 months, and he was unstoppable in the College Cup, winning the previous year's championship. To put it mildly, I deserve at least 30% credit for Brother Yu's championship. Xiao Jia looked at Wu Yeazu with suspicion, then turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Really? Zundu is fake?" He was fake back then, really. Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Yaozu was being conservative. Actually, my little fire dragon was able to grow so quickly thanks to Yaozu's little fire dragon that had comprehended the secrets of fire. If I hadn't followed it for 2.5 months, it wouldn't have grown so fast. Xiao Jia looked puzzled when Xiaoyu admitted it. How come she had never heard of the profound meaning of fire? Xiao Jia turned to Wu Yeazu and asked, "The profound meaning of fire, what is the profound meaning of fire?" "The essence of fire is..." Wu Yeazu couldn't hold back any longer. "Ha ha ha, you actually believed it." "I made that up, but Brother Yu's first match was really against me. That despicable bastard, he kept using ultrasonic waves to annoy me back then, and on top of that, he kept flying around in the air cheating." Wu Yeazu recalled his first battle back then, which he still remembers vividly. He couldn't help but curse, "Brother Yu, to be honest, I really thought you were exceptionally talented as a trainer back then, because you were so damn despicable. To put it simply, you're like someone who's naked and fearless, no wonder you're so strong. I admire you. Come, have a drink." Hearing Wu Yeazu speak, Xiaojia realized she had been tricked. She glared at Wu Yeazu but didn't stop him from drinking. Xiaoyu and Wu Yeazu downed their glasses of baijiu in one gulp. Zhao Ruohan, who was standing next to them, picked up some vegetables and put them into Xiaoyu's bowl, saying in a low voice, "Eat some vegetables. Drinking all the time is bad for your stomach." "Okay," Xiaoyu replied, picking up her chopsticks and taking a couple of bites. At the same time, Zhao Ruohan put on gloves and peeled shrimp for Xiaoyu, putting the peeled shrimp meat into his bowl. "Come on, eat more, and have some more meat." I can do it myself." Zhao Ruohan's enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming for Xiaoyu. "It's alright, you can chat with Wu Yeazu, I won't get a word in edgewise. I'll just help you with whatever I can." Zhao Ruohan smiled, then picked up a tissue and said to Xiaoyu, "Here, let me wipe your mouth." Xiao Jia, who was standing to the side, watched this scene with a flicker in her eyes. That vixen, she knows how to find opportunities. "Ruohan, come on, let me toast you." Xiao Jia's eyes darted around, and she boldly raised her glass, smiling at Zhao Ruohan as she said, "We don't usually interact much at school, this is the first time we've eaten together alone. Come on, let me toast you." "Thank you." Zhao Ruohan looked at Xiao Jia and said softly, "I can't drink too much." Alcohol tolerance is something you develop through practice. Very few people are born with a natural ability to drink. Xiao Jia, that woman, was truly fearless. She picked up her glass and downed it in one gulp. "I'll drink it all." Seeing this, Zhao Ruohan could only silently pick up her wine cup and drink it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Xiaoyu and Wu Yeazu exchanged a glance, looked at each other, and wisely chose to remain silent. Seeing Zhao Ruohan also down her drink in one gulp, Xiao Jia glanced at her slightly and then said, "Ruohan, you're always so beautiful at school even without dressing up, but now you're even more stunning, like a fairy. If those boys who are pursuing you saw you like this, they'd go crazy. And your figure is amazing. You never really look like it normally. It's so perfect, with all the right curves. It's truly enviable. Come on, let's have another drink." I really can't drink." Zhao Ruohan gently touched her lips to the wine glass, her brows furrowing slightly. "Don't think too much about it, just drink as much as you want. I'll take you home if you drink too much later," Xiao Jia said casually. Today she's going to show Zhao Ruohan the power of her status as a female wine immortal. "Ruohan." As Xiao Jia continued her offensive, more and more empty wine bottles appeared on the table. Xiao Jia's face was flushed, indicating she was somewhat drunk. In contrast, Zhao Ruohan remained calm, as if she hadn't been drinking at all. "Ruohan, your alcohol tolerance is too good. I was actually quite dizzy too, but I don't get flushed when I drink." Page 386. Chapter 576 Ending. While Xiaojia and Zhao Ruohan were talking, Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu were also chatting, talking about interesting things at school. Brother Yu, let me tell you, my goal for next semester is to at least get into the top 20, and strive to get into the top 10 of the grade. Wu Yaezu boasted, strive for the top 5, and aim for 3rd place. Good luck, I'm waiting for you in 1st place. Xiaoyu glanced at Wu Yaezu with his personality. A top 10 finish was definitely out of the question. A top 20 finish, however, was a sliver of hope. If you can make it into the top 50, that would be a success. Don't set your goals too high. Don't look down on me. Wu Yaezu couldn't help but shout after hearing Xiaoyu's words. I almost made it into the top 100 this year. By the way, brother Yu, when are you planning to play in the Gym Leader Professional League? I'll go when school starts. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and answered seriously, I haven't played in a competition for a long time, and everyone should have forgotten my great strength. It's time to remind everyone of the fear of being dominated by the genius trainer Xiaoyu. Come on, you're just bullying your classmates. I'm not trying to be mean, but brother Yu, I'd say you might not even be able to beat senior Tao Su. Hehe, to be honest, if I went all out, I could beat the shit out of her, Xiaoyu said. Tisk tisk, stop bragging. Let me see your skills when the new year starts. Don't embarrass me then. Wu Yaezu said, come on, have a drink. Brother Yu, I wish you a great start and that you win the title of the youngest club owner in the capital. The atmosphere between Xiaoyu and Wu Yaezu was very harmonious, but on the other side, Xiaojia and Zhao Ruohan kept drinking. In just half an hour, the table was filled with countless empty wine bottles. The more Xiaojia drank, the more she felt something was wrong. She realized she had been tricked. Zhao Ruohan seemed harmless, but she was actually quite cunning. It's not that she can't drink, her alcohol tolerance is simply enormous. Despite drinking so much, Zhao Ruohan remained completely calm and composed, acting as if nothing had happened. She herself, however, was starting to feel the effects. Fell into a trap. I need to go to the restroom. Xiaojia's stomach was churning, and she couldn't take it anymore. She got up and walked towards the restroom. I'll go with you. Wu Yaezu quickly got up. No need. Xiaojia waved her hand and walked towards the restroom alone. Women's restroom, where are you going? Looking at Xiaojia, whose face was flushed and who seemed drunk, and then at Zhao Ruohan, whose face was normal, Wu Yaezu couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Ruohan, I really didn't realize you could drink so much. Hearing Wu Yaezu's words, Zhao Ruohan gently tossed her hair, leaned against Xiaoyu's chair, and smiled faintly. I can count the number of times I've drunk alcohol on one hand. I really rarely drink. A faint scent of perfume wafted into Xiaoyu's ears, stirring her heartstrings. She couldn't tell if it was intentional or accidental. Then you really are a born wine connoisseur. Wu Yaezu paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, Zhao Ruohan, if you wear this to the class reunion tomorrow, you'll definitely dazzle everyone. Tomorrow night, a whole bunch of people will confess their love to you. Xiaoyu smiled and said, she used to wear a school uniform and had no makeup on, and many people confessed their feelings to her. That's right. Zhao Ruohan used to be the school beauty. Wu Yaezu turned to Xiaoyu and said, it looks like tomorrow will be Zhao Ruohan's show, and Xiao Guanzhen's show. I'm just an insignificant nobody, so I can only play a supporting role. A few moments later, Xiaojia came out of the toilet. After vomiting, she felt much more awake. Seeing this, Wu Yaezu said with a little heartache, that's enough, let's go back. Xiaojia is drunk too. If I get drunk, we won't even be able to go home. Okay, let's stop here then. I'm going home too. Xiaoyu nodded. Drinking with Wu Yaezu was so comfortable. If you didn't want to drink anymore, you could just say so, and no one would try to persuade you. Okay, Xiaoyu, let me take you. Zhao Ruohan quickly got up and handed Xiaoyu the coat that was draped on the chair, thoughtfully draping it over his back. It's cold outside, wear something warm so you don't catch a cold. Watching this scene, Wu Yaezu cursed Xiaoyu inwardly. That scumbag is really lucky with women. Why do so many people like a scumbag like brother Yu? You don't need to see me off, I'll take you home, Xiaoyu replied, so your brother won't be upset if he sees you drinking. Well, okay then. Zhao Ruohan nodded gently. Thank you. The three of them got up and waited for Xiaojia before leaving the restaurant together. As they stepped out of the restaurant, a cold wind swept by, instantly dispelling the effects of the alcohol on their spirits. Zhao Ruohan, who was standing next to me, was dressed rather lightly today. She huddled up in the cold wind and felt a bit chilly. Seeing this, Xiaoyu also showed his gentlemanly manners by taking off his clothes and giving them to Zhao Ruohan. No need. It was a bit cold outside, but it'll be fine once we get in the car, Zhao Ruohan said with a smile, stopping Xiaoyu's actions. You're wearing so little and have drunk so much, don't catch a cold. Xiaoyu shook his head, but still forcibly took off his coat and draped it over Xiaoruo Han. He was still wearing a sweater and thermal underwear underneath, so even without his coat, he wasn't particularly cold. Be good, put this on. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoruo Han no longer refused, nodded gently, and whispered, thank you. Wearing Xiaoyu's thick coat, Xiaoruo Han had a faint smile on her lips. The taxi is here. We're leaving now, Wu Yaezu. Okay, don't be late tomorrow. Wu Yaezu reminded Xiaoyu as he got into the car not to forget the class reunion tomorrow. Okay. Xiaoyu responded and got into the taxi with Xiaoruo Han. Master, we're here. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Xiaoruo Han's residential compound, which is considered one of the best compounds in Xinguang City. This is also a newly purchased house for their family. Originally, Xiaoruo Han's family was in very poor condition, but with the help of Xiaoyu and Xiao's father, her father and brother were able to find jobs. His brother, in particular, under Xiao's father's management, contracted a small portion of the food supply for the dojo and the grass and insect secret realm. Even the tiny bit of oil that leaked from between their fingers was enough for the Zhao family to buy a car and a house in just 1 year. Zhao Ruoxuan went from being a small-time barbecue vendor to being known as Boss Xiao by others. I'll head back now. Before Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Zhao Ruohan interrupted him, go and visit my new home. You've probably never been here before. You can also come up for a cup of tea to sober up. Hearing Zhao Ruohan's words and meeting her bright eyes, Xiaoyu's heart instinctively raced. It's so late, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What are you afraid of? Zhao Ruohan smiled, smoothed her hair, revealing her beautiful profile. Are you afraid I'll eat you up? Don't worry, my brother is home. All right then. Xiaoyu nodded. Chapter 577 Overnight. Inside the residential area, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow. As Xiaoyu and Zhao Ruohan walked through the residential area, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel her heart race. Although Zhao Ruohan had told her that her brother was home, Xiaoyu still couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Especially now that the two are very close, the faint scent of Zhao Ruohan's perfume wafts into Xiaoyu's nose, constantly stirring his mind. Zhao Ruohan looked especially sexy in her bodycon dress. Her perfect figure made the dress bulge, with her breasts and buttocks curving out and her waist slender. Xiaoyu's gaze couldn't help but fall on her shapely figure. How come I never noticed Zhao Ruohan's figure was so good before? The key is that, combined with her pure and innocent looks, her pure and alluring charm is irresistible. It's just ahead, let's go, Zhao Ruohan said, pointing to a villa in the distance. Okay. The two walked toward a distant residence. Zhao Ruohan kept her head down, seemingly lost in thought, but her body slowly moved closer to Xiaoyu. Their arms touched lightly, but because it was winter, they were both dressed in thick clothes, so only a faint sensation could be felt. But at that moment, Zhao Ruohan suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiaoyu's arm and pressed her body against him. Xiaoyu turned his head and looked at Zhao Ruohan with a surprised expression. I feel a little dizzy. Zhao Ruohan's voice trembled slightly as she rested her head on Xiaoyu's shoulder, her face flushed crimson. Xiaoyu, just lean on me for a bit, we'll be home soon. As Zhao Ruohan spoke, she wrapped her arms tightly around Xiaoyu's, leaving him no way to refuse. The two entered the elevator in an ambiguous posture, and Zhao Ruohan still hasn't let go of his hand. We're almost there. Which floor do you live on? Xiaoyu tried to pull his right hand away without making a sound, but when he tried, he only felt a soft touch. Zhao Ruohan wrapped her arms around his arm even tighter. Your brother will see this later. It's okay, he won't bother me. Third floor, Zhao Ruohan said softly, her face slightly flushed and her heart racing. The two took the elevator to Zhao Ruohan's house. We've arrived, Xiaoyu's voice rang out, reminding Zhao Ruohan that she could let go. Okay. Only when they reached the door did Zhao Ruohan reluctantly let go of her hand, then took out her key, opened the door, and went inside. Let's go in and take a look. I'll get you some slippers. Zhao Ruohan locked the door from the inside, took out a pair of brand new slippers, squatted down and said to Xiaoyu, lift your foot. Huh? Xiaoyu responded in confusion, then instinctively lifted his foot as Zhao Ruohan had instructed, only to feel a lightness under his foot. Zhao Ruohan had already taken off his shoes and socks and changed him into slippers. No need, I can do it myself. Xiaoyu had never enjoyed this kind of service before, and he was a little unaccustomed to it. He lowered his head to change his shoes, but all he saw was a sea of white, which made him freeze in place. The other foot. Zhao Ruohan had already placed one hand on Xiaoyu's other shoe, and looked up at Xiaoyu, urging, don't be shy. Unable to resist Zhao Ruohan's insistence, Xiaoyu could only lift her other foot and let her change her shoes. All right, come and take a tour. Zhao Ruohan's voice rang out. She had also changed into a pair of slippers and was showing Xiaoyu around her new home. Page 387. Not bad, very beautiful, the decoration is very good. Xiaoyu praised. Who designed this decoration? They have good taste. My master found the renovation company, Xiaoruohan said softly. My dad. Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't realize he was so reliable. My master is a very good person. He was the one who lent us the money for this house in the first place. He also arranged jobs for my brother and my father. Xiaoruohan was extremely grateful when she talked about Xiaoyong. Of course, she was most grateful to Xiaoyu. She had heard Xiaoyong say that if Xiaoyu hadn't told him to take care of her before going to the capital, Xiaoyong wouldn't even know who she was. By the way, where's your brother? Didn't you say he was home? Xiaoyu suddenly realized that Xiaoruohan's brother was home. Why is the house completely dark and empty? He might have something to do today, so he'll probably be back a little later, Xiaoruohan explained in a low voice. Xiaoyu had a bad feeling as he listened to Xiaoruohan's explanation. This woman is up to something today, then I'll head back. It's not good for me to stay at your place so late at night, Xiaoyu said, then got up to leave. This place is dangerous, staying any longer could cost us our lives. However, just as Xiaoyu stood up, Xiaoruohan's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaoyu, the main reason I called you here today is to give you a gift. Okay, are you pulling this stunt? Xiaoyu looked at Xiaoruohan silently, waiting for her to continue. Please wait a moment, sit down, have some tea. I'll go get the gift, it's a special surprise to thank you for your help all this time. Xiaoruohan said, getting up and going into her room. Also, I finished writing your manuscript this afternoon, I'll bring it to you together. I'll call you later, then you can come in. Seeing this, Xiaoyu could only sit back on the sofa and wait patiently. A few minutes later, Xiaoruohan's voice rang out. Xiaoyu, come in. Okay. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and walked into Xiaoruohan's bedroom. He gently pushed open the door, but froze on the spot. Then he suddenly covered his eyes, turned his back, and silently recited, do not look at what is improper. Ruo, Han, what are you doing? Xiaoyu's voice trembled, and she couldn't help but secretly swallow. It's no wonder Xiaoyu was so excited. Xiaoruohan was simply too alluring tonight. She had dressed up meticulously and changed into a breathtaking outfit, revealing her stunning figure. However, Xiaoyu did not hear any response from Xiaoruohan. He only felt two hands around his waist and a soft touch from his back. Boom. In that instant, Xiaoyu felt as if his head had exploded. Although he was a worldly person, he had only had some experience with Xiaowanyu. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, and his body reacted instinctively. Call. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and silently warned himself. Stay calm and collected. You're Giovanni, after all. This kind of show of force is nothing to you. Of the 6 vices, lust is the worst. Color is a bone-scraping knife. Xiaoyu, I like you. Please go out with me. Xiaoruohan pressed her face against Xiaoyu's back and whispered. I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend, Xiaoyu said with difficulty. I don't mind, Xiaoruohan said softly, then leaned in and hugged Xiaoyu tightly. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and kept repeating it to himself. Color is a bone-scraping knife. Color is a bone-scraping knife. Color is a bone-scraping knife. But I, Xiaoyu, am tough as nails, I'm not afraid of being scratched. Your brother is coming back later, Xiaoyu said, using the last of his sanity. They won't come back, Xiaoruohan said softly, as if everything had been planned in advance. Tonight it's just the two of us. What are you doing? Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. He had encountered a female hooligan tonight. Chapter 538 New Year Activities. 3 poles in the sun. Feeling refreshed, Xiaoyu returned home around lunchtime. As soon as Xiaoyu sat down on the sofa, his older brother Xiaoluo came over with a smile, looked at Xiaoyu, and asked curiously, Xiaoyu, where did you go yesterday? You didn't come home all night. Oh, I went drinking with Uyeazu last night. It got too late, so I just slept at his place, Xiaoyu casually offered a lame excuse. Really? Then your relationship with Uyeazu is quite complicated. Remember to cover up the hickey on your neck so your parents don't see it. Xiaoluo smiled and pointed at Xiaoyu's neck. Cough cough. Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of rice. He had left in a hurry and hadn't paid much attention to it. He quickly explained, brother, you're overthinking it. Seriously, where did you go gallivanting last night? Charlotte asked, a curious look in her eyes. Who was that girl? Just leave it alone. Xiaoyu waved his hand. He couldn't say a word about his relationship with Xiaoruohan. All right then. Seeing that Xiaoyu was unwilling to say more, Xiaoluo didn't press further. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. It must be Mom and Dad coming back. Go change your clothes and cover your neck. Xiaoluo said to Xiaoyu, I'll go open the door. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded and immediately got up to go to the bedroom to change her clothes. Creak. Charlotte opened the door, frowning as she looked at the pretty girl wearing sunglasses standing in front of it. "Hello, who are you looking for?" The girl, wearing tight jeans and a cute knitted sweater, looked like a snow lotus in winter. Sumuse took off her sunglasses, smiled brightly, and said to Xiao Luo, "Brother Xiao Luo, don't you recognize me?" "Oh, I remember. You're Xiao Tianwang's daughter, Xiaoyu's classmate, Su Muzi, right?" Xiao Luo still remembered the pretty girl in front of him. She was the runner-up in the college cup, and she had also come to Xiaoyu's birthday party last time. "Come in, have a seat." Charlotte glanced at Sumuse, then raised an eyebrow at the suitcase she was pulling. "What do you mean?" "I brought my suitcase, what's going on?" The key point is that judging from her appearance, she has obviously just arrived and is definitely not the girl who was fooling around with Xiaoyu last night. Charlotte had a sudden inspiration and shouted into the house, "Xiao, your classmate is here. You're here." Xiaoyu had changed into a turtleneck sweater to cover the marks left on her neck from last night's wild night. When Xiaoyu saw Sumuse appear at home, dragging a suitcase, he froze on the spot. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had overindulged in sex the night before and his eyesight was failing. "Sumuse?" Xiaoyu asked uncertainly. "Xiaoyu, are you happy to see me?" Sumuse looked at Xiaoyu with a bright smile. "I came to see you as soon as I got off the plane. I haven't even booked a hotel yet, and I don't know where I'll stay tonight." Hearing Sumuse's words, Xiao Luo reacted quickly. "Why book a hotel? There are so many empty houses at home, you can just stay here. It's rare for you to come to Starlight City, we will definitely take good care of you." "Then I'll trouble you. I'm sorry to bother you, brother Xiao Luo." Sumuse's eyes narrowed like the moon, as if she had been waiting for Xiao Luo to say these words. "I'll go put my luggage away first. By the way, brother Xiao Luo, this is a gift for you, your sister-in-law, and your nephew." Sumuse took out 3 gift boxes and handed them to Xiao Luo. Her graceful demeanor made Xiao Luo sigh in admiration, thinking that she truly deserved to be a lady from a prestigious family. "Xiaoyu, quickly take Sumuse to put her luggage away. It's in the guest room next to your room on the 2nd floor." Xiao Luo gestured towards Xiaoyu, secretly thinking that Xiaoyu was really lucky with women. "Xiao Su, you haven't eaten yet, have you? You can eat with us. We'll go out to eat and treat you to the best food in Xinguang City," Xiao Luo said. "Dad just called and told us we can leave now." Xiaoyu was still in a daze and could only nod blankly. "Okay. What are you standing there for? Go help Xiao Su put her luggage away." When Xiaoyu and his 2 companions appeared at the restaurant, Xiaoyong and Lin Suime were stunned to see Sumuse beside Xiaoyu. "How did Xiao Tianwang's daughter end up here, Uncle Xia, Aunt Lin?" Sumuse greeted the two with a smile, her face showing a confident and bright smile, without the slightest bit of stage fright. "Uncle Xia, this is a gift for you. I heard from Xiaoyu that you like to drink, so this is some wine I secretly took from home. Aunt Lin, didn't you say you wanted a new bag for Xiaoyu's birthday last time? This is the latest model, do you like it?" Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched. Without a doubt, Sumuse was the kind of girl that elders liked the most. She comes from a good family and is also very outstanding. She has a calm demeanor, clear and bright eyes, and is polite, generous, and well-mannered in her dealings with others. She is simply the dream daughter-in-law of Xiaoyong and his wife. Page 388. If Xiaoyu could marry a wife like that, it would be an incredibly lucky thing, like his ancestors' graves emitting auspicious smoke. "Xiao Su, you're here, why did you bring a gift? Let's go inside and eat first." Lin Suime was more and more satisfied with Sumuse, and took Sumuse's hand and walked towards the restaurant. Xiaoyong also wore a smile, warmly welcoming Sumuse, but to be honest, he actually preferred his apprentice Xiaoruo Han. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu felt extremely uneasy, unconsciously pulling up his collar. Wasn't Sumuse on Baoxiang Island? Why had she come all the way here? How was he going to explain this to Xiao Wanyu? After the family finished eating, Xiao's parents urged Xiaoyu to take Sumuse sightseeing in Xinguang City. They knew better than anyone what the young girl was thinking, traveling alone with her luggage during the spring festival. After dinner, Xiaoyu and Sumuse walked down the street. Sumuse looked around with great curiosity. "Did you grow up here when you were little?" Xiaoyu nodded and said, "But this used to be just a small county town, it's only developed in the last few years. There's really nothing fun to do here. Where would you like to go? Shall we go see a movie?" Sumuse turned to look at Xiaoyu and said with a smile, "I called Xia Jia and Wu Yaezu, let's go see a movie together. Aren't you going to a class reunion? I'll go with you." Hearing Sumuse's words, Xiaoyu knew that she had already arranged her own schedule, so he could only nod and reply, "Well, okay." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's agreement, Sumuse's smile widened, and she quickly picked up her phone to call Xia Jia, arranging to meet in front of the movie theater. Chapter 539 Class Reunion. Night falls, Starlight City. Inside the hot pot restaurant in the city center, many classmates had already arrived. After not seeing each other for half a year, many of them had shed their high school naivete and dressed more maturely. The atmosphere was lively as the young men and women gathered together, excitedly sharing their university life and chatting about the latest gossip. So-and-so is in a relationship again, and so-and-so has caught a Pokémon. The class, which normally has about 50 students, only had about 30 students present today. The remaining dozen or so people either didn't come because they were repeating a grade, or they had other commitments and couldn't come. Why haven't Xiaoyu and Fatty Wu arrived yet? He must have something to do, let's wait a little longer. Brother Yu, you're a big star now, it's normal for you to be busy. I just called him, he'll be there a little later. The atmosphere inside the room was lively and harmonious, but Xiaoyu, who was on his way, felt extremely uneasy. Wu Yaezu was driving, Xiao Jia was sitting in the passenger seat, and Zhao Ruohan, Xiaoyu, and Su Muza were sitting in the back seat. Ruohan, you look so beautiful today. Thank you, you're very beautiful too. Muzi, what brings you to Starlight City? If I had known you were coming, Xiaoyu, Wu Yaezu, and I would have come to pick you up together. Zhao Ruohan and Su Muza chatted familiarly, like close best friends. Caught in the middle, Xiaoyu could only lower his head and remain silent like an ostrich. He just wanted to get to the hot pot restaurant as soon as possible and end this painful journey. We're here, Wu Yaezu said loudly. You guys go in first and save me a seat, I'll go park the car. I'll go park. Xiaoyu said loudly, you hurry up and take your girlfriend Xiao Jia inside, and save me a seat while you're at it. I'm going to park. As Xiaoyu spoke, he winked at Wu Yaezu. Oh, okay. Wu Yaezu also realized what was happening and tossed the keys to Xiaoyu. Brother Yu, thank you for your help. No trouble, no trouble. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiaoyu quickly drove away from the scene of carnage before him. Fatty Wu is here. When Fatty Wu and three beautiful women appeared at the hot pot restaurant, sharp-eyed classmates immediately spotted them. Zhao Ruohan, you look so beautiful today. Zhao Ruohan was dressed maturely today, wearing a long white scarf, a pink trench coat, white pearl earrings, and a cool makeup look, making her look completely different from before. Two completely different styles, yet equally beautiful. The school beauty has become even more beautiful. Are you dating someone, school beauty Zhao? Just kidding, she's studying in Beijing, she must be dating someone. Aside from Zhao Ruohan and Wu Yaezu, most people focus their attention on Xiao Jia and Su Muza. This is Su Muza? Many of them had already recognized Su Muza. Su Muza's Dragonite in the College Cup finals left a deep impression on many people. If it weren't for the overpowered Xiaoyu, this year's championship would have been his. As for the other person, Xiao Jia, not many people know her. Although Xiao Jia also made it to the national finals of the College Cup, she was eliminated in the first round of the finals, so most people don't know her. I brought two friends with me today. One is Su Muza, many of you know her. The other is Xiao Jia, my girlfriend. Wow! Everyone exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Fatty Wu's words. Wow, Fatty Wu, you've found a partner in just 6 months. He won the heart of the beauty. Hey Fatty, teach me a couple of tricks, I'm still single. After the crowd finished their jeering, their gazes all fell on Su Muza, their eyes burning with intense interest, having long since forgotten about Xiaoyu. Su Muza was also dressed up today, wearing an adorable striped sweater, a white skirt, tights, and round boots, looking cute and charming. Come on, Fatty Wu, sit here. Sit here, Fatty Wu, it's been a long time since we last met. Come over here. Sit at our table. Never mind, there are 5 of us, we should save another seat for Brother Yu. Wu Yaezu waved his hand and found a table with fewer people to sit down. Yeah, why hasn't Xiaoyu arrived yet? Brother Yu, you're acting a bit like a diva today. Dr. Xia, why isn't he here yet? Everyone's waiting for his autograph. My sister gave me a strict order today, I absolutely have to get Brother Yu's autograph. Go away. Wu Yaezu laughed as he listened to his classmates' jokes. Xiao went to park the car for me. As they were talking, Xiaoyu, who had just parked his car, walked in from outside. He immediately spotted Fatty Wu and the others and came over. Brother Yu, you're finally here. Dr. Xia, we've missed you so much. Brother Yu. Everyone looked at Xiaoyu and greeted him warmly. Xiaoyu walked to Wu Peng's table and found that Zhao Ruohan and Su Muza had already vacated a seat for him. Moreover, this position is perfectly positioned, right between the two of them. Seeing this, Xiaoyu had no choice but to bite the bullet and sit down, while greeting his classmates in a serious tone. Sorry to keep you waiting. I apologize for all arriving so early. Of course, it's been so long since I've seen my old classmate, I can't wait to see him. Let's buy some food then, what are we waiting for? Once Xiaoyu arrived, the gathering officially began. Everyone started eating hot pot, chatting, reminiscing about their high school days, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Xiaoyu sat to the side, listening attentively, only occasionally interjecting a word or two, because the other students mostly talked about topics like dating, studying, Pokémon training, future jobs, and postgraduate entrance exams. These topics are somewhat distant from Xiaoyu's life. Xiaoyu realized that she had unknowingly grown more distant from her classmates and was gradually drifting apart. What they need to worry about is the pressure of future life and work, while Xiaoyu's worries are about the champion of the British Empire, Mayor, the Dawn Society led by Kong Yinyi, and the mysterious Coffin organization. The gathering was quite lively and harmonious. The classmates who hadn't seen each other for a long time drank a lot of wine, and their faces were flushed. Just as Wu Ieyazu had predicted, many of them even took advantage of the alcohol to confess their feelings to Zhao Ruohan. Page 389. Even knowing the chances were slim, looking at the beautiful Zhao Ruohan, he couldn't help but want to give it a try, just in case his dream came true. Faced with everyone's confessions, Zhao Ruohan calmly refused. She had experienced this many times before and was already quite familiar with it. Su Muze, on the other hand, didn't get a single person to talk to while sitting next to Xiaoyu. It was clear that everyone had already accepted the relationship between Xiaoyu and Su Muze, and at the same time, they were also envious. Xiaoyu is so lucky he's already dating the young lady of the Su family. After dinner, the group, emboldened by the alcohol, insisted on going to sing karaoke. Xiaoyu, however, wasn't very interested. He waved goodbye to his old classmates and prepared to go home. "You guys go ahead, I won't go. I'm going home. I have things to do tomorrow. Brother Yu, take care." Chapter 540 Exhibition Match. The next day, Starlight Dojo. Today we are honored to have with us the previous high school cup champion, the genius Pokémon professor, the hero of Starlight City, Xiaoyu, to share his success story. Let's give him a round of applause. Upon hearing the host's voice, Xiaoyu, dressed in a suit and exuding an air of confidence, walked out from backstage. "Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu!" A round of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, picked up the manuscript written by Zhao Ruohan, and began to read it aloud. "Distinguished guests, dear friends, good morning." The content of the speech remained the same, sharing experiences, recounting specific cases, and finally encouraging this year's students. Xiaoyu finished reading the lengthy speech of several thousand words in one go. Finally, "Thank you all." After completing the task, Xiaoyu stepped off the stage amidst applause, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had finally completed 1/3 of the task. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu came to the secret realm to exchange and share experiences with the students in the training camp. Since it was just a simple exchange and sharing of experiences, the process was relaxed and comfortable. He simply shared his own experience of working hard in the training camp and encouraged everyone in the training camp. As evening approached, the highlight of the day finally arrived, the exhibition match. Starlight Dojo. Into the night, the lights were flashing and the crowd was buzzing. The Starlight Dojo was already packed with people. Cheers and shouts rang out continuously, and people waved Xiaoyu's posters to cheer him on. Dear viewers, good evening. Tonight, Starlight Dojo will be bringing you a special match, which will also be the last public exhibition match of the year for Starlight Dojo. Hello everyone, I am Wang Wujia, the commentator for this match. I am commentator Qin Yingzhen. To boost the ratings for this competition, Xinguang City spent a lot of money to invite two celebrity hosts, Wang Wujia and Qin Yingzhen. They were also the commentators when Xiaoyu won the Western Sichuan Provincial Championship. First of all, let's give a warm round of applause to our guests. They are Lu Ting, champion of the Southwest region, Li Yinyao, flying-type king of the Southwest region, and Tan Yangsen, water-type king of the Southwest region. As the host's voice rang out, the camera switched to Lu Ting and his two companions in the spectator box. As the champion of the Southwest region, Lu Ting might not come to Xinguang City even once a year. The main reason he came here today is because of Xiaoyu. When Starlight City announced that Xiaoyu would be playing an exhibition match today, the tickets sold out instantly on the day they went on sale. Lu Ting happened to have some free time, so he stopped by to watch Xiaoyu's match. Besides the three of them, there were also many celebrities sitting in the stands. Some well-known trainers, celebrities, internet celebrities, and entrepreneurs also took time out of their busy schedules to watch Xiaoyu's matches. It is said that the front row tickets for this game sold for tens of thousands of yuan, and they are still in short supply. After introducing the contestants, the host continued, "Welcome to our three guests. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to our contestants. First up is our red team member, Mr. Qin Bin, the former water-type gym leader of Zishu province and now a champion-level trainer. Mr. Qin Bin is one of the most famous water-type trainers in Zishu province. Before becoming a champion-level trainer, he served as the water-type gym leader 3 times in a row with his absolute strength. During his tenure as the head of the academy, his win rate was as high as 99%. He is also a benchmark figure in our Zishu province and one of the strongest academy heads in Zishu province. He is also one of the strong contenders for the title of one of the 4 heavenly kings of the southwest region in the future. Upon hearing the host's introduction, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. Qin Bin is also very famous in Zishu province because he is the gym leader of the water-type Pokémon gym, and water is the most numerous type among all Pokémon types. This has led to extremely fierce competition for the position of water-type gym leader. Qin Bin's ability to stand out and serve as water-type gym leader for 3 consecutive terms is a testament to his exceptional strength. Qin Bin was also an opponent carefully selected by the authorities for Xiaoyu. Considering that Xiaoyu's Dragapult already possesses strength comparable to an Elite 4 Pokémon, the official team specially selected Qin Bin, who has just entered the Elite 4 level of trainer. The two are evenly matched and are sure to deliver a wonderful match. Most importantly, Qin Bin was also known as a genius trainer in his youth, and he was virtually unbeatable in battles against trainers of the same level. However, the potential of his Pokémon limited his potential, causing him to spend several years training a new batch of Pokémon. Now that these Pokémon have grown up, it is believed that Qin Bin will grow up at an extremely high speed. Many people are also looking forward to this match. An older generation of genius trainers battles against a new generation of geniuses. Next up is the blue team's player. He is currently the most sought-after genius trainer, and also one of the top Pokémon professors in China and even the world. The champion of the previous University Cup, the hero of Starlight City. He is Xiaoyu. Under the blinding light, Xiaoyu appeared on the battlefield. His gaze fell on Qin Bin in the distance. Qin Bin is only 40 years old this year, which is not considered old among king-level trainers. In fact, he could be considered young. He was looking at Xiaoyu at the same time, his expression calm. This match is a 3v3 singles unrestricted match, and any item can be used, including but not limited to Z crystals and Mega Evolution stones. Are you ready? Please raise your hands to signal the referee. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and raised his hand along with Qin Bin opposite him. Seeing the two players' actions, the referee raised his flag and then forcefully waved it downwards. The match begins. Go, Charizard. Go, Mosquito Quill Frog King. Xiaoyu and Qin Bin threw out their Pokeballs almost simultaneously, and a flash of red light appeared. The black Charizard and the green Politoed Frog King make their appearance together. As soon as the Mosquito Quill Frog King appeared, it unleashed water-based energy that spread outwards, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the sky and a torrential downpour began. Qin Bin's team lineup is standard for rainy days, but his rain weather setter is not the common Pelipper, but the relatively rare Poliwag. From a support perspective, Pelipper is actually more suitable as a weather setter. Pelipper can learn Tailwind to increase its speed, and its stab move Hurricane, which always hits in the rain, can also be used against some Pokémon that are weak to flying. The Mosquito Quill Frog King is Meteor and faster. The two hosts also analyzed the two players' starting Pokémon, discussing them at length. Xiaoyu has sent out his signature Pokémon, Shiny Charizard. We all know that after Charizard Mega evolves, its ability changes to Dawn. Xiaoyu sent out Charizard as the first to enter the battle. It seems he doesn't want to relinquish control of the weather so easily. Although it's nighttime now and Mega Evolution won't bring sunny weather, we can try to prevent the rain. Page 390. Chapter 541 Water System Gym Leader. Charizard, Mega Evolve. Xiaoyu placed his finger lightly on the evolution keystone, and a loud voice rang out. Colorful light enveloped the Charizard's body, continuously stretching and enlarging it. Roar. With Charizard's roar, the light shattered, revealing Mega Charizard Y's gray-black body, enveloped in a faint glow of fire, its flames dancing. As Charizard grows stronger, its mastery of fire-type energy, a specialty of special attacks, becomes increasingly terrifying. Xiaoyu immediately Mega Evolved Charizard at the start. Wang Wujia's voice rang out. Although this is not the first time we have seen Mega Evolution, every time we see Mega Evolution, it always excites us. This makes us feel like we've returned to that summer, and the scene of Xiaoyu winning the championship is still vivid in our minds. Mega Evolution is almost one of Xiaoyu's signature abilities. It's here, Xiaoyu's ace Pokémon, Mega Charizard. As the host's passionate voice rang out, Mega Charizard Y erupted with fire-type energy, spreading outwards and surging into the sky. Sunlight characteristics activated. Charizard is fighting Poliwag for the weather. The fire and water energies collided in the field, and the torrential rain gradually subsided into a drizzle, eventually stopping. The strength of Mega Charizard should be roughly equal to that of Poliwag, but Mega Charizard undoubtedly has a much stronger control over fire-type energy. The heavy rain has completely stopped, but unfortunately it's nighttime now. If it were daytime, the weather might have cleared up. This kind of weather is fair to both sides, so it's like we're back on the same starting line. The core of rainy weather tactics is the weather. Without rainy weather, the team's strength drops by at least half. Breaking the rainy weather barrier is practically half the battle won. That's what they say, but for true masters of the rain team, it's not like that at all. Seeing the heavy rain stop, Chinbin remained calm. In his decades-long career of combat, he had encountered this situation countless times. Mosquito Coil Frog King, bluster. Chinbin's voice rang out. Hearing Chinbin's order, Xiaoyu frowned. The bluffing skill was a really annoying skill. Bluffing will greatly increase the enemy's attack power, but at the same time it will throw the enemy into a state of confusion. Currently, Poliwrath is using the bluff skill to boost Mega Charizard Y's attack, which seems like a bad move. However, in reality, Mega Charizard Y's special attack specialization, which greatly increases its attack, has almost no effect on Mega Charizard Y. Mega Charizard, however, falls into a confused state, essentially putting the enemy into a confused state directly, which is quite annoying. Faced with the harassment tactics of the Mosquito Coil Frog King, Xiaoyu frowned deeply. Since that's the case, then there's no point in arguing with Chinbin. Xiaoyu made a decision, waved his hand, and directly ordered Charizard to use its strongest move, Charizard, Burst Burn. Wow, it seems that Xiaoyu is a bit hot-tempered today. Right at the start of the match, he Mega-evolved Charizard and immediately unleashed the strongest Burst Burn move. Roar. Mega Charizard let out an angry roar, and with the roar, flames erupted from its body, engulfing its gray-black form in scorching heat. The flames burned brightly, illuminating the night like a small sun and dispelling the winter chill. With a flap of its wings, the Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames that spread outwards like a tidal wave. In an instant, the flames engulfed the entire battlefield, turning it into a sea of fire. Faced with the terrifying attack of Mega Charizard Y, Chinbin decisively chose to have Poliwag temporarily avoid the attack. Mosquito Coil Frog King, hold the line. Faced with the terrifying attack of Mega Charizard Y, Poliwag, which was originally using the Swagger move, had to interrupt its move and switch to Protect. The flames scorched the ground, and the Charizard was rendered paralyzed. Come back, Charizard. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by the Burst Burn, Xiaoyu immediately recalled Charizard and then took out Sceptile's Pokeball. Normally, being stuck in a frozen state shouldn't allow for replacement, but in reality, this setting has been modified so that replacement is now possible. Go, Lizard King. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, his other ace Pokémon, Sceptile, made its appearance. Come back, Poliwag. On the other side, Chinbin watched as Xiaoyu switched Pokémon, and he also decisively recalled Poliwag and replaced it with a backup Pokémon. The first round of their encounter was a tentative one, with both sides testing each other out. It's your turn, Lucky Kappa. Ludicolo is a water/grass-type Pokémon that looks like a duck wearing a cowboy hat. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the happy Kappa. With the ability to move freely, it possesses near-champion level strength and carries an A-rank wet rock. It's decent, with nothing particularly outstanding, but also no major weaknesses. The only thing to note is that it carries the item Damp Rock, which makes it the second weather controller in the team. They have mastered all the core and key skills. It's obvious that Chinbin's team is a standard rain team, but a weaker version of a rain team. The ideal setup for a true rain team would be a weather setter who is also the team's special attacker. The best physical attacker should be Mega Swampert, with its maxed out attack stat and swift swim ability, making it the top attacker in rainy conditions. Finally, adding a Zapdos to the defensive and offensive roles can effectively counter Grass-type and Electric-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, Zapdos can use Thunder and Hurricane, which are guaranteed to hit, in the rain, both of which can provide extremely high damage output and cover its coverage. This is the rain team that Xiaoyu envisioned. Unfortunately, it's unlikely that such a team could be seen in this world. Of the three Pokémon, Mega Swampert alone can trap 99% of players, not to mention Zapdos and Kyogre. Zapdos still has a tiny bit of hope, but Kyogre, well, I doubt anyone can catch Kyogre, right? The Ludicolo in front of him could only serve as a second-rate fighter in the rain, with neither high special attack nor physical attack, and only at the level of a near-elite 4 member. Xiaoyu was still confident in defeating it. Actually, Xiaoyu knew that there was a very powerful Pokémon to deal with Team Rain, and that was Ferrothorn. The nut dumbbells are great for rainy days, whether you use them yourself or someone else. One of the key factors in determining whether a team is qualified for rainy weather is their ability to tackle nut dumbbells. Whenever this happens, Xiaoyu thinks of the power of the steel type. If he had a nut dumbbell, he could practically win the game. High 5 surprise attack, Lucky Kappa. Just then, Qinbin's voice rang out. Chapter 542 Qinbin, snapped. A clear voice sounded. Lucky Kappa gathered normal type energy, which transformed into an energy palm and slapped directly at Lizard King. It has to be said that the high 5 surprise attack skill is quite powerful. Although the damage is not high, it can interrupt the enemy's skills and make the opponent hesitate. Taking the lead right from the start, after successfully landing the first attack, Qinbin didn't pause at all and continued to order Lucky Duck, use the freeze beam. Hearing Qinbin's order, Xiaoyu originally planned to have the Lizard King undergo Mega Evolution, but now he had to abandon that idea. Originally, Sceptile was only twice as weak to ice, but after Mega Evolution, it became 4 times as weak to ice. Lizard King, go up there and use Sword Dance to block its freezing beam. Chamo. The Lizard King responded to Xiaoyu, then suddenly spun around, its thick, long tail waving as it turned like a spinning top. At the same time, Lucky Duck released an astonishing chill, with visible frost flying everywhere, and ice energy gathering in Lucky Duck's hands. A blue beam of light flew towards the Mega Lizard King, kicking up bursts of ice shards and sending chills through the air. What terrifying ice energy! This is just its non-style move. If it uses a Style 1 move, its power will definitely be even greater. Ludicolo's mastery of water and grass-type energy has definitely reached the level of champion. Page 391. This Ludicolo should be close to reaching the Elite 4 level. Xiaoyu also frowned as he looked at the scene before him. This Lucky Kappa was probably much stronger than he had imagined. Just as the surrounding audience said, this Lucky Kappa is very likely to reach the Elite 4 level soon. Qinbin served as the Water-type gym leader for 9 years, spending those 9 years training a new batch of Pokémon. With his accumulated experience, his strength will surge as the second batch of Pokémon grows up. If this Ludicolo breaks through to the Elite 4 level, Qinbin will have 2 Elite 4 level Pokémon. The icy light struck the spinning Lizard King, and the chill of the forest spread, slowly freezing over the spinning Mega Lizard King. Although the Lizard King used its unique sword dance skill to avoid some of the damage from the freezing beam, it still couldn't completely ignore it. The Lizard King stopped spinning and halted its movement. Under the effect of the sword dance skill, its attack power was greatly increased. At the same time, its right arm was covered in frost, and a chill emanated from it. Clearly, the freezing beam had caused some damage to it, freezing one of its arms. Although Xiaoyu's Lizard King avoided some of the damage from the freezing beam by using the spinning sword dance, it still suffered some damage. Its right arm was frozen, which will affect the rest of the battle. Moreover, Ludicolo's Ice Beam skill is twice as effective against Sceptile, but 4 times as effective against Mega Sceptile, posing a huge threat and making Xiaoyu hesitant to let Sceptile Mega evolve immediately. What should Xiaoyu do? Should he continue replacing Pokémon, or confront them head-on? I think he will definitely replace the Pokémon. Ludicolo's Ice Beam move seriously threatened Sceptile, preventing it from Mega evolving. It would be better to switch back to Charizard. The two hosts were passionately discussing the battle in front of them. On the battlefield, the Lizard King coldly stared at the Lucky Kappa opposite him, like a hunter keeping a close eye on his prey. Mega Evolution, Sceptile, use Leaf Blade. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again, and he made a decision that surprised everyone. Xiaoyu, he actually chose to Mega Evolve the Lizard King at this time. The host exclaimed in surprise, clearly not expecting Xiaoyu to make such a decision at this moment. This is truly astonishing. We don't know why Xiaoyu would make such a decision. Perhaps it's because this is an exhibition match. Whatever Xiaoyu's reasons for making this decision, we can only wait and see. As the champion of the College Cup, Xiaoyu must have his own ideas and see further than us. The Sceptile, which was originally twice as weak to ice, becomes Grass/Dragon type after Mega Evolution and is 4 times weak to ice. This match will be very difficult. Colorful light flashed, and the Lizard King's body rapidly expanded and stretched like a balloon. In just an instant, the Lizard King's body grew even taller. The light faded, revealing the enormous body of the Mega Lizard King. At this moment, it resembled a dinosaur from ancient times, enormous in size and with a fierce glint in its eyes. Mega Sceptile was enveloped in dense grass and dragon-type energy, which continuously emanated outwards, exuding a terrifying aura, like an ancient beast. Lucky Kappa, keep using the freeze beam. Chinbin's voice rang out again from the other side. Facing a Megaseptal King that is 4 times weaker to ice, he doesn't need to change his tactics, he can just keep mindlessly letting Ludicolo use Ice Beam. Ice energy gathered, and a chilling aura dissipated. A beam of light shot out from in front of Lucky Kappa, piercing the night and flying towards the Lizard King. Lizard King, get out of the way, charge forward and use Leaf Blade. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. Mega evolution of the Lizard King was definitely a risky move, but risk and opportunity coexisted. Although the Lizard King was 4 times weaker to ice after Mega Evolution, its speed and attack would also increase to a higher level. If Megaseptal gets close, there's definitely a chance to take down Ludicolo. Mega Lizard King erupted with a fluorescent green light, and the ice that had been covering its right arm was instantly shattered. A terrifying surge of grass-type energy swept across the area, turning almost the entire field green. It glowed with an eerie green light in the darkness, creating a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Megaseptal extended 2 energy sides formed from grass-type energy from its wrists, and then Megaseptal propelled itself forward like a spring. Boom! At the same time, the freezing beam was also bombarded towards the original position of Mega Lizard King, but Mega Lizard King narrowly dodged it. So fast. The Lizard King is known for its speed, but I didn't expect Xiaoyu's Lizard King to maintain such speed despite its enormous size. Among those of the same level, the Lizard King's speed is definitely among the top tier. A chilling aura swept in, freezing the ground almost instantly. The Lizard King didn't stop for a moment, moving incredibly fast, like a blur, and rushed in front of Lucky Kappa. The Lizard King is close. After performing the sword dance once, the Lizard King's attacks are quite terrifying, with high speed and high attack power, just like an assassin. Even though Lucky Kappa is at the peak of the quasi-elite king level, he is absolutely no match for Lizard King in close combat. Chapter 543 Lucky Kappa. As Megaseptal approached Ludicolo like a green lightning bolt, everyone's hearts tightened. However, at that moment, Chinbin's voice rang out again, Happy Kappa, use the shaking dance. Shake dance is generally a status move. It involves swaying and dancing, causing all Pokémon around the user to become confused, including teammates. Lucky Kappa swayed its body, unleashing its normal type energy, and began to dance a cute dance. It was fully prepared to withstand the Leaf Blade attack from Septal and forcefully performed the shaking dance. Seeing this, Xiaoyu's face darkened. Chinbin is undoubtedly an extremely difficult opponent, and from the beginning until now, he has used all sorts of disgusting skills. Whether it's the Poliwag King's bluff or the Ludicolo's wobbly dance, both are extremely disgusting skills that can put the opponent into a state of confusion. Once things get chaotic, the whole match becomes full of randomness, which is a scenario Xiaoyu absolutely doesn't want to see. This also made Xiaoyu miss Noivern. If Noivern were here, a single taunt move would render all other moves like shaking dance and bluff useless. Megaseptal, watching the dancing Ludicolo, was filled with fighting spirit. Its wrist swung, and the emerald green leaf blades, like sharp knives, glowed with a fluorescent green light, illuminating the night sky. Sharp leaf blades sliced across the body of the Lucky Kappa, the blade slashing repeatedly, green light dancing in the air like butterflies in flight. Almost instantly, the Lucky Kappa had several wounds on its body, its face showing a painful expression, and it let out a wail. Even so, the Lucky Kappa did not stop moving and continued to dance the swaying dance despite the excruciating pain. After a round of attacks, the shaking dance skill took effect, with normal type energy spreading outwards, enveloping Megaseptal and causing it to enter a state of confusion. Mega Lizard King swayed slightly, its head throbbing and dizzy, as if it were drunk. It struggled to raise its head, its gaze falling on the Lucky Kappa in front of it, only to find that it saw 3 Lucky Kappa in its eyes, overlapping and unable to distinguish the real from the fake. Mega Lizard King has entered a state of chaos. Should Xiaoyu choose to replace his Pokémon, or take a gamble and continue fighting despite the chaotic state? Xiaoyu took a deep breath. The current situation was quite unfavorable for him. Even though Ludicolo was badly injured, it was still quite difficult for Megaseptal, which was in a state of chaos, to defeat it. Septal King, keep using Leaf Blade. Xiaoyu frowned as he looked at the battle before him. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to take a gamble and let Megaseptal King continue fighting, because Wobble Dance is truly an extremely annoying move. Even if Xiaoyu chooses to replace his Pokémon, he will still be affected by Wobble Dance. It's better to let Megaseptal fight back and take down Ludicolo first. Ice Beam, Ludicolo. Chinbin's voice rang out again. Although Megaseptal had dodged the Ice Beam earlier, it was now much harder for Megaseptal to dodge in its confused state. Ice energy began to gather on Lucky Kappa's body. In almost an instant, a beam of azure light took shape, and terrifying ice energy erupted outwards in an overwhelming burst. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The energy on Lucky Duck spread outward uncontrollably, and almost instantly, the aura on Lucky Duck surged, with water and grass-type energy surging wildly. He's broken through. Lucky Kappa's strength has reached the Heavenly King level. This is going to be difficult, as Lucky Kappa has to break through at this very moment. Xiaoyu's Mega Septal has just entered a chaotic state. You should know that Qinbin also has a Pokémon with the strength of an Elite Four member. Xiaoyu's chances in this match are slim. Actually, that's not necessarily true. Xiaoyu also has an ace Pokémon, Dragapult. The undefeated Durambolito, Freezing Beam. After its breakthrough, Lucky Kappa's strength increased dramatically, and its Ice Beam skill became not only faster but also more powerful. The Lizard King, caught in a state of confusion, could not escape. It could only try to curl up its body and protect its vital areas. Boom! As the freezing beam struck the Mega Septal King, a surge of cold air instantly encased it in ice, and the chill began to spread. In the blink of an eye, most of the Mega Lizard King's body was frozen solid, and its feet were frozen in place. Page 392. A single blow severely wounded him. But actually, it's already quite good that the Mega Lizard King, which is 4 times weaker to ice, can withstand a single ice beam. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and Xiaoyu never expected that Lutian Hitong would break through to the Heavenly King level at this time. Septal King. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed as he watched this scene. At this moment, he could only have Mega Septal King use Leaf Storm. Since the confused state affects the accuracy of Mega Septal's skill release, let's just unleash a barrage of firepower and unleash the most powerful Leaf Storm. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Mega Septal's entire body surged with grass-type energy. In that instant, the grass-type energy flew around like dancing leaves in the air. A green ocean, with fluorescent green leaves filling the sky, was swept up by a gust of wind that blocked everyone's view and spread outwards. Leaf Storm, Lucky Kappa, hold on. Qinbin's voice rang out, as calm as ever. Qinbin is undoubtedly a calm and steady trainer. Faced with the Mega Septal's full-force attack, he did not choose to let Ludicolo and Mega Septal clash head-on. Instead, he had it use the Protect move to withstand the attack first. A shield of light appeared, firmly protecting the Lucky Kappa in front of them and blocking the falling leaves. Qinbin is really too cautious. Even though he is a king-level Ludicolo, he still chose to use Protect to conserve his stamina when facing Mega Septal King. It has to be said that this is also the style of most water-type trainers, calm, tenacious, and never lose their temper. In this way, Xiaoyu will be at a complete disadvantage. The fallen leaves dispersed, revealing the figure of the Lucky Kappa. Ludicolo, the final freezing beam. Lucky Kappa unleashed ice-type energy once more, forming a beam of light that shot towards the Mega Septal King in the distance like a laser cannon. Lizard King, hold the line. It was obvious that Mega Septal couldn't withstand a single ice beam, so Xiaoyu decisively chose to have Mega Septal use its Protect ability to hold out for a while. Xiaoyu has Mega Septal use its Protect ability to buy time. As long as Mega Septal can recover from its confused state, Xiaoyu will still have a fighting chance. Chapter 544 Seed Bomb. Both sides held their ground, stalling for time. Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the Mega Lizard King. After this period, the Mega Lizard King had mostly recovered from its chaotic state. Although I still feel dizzy and lightheaded, it's much better than it was at the beginning. Septal King, Leaf Blade. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. He now had no choice but to send Mega Septal King into close combat and use the Leaf Blade skill to fight to the death. Or use that secret weapon. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. He had originally planned to use it in the upcoming tournament, but now he had to use it ahead of schedule. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, the Lizard King once again unleashed fluorescent green energy. Leaf blades formed on its wrists again, and it exerted its full strength, shattering the ice on its body and launching an attack on the Lucky Kappa. Seeing the Mega Septal King rapidly approaching, Qinbin remained remarkably calm. Ludicolo, use Ice Beam. A pale blue, frozen beam of light ripped through the sky, shooting straight toward the Mega Lizard King. Now, use the Seed Bomb, Lizard King. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and the Mega Septal, which was rushing towards Ludicolo, paused slightly. Its spiky tail broke off instantly and flew towards Ludicolo in the distance like a missile. What kind of seed bomb is this? Shouldn't it be called a seed missile? This is the first time I've ever seen such a skill. People have seen the seed bomb skill before, but this seed missile skill is the first time they've seen one like this. This is also a unique ability of Mega Septal. After Mega Evolution, Septal can sever its tail and launch it like a missile to attack its opponent. Furthermore, the severed tail can regenerate indefinitely until the Mega Evolution energy is exhausted. Apart from Mega Sceptile, no other Pokémon can unleash such a unique Seed Missile move. The Seed Missile flying in the air collided with the Ice Beam and exploded violently. The burst of fluorescent green Grass-type energy blocked the Ice Beam. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mega Sceptile accelerated and closed in on Ludicolo, launching a swift attack. Leaf Blade. The sharp, fluorescent green side blade swung, slicing the Lucky Kappa piece by piece. Even at the Elite Four level, Ludicolo couldn't withstand the attack from Mega Sceptile King, which had already performed a sword dance once. Chinbin's face was ashen. This sudden Seed Missile caught him somewhat off guard. He kept his eyes fixed on the situation on the field and shouted loudly to Lucky Kappa, use Blizzard. Faced with the Mega Sceptile King that was close behind, Chinbin immediately adjusted his tactics, having Lucky Kappa switch to the Blizzard skill, which was more powerful but had a lower hit rate. The Blizzard skill is guaranteed to hit only when it's snowing. While it's powerful under normal circumstances, it doesn't always hit enemies. However, at such close range, the Blizzard's hit rate becomes quite high. A chilling atmosphere filled the air. Under the pitch-black night sky, a blizzard swept in, as if winter had passed, rushing towards the Mega Lizard King before them. At such close range, the Mega Lizard King had no time to dodge. Sceptile King, keep using Leaf Blade. The Mega Sceptile King is now trapped with nowhere to retreat, so it might as well bravely step forward and fight to the death. Braving the swirling snow, the Lizard King continued to wield its leaf blades, launching fierce attacks. The sharp blades cut into the Lucky Kappa, leaving wounds. However, as the wind and snow intensified, the Blizzard skill, being one of the most powerful Ice-type moves, became incredibly potent. The Blizzard eventually engulfed and swallowed the Lizard King completely. Unable to withstand the extreme cold any longer, the Lizard King collapsed to the ground, reverting to its Mega Evolution and losing its ability to fight. Lizard King, unable to fight, Lucky Kappa wins. Come back, Lizard King. Xiaoyu recalled Lizard King and stared at Lucky Kappa in the arena. Although Lucky Kappa defeated the Lizard King, its stamina was almost at its limit, and it could defeat the Lizard King with just one more move. Xiaoyu pondered which Pokémon to send out, Mega Charizard Y, Volcarona, or Dragapult. After careful consideration, Xiaoyu decided to send out Charizard. Come on, Charizard. Boom. With a flash of red light, Charizard's figure reappeared in the air. Charizard, Hot Wind. To be on the safe side, Xiaoyu had Charizard use the Area of Effect move Heat Wave to take away Ludicolo's last bit of health. Praying for rain, Lucky Kappa. Faced with Charizard's final attack, Chinbin did not let Ludicolo resist, but instead had Ludicolo use the Rain Dance skill. As the water energy surged, Lucky Duck suddenly shone with light, and the item Damp Rock that Lucky Duck carried began to take effect, making the water energy even more turbulent. Damp Rocks can greatly enhance the effect of the rainmaking skill, providing a boost when contesting the weather, and also extending the duration of rainy days. Boom! Flames roared and heat waves surged, engulfing the Lucky Kappa and taking away its last bit of strength. But before being defeated, Lucky Kappa successfully used his rainmaking skill, changing the weather to rain, with torrential rain pouring down. Ludicolo is unable to battle, Charizard wins. The two sides were essentially tied in the first round. Now they each have only 2 Pokémon left, so they're back to square one. The match changed from 3v3 to 2v2, and Chinbin is in the lead because of the rainy weather. Rainy weather could be a crucial variable in this match. Will Chinbin choose to send out Poliwag or his ace Pokémon to fight? We all know that Chinbin's ace Pokémon is different from the other Rain team's ace Pokémon. His ace Pokémon is. The host, Wang Wujia, had only spoken halfway when Chinbin threw out a red and white Pokeball. Go, Scizor. It has appeared. Chinbin's ace Pokémon. This is the Pokémon that Chinbin trained from scratch after becoming a gym leader and striving to become an Elite Four trainer. It is also his strongest Pokémon at present. As a Bug/Steel-type Pokémon, Scizor only has one weakness: it is 4x weak to fire. Rain weakens Fire-type moves, which indirectly enhances Scizor's survivability and allows Scizor to perform well in Rain teams, acting as a physical attacker. Xiaoyu's gaze also fell on the Scizor. The red metallic shell resembled a combat suit, and its hammer-like pincers gleamed coldly in the downpour. The Scizor stared at Mega Charizard Y without the slightest fear. He possesses the strength of a heavenly king, the characteristics of a technical master, and carries the item Life Orb. It seems that Chinbin really has absolute confidence in his Scizor, otherwise he wouldn't dare to send Scizor to fight Mega Charizard Y. Page 393. Charizard, Hot Wind. Giant Mantis, Sword Dance. Chapter 545 Abyss of Blazing Fire. Rainy weather significantly weakens Mega Charizard Y, which specializes in fire-type special attacks. Mega Charizard Y, braving the torrential rain, burst into flames, desperately gathering fire-type energy and brewing fire in its mouth before unleashing it with a powerful breath. Roar! Mega Charizard Y roared, flames shot into the sky, and waves of heat rolled in, shining brightly in the rainy night as it flew towards Caesar. Both were using the heat wave skill, but everyone could clearly feel that the heat wave skill released now was much less powerful than the one Charizard used at the beginning. Faced with Charizard's hot air attack, Caesar's gaze remained resolute, and it immediately unleashed the Swords Dance move, performing a battle dance to greatly enhance its attack power. Unfortunately, the Caesar's Swords Dance was not the advanced version, or rather, it hadn't learned the advanced version and couldn't use the spin of Swords Dance to dodge attacks. The Crimson Flames scorched the Caesar, and even in the rain, the weakened heat wave skill still dealt high damage to the Caesar. The fact that it is 4 times weaker than fire is still too fatal. Caesar, keep using Swords Dance. After the Sword Dance, Bin's eyes flashed, and at that moment he made an extremely risky decision. He didn't rush to let Caesar attack, but instead let Caesar perform a second Swords Dance while Charizard was in the enemy's presence. Seeing this, Xiaoyu also frowned. After 2 Swords Dances, the Elite 4-level Caesar, with the Technician ability and holding a Life Orb, unleashed a Stab Bullet Punch. Even if Charizard has twice the steel resistance, it might not be able to withstand a single punch. Charizard, unleash your most powerful flamethrower. Upon receiving Xiaoyu's command, Charizard burst into flames once more, its body bathed in raging fire. It then opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of flames, hurtling towards Caesar like a fire dragon. Faced with Charizard's overwhelming attack, Caesar's eyes hardened, and it chose to unleash its Swords Dance skill once again. Its body is enveloped in General-type energy, causing its attack power to escalate. The flames completely engulfed the Scyther, scorching it like a living hell. The red flames and the red metal insect shell seemed to merge into one. Bullet Punch, Caesar. Boom! The flames were blasted away by a punch, and the Caesar flapped its wings like a red lightning bolt, shooting straight at Mega Charizard Y. It was extremely fast, and its fists gleamed with a silvery sheen. Steel-based energy enveloped its pincers, making them resemble 2 iron hammers. Hold on, Charizard. Faced with Caesar's fierce attack, Xiaoyu did not hesitate to have Mega Charizard Y use Protect. A light shield appeared, blocking the Caesar's fierce punch. Boom! The giant silver pincers slammed into the light shield, causing it to shake violently with a loud bang. Terror! Caesar, unleash a barrage of bullet punches. Bin's voice rang out, determined not to give Charizard any chance to catch its breath. The instant the light shield dissipated, Caesar's pincers gleamed silver again, and its body flashed past, slamming towards Charizard. Charizard, Blazing Abyss. Xiaoyu shouted as he watched the Caesar closing in on Charizard. Fiery Abyss is one of the ultimate fire-type moves. Its power is higher than Flamethrower and Heat Wave, but lower than Explosive Flame. It will also inflict a burn status on the enemy if it hits. It is a very powerful move. However, it has a fatal flaw: its accuracy is quite low. However, this skill, which has a low hit rate, will have a much higher hit rate when used when the enemy is close. The moment the Caesar launches its attack and gets close is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Charizard took a deep breath, and flames erupted from its body, engulfing it in a raging inferno, poised to strike. Its gaze fell on the Caesar, its expression resolute. As soon as the Caesar got close, the flames on Charizard's body would surge out like a tidal wave, engulfing it. Boom! Faced with Charizard's attack, Caesar neither dodged nor evaded, but instead swung its fist straight at Charizard. A giant fist, radiating steel-like energy, slammed into the Charizard. Boom! The immense force struck, and Charizard felt as if it had been hit by a meteor. Its bones snapped, and excruciating pain shot through it, causing a look of agony on its face. But the pain in its body only fueled Charizard's ferocity. Flames erupted from its body, surging towards Caesar like a giant fiery hand, chasing after Caesar, and then suddenly engulfing it. Boom! Hold on, Caesar. Amidst the raging flames, Caesar erected a shield of light, blocking Charizard's abyss fire attack. Then, with a flap of its wings, it tore a hole in the sea of fire before it, piercing through the flames and breaking free from the encirclement. Its red metallic shell glowed red under the scorching flames and emitted wisps of smoke in the heavy rain. Bullet Punch, Caesar. Bin's voice rang out again. Caesar, bursting out of the flames, its pincers gleaming with a silver metallic sheen, charged at Charizard once more. A resolute glint flashed in Bin's eyes. As long as Caesar knocked down Charizard, he could have Caesar use Roost to recover its stamina. Once he returns to full health, with Caesar and Poliwag combined, he has a very high chance of winning against Xiaoyu's remaining Dragapult. Seeing the charging Scyther, Xiaoyu knew that now was the time to fight desperately. Given Mega Charizard Y's current state, it absolutely cannot withstand a second bullet punch. Charizard, unleash your full power of Blazing Inferno. Xiaoyu shouted. Flames erupted, and the Charizard was like a volcano, with scorching flames rising from its body and spreading outwards, almost dyeing the entire sky crimson. Explosive burn. Xiaoyu's Charizard's signature move is incredibly powerful even in the rain. Xiaoyu intends to use this move to settle the score with Qinbin's Caesar. Facing the raging Inferno, Qinbin showed no fear and calmly commanded, Bullet Fist, Mantis. The Caesar's pincers gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen once more, then it accelerated rapidly, rushing into the flames like a moth to a flame, raising its pincers to smash down on Charizard. The originally raging flames were directly pierced by the Caesar, and its red body shone like a branding iron under the scorching heat of the flames. Rainwater falling on the Scyther was instantly evaporated, making a sizzling sound. Boom! Caesar braved the blazing flames to launch its attack, its bullet punch striking Charizard and instantly blasting it away. Charizard crashed to the ground like a meteor, reverting to its Mega Evolution and losing its ability to battle. Meanwhile, the Scythe, surrounded by flames, could not withstand the intense heat and plummeted from the sky to the ground, emitting thick smoke. Charizard and Caesar are both unable to battle, resulting in a draw. Please release your last Pokémon. Chapter 546 Victory. The score was tied 2-2. Both sides are back on equal footing, and the first 2 rounds of matches were also very exciting. Mega Sceptile and Mega Charizard fought to a draw against Ludicolo and Caesar, with both sides having only one Pokémon left. The competition has reached its most crucial moment, a single match to determine the winner. Both sides have reached the final decisive game. Since Qinbin has already used Poliwag, his last Pokémon will definitely be Poliwag. On the other side, Xiaoyu will most likely send out his ace Pokémon, Dragapult, or it could be Noivern. If it's Durambarito, Xiaoyu will most likely win this match. Let's wait and see what the final exciting match between the two sides will be like. As the host's voice rang out, Qinbin released his last Pokémon, Poliwag, which was also his weakest Pokémon. On the other side, Xiaoyu is still hesitating whether to let Volcano show its face or to be on the safe side and send out Durambarito, when deafening cheers erupted at the scene. Doran! 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 The vast majority of the voices were shouting Drow Ranger, with a small number of Soundwave Ranger mixed in. It's obvious that everyone wants to see Xiaoyu's ace Pokémon, Shiny Dragapult, in the exhibition match. Of all Xiaoyu's Pokémon, Dragapult and Charizard are his 2 most popular Pokémon. Page 394. Charizard is popular because of its cool design and the fact that it was the first to undergo Mega Evolution. Durambarito's popularity stems entirely from its formidable strength. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Xiaoyu smiled. It was the new year, and he still wanted to fulfill the audience's wishes. Xiaoyu, who dotes on her fans, is now online. Go, Dragapult. Xiaoyu smiled, took out Dragapult's Pokeball, threw it out, and released Dragapult. A flash of red light appeared as Drolongorido appeared on the field, his golden head and ghostly transparent body immediately eliciting cheers from the crowd. To be honest, with Dragapult's strength, dealing with the Poliwag King in front of him would be a piece of cake. Qinbin looked at the Dragon Balto that Xiaoyu had released and smiled bitterly, shaking his head inwardly. Sometimes, people really have to admit they're getting old. Young people these days are growing up too fast. His 2 Pokémon, both at the Elite 4 level, were defeated by Xiaoyu's near Elite 4 level Pokémon. Although Xiaoyu benefited from Mega Evolution, it is undeniable that Xiaoyu's 2 Pokémon are indeed very strong. Both the Sceptile King and Charizard have incredibly solid foundations and are undoubtedly among the best in their class. What alarmed Qinbin the most was that Charizard and Sceptile still had huge room for growth, as could be seen from the strength they had displayed. Their potential is at least at the near champion level, or even champion level. If they were to undergo Mega Evolution, and both of them were to grow up, along with the even stronger Dragapult, Xiaoyu would definitely be able to compete for the championship. Future champions. Being able to play a 3v3 match against a young future champion was an unforgettable experience. Qinbin took a deep breath and braced himself. Even though he knew he was doomed to defeat, he still had to show his fighting spirit. Come on, Xiaoyu, the final match. Poliwag King, Ice Beam. Durambarito, Stealthy Attack. The following match was naturally a one-sided affair. As expected, Draco Barat easily defeated Poliwag with its superior strength, securing the victory in this match. After the match, Qinbin walked over to Xiaoyu. He didn't seem to be affected by the defeat. He had a faint smile on his face and looked at Xiaoyu. Congratulations, Senior Qin. Seeing Qin Bin's good attitude, Xiaoyu swallowed back his original words and honestly greeted Qin Bin. The younger generation surpasses the older. You are the most outstanding young person I have ever met. Qin Bin looked at Xiaoyu and did not hold back his praise. With your current strength, you are fully capable of challenging the master of the capital city. After speaking, Qin Bin turned to the audience and said loudly, we are witnessing a miracle. The youngest capital city hall master, the youngest 4 heavenly kings, and the youngest champion are born. Let's give Xiaoyu a round of applause. Congratulations, tonight's victory is yours. Qin Bin's words completely opened up the room for discussion. After he finished speaking, he took the lead in applauding, which made the scene boil over, and cheers rang out continuously. Everyone saw Xiaoyu strengthen today's match. Even though 9 months have passed since the College Cup, Xiaoyu's strength has continued to grow rapidly. Congratulations to Xiaoyu on winning this exhibition match. Let's also give a round of applause to Qin Bin. The two of you have presented us with a wonderful match. There will be a live interview session after the competition. The official interviewer was Qin Yongzhen, the commentator for this match. Qin Yongzhen, dressed in a cheongsam and high heels, walked to Xiaoyu's side, picked up the microphone, and with a professional smile on her face, began to interview Xiaoyu seriously. Xiaoyu, hello, I am Qin Yongzhen, the commentator for this match. Today is your return to Xinguang City after 9 months, back to your hometown to play a match. How are you feeling right now? I'm very happy because it's almost Chinese New Year, and I'm very pleased to have won the match. I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and everyone applauded. Qin Yongzhen's smile widened as she said, Happy New Year to you too, Xiaoyu. Thank you. Next question, Qin Yongzhen asked Xiaoyu while looking at the camera. Xiaoyu, through this match, we can see that your strength is fully capable of participating in the Gym Leader League, but you haven't participated in the Gym Leader League yet. This makes many of your fans, including myself, very curious. When do you plan to participate in the Gym Leader League? Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, it'll be soon, it'll be soon. Can you tell me the exact time? Qin Yongzhen asked Xiaoyu with a gossipy look on her face. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said seriously, next year, after the new year, I might go to play in the Hall Master League. Then we look forward to your good news and wish you great success. After saying a few polite words, Qin Yongzhen asked the last question. Xiaoyu, the last question is also the question that your female fans are most curious about. Upon hearing the words female fans, Xiaoyu felt a sense of unease. You're so handsome and outstanding, did you date in college? Qin Yongzhen's eyes were also full of curiosity, her gossip spirit burning brightly. Clearly she was also very interested in this question. Meeting Qin Yongzhen's gaze, Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, we talked. Chapter 547 New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, Xinguang City was filled with a festive atmosphere, decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard continuously. Xiaoyu, dressed in shorts and a tank top, was leisurely lying on the sofa, eating fruit, drinking beverages, and watching TV programs. In the kitchen, Su Musa was enthusiastically helping Lin Suimei and the 2 aunts prepare lunch and dinner for the day. Xiao Su, can you eat spicy food? I'll prepare some dishes you like. Auntie, I can eat a little bit of spicy food, Su Musa replied with a smile. Xiao, come and put up the Spring Festival couplets. Xiao's father frowned as he looked at Xiaoyu, who was lying lazily. Look at how diligent Xiao Su is, and look at you. Stop lying on the sofa and come help put up the Spring Festival couplets. Coming, Xiaoyu replied, slowly getting up, his face full of helplessness. Even though I'm a dignified sakeke, I still have to be a dutiful son when I get home. Into the night, the Xiao family home was filled with a festive atmosphere, and Su Musa's face was beaming with smiles. Spending the Lunar New Year at the Xiao family home, she experienced a completely different feeling than before. The whole family sat around the round table, everyone's face beaming with smiles, enjoying a harmonious and joyful time. Xiaoyong sat in the main seat, picked up his wine glass, looked at everyone at the table, and said, it's Chinese New Year today, and it's rare for our family to get together. Last year, Xiao couldn't come back for the New Year because of the high school cup, but this year the whole family is finally together. This year, many big things have happened in our family. First of all, Xiao's hard work has paid off. After training in the secret realm for more than half a year, she won the College Cup championship and was admitted to her desired university. Charlotte has also become a father, adding a new member to our Xiao family. The grass and insect realm is developing better and better. Mr. Xiao briefly recounted the major events that had occurred in the Xiao family this year, then changed his tone. No matter what, this year is almost over, and the events of this year are all behind us. Next year, I hope everyone can continue to work hard and achieve even greater success, while also being happy and joyful. Most importantly, I hope everyone stays healthy. Come on, let's eat. Hearing Xiao's father's words, everyone's faces lit up with bright smiles. Ahem, of course, we also have a special guest at our home tonight. Welcome, Xiao Su. As he said this, Xiao's father turned his gaze to Su Muze, and then took out a small red envelope from his bag. Xiao Su, this is a gift I prepared for you since it's your first time celebrating the new year at our home. Everyone knows what it means when a girl comes to a boy's house for the Lunar New Year. Since it was Su Muze's first visit, they, as elders, naturally couldn't leave without giving her a gift, so Xia Yong prepared it well in advance. Hearing Xiao's father's words, Lin's mother, who was standing to the side, pretended to be displeased, glanced at Xiao's father, and said, "What are you saying? Xiao Su is not a guest. Once she comes to our home to celebrate the new year, she is family, right, Xiao Su?" Hearing Lin's mother's suggestive words, Xiaoyu silently lowered his head and remained silent, while Su Muze, standing to the side, also blushed and nodded gently. "But your Uncle Xiao is right about one thing. Since it's your first time here, we've prepared gifts for you." After Lin's mother finished speaking, she took out a small box from her bag and handed it to Su Muze. "This is a gift I prepared for you." With Xiao's father and Lin's mother taking the lead, Xiao Luo and his sister-in-law also took out the gifts they had prepared in advance and handed them to Su Muze. After everyone had given their gifts, Xiaoyu realized that everyone had prepared a gift for Su Muze, but he hadn't. The key point was that no one had told him to prepare a gift either. Xiaoyu, facing the gazes of Lin's mother and the others, racked his brains and could only look at Su Muze and say, Muze, put it away, don't be shy, we're all family." As Xiaoyu spoke, she took out a deep blue stone from her bag. S-rank water stone. Xiaoyu obtained quite a few S-rank items in the Dragon Spiral Tower. Among them, the S-rank silver powder and S-rank light clay were both useful, but the S-rank water stone was of little use to him. Therefore, Xiaoyu had no choice but to reluctantly give up the S-grade water stone as a New Year's gift to Su Muze. "Muzi, this is a gift for you." "This is," Su Muze looked at the water stone that Xiaoyu handed over, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "This water stone is of excellent quality. Judging from its appearance alone, it is better than any water stone she has ever seen. It should be an S-grade water stone, and not just any ordinary S-grade water stone." Where did Xiaoyu get such a high-quality water stone? "Xiaoyu, just take it. It's Chinese New Year today, be a good boy." Xiaoyu put on a serious expression, but as soon as he finished speaking, his mother slapped him on the back of the head. "Speak nicely." Page 395. The whole family ate New Year's Eve dinner, then watched the Spring Festival Gala together for a while, and didn't go to sleep until the early hours of the morning. Xiaoyu returned to her bedroom to rest and finally had time to turn on her phone. Long Yaning, Xiao Wanyu, Xiao and others all sent New Year's greetings. Xiaoyu replied to each message, and at the same time, he opened Douyin, TikTok, and posted a video wishing everyone a happy new year before slowly falling asleep. Su Muze, who lived next door, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, with a silly smile appearing on her face from time to time. 3 o'clock in the morning. In the pitch-black night sky of Starlight City, 4 flying-type Pokémon sneaked into the city under the cover of darkness. This is Starlight City. The blonde man wearing a golden crying mask looked down at Starlight City and said, "The Xiao family is here." His mask was engraved with the number 10, the Divine Coffin 10, which was none other than Kong Yunyi, the president of the Dawn Society, an old acquaintance of Xiaoyu. The other 3 were also wearing crying masks, but one wore a gold crying mask while the other 2 wore silver crying masks. The Divine Coffin 4, as well as the Divine Coffin 4 Reserve and the Divine Coffin 10 Reserve. Today is the Chinese New Year, which is equivalent to our Christmas. Xiaoyu is definitely at home. Kong Yan's gentle voice rang out, his gaze turning to the Divine Coffin 4 beside him. "Are you sure you want to make a move in China? We need a scientific genius like Xiaoyu." The voice of Xingguan 4 rang out, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "Even if we can't have him, we must destroy him." "All right," Kong Yan said, spreading his hands. "It's up to you." Shenkan 4 nodded and continued, "Our goal this time is to try our best to kidnap Xiaoyu. Also, be careful of the Pokémon that looks like Gallade in Xiaoyu's hand when we make our move." Shenkan 12 fell into his hands. Chapter 548 Raid. Li Yinyao, one of the 4 heavenly kings of southwest China, is also stationed in the grass insect secret realm. "If we want to deal with Xiaoyu, we must send someone to delay him." Kong Yunyi's voice rang out again, and then he looked at the 3 people in front of him. "I'll go." Sushio, a reserve member of the Divine Coffin 10, spoke softly, his deep voice ringing out. You know, Li Yunyo is the king of flying, with high mobility and flexibility. You might not be able to get away if you go alone. Kang Yan looked at Sushio and shook his head slightly. I'll go instead. It'll only delay you for 10 minutes. We'll meet at the agreed location after the mission is over. After Kang Yan finished speaking, he turned to the Divine Coffin 4 beside him and said, the current time is 2:57 a.m. We have 10 minutes to prepare. We will launch our attack simultaneously at 3:07 a.m., and we will retreat precisely at 3:17 a.m. Is that all right? Shengguan 4 nodded, and was about to speak when Sushio's voice rang out again, revealing a strong sense of confidence. I'll deal with Li Yunyo. Li Yunyo is no match for me. If I want to leave, he can't stop me, and I guarantee he won't have any chance to pursue me. Hearing Sushio's voice, Kang Yan was slightly surprised. He was silent for a moment, then chuckled and said, it seems that your strength has improved a lot in the past 6 months. Since you are so confident, then you go and deal with Li Yunyo. The 3 of us will go and hunt down Xiaoyu. Shengguan 4 frowned as he listened to the 2 men and said, you've discussed it and decided to act quickly. Yes, it's settled. He'll hold off Li Yunyo, and I'll deal with Xiaoyu with you. Kang Yan nodded in agreement, then turned to look at the Divine Coffin 4 reserve officer beside him. He discovered that the Coffin 4 reserve had remained completely silent from beginning to end, never uttering a single word, just like an invisible man, mysterious and shrouded in secrecy, making it impossible to discern his true identity. The origins of both Shengguan 4 and Shengguan 4 Reserve are quite mysterious. Coffin 4, nicknamed Professor or Mad Scientist, has an unknown identity, but many speculate that he is a foreign Pokémon researcher or a Pokémon professor. He rarely appears in public and rarely participates in internal meetings and activities of the Divine Coffin organization. He only shows up when there is scientific research involved. He is only interested in content related to Pokémon research. For example, artificial Pokémon. Back then, in order to obtain information about artificial Pokémon, he massacred Sylvia's entire family. Sylvia's father, Signs Granger, the father of artificial Pokémon, died at his hands. This operation was initiated by Shenkan 4, which contacted him with the aim of capturing Xiaoyu, the Pokémon professor, and obtaining the secret of giant Pokémon. They had been preparing for this operation for a long time. They deliberately chose to carry it out during the Spring Festival because Xiaoyu was not in the capital at that time, so the safety level was the lowest, the vigilance was the lowest, and the success rate of the operation was the highest. To ensure the success of the operation, Shengguan 4 specially invited Kang Yunyi, a local Chinese, to assist him, and offered him a reward that Kang Yunyi could not refuse. It's quiet at night. After a busy day, everyone in the Xia family fell into a deep sleep. Around 3 a.m. was the time when everyone was sound asleep. Xiaoyu was no exception. His chest rose and fell gently, clearly fast asleep, completely unaware that danger was approaching step by step. However, Xiaoyu was prepared for this situation. He slept during the night when Darkrai and Jengar were active, and he was responsible for nighttime vigilance. The idle Darkrai suddenly sensed something was wrong. It seemed to have detected a strange energy approaching, but the energy was too weak for it to be 100% sure. Darkrai emerged from the shadows, just about to leave the room to investigate. Suddenly, a Pokeball in Xiaoyu's bag vibrated slightly, and the figure of Iron Warrior appeared in the room. While a near-champion Darkrai might not be able to accurately sense an enemy approaching, a near-master Iron Warrior can perfectly accurately sense an enemy's approach. The transition from champion level to near-master level is a process of rapid improvement in strength, especially in the mastery of energy, which reaches an unparalleled level. Even the slightest change in energy can be detected. The sudden commotion also startled Xiaoyu awake. Sleepy-eyed Xiaoyu rubbed his eyes and looked at Darkrai and Iron Warrior who had appeared in the room, asking, "What time is it? What are you doing?" "Big brother said a powerful Pokémon is approaching." Darkrai's voice rang directly in Xiaoyu's mind. Hearing Darkrai's voice, Xiaoyu instantly woke up. He immediately got out of bed and asked Darkrai in a low voice, "Are you sure?" "Yes, my brother said they've gotten very close and are slowing down, approaching us slowly. They're obviously coming for us." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was filled with shock and anger, and his expression turned gloomy. Who is this person who seems to have ill intentions? Moreover, there are quite a few people in the house right now, and if a fight breaks out later, they might get hurt by mistake. Darkrai, hide in my shadow first. It is good. Xiaoyu rolled out of bed and was about to turn on the light when he suddenly realized that he absolutely could not turn on the light now. He then crept into his father's room next door in the dark. "Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu gently opened the door, walked to the bedside and called out twice, startling his sleeping parents half to death. You, Shu. Xiaoyu quickly raised his finger, signaling his father to lower his voice, and whispered, "There are enemies outside who have infiltrated our neighborhood. They are very strong. Dad, get up quickly, and whatever you do, don't turn on the lights. Go wake up the others, and then immediately go to the basement to hide." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoyong immediately realized what was happening. He frowned and asked worriedly, "How many people are there? What's their strength?" "Dad, don't worry about that. Hurry up and wake up the others," Xiaoyu said hurriedly. "Okay, by the way, Sumuza is next door, go and wake her up." Xiaoyu's mother reminded him from the other side. "Okay, I'll go wake up Sumuza, you guys go wake up the others." Xiaoyu nodded and immediately turned and ran towards Sumuza's room. Xiaoyu tiptoed to Sumuza's room, only to find it locked. "Unlock the lock, Iron Warrior," Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Iron Warrior used his superpower to silently open the door. Xiaoyu lowered his steps and quietly walked to Sumuza's bedside. Chapter 549 Deoxys. Sumuza, dressed in a cute and playful pink pajama, was fast asleep with a faint smile on her lips. Looking at the adorable Sumuza, Xiaoyu couldn't resist wanting to kiss her, but remembering that this was a crucial moment and business was more important, he quickly, "Muzi, Muzi." Xiaoyu called out softly twice, but perhaps because the sound was too soft, Sumuza didn't react at all. "Wake up, wake up." Helpless, Xiaoyu could only gently pat Sumuza's round face a few times before she slowly woke up. "Shoo." Xiaoyu quickly covered Sumuza's mouth and made a shushing gesture. Sumuza woke up in a daze, and before she could even come to her senses, she felt her mouth being gagged. The pitch-black night made it impossible to see who was coming. Sumuza's heart tightened, and she struggled fiercely, while simultaneously biting the large hand on her mouth. "Holy crap, let go, it's me." Xiaoyu gasped and quickly said, "Don't talk, listen to me." Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Sumuza realized it was Xiaoyu and quickly let go, her voice trembling. "Xia, you, what are you doing?" Clearly, Xiaoyu sneaking into her room late at night instead of sleeping really startled Sumuza, and she couldn't help but start having all sorts of wild thoughts. "Xiaoyu, are you getting a little too thirsty? The last time he gave me flowers, there was that thing mixed in. This time, Xiaoyu actually sneaked into my room in the middle of the night. Wait, didn't I lock the door?" Page 396. Xiaoyu, could it be that he had planned this all along? Should I agree? But his parents are right there. How to do? Just as Sumuza's face grew increasingly flushed, and her brain began to feel hot from rapid processing, Xiaoyu's voice finally rang out, "Hurry up and get dressed. There are enemies outside. They're very close. Go with my parents to the basement and hide. Don't come out." Huh? Sumuza was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. "Oh, okay. What enemy?" Sumuza asked, startled. "Hide first, then we'll talk." "I don't know what kind of enemy it is either," Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. "Hurry." Dark as ink. The 3 members of the Divine Coffin 4 team had already infiltrated the vicinity of the Xia family. Time is up. As the appointed time arrived, the 3 of them simultaneously took out Pokeballs and threw them out. In an instant, 3 powerful Pokémon appeared in the darkness. Communi's signature Pokémon is naturally Galarian Moltres. The Pokémon sent out by Coffin 4 was Deoxys, a legendary Pokémon under his control. Deoxys is a humanoid Pokémon that looks like an alien, and it is also one of the most powerful Pokémon. In the anime, Deoxys fought Rayquaza and they were evenly matched. Although Deoxys was eventually destroyed, its immense power was evident. Deoxys has 4 forms, each focusing on different abilities. Its speed form boasts the second fastest speed of all Pokémon at 180, second only to Reggie and Reggie. In its attack form, it possesses the same dual attack stats as Mega Rayquaza, 180 physical attack and 180 special attack. Its normal form boasts a terrifying 150 speed, 150 special attack, and 150 physical attack. The final defensive form has 160 points of physical defense and 160 points of special defense. In the game, it's already very strong, considered an ultimate damage dealer. In reality, Deoxys' ability to switch forms at any time during battle makes it ridiculously powerful. 50 HP 1801601601601800910. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. On the other side, the Pokémon released by the Coffin 4 reserve team was an Espeon. The only good news is that all 3 Pokémon in front of us are champion level. Attack! Deoxys, charge in and grab Xiaoyu immediately, try to capture him alive. If all else fails, kill him and take all the data. As the sound of the divine coffin 4 rang out, Deoxys launched the first attack. It switched directly from its normal form to its speed form, unleashing terrifying speed, like an orange meteor, howling winds, heading straight for Xiaoyu's house. Just as Deoxys was about to break through the window, dark energy burst forth like a dazzling light in the pitch-black night. The purple blade was enveloped in dark energy, as if bathed in black flames. A fierce slash, carrying terrifying power, was unleashed, aimed directly at Deoxys's head, catching Deoxys completely off guard. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Deoxys used his incredible speed to sidestep and avoid a vital spot. Even though it tried its best to dodge, most of its body was cut off, and even its head was left in half. Despite his severe injuries, Deoxys was still able to move normally, retreating at lightning speed and quickly widening the distance between himself and the Iron Warrior. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Amidst the shocked gazes of Coffin 4 Reserve, and Kong Yinyi, the Iron Warrior leaped from the window and landed on the ground. The Iron Warrior held a double-headed blade that shimmered with a pinkish-purple hue, resembling an endless starry sky. It exuded a terrifying aura, and its mere presence brought immense pressure to the three of them. Near Master level. He must be at the near Master level, otherwise his strength couldn't be so terrifying. The three members of the Divine Coffin 4 had grim expressions, clearly not expecting that Xiaoyu's Iron Warrior had actually broken through to the quasi-master level. Xiaoyu then flew out of the house riding a fire-breathing dragon. Iron Warrior, that Pokémon was called Deoxys. Its vital point wasn't its head, but its core in its chest. As long as the core survives, it can be reborn. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, a hint of surprise appeared in Xingguan 4's eyes. Xiaoyu was able to pinpoint Deoxys's weaknesses so accurately on their first meeting. Divine Coffin 4, Kong Yinyi, and Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the three of them, and when he saw the Divine Coffin 4 Reserve officer on the side, his gaze paused slightly. Because the Coffin 4 Reserve in front of them was not human. Lashios, gender, male, attributes, dragon, psychic, Taijing attribute, dragon, qualification, near master level, combat strength, champion level, ability, float, skills, support power, dragon dance, assist, self-regeneration. The Coffin 4 was actually a human form created by Lashios. It's obvious that this Lashios is definitely the trump card of Coffin 4. If it weren't for the system's help, which allowed me to discover Coffin 4's true identity in advance. If you get ambushed at a crucial moment, and the trainer that Lashios has conjured comes charging at you, you might not even have time to react. That's fucking insidious. As expected, there was nothing good in the coffin, except for my Xiaowanyu, of course. Chapter 550 Lashios. Looking at the near master level Iron Warrior, Kong Yin turned to the Divine Coffin 4 beside him and slowly said, "The information you provided is incorrect. What do we do now? He only has one near master level Iron Warrior, so stop holding back and use all your skills." The voice of Divine Coffin 4 was cold. Now they had no way to turn back, and were in a difficult situation. As he spoke, Shenkan 4 took out several poke balls from his waist and threw them out. "Go, wrestler. Go, scyther. Go ahead, armored bird." On the other side, Kong Yinyi simply took out a poke ball and threw it out. "Go, salamence." The Coffin 4 Reserve remained motionless and did not release any Pokémon. In this way, the Coffin team has a total of 7 champion-level Pokémon. If Lashios is included, there are a total of 8 champion-level Pokémon, while Xiaoyu's team only has one near-master-level Iron Warrior. Because of his current identity as Xiaoyu, he cannot use the giant Pokémon and Darkrai, nor can he use Zekrom. He can only use Ironhide and a team of Pokémon. Therefore, Xiaoyu can only place all his hopes on the Iron Warrior. He looked at the Iron Warrior and couldn't help but feel worried for it. Iron Warrior has only recently reached the near-master level, and Xiaoyu isn't sure just how strong it is right now. While it might be able to handle champion-level Pokémon, dealing with 8 at the same time would definitely be a challenge. It also includes a champion-level Deoxys, a champion-level Lashios, and a champion-level Galarian Moltres. Iron Warrior, Magic Flash. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Faced with so many Pokémon, Xiaoyu naturally instructed Iron Warrior to use the area of effect move, Magic Dazzle. As a dazzling light flashed, terrifying fairy-type energy erupted from the Iron Warrior, shimmering in 5 colors and dazzling brilliance. The fairy-type energy spread outwards like a shockwave, sweeping across the entire area. Deoxys, regenerate. As the sound of the Divine Coffin 4 rang out, Deoxys's destroyed body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was completely healed in just a few breaths. Thrower, wide field defense. Faced with the Iron Warrior's terrifying attack, the Coffin 4 displayed extreme shrewdness, directly ordering the throwing demon to use a wide area defense that could block attacks that would hit all of our side. With the throwing demon's strength, he couldn't completely defend against the Iron Warrior's attack. He could only reduce the damage from the magic flash, but that was enough. The purpose of Coffin 4 is to enable all Pokémon to withstand a single blow from Iron Warrior before launching their own attack. If all the Pokémon attack together, they can severely damage Iron Warrior in one go. Page 397. Scyther, use your wings. Sun Eevee, Strong Mind. Burning with Rage, Moltres. Armored Bird, Pounce. Of the 4 Pokémon, Espeon and Galarian, Moltres use ranged special attacks, while Scyther and Skarmory are physical attackers. Scyther's wings are actually very powerful because they are 2 attacks, each with a low attack power, which can trigger the advanced ability. Combined with the stab, skilled flying, bonus, the power of its wings is quite terrifying. The Skarmory on the other side is also using a powerful attack, which deals more damage the higher its defense. Skarmory's defense is among the best of all Pokémon, and its power is equally astonishing. The Scyther and Skarmory, one on the left and one on the right, flapped their wings and launched an attack on the Iron Warrior. Skarmory ignited with Fighting-type energy, unfurled its silver armor, which gleamed in the moonlight, and pounced on Iron Warrior. At the same time, Scyther also unleashed Flying-type energy, wielding its twin blades enveloped in Flying-type energy as it slashed at Iron Warrior. Faced with the attack of 4 Pokémon, Iron Warrior remained extremely calm, subtly shifting his right hand to switch the double-edged blade into 2 short blades. The Iron Warrior, wielding 2 short blades, unleashed astonishing speed and power, first taking the initiative to meet the armored bird head-on, using his short blades to block the bird's attack. At the same time, the Scyther's attack also arrived. The sharp sides slashed towards the Iron Warrior's body, but at that moment, the Iron Warrior made a move that surprised everyone. It deflected the force, letting the Skarmory's attack fall on its body, and then lunged forward, slashing at the Scyther with its twin blades. Its objective was very clear, to focus its firepower on taking down one Pokémon first. The blades flashed, gleaming with a purple light. The near Master level Iron Warrior completely overwhelmed the champion level Scyther. In terms of speed, strength, and energy, the Iron Warrior completely overwhelmed the Flying Mantis, and the sound of a sharp blade cutting through skin could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the Scyther's entire body was covered in terrifying bloodstains, and it was severely injured. One strike, just one strike, was enough to severely injure the Scyther. Xiaoyu finally understood how he felt when Myers Swampert crushed him. At the same time, Galarian Moltres' Burning Fury and Espeon's Psychic Power also landed on Iron Warrior, causing some damage to him. Iron Warrior, Absorb Fist. Absorb Slash. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. The Iron Warrior's only hope of victory lay in the Absorb Fist skill. The Absorb Punch not only deals damage to enemies but also restores stamina, enhancing survivability. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's command, Iron Warrior did not hesitate at all. Fighting-type energy surged from his entire body, spreading to his 2 short blades, and then he turned to attack Skarmory. Seeing this, Coffin 4 grew increasingly anxious and hurriedly commanded its Pokémon, Skewer, Protect. Deoxys, use Mind Blast, quickly go support Skarmory. After giving the order, Coffin 4 turned to Kong Yinyi and said, "Where's your Bloodwing Wyvern? Have it attack too." From the very beginning, Kong Yinyi only released the Bloodwing Wyvern, but did not let it launch an attack. "I only have 2 flying-type Pokémon, Salamence and Moltres. I must keep one as a last resort for escaping," Kong Yin said calmly, looking at the Divine Coffin 4. Hearing Kong Yinyi's words, the Divine Coffin 4 took a deep breath, trying its best to suppress the roar in its heart, and looked at Kong Yinyi with undisguised coldness. "Let your Bloodwing Wyvern launch an attack, and I promise to double your reward." Kong Yin looked at the Divine Coffin 4, took a deep breath, and slowly nodded. "All right, it's up to you." Chapter 551 Sushio and Li Yinyo. Meanwhile, a great battle is also unfolding in the grass and insect realm. Li Yinyo looked at Sushio, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. The last time the two had interacted was a year and a half ago, also in the grass and insect secret realm beneath their feet. However, at that time he had the strength to absolutely crush Sushio, and Sushio did not dare to fight him. Before he even arrived at the secret realm, Sushio had already fled. Now, a year and a half later, Sushio has not only joined the Divine Coffin organization, but also gained the strength to face him directly. "Sushio," Li Yinyo looked at Sushio and spoke slowly, his voice calm, "with just one Tyranitar, you can't defeat me. Surrender." Hearing Li Yinyo's words, Sushio remained calm and indifferent. He played with the silver crying mask in his hand and looked at Li Yinyo. "Li Yinyo, when you lied to me back then, you probably never thought that one day I would have such strength, the strength to talk to you on equal terms. Sushio stared coldly at Li Yunhao, his expression indifferent, and his deep voice slowly rang out. When I personally handed you the Larvitar's Pokémon egg back then, you personally promised me that you would give me the Larvitar's Pokémon egg as a reward. And what happened? The Larvitar egg was awarded to the Chi family, and I was only given a chance to choose a Pokémon. I was too naive back then to believe your nonsense. Hearing Sushio's words, Li Yunhao took a deep breath, looked at Sushio, and said with a gloomy expression, Sushio, you should know that this is not something I can decide. According to the rules of the patrol team, once a member of the patrol team finds a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg, he must hand it over to the association, and then the Pokémon Association will distribute it in a unified manner. But you personally promised me that you would give me that elf egg. Sushio's voice was cold. Li Yunhao looked at Sushio in front of him with a helpless expression and slowly said, under normal circumstances, given your strength at the time and your contributions to the patrol team, it was very likely that you would have a good chance of directly obtaining that baby Gila's elf egg. But I told you at the time that there was a high probability of getting that baby Gila's egg, but it wasn't absolute. In the end, something went wrong, and there was nothing I could do about it. Sushio. Li Yunhao took a deep breath, staring at Sushio with a hint of anger in his expression. The matter had already happened, and I was powerless to change it. But you shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have wiped out the entire Chi family and taken back this young Gila's elf egg. I have no choice but to let things get to this point. Sushio smiled slightly, shook his head slowly, and looked at Li Yunhao with a hint of mockery in his expression. You may not know, Li Yunhao. What I found back then was not only that baby Gila's elf egg, but also another item. Li Yunhao frowned as he listened to Sushio's words. He had never known that there was such a secret back then. He watched Sushio quietly, waiting for him to continue. Sushio's lips curled up, his gaze sharp as he stared at Li Yunhao, and he slowly said, besides finding that baby Gila's elf egg, I also found another item not far away, an Arceus stone tablet, the evil face stone tablet. Upon hearing this, Li Yunhao's pupils dilated sharply, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. You. The evil-faced stone slab. Everything is God's will. Back then, after I found the evil-faced stone tablet and the baby Gila's elf egg, I secretly brought them back to my dormitory without telling anyone. Stone slabs are easy to hide, but elf eggs are not. On the very first day, my roommate discovered this Pokémon egg. Sushio smiled faintly as he looked at Li Yunhao. For a moment, I was terrified. I was afraid he would report me to the Pokémon Association and expose my merit. For a moment, I even thought about killing him and running away to the ends of the earth. But I didn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to do it to my teammates who fought alongside me. And he didn't disappoint me either. He chose to pretend he knew nothing and helped me cover it up. Sushio smiled. Do you know who my roommate was back then? Xiaoyong. Li Yunhao was extremely surprised. Although he knew that Xiaoyong and Sushio were both in the patrol team back then, he did not know that there was such a relationship between the two. No wonder. Sushio killed all of Xiaoyong and Xiaoluo's main Pokémon back then, but he didn't kill them. Sushio didn't pause at all, and continued recounting the past as if talking to himself. But later, Larvitar's Pokémon egg was still discovered by others. When the two of us went on patrol together, the Pokémon egg in my room was still discovered by other teammates. I had no choice but to report it to the Pokémon Association. As you know, the young Gila's egg was given to the Chi family. I wiped out the entire Chi family, took back the egg, and gradually got to where I am today. Actually, from the very beginning, the baby Gila's egg was mine. The reason I am where I am today is all because of you guys. Sushio said, taking a deep breath and looking directly at Li Yunhao. After saying so much, it's time to talk about your business. Li Yunhao, you probably really think I'm an idiot, right? You're still lying to me even now. Sushio's gaze fell on Li Yunhao, a hint of pity in his eyes, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. Do you know what the eldest son of the Chi family said when I wiped out the entire Chi family? He knelt on the ground and begged me not to kill him. He cried and told me that they had made a deal with you. They were just middlemen. They would give you the young Gila's elf egg soon after they got it. Hearing Sushio's words, Li Yunhao's expression turned gloomy, but he did not deny the matter. What's the use of saying so much now that things have come to this? Sushio, it's not too late to turn back now. Turning back? Sushio stared intently at Li Yunhao. I can't turn back now. Besides, I didn't come here today to turn back to you. I came here to settle things with you. Having said all that, you can die knowing the truth before you die. Sushio's voice rang out, and then he took out a pokeball from his waist. Li Yunhao, if one of the Elite Four from the Southwest region dies, who do you think will take his place? Go, ancient sword leopard. With that, Sushio threw out a pokeball. As Sushio's voice rang out, the ancient sword leopard appeared in the open space, its snow-white body, sword-like fangs, and diamond-shaped patterns on its skin exuding a chilling aura. At the same time, Gusword's sword-shaped fangs unleashed a terrifying aura that spread outwards, and in just an instant, the defense of all Pokémon on the field decreased. The Calamity Sword's special ability is activated. Immediately afterwards, Sushio ordered Banjuras, who was standing to the side, Banjuras, it's time to use your full strength and punish Light Shard. Chapter 552 Xiaoyu's Backup Plan. Boom. The loud noise from afar startled everyone present. Xiaoyu turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came, and was slightly startled. Was that the location of the grass insect secret realm? Holy crap. My Xiao family's secret stash of money. The divine coffin even sent people to launch a surprise attack on the grass and insect realm. Cutting someone's money is like killing their parents. You god, you're not human. Even though his heart was bleeding, Xiaoyu knew that he couldn't worry about that right now. The most important thing was to deal with the three enemies in front of him first. The Iron Warrior's two short blades gleamed with a crimson light. The Absorb Fist slash skill was activated, and a slash under the moonlight, carrying supreme power, struck the Skarmory's light shield. A full-force slash erupted in the darkness, the sharp blade piercing through the armored bird's light shield before continuing its attack. Fortunately, the light shield skill greatly reduced the power of Drain Slash, otherwise Skarmory would have been seriously injured. At the same time, attacks from several other Pokémon also arrived. Page 398. The first to be hit was Deoxys, its entire body enveloped in purple psychic energy, moving at incredible speed, like a comet rushing straight towards the Iron Warrior. EV, use help on Moltres. The voice of Coffin continued to ring out from the other side, prompting Espeon to use its helper skill on Moltres. Helping moves are classified as general-type status moves. They are useless in singles but very powerful in doubles. Using it on an ally will increase the power of their attack. Normal-type energy surged from Espeon's body, heading straight for Galarian Moltres, attaching itself to it, and unleashing a mysterious energy that amplified the power of its next move. Molotov, use Hurricane. Kong understood immediately and ordered Galarian Moltres to use the powerful Hurricane skill. At the same time, he also commanded the Bloodwing Wyvern on the other side, Bloodwing Wyvern, use your wings. Galarian Moltres began to gather fierce flying-type energy, and a fierce wind suddenly arose. All the nearby trees were snapped in half by the hurricane, gathered in the air, and blasted towards the Iron Warrior along with the storm. Such terrifying power made Xiaoyu's expression turn serious as he looked at the approaching Bloodwing Wyvern and Deoxys. Xiaoyu decisively ordered, Iron Warriors, hold the line. Deoxys, forget about Iron Warrior, go grab Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Coffin reacted extremely quickly, or rather, he had been waiting for Iron Warrior to use his guard skill. He wanted Deoxys to use his speed advantage to bypass Iron Warrior and grab Xiaoyu directly while Iron Warrior was using his defensive skill. Their goal from the beginning was simply to capture Xiaoyu. Once they captured Xiaoyu, what use would this Iron Warrior be, no matter how strong he was? Hearing the sound of the divine coffin Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and his mind raced as he considered how to respond. Either have Ironclad abandon its protect move and immediately switch back to defense, or send out other Pokémon to fight. However, most of the Pokémon he currently possesses are the same Pokémon that Giovanni uses. Once he uses them, others are very likely to guess his identity. How to do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Xiaoyu. He thought of a powerful Pokémon that he could use right now. Gyarados, the shiny Gyarados I caught inside the Dragon Spiral Tower. Since capturing this shiny Gyarados, Xiaoyu has only used it in front of one person, Jiangyu of the Paradise Group. Jiangyu has staked everything on Sakeki and the Rockets, so there's no way he could reveal his identity. Therefore, using a shiny Gyarados to break the current situation is the best approach. Go, Gyarados, block Deoxys. As Xiaoyu's voice rang out, a crimson figure appeared in the air, and an angry roar resounded. The enormous Gyarados appeared in the air, blocking Deoxys's attack. A shiny Gyarados. He also has a Pokémon with champion-level strength. The expressions on the faces of Xinguan 4 and Kong Yan, who were standing beside him, were first surprise, then fury, and finally gloomy. They were already caught off guard by just one near-master-level Iron Warrior, and now Xiaoyu actually has a second Pokémon with champion-level strength. No way, this is a trainer who's going to participate in the Gym Leader League? With just these two Pokémon, they could probably challenge the champion, right? Is this guy even 20? The situation has changed, let's retreat. The moment Kong Yen saw the red Gyarados appear, he knew that today's operation was a complete failure, so he did not hesitate and chose to retreat immediately. No matter what, we can't take down Xiaoyu. If you want to continue fighting, then I have to go first. Come back, Salamence. Upon hearing Kong Yen's words, a hint of resentment flashed in Xingguan 4's eyes, but he was helpless. He has now exhausted all his means, and the only trump card he can use is Latios, who is disguised as a reserve member of the Divine Coffin 4. However, even if the Divine Coffin 4 makes a move, it will definitely not be able to defeat Xiaoyu. The Iron Warrior in front of him alone was an unstoppable force. If the fight continued and the Iron Warrior got a free hand, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Go! The voice of the Divine Coffin 4 was filled with reluctance as it resolutely chose to retreat. Shenkan 4 also retrieved most of the Pokémon, then rode behind Skarmory and disappeared into the night with Kong Yinyi. Watching the three figures leave, Xiaoyu did not rashly give chase. His family was still hiding in the basement, and he had to ensure their safety no matter what, so he could not act rashly. As for the matter of the grass and insect secret realm, he couldn't concern himself with that for the time being. Money is important, but it's not nearly as important as your family. After the three had completely left, Xiaoyu recalled his Gyarados and walked towards the basement with Tessa. The people in the basement had already heard the commotion of the battle outside, and they were anxious and uneasy, but they were powerless to help. However, their strongest Pokémon is only at the Elite 4 level, so going out would not only be of no help but would also become a burden to Xiaoyu. The basement door was opened from the outside, and Xiaoyu appeared in the doorway. Xiaoyu. Seeing that Xiaoyu was safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Musa ran straight to Xiaoyu and carefully examined him, checking for any injuries. If Xiaoyu's parents hadn't been there, she would have thrown herself into his arms without hesitation. Chapter 553 Li Yunyo dies in battle. Don't worry, I'm fine. The battles outside are so intense, and the Pokémon I'm fighting are all champion level. If any of those moves actually hit me, it wouldn't just be a simple injury, Xiaoyu joked, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Champion level strength. The group exchanged bewildered glances. To them, even Pokémon with champion level strength were terrifying, and those with champion level strength were even more unattainable and beyond their reach. Who's outside? Xiaoyong, the owner of the establishment, remained remarkably calm, frowning as he looked at Xiaoyu and asked, "Are they here to see you?" Xiaoyu nodded and said, "The people outside are from an organization called the Divine Coffin. You may not have heard of it, but the Divine Coffin is." Xiaoyu briefly explained the origins of the Divine Coffin. The instigator of the last shipwreck incident was the Divine Coffin 3. You mean each of them has a legendary Pokémon? Lin Suimei asked Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with surprise and worry. Xiaoyu nodded. Today, we have Shincoffin 4 and Shincoffin 10. I don't know who Shincoffin 4 is, but you should have heard of Shincoffin 10. He is Kong Yinyi, the president of the Dawn Society. Ah, the Dawn Society. Lin's mother and the nanny beside her couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, looking at Xiaoyu and asking, "Then why did they leave? If they can't beat me in a short time, they'll naturally leave." Xiaoyu smiled, creating a relaxed facade to avoid worrying his family. "I have a Pokémon that can save my life. If they see they can't defeat me, they'll have no choice but to retreat." Xiaoyu then changed his tone and looked at everyone seriously, saying, "By the way, Mom and Dad, I also want to tell you something while we're talking about this. As you've seen, a lot of people are watching me. For safety's sake, I'm thinking of moving to the capital together after the new year." Move? After what just happened, Lin's mother was somewhat tempted, but looking at Xiaoyong beside her, she said, "But your father is the gym leader of Starlight City, and the grass and insect realm. Dad's old enough to retire, so why not take this opportunity to retire and live out his days in the capital? As for the secret realm, we can just have someone take care of it for us." Xiaoyu said seriously, "As you've all seen, Starlight City isn't safe. If they can attack once, they can attack again. Talk later." A secret realm of grass and insects. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was covered with Pokémon corpses, their blood staining the earth red. The two figures standing in front of Sushio, Banjuras and Gujianbeo, were panting heavily, their bodies covered in wounds. Gujianbeo, in particular, was on the verge of death, clearly severely injured. Li Yunyeo's body was on the ground. Li Yunyeo, one of the 4 heavenly kings who guarded the region, died just like that, at the hands of Sushio. The conflict between the two ended in this way. Sushio checked the time. There was only 1 minute left until the agreed time, so he could leave. He released the vulture Na, climbed onto its back, retrieved Banjuras and the ancient sword leopard, and disappeared into the night. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. Li Yingyao, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the southwest region and the flying heavenly king, died in battle. Dark as ink. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, at just past 3 a.m., Starlight City was brightly lit, and various flying-type Pokémon sped through the air. The residents of Starlight City were also awakened by the commotion. Looking at the flying-type Pokémon flying past their windows and the huge noise from more than 20 minutes ago, everyone realized that something big must have happened today. Lu Guanzhen. Lu Ting appeared in Starlight City, followed by several other 4 heavenly kings from the southwest region. Water-type King Tan Yangsan, Electric-type King Yuan Yuan, and Dark-type King Bai Moyu. This is already the strongest combat force on paper in the entire southwest region. The 3, dressed in dark formal attire, walked side by side with solemn expressions as they quickly entered the grass and insect secret realm. A white sheet covered the body, and the people around dared not breathe. The atmosphere at the scene was oppressive and tense. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyong stood aside. After confirming that the divine coffin and the others had left, they rushed to the grass and insect secret realm, but they did not expect this result. Page 399. Can anyone tell me what happened? Lu Ting's voice was low and hoarse as he tried his best to suppress his anger. At this moment, he fully displayed the majesty of a champion, his gaze fixed on the white sheet on the ground, his eyes filled with rage. One of the 4 heavenly kings died, and he died in the grass and insect secret realm he guarded. Apart from those major battles, the 4 heavenly kings have never fallen during peacetime. Last time it was the patrol team leader who died, this time it was one of the 4 heavenly kings. What about next time? No one answered. The fight between Li Yingyao and Su Xiao was so intense that no one else dared to approach, and they couldn't even see who Li Yingyao was fighting. It should be the divine coffin, but we don't know exactly who it belongs to. Also, at the time, 2 battles broke out simultaneously in Starlight City. One was the grass and insect secret realm, and the other was the location of the Xia family. The Xia family might know. The middle-aged man's words drew everyone's attention to Xiaoyu and Xiaoyong. Seeing this, Xiaoyu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said, "We were attacked, but I don't know who attacked us." Xiaoyu did not choose to reveal who attacked him, because if he did, everyone would doubt how he survived the attack by the 3 divine coffins. Although the Iron Warrior was no longer a secret, Xiaoyu still wanted to keep it a secret as much as possible. When Lu Ting heard Xiaoyu speak, he frowned and stared at Xiaoyu. "Tell me what happened." Xiaoyu took a deep breath, his expression serious. "It was around 3 in the morning when I was attacked by the enemy. I don't know how many people there are. It's too dark, and the enemies are far away. They're only using Pokémon to attack, so I can't see them at all. I only know that they're very strong and have sent out several powerful Pokémon, including some that are champion level. There seems to be one that looks like Moltres." Xiaoyu succinctly recounted what had happened, but this only fueled the suspicions of the others. Kong Yinyi. It's Kong Yinyi, the president of the Dawn Society of Divine Coffin 10. You actually survived. No, you can't possibly survive. Even Li Tianwang died at the hands of the Divine Coffin. I don't believe you could survive them. And your enemy is Kong Yinyi. Do you think you can defeat his Firebird? That's impossible. As the man's voice rang out, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, clearly not believing Xiaoyu's words. I know you don't believe me, but it's the truth. You can ask the residents nearby, there are definitely eyewitnesses. And the only reason I survived is because someone gave me a Pokémon that saved my life, Xiaoyu said, looking at Lu Ting. Chapter 554 Aftermath of Death. A New Year. Starlight City was shrouded in a bloody and chilling atmosphere. The death of Li Yingyao, one of the 4 heavenly kings, instantly made headlines, causing a huge reaction and a great uproar. The consequence of this incident was that Xiaoyong, who was originally hesitant about moving, immediately made up his mind to move his entire family to the capital. Meanwhile, the Su family had already sent someone to pick up Su Musa. With such a big incident, it was no longer appropriate for Su Musa to stay here. Xiaoyu also received many concerned phone calls from Long Yaning, Xiao Wanyu, and the siblings Zhao Ruohan and Zhao Ruoxuan who personally visited her. Even his mentor, Long Fan, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time, took the initiative to call him. I heard you were attacked by Kong Yinyi, the Divine Coffin 4? Long Fan's deep voice rang out. Since being transferred to East China as the chief of the 4 heavenly kings, Long Fan had been much busier and had less contact with Xiaoyu. Unless it was something important, they rarely contacted each other. Xiaoyu replied. Judging from your voice, you seem to be in good condition. Long Fan's voice was deep. This matter has caused quite a stir now. You should keep a low profile for the time being, try not to run around, and go back to the capital as soon as possible. Xiaoyu nodded. I've already explained things to your junior brother. I've told him that the Pokémon that saved your life was given to you by me, and he won't make things difficult for you. Long Fan said in a low voice, these days might not be peaceful, so you'd better stay in the capital and not go anywhere. It is good. Remember what I said, don't go anywhere for the time being. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. Long Fan's phone call was eerie and unsettling. In the call, he specifically emphasized 3 times that he should stay in the capital and not go anywhere else. This was the strangest place, and the place that Xiaoyu felt was most uneasy about. You should know that Master is never a long-winded person. He would never repeat the same thing 3 times. Of course, another strange point is that his master never asked him what Pokémon he had used to survive, but instead said that he had already spoken to Lu Ting. Could it be that he has really guessed his identity as Sakeke? Xiaoyu thought about it more and more and felt that it was quite possible, otherwise his master would not have needed to emphasize 3 times that he should not run around. He was probably telling himself not to use the identity of Sakeke during this period of time. Regardless of whether his master was giving him instructions, Xiaoyu decided to keep a low profile for the time being and take this opportunity to honestly participate in the Gym Leader League. The Xiao family has been very busy lately, with the whole family discussing moving. The happiest people when they heard that the Xiao family had decided to move to the capital were Xiaoyu's maternal grandparents. This way, the whole family could live in the capital and see their daughter and grandson more often. Xiaoyu also got busy after the new year, as he had 3 things to do. First, there's the matter of Gigantamax Senti's corpse and Gigantamax Cinderace. He promised to compensate Suicune, and naturally, he must keep his word. He also needs to give Gao Yangzhen and his sister the reward they were promised. Secondly, there's the matter of the Gym Leader League. He's now fully capable of vying for the position of Dragon-type Gym Leader in the capital. Since Wu Qinshan's death, the position of Dragon-type Gym Leader has been temporarily held by the former second-place player, so Xiaoyu is definitely a contender. Thirdly, regarding Dynamax, Xiaoyu speculates that the 18 seals of Dynamax should correspond to 18 attributes. To date, he has removed 4 types of attributes: Ice, Fairy, Flying, and Fire, leaving 14 attributes remaining. There are probably no more secret rifts in China. If you want to catch Gigantamax Pokémon again, you'll have to go abroad. Since it's inconvenient for me to travel abroad right now, I can only let Jiangyu do it. But if Jiangyu learns the secret of the Rift of the Secret Realm and catches multiple Gigantamax Pokémon in succession, it will inevitably breed his ambition. Therefore, Xiaoyu could only have Shui Yeto, Lao Lu, and the other 2 act together and restrain each other, but this was not a solution. He still needed to find someone he trusted who was also strong. Fourthly, regarding the laboratory, the giant laboratory has been completed and is ready for use. In Xiaoyu's plan, the giant laboratory is ostensibly a laboratory responsible for researching Dynamax. But secretly, Xiaoyu planned to turn the giant laboratory into a temporary base for Team Rocket to house his Gigantamax Pokémon. However, this would require him to gain absolute control over the giant laboratory. Xiaoyu needs to produce convincing experimental results to prove his abilities. Therefore, Xiaoyu also devised a detailed and meticulous plan. He plans to start developing the giant wrist now. The reason why Dynamax arms couldn't be developed before was because there was no Dynamax energy on Wishing Star, but now that I've broken the Dynamax seal, I should be able to try it. Developing the max arms was just the first step. The next step was to build max gyms, starting with the first one in the capital, to demonstrate the power of Dynamax and gradually expand its reach. The third step is to announce Gigantamax after Dynamax has become widespread. Once I produce these 3 experimental results, a combination of strategies will surely convince everyone that I will no longer have any objections to taking control of the giant laboratory. Of course, all of this is predicated on the ability to develop an extremely large wrist. If we can't even develop the giant arm, then everything else is in vain. Once I gain absolute control of the laboratory, I can then develop artificial Pokémon in this giant lab. When it comes to artificial Pokémon, Redwood Country is a must-visit destination, as the allure of Mutwo is simply too great. Big year. Xiaoyu and Sumuza returned to the capital first, while their father and the others stayed in Xinguang City to handle the moving. Upon returning to the capital, Xiaoyu's first action was to contact Suicune via satellite phone, telling her that he had found a permanent Gigantamax Pokémon and that he couldn't leave the capital for the time being, so she had to come to him. Shueyeta simply said that she would come to the capital when she had time. Next, Xiaoyu went to the giant laboratory and met with Qi Hanqing. After all, they still needed Qi Hanqing's help with developing the giant wrist. Qi Hanqing was the real expert in scientific research, while Xiaoyu was just a dabbler, only providing ideas. Xiaoyu took a moment to briefly explain the matter of the extreme hand to Qi Hanqing, and she did not refuse, but directly agreed to it. After dealing with these two matters, Xiaoyu then focused his work on training Pokémon and concentrated on preparing for the Gym Leader Level 3 Professional League after the Lantern Festival. Currently, Xiaoyu's team has Dragapult at the Elite 4 level, Charizard at the Elite 4 level, Sceptile at the Elite 4 level, Salamence at Peak Gym Leader level, Haxorus at Gym Leader level, and Dragonair just breaking through to Gym Leader level. This level of strength is more than enough to compete in the Gym Leader League, but the team's attributes are too one-dimensional, making it difficult to deal with fairy types. Therefore, Xiaoyu plans to let Gengar, Cinderace, Indeedee, and other Pokémon make an appearance if the opportunity arises. As for Diancie, let's forget about the mythical beast. Page 400. Oh, and there's also the near Elite 4 level Vulcan Moth. Looking at it this way, Xiaoyu realized that he might be able to pursue the path of a fire-type trainer. Charizard, Cinderace, and Volcarona are all fire-type Pokémon. Once Dragonair evolves into Dragonite, it can still become a flying-type trainer. Charizard, Salamence, Dragonite. As expected, the ultimate goal of Dragon-type trainers is to become flying-type trainers. Chapter 555 Duan Hengji sets off. How dare you? Why did you kill Li Yunye? Are you all insane? For now, we can only lie low for the time being. I have received inside information that Duan Hengji has left the capital and I don't know where he went. But he is very likely coming for us, so everyone should keep a low profile for now. If anyone encounters Duan Hengji, they can only consider themselves unlucky. If they die, they shouldn't implicate others. The people inside the coffin never expected Su Xiao to be so bold and powerful, actually killing Li Yunye directly. Li Yunye's death triggered a series of subsequent reactions, and Duan Hengji's departure instilled fear in everyone. Even the strong coffin organization had to go into hiding temporarily because they all knew that Duan Hengji, as a representative of the Hawks, had a tough style. If there is any hope of survival against other champions, then there is only death against Duan Hengji, because he will not accept the enemy's surrender, and there is only death to be found against him. The most terrifying thing is that you can't fight them, and you can't run away from them. The aftermath of Li Yunye's death continues to unfold. Even though Xiaoyu has temporarily extricated himself from this matter, he can clearly sense that someone is monitoring and listening to him. Therefore, Xiaoyu could only temporarily lie low, living a life of training, battles, and scientific research every day. A week later, a giant laboratory in the capital. Xiaoyu's office. Sigh. Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh, rubbed his throbbing head, and stretched. Only in a closed, isolated place like a giant laboratory could Xiaoyu relax like this. He didn't know when this surveillance would end, but it certainly wouldn't be over anytime soon. Xiaoyu. Sylvia looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes flashing, and she had already guessed the reason for Xiaoyu's sigh. She said with concern, "If you feel tired, you can come to the lab to rest more often. Anyway, no one in the lab will be watching you. Actually, it's not so bad once you get used to it, it's just a little annoying. By the way, how's the progress on the artificial Pokémon?" Xiaoyu asked, changing the subject. "It should be soon." Sylvia replied earnestly, "By the way, Xiaoyu, there's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Xiaoyu asked. "It's about Xiao's schooling," Sylvia said softly. "Xiao is still young. She can't stay at home all day without interacting with the outside world. I've already taken care of everything. The school is all set, and she can start school after the new year. Oh, and your household registrations are all done. Xiaoyu will be registered under your name. Carl and Eve's registrations are also complete," Xiaoyu said. "You can resume your normal activities after the new year, but you should still keep a low profile. After all, given your appearances." Speaking of the appearance of these people, the most unremarkable one is Xiaoyu, the tomboy. Aside from her, Sylvia, with her blonde hair and blue eyes, is a stunningly beautiful woman with exotic charm. Her full and curvaceous figure makes her a head-turner on the street, making it difficult for her to stay inconspicuous. As for Carl and Eve, being human Pokémon hybrids, their appearance is also unique, like legendary elves, with their long emerald green hair seemingly emitting a faint glow, making them exceptionally eye-catching. This unique hair color also reminded Xiaoyu of Wifeman from Pokémon. Speaking of Carl and Eve, how are they doing now? Xiaoyu hadn't asked about the two of them in a long time, so he asked. Sylvia walked behind Xiaoyu and massaged his shoulders to ease his tension. "They're a little better now. Although they're still a bit introverted and timid, they're much better. But they get along quite well with Xiaoyu. I guess it's because all three of them have superpowers, and they're like siblings, with a very good relationship." Hearing Sylvia say that, Xiaoyu laughed and joked. "The three of them are siblings, so what are you, their mother?" I feel like I really am their mother, having 3 children even though I'm not married yet. Sylvia said, then leaned down and whispered in Xiaoyu's ear, but in that case, you're their father. Stop fooling around. Feeling the warm breath coming from her ear, Xiaoyu quickly said. Hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Sylvia's face showed disappointment, and she gave Xiaoyu a resentful look. By the way, why don't we go see them? I've arranged for them to all be in the lab, and they should be taking care of the Pokémon in the back mountain right now. Let's go take a look, we have nothing else to do anyway. Since we're just killing time, we might as well go and see what they're doing. By the way, Xiaoyu, I've noticed that Carl and Eve are both quite intelligent. Perhaps it's because of their superpowers, but they have a very strong learning ability. Even though they came after me, their Chinese is better than mine. Moreover, they learn scientific knowledge very quickly, and I estimate they'll soon be on par with ordinary Pokémon researchers, Sylvia said to Xiaoyu with a smile. Really? Xiaoyu smiled, this was an unexpected surprise. Then, she changed her tone and said, you should also teach them basic life skills. After all, they have been out of touch with society for too long. Try to help them live like humans. As Xiaoyu spoke, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, among the people who attacked me this time was Divine Coffin 4. I've already fought with him. Coffin 4? Sylvia's smile vanished abruptly, her eyes widening as she stared at Xiaoyu. Didn't you say only Coffin 10 attacked you? In that situation, I can only say that I was attacked by one person. If I said that I was attacked by 3 people, Coffin 4, Coffin 10, and Coffin 4 Reserve, everyone would wonder how I survived. Xiaoyu explained simply, then continued, do you know the Pokémon Latios? Has Latios ever appeared overseas? Latios? Sylvia frowned and began to think carefully. I seem to remember my father saying that Latios had appeared once before, but I don't remember the specifics. If we follow this line, we might be able to find the Divine Coffin 4, Xiaoyu said seriously. Coffin 4 isn't his signature Pokémon Deoxys? Sylvia asked, puzzled. He doesn't just have one legendary Pokémon besides Deoxys, he also has Latios. I'll go check right away. Sylvia's eyes gleamed. She had finally found a clue and couldn't wait to follow it. Don't rush, let's go to the back mountain to check on Xiaoyu and the others. Chapter 556 Xiaoyu's Arrangements. Back Mountain. Xiaoyu and Sylvia walked along a mountain path, accompanied by a group of Pokémon including Sceptile and Charizard. Where are they? Xiaoyu and Sylvia searched the back mountain but couldn't find Xiaoyu, Carl, or Eve. I don't know. Sylvia's brows furrowed as well. They should be here. Is there anywhere else we can go around here? Xiaoyu asked. The underground world behind the mountain, only a small part of that place has been developed. Your Gigantamax Cinderace and Gigantamax Centiscorps are both inside, Sylvia said softly. They shouldn't go there, right? I already told her. Let's go take a look. Xiaoyu had a bad feeling. The cave in the back mountain. The giant laboratory is a forbidden zone where no one is allowed to enter. It is an absolute no-go zone. As soon as Xiaoyu and Sylvia stepped into the winding tunnel, a wave of heat hit them. They walked down the tunnel for a few minutes. The view and terrain gradually opened up, and at the same time, cheerful sounds came from ahead. Cyclops, charge, charge, use Gigantamax Flame Blaze to scorch the wilderness. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiaoyu and Sylvia's faces darkened simultaneously. I'll go see what they're doing. Sylvia looked slightly embarrassed and wanted to hurry forward to see what was going on. Xiaoyu reached out to stop her. Let's go together, keep your voices down. The two lowered their pace and walked forward quietly, only to hear Xiaoyu's excited and cheerful voice coming from inside. I'm Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Centipede, go. After turning a corner, Xiaoyu and Sylvia finally saw the scene before them clearly. The colossal flame centipede raised its head and looked ahead, with a small human figure standing on its head. With her hands on her hips and wearing a cheap imitation Team Rocket mask, Xiaoyu cosplayed as Giovanni and gave commands to the Gigantamax Centisc beneath her. Most importantly, the gigantic flame centipede beneath her was very obedient, moving its body in coordination with her and spitting out a small ball of flame. On the other side, siblings Carl and Eve sat on the ground, holding books and reading intently. Gigantamax Cinderace completely ignored Gigantamax Centiscorps and Xiaoyu, and lay on the ground to rest. Cough cough. Xiaoyu coughed loudly, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Carl and Eve, who were sitting on the floor reading, stood up at the same time, looking at Xiaoyu nervously. They put their hands at their sides, nervously fidgeting with the hem of their clothes, looking completely at a loss. On the other side, Xiaoyu was also startled. She slipped and fell off Gigantamax Centisc's head. Fortunately, Gigantamax Centisc reacted very quickly lowered its head to catch Xiaoyu, and then gently placed her on the ground. Didn't I tell you not to come into the cave? Sylvia glanced at Xiaoyu, who looked serious beside her, and felt a little uneasy. She said to Xiaoyu, "Why are you so disobedient? Go back. You can't come to the lab anymore." "Ah, Sister Sylvia. I only came in out of curiosity because I heard the sounds of the flame centipede and the blazing ace." Xiaoyu quickly explained, "I promise. I won't come again."
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.